Chapter 1. At the Chun-Tang Pass, General Li Jing, instead of conducting his usual patrol, was anxiously pacing outside his residence, his brow furrowed with concern. From within the house, the anguished cries of Yin Shenyang occasionally pierced the air. "Ah, it hurts so much. Why isn't she out yet?" With each cry, Li Jing's anxiety deepened. He longed to rush inside to be by his wife's side, but the midwife adamantly forbade him from entering. Indeed, Yin Shenyang was in the throes of labor. At that moment, a guard rushed in, bowing deeply to Li Jing. Reporting to the Lord, a Taoist seeks an audience outside. Upon hearing this, Li Jing frowned. Initially, he intended to refuse the meeting, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Bring him in to wait for a moment. I shall attend to him once I am finished." Understood. The guard complied and departed. Li Jing, dismissing the interruption, turned his gaze back to the chamber where Yin Shenyang was laboring as the master of Tongtian. He was aware of this matter. However, he chose to turn a blind eye. As long as it did not involve life and death struggles, he was indifferent to it. This was also intended to hone Qin Mo's skills, using this incident to spur his cultivation. Thus, Qin Mo spent several millennia on Golden Ao Island, and had it not been for the longevity elixirs bestowed by the master of Tongtian, he would have perished from old age long ago. It was only upon his breakthrough to the Earth Immortal realm that the long-anticipated golden finger finally arrived. Although Qin Mo was elated, he still lamented the system for 3 days and nights. Had it not been for the system's claim that activation of this system requires Earth Immortal cultivation and the threat that further complaints would result in disconnection, he would have continued his grievances. What left Qin Mo bewildered was the eccentricity of his system. It compelled him to act as a stirring stick, tasked with disrupting the investiture of the gods, hindering its smooth progress, or complicating it further. Upon hearing this task, Qin Mo promptly refused. During the investiture, neither the Chan sect nor the Kut sect had any members below the Golden Immortal realm. Even saints were involved. How could a mere Earth Immortal like him possibly disrupt such a grand event? He certainly did not wish to meet an early demise. Of course, the system would not send him to interfere with the investiture in his current state, as that would be tantamount to delivering him as an offering. The system would also issue various tasks, and upon completion, rewards could be obtained. These rewards could include enhancements in cultivation, elixirs, spiritual treasures, and even ultimate treasures or spiritual roots. At this juncture, Qin Mo reluctantly came to terms with the situation. The system subsequently assigned him his first task, to take Nezha as his disciple. The reward, naturally, would be an elevation in cultivation level and a mid-stage Quasi-saint experience card 3. Thus, on the day of Nezha's birth, Qin Mo arrived at Chun-Tang Pass ahead of Taiyi Zhenren. Noticing that Li Jing had relaxed his guard, Qin Mo inquired, "General Li, it seems that your esteemed son and I are fated to meet. I wish to take him as my disciple. Would you be amenable to this?" Upon hearing this, Li Jing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Since the Taoist wishes to take my third son as a disciple, I shall acquiesce. However, the child is yet to be named. Might the Taoist bestow a name upon him?" Upon realizing that the other party was the 5th direct disciple of the master of Tongtian, Li Jing no longer referred to himself as a mere general. "Wuliang Tianzuan." Qin Mo responded with a respectful gesture. "As you request, I shall name the child." After carefully observing Nezha, who was behind Yin Shenyang for Li Jing's benefit, smiled gently and said, "General Li, your eldest son is named Jinjia, and your second son is named Mujia. Thus, I propose we name him Nezha." Li Jing nodded deeply, signifying his agreement with the name bestowed by Qin Mo, Nezha. "Excellent choice, my gratitude to the Taoist." At that moment, Nezha emerged joyfully from behind Yin Shenyang, exclaiming, "Nezha, Li Nezha." He then rushed to Yin Shenyang and cheered, "Mother, I have a name now, Li Nezha." Seeing Nezha's exuberance, Yin Shenyang's face radiated maternal affection as she, supporting her frail body, expressed her thanks to Qin Mo. "Thank you, Taoist, for naming my son Nezha." "Wuliang Tianzuan," Qin Mo reiterated respectfully. "It is my duty, and there is no need for you to be so courteous, Madam Li." With the matter settled, Li Jing immediately adopted a serious demeanor, and addressed Nezha. Nezha, why haven't you come to pay your respects to your master yet? Upon hearing this, Nezha promptly concealed a smile, casting a timid glance at Li Jing before kneeling before Qin Mo and proclaiming, "Disciple Nezha pays his respects to master." Observing Nezha kneeling before him, Qin Mo wore a broad smile. Very well, he remarked, extending his hand in a gentle gesture. "Rise, my disciple." "Thank you, master," Nezha obediently replied, standing up while his large, watery, hazel eyes gazed at Qin Mo. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Nezha's demeanor, and inquired, "Nezha, what is the matter?" "Master, every disciple should have a formal initiation. Where is mine?" Nezha replied, extending his hands toward Qin Mo. Qin Mo chuckled, "You little rascal, you are indeed aware of the need for a formal initiation." Witnessing this, Li Jing's expression darkened, his previously stern countenance growing even more forbidding, casting an intimidating aura. "Nezha, do not act disrespectfully," Li Jing admonished. Inwardly, he lamented, "What a misfortune it is! How could the esteemed general of Chantang Pass have such a son as Nezha? Truly, a disgrace to the family, bringing shame to the school of Jiejiao." Upon hearing Li Jing's rebuke, Nezha instantly felt intimidated, retracting his hands with a hint of disappointment. Noticing this, Qin Mo addressed Li Jing. "General Li, there is no need for such harshness. Nezha has done nothing wrong. How can one have an initiation without a formal ceremony?" With that, Qin Mo waved his right hand, revealing 3 treasures. Li Jing, being a practitioner himself, gazed at the 3 artifacts with the eagerness akin to a wolf spotting its prey. They were 3 innate spiritual treasures, as the 5th direct disciple of the Tongtian, would Qin Mo lack spiritual treasures. The 3 treasures consisted of a crimson spear, a silver ring, and a small black bowl. This is the crimson flame spear, the spirit locking ring, and a void bowl. Let these serve as your initiation gifts. With that, Qin Mo presented the 3 treasures to Nezha. "Thank you, master." Nezha joyfully accepted the treasures and, under Qin Mo's guidance, stored them within his body. Qin Mo held a great fondness for Nezha, and then produced a handwritten copy of the Shangqing Heart Method, handing it to Nezha while advising, "Nezha, this Shangqing Heart Method is a secret of our Jiejiao. Study it diligently. Once you have mastered it, I shall teach you more." After Nezha received the handwritten copy, Qin Mo turned to Li Jing and said, "General Li, Nezha is destined for greatness. I hope you will keep a close watch over him. Now that the matter is settled, I shall not linger. Rest assured, Taoist, I shall ensure Nezha is well guided," Li Jing affirmed with a nod. Although Li Jing said this, Qin Mo remained somewhat skeptical of him, knowing well what Nezha's future held. However, now that Nezha had become his disciple, Qin Mo was determined to steer him away from his previous path. With the initiation complete, Qin Mo prepared to depart swiftly, lest he encounter trouble with Taiyi Zhenren, who might arrive at any moment. Even though Qin Mo was not afraid of Taiyi Zhenren, having received rewards from the system, with 3 mid-stage Quasi-saint experience cards that could easily contend with Taiyi Zhenren, he did not wish to waste them on someone he deemed insignificant. Just as Qin Mo was about to turn and leave, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Congratulations, General Li, on the birth of your son. I, Taiyi Zhenren from Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave, have come to offer my congratulations." Li Jing had certainly heard of Taiyi Zhenren, as his master, Taiyi Zhenren, had close ties with the Chan teaching. Thus, he offered Qin Mo a respectful bow before departing to greet Taiyi Zhenren. Seeing Taiyi Zhenren arrive so promptly, Qin Mo swiftly changed his mind and paused, turning his gaze toward the door, patiently waiting for Taiyi Zhenren. "Might I inquire what brings you to Chantang Pass, esteemed immortal?" Li Jing asked hastily upon encountering Taiyi Zhenren. Although his master, Taiyi Zhenren, had a good relationship with the Chan teaching, Li Jing had never interacted with anyone from there and was curious about Taiyi Zhenren's purpose. "I have come to see the child recently born to General Li," Taiyi Zhenren stated plainly. "You have come for my son Nezha," Li Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Li Jing was utterly bewildered, questioning what on earth was happening today, and what was the situation with Nezha. Why were both Jiejiao and Chan teaching figures arriving today for Nezha? Could it be that Nezha was truly destined for greatness? While Li Jing was in a state of confusion, Taiyi Zhenren was equally perplexed. Nezha, how quickly has a name been chosen? Wasn't it said that I would name him? Taiyi Zhenren pondered, bewildered as to how the name had already been decided before his arrival. Just then, Taiyi Zhenren recalled Li Jing's earlier words and muttered to himself. Could it be? Was there someone else here for Nezha? As Taiyi Zhenren was about to inquire further, Qin Mo's voice resonated from within the room. Taiyi, you have arrived late. Nezha is already my disciple. Turning his gaze in that direction, Taiyi Zhenren's face contorted with confusion, for he did not recognize this person who so audaciously claimed to be his junior. Who are you? Why do you address me as senior brother? I did not recall having someone like you in the Chan teaching. Taiyi Zhenren questioned sternly, his eyes brimming with pride at the mention of the Chan teaching. Wuliang Tianzuan, Qin Mo replied with a smile. I'm the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian, Qin Mo. A disciple of Master Tongtian, Taiyi Zhenren muttered, but he quickly shook his head and shouted angrily. Nonsense. Master Tongtian clearly has only 4 direct disciples. How could there be a 5th? Who are you? Speak the truth. Or do not blame me for stripping you of your skin and muscles, casting your soul into the abyss. What? Are the Chan teachings members so ruthless? Li Jing was instantly taken aback, looking at Taiyi Zhenren with fear and caution, yet feeling somewhat relieved and even a hint of gratitude. Thankfully, Nezha had already taken Qin Mo as his master. If Taiyi Zhenren had become Nezha's master, who knows what kind of person Nezha would turn out to be? Unlike Li Jing, Qin Mo maintained his smile, showing no signs of intimidation in the face of Taiyi Zhenren's threats. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the true nature of the Chan teaching. Taiyi, your words are overly harsh. Just because one claims to be a disciple of a sage does not mean they can say whatever they wish, lest they offend the sage himself. I truly am the 5th direct disciple of Master Tongtian. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Qin Mo shrugged his shoulders, adopting a posture of helplessness. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Li Jing nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Qin Mo's stance. Disciples of sages cannot simply claim such titles without consequence. Offending a sage could have dire repercussions. Moreover, Li Jing was quite pleased with Qin Mo's demeanor in the face of Taiyi Zhenren's threats. Qin Mo showed no signs of fear, and for that reason, Li Jing felt fortunate that Nezha had chosen Qin Mo as his master. Li Jing was satisfied, but Taiyi Zhenren was not, setting aside the question of whether Qin Mo was indeed Master Tongtian's disciple. The fact remained that Taiyi Zhenren had been informed by his master that Nezha was destined to be his disciple. With Qin Mo securing him first, Taiyi Zhenren felt his pride wounded. As one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, Taiyi Zhenren was unwilling to let Qin Mo's slight go unchallenged. He was determined to take Nezha as his disciple. Otherwise, who would safeguard him against his impending calamities? He was not foolish enough to face them alone. Seeing that his threats had failed to intimidate Qin Mo, Taiyi Zhenren dropped the pretense, producing the 9-dragon divine fire cover and addressing Qin Mo. I care not whether you are Master Tongtian's 5th disciple. Nezha is destined to be my disciple. If you are wise, you will sever your ties with him. Otherwise, I shall incinerate you here in Shintang Pass. You must consider carefully whether you truly wish to oppose my Chan teaching. As the conversation unfolded, Taiyi Zhenren invoked the teachings of the Chan sect in the presence of Yuan Shi Tianzun. The audacity of Taiyi Zhenren's words stemmed from his affiliation with the Chan sect. As the master, so too were the disciples. Yuan Shi Tianzun, proud and arrogant, looked down upon others. And naturally, his disciples mirrored this disposition. Furthermore, Taiyi Zhenren discerned at a glance that Qin Mo's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm, easily within his capacity to obliterate. Thus, he regarded Qin Mo with disdain. Observing Taiyi Zhenren's readiness to strike, Li Jing hastily interjected, "Esteemed immortals, might I suggest?" Yet before he could finish, Taiyi Zhenren cast a menacing glance at Li Jing. Admonishing him sharply, "Li Jing, this matter does not concern you. I advise you not to meddle this." Li Jing revealed an apologetic expression towards Qin Mo, subsequently retreating to a distance. However, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging with suppressed anger. Damn it, were it not for the fact that I cannot defeat you, and that you are from the Chan sect, I would surely make you pay dearly for your insolence. This is the Li residence in Chuntang Pass. This is my territory. Jing seethed internally, growing increasingly irritated by Taiyi Zhenren's demeanor. Noticing Li Jing's apologetic gaze, Qin Mo smiled and nodded. Shifting his attention towards Taiyi Zhenren, his smile fading to be replaced with a look of contempt. And what if I refuse? Do you think mere threats can intimidate me? Taiyi Zhenren, enraged by this retort, immediately summoned the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. Aiming to incinerate Qin Mo, the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield, a post-natal spiritual treasure, would unleash 9 fire dragons upon activation, capable of roasting enemies alive, leaving no trace behind, as Qin Mo recalled. According to the usual narrative, Taiyi Zhenren would utilize this very shield to exact retribution upon the death of the stone boy at the hands of Nezha. During the Fengshan period, Nezha would similarly employ the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield to vanquish the dog demon Dai Li among the 7 monsters of Mei Mount, while Qin Mo held no regard for the demise of the dog demon. The stone boy was indeed a younger sister of the GS sect. Now that Qin Mo found himself in this situation, having become the 5th direct disciple of Tongtian, and thus the elder brother of Shi, he could not allow the disciples of the GS sect to repeat their past mistakes, as the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield surged towards him. Qin Mo remained unfazed, instructing the system, activate the mid-level Quasi-saint experience card. I shall teach this fool a lesson. Beep, mid-level Quasi-saint experience card activated, duration. Half an hour, and the next moment, a wave of mid-level Quasi-saint energy erupted from Qin Mo, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Chuntang Pass. The ordinary civilians, lacking in cultivation, remained unaffected, continuing their activities, as Qin Mo's target was not them. However, individuals like Li Jing, possessing even a modicum of cultivation, were instantly immobilized, their faces betraying their trepidation as they gazed towards Qin Mo. What a quasi-saint! Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. The 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield he had summoned was instantly repelled by this overwhelming aura, leaving him momentarily distracted. You are actually a quasi-saint, Taiyi Zhenren reiterated in astonishment, not from fear, but sheer surprise, as he, a mere Deluo golden immortal, had not anticipated that this Qin Mo, who claimed to be the 5th direct disciple of Tongtian, possessed quasi-saint capabilities. Could it be that practitioners of the GS sect enjoyed such unimpeded progress? A single duo, Bao Dao Run, had already placed immense pressure on their Chan sect's 12 golden immortals. And now another formidable figure had emerged in Qin Mo. Should their master learn of this, he would undoubtedly expound upon it. Taiyi Zhenren could not help but grumble inwardly, though he concealed it well. In the era prior to the Wu and Yao calamities, mid-level quasi-saints posed little threat. Aside from the madman Dong Huang Taiyi, who possessed the Chaos Bell, both the demon and witch clans had numerous mid-level quasi-saints. Yet now, a mid-level quasi-saint was regarded as a venerable ancestor or a sect leader. Even within their Chan sect, apart from Yuan Shi Tianzun, the only quasi-saints were Nanji Xian Wang and the deputy leader Ran Deng. The rest of their disciples peaked at the Luo intermediate level. Presently, Taiyi Zhenren himself was barely at the Luo early level. Witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's astonished countenance, Qin Mo's ire flared. He had not intended to squander such a precious mid-level quasi-saint experience card on this fool. Yet if he insisted on posturing, Qin Mo would oblige him. Taiyi, you buffoon, I extend you the courtesy of calling you senior brother. Without such courtesy, you are nothing. Did you not just threaten to incinerate me? Come then. As Qin Mo approached Taiyi Zhenren, intent on teaching him a lesson, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension. The two poised for confrontation, this moment. Yin Shinyang, who had just reached the doorway, displayed an expression of concern, preparing to pull Nezha back inside. She had no desire for their conflict to endanger Nezha. However, Nezha refused, his gaze fervently fixed on his master Qin Mo, and the rather unsightly old Taiyi Zhenren maintained his composure. A slight smirk gracing his lips, he remarked, "What of your mid-level quasi-saint status? Do you intend to strike against me? Should you dare to lay a hand on me, you will be opposing the Chan sect at that juncture. The Chan sect will retaliate fiercely, and I wonder if you can withstand consequences." Indeed, being backed by a major sect endowed him with such audacity, especially the Chan sect, which traversed the Honghuang continent, allowing them to bully others while forbidding any retaliation. To do so would mean opposing the Chan sect, a notion that instilled great trepidation in many forces across the Honghuang continent. After all, the Chan sect represented the teachings of Yuan Shi in the face of Taiyi Zhenren's shamelessness. Qin Mo felt as though an elderly lady had entered a warm bed, finding it utterly amusing. Truly, the disciples of the Chan sect excelled in such matters. Taiyi, I wonder if you are genuinely unafraid or simply a fool. Suddenly, Qin Mo's expression turned icy. Very well. I shall teach you how to conduct yourself. Before his words had fully settled, Qin Mo's figure vanished abruptly. Not good, Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed, instantly on high alert. In an instant, he felt as though a colossal mountain had collided with him, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away and collapsing the walls of Li Jing's residence. Cough. Taiyi Zhenren spat a mouthful of blood. Casting a wary glance towards the distant Qin Mo, you possess great audacity to offend the Chan sect. Upon saying this, Taiyi Zhenren produced a talisman from seemingly nowhere and activated it, leaving Qin Mo no time to intervene in a heartbeat. An overwhelming aura descended upon Li Jing's residence. The next moment, everyone present, aside from Taiyi Zhenren and Qin Mo, including Li Jing and Nezha, found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Sensing this formidable presence, Taiyi Zhenren's eyes brightened, and he hastily prostrated towards the sky. Disciple Taiyi respectfully welcomes the master. Before his words had fully dissipated, a figure appeared in the sky, exuding an unparalleled authority that stirred within Qin Mo an urge to bow in reverence. Qin Mo suppressed this feeling, his expression grave as he regarded the extraordinarily divine figure above. From Taiyi Zhenren's earlier remarks, he deduced that the newcomer was his long-unmet master-uncle, the leader of the Chan sect, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yet it was evident that this was not the true form of Yuan Shi Tianzun, but rather a manifestation of his essence. Disciple Qin Mo pays respects to Master Yuan Shi. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had previously regarded Taiyi Zhenren with a warm demeanor, turned his gaze towards Qin Mo. After scrutinizing him, he sensed the aura of the upper clear heart method emanating from Qin Mo. You are a disciple of Tongtian, Yuan Shi Tianzun inquired. Indeed, I am the fifth direct disciple of Master Tongtian, Qin Mo replied with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Qin Mo filled with disdain. For Yuan Shi Tianzun, the disciples of Tongtian were typically seen as unruly and uncouth, and he held little fondness for them. Speak, why do you wish to contest with Taiyi for Nezha? Do you seek to defy the will of heaven? The primordial heavenly sovereign inquired, and bestowed upon Qin Mo a formidable reputation as a sage. There was no need for Taiyi Zhenren to recount the events. A mere calculation of his fingers would suffice to unveil the truth. Moreover, it is well known among the denizens of the primordial realm that those who defy the will of heaven have invariably met with dire fates. The demon ancestor Luo Ho and the witch clan serve as living testaments to this truth, that in the face of the primordial heavenly sovereign scrutiny, Qin Mo endeavored to mask his trepidation. Calming his spirit before respectfully addressing the sovereign, Second Master, I have not sought to usurp Nezha from senior brother Taiyi. I merely found Nezha to be quite endearing, which led me to entertain the notion of taking him as my disciple. Is it my fault that senior brother Taiyi arrived a moment too late? Qin Mo was acutely aware that, given the primordial heavenly sovereign's protective nature towards his disciples, no matter how he explained himself, punishment would be inevitable. Rather than prolong the inevitable, he resolved to bide his time, believing that the Lord of the Heavenly Tao would undoubtedly be aware of his predicament. If he could just delay until the Lord's arrival, he would be safe. The primordial heavenly sovereign, however, remained indifferent to such considerations, as his calculations indicated that Nezha was fated to be a disciple of Taiyi. Therefore, why would he heed Qin Mo's pleas? After all, those of the Jia sect were but a collection of lesser beings, unworthy of comparison to the disciples of his own teachings. Qin Mo, I present you with a choice. Sever your master-disciple bond with Nezha. Otherwise, I shall personally discipline you, the disobedient disciple of a master. The primordial heavenly sovereign, wishing to avoid unnecessary delay, offered Qin Mo a direct ultimatum. Just as Qin Mo was about to refuse, an unparalleled aura emerged, one that exuded a sense of impending violence. Primordial heavenly sovereign, you truly lack dignity, bullying the lesser. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a youthful figure appeared opposite the primordial heavenly sovereign, none other than the Lord of the Heavenly Tao. Indeed, due to Qin Mo's cultivation being limited to the Earth Immortal realm, the moment he departed from Gold Turtle Island, the Lord had entrusted a fragment of his consciousness to him. After all, Qin Mo was his fifth direct disciple, and given his current level of power, the Lord was concerned that Qin Mo might meet an untimely end upon leaving the island. That would certainly be a source of embarrassment. Earlier, when Qin Mo radiated the aura of a Quasi-saint, the Lord of the Heavenly Tao, far away on Gold Turtle Island, had sensed it, and his curiosity was piqued. How had Qin Mo attained such mid-level Quasi-saint power? There had to be a secret behind his fifth disciple. The Lord was not overly concerned about secrets, for every cultivator in the primordial realm harbored their own mysteries, as long as Qin Mo did not engage in actions that would harm the Jie sect. He would remain unconcerned. The appearance of the Lord did not astonish the primordial heavenly sovereign, as if he had anticipated his arrival. Tongtian, is this your disciple, who dares to defy his master? Must I, as your second master, not assist you in teaching him a lesson? The primordial heavenly sovereign slowly extended his finger towards Qin Mo, addressing the Lord with an air of arrogance and undeniable authority. I shall manage my disciple myself, and you need not trouble yourself, retorted the Lord of the Heavenly Tao, showing no sign of deference that it was absurd for him to hear his disciple denigrated in his presence. It would be a wonder if he could muster any goodwill. Moreover, since the division of the three cleans, the Lord had harbored grievances against the primordial heavenly sovereign, and his disdain had only grown. Seeing the Lord steadfastly protect Qin Mo, the primordial heavenly sovereign relinquished his insistence on reprimanding the disciple. Casting a glance at Qin Mo below, he communicated telepathically with the Lord. Tongtian, the calamity energy is gradually increasing, and as saints, we are well aware of what this signifies. Since you are so concerned about this disciple, I suggest you encourage him to relinquish his bond with Nezha. Otherwise, if he defies heavenly will, I need not elaborate on the consequences. The Lord of the Heavenly Tao coldly laughed, responding telepathically, defy heavenly will? Primordial heavenly sovereign, do not intimidate me with threats, since Qin Mo has already accepted Nezha as a disciple. Nezha is now my Jie sect's third-generation disciple, AS for heavenly will. I am uncertain whether it is your heavenly will or my master's, as the saying goes. Hongjun is the Tao, yet the Tao does not serve Hongjun. Ever since Tao ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao, he has represented the Tao. Upon hearing this, the expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign darkened instantly, and the atmosphere in the Li Jing residence grew tense. This left Li Jing and his companions, who were prostrated on the ground, utterly astonished. However, Qin Mo remained unaffected, for the Lord of the Heavenly Tao had always maintained a fragment of consciousness to protect him. Observing the silent standoff between the Lord and the primordial heavenly sovereign, Qin Mo surmised that they were undoubtedly engaged in a private telepathic conversation, the contents of which could not be overheard by others. Tongtian, are you truly so resolute? The primordial heavenly sovereign suddenly inquired. Indeed, how do you intend to proceed? The Lord of the Heavenly Tao replied resolutely, witnessing the Lord's unwavering stance against severing Qin Mo's bond with Nezha. The primordial heavenly sovereign's anger erupted. Were it not for the Lord's protection over Chuntang Pass, it would have been reduced to ruins by now. Sensing the ire of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Lord appeared unfazed, demonstrating no concern. Very well, very well. The primordial heavenly sovereign gritted his teeth, repeating the word well thrice, then cast a fierce glare at Qin Mo below, before waving his hand, summoning Taiyi Zhenren to depart. Taken aback by the sudden departure of the primordial heavenly sovereign with his disciple, the Lord quickly grasped the situation. The calamity was approaching. Engaging in conflict between the two saints at this juncture was not a prudent course of action. Such a confrontation would not only invite criticism from their master, but could also inadvertently benefit the two shameless individuals from the West. Had it been any other time, the Lord of the Heavenly Tao, knowing the Primordial's tendencies, would have expected a confrontation. Otherwise, he would not be the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Once he could no longer sense the presence of the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, the Lord turned his attention to Qin Mo below, wearing an expression of disappointment. Despite Qin Mo's current cultivation being at mid-Quasi-saint level, the Lord could discern that this was not his true strength. Whether he was employing secret arts or ancient forbidden techniques was beyond the Lord's comprehension. He only knew that his disciple harbored secrets. Noticing the Lord's gaze upon him, Qin Mo smiled faintly, promptly deactivating the mid-Quasi-saint experience card, and his cultivation instantly returned to the pinnacle of Earth Immortal. Witnessing this scene, the Lord's eyes flickered with understanding, and then he scolded with a stern expression, "Disobedient disciple, return to Gold Turtle Island with me at once, with your current level of cultivation. To wander the primordial continent is to court death." In response, Qin Mo could only smile wryly at the Lord, remaining silent, before turning to Nezha, who had just risen from the ground. "Nezha, I must return to Gold Turtle Island with your ancestor. Diligently practice the Shangqing Heart method, and I shall return to impart deeper teachings in due course." Disciple obeys. Nezha replied respectfully. In the presence of the Lord of the Heavenly Tao, he dared not act recklessly. Although he had yet to formally cultivate, he could sense the overwhelming power of his ancestor above. Satisfied, Qin Mo nodded and, with the Lord's assistance, departed from a scene. "We bid farewell to the Lord of the Heavenly Tao." Jing and the others promptly bowed in the direction the Lord and his disciple had vanished. Upon returning to Gold Turtle Island, Qin Mo was immediately placed under house arrest by the Lord of the Heavenly Tao. He was to remain confined until he broke through to the Earth Immortal realm, and even then, he could only roam within the confines of Gold Turtle Island, forbidden from venturing beyond its boundaries. Initially, Qin Mo vehemently opposed this form of soft detention, but alas, his protests were in vain. The Lord had even set up barriers at the entrance of Qin Mo's cave dwelling, which could only be breached upon achieving the Earth Immortal level. More absurdly, the Lord instructed Zhao Gongming and the Yunxiao siblings to meditate outside his cave, their purpose being to keep a close watch on Qin Mo. He felt a profound sense of helplessness and frustration about this situation. Ultimately, despite the cordial relationship he shared with Zhao Gongming and the Yunxiao siblings, they took the Lord's commands with utmost seriousness. Qin Mo lamented, "Alas, what can be done? The Lord is simply this obstinate." The Lord of the Heavenly Tao mused, "Having taken on such a disciple, I hope he can comprehend my good intentions." Sitting cross-legged within his cave, Qin Mo's mood gradually settled, and he spoke to the system. "System, extract the previous cultivation rewards." Rewards have been extracted. The system spoke. Previously, after Qin Mo took on his disciple Nezha, the system announced that the task had been completed. The rewards for this task included 3 mid-stage Quasi-saint experience cards, along with the reward of first-stage cultivation. Now, Qin Mo was about to claim this reward. Soon as the system's voice faded, a surge of peak Earth Immortal aura erupted from Qin Mo's body. Initial stage, Celestial Immortal. Mid-stage, Celestial Immortal. Peak Celestial Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak of the Celestial Immortal realm. The upgrade reward has been issued. Please check it. Just as his cultivation stabilized, the system's voice echoed once more. Indeed, Qin Mo's system not only allowed him to complete tasks for rewards, but also granted system rewards with each level of cultivation he ascended. Upon hearing about the reward, Qin Mo was filled with joy and hurried to check the upgrade reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the divine item, Pangu Essence. Qin Mo was astounded by this reward. This was Pangu Essence, far superior to Pangu Blood by hundreds of times. Moreover, the effects of Pangu Essence on strengthening the physical body exceeded even that of Pangu Blood. How did Qin Mo know this? He learned it from being a devoted reader of Honghuang novels. Whether it was Honghuang literature or urban tales, Qin Mo enjoyed them all, gazing at the immense power contained within the Pangu Essence in the system's warehouse. Qin Mo couldn't help but wonder if Pangu had perished not from the burden of creation, but rather due to the exploitation by systems like his. Quickly dismissing such thoughts, Qin Mo extracted the Pangu essence and swallowed a whole. In the next instant, a colossal and violent force surged through his body, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices. And it did not stop there. The meridians within his body were instantly shattered by this force. Puff! Qin Mo could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, enduring the pain within as he began to refine the Pangu essence. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. For cultivators, this month felt as effortless as drinking water. Throughout this month, Qin Mo was incessantly refining the Pangu essence within him. At first, he nearly succumbed to the excruciating pain. Yet, through sheer willpower, he persevered on the last day of the month. Qin Mo finally completed the refinement of the Pangu essence. For others, refining Pangu essence in a month would be a mere fantasy. However, for Qin Mo, it was a different story, for he had the system. Indeed, during this month, the system utilized its privileges to assist Qin Mo in accelerating the refinement of the Pangu blood. However, this assistance was not without cost. The system did not engage in unprofitable transactions. The price was that Qin Mo needed to break through to the Earth Immortal realm within another month, because after a month, new system tasks would arrive. Otherwise, the system would lack achievements. Qin Mo had no desire to enjoy the intense pain for such a duration, so he reluctantly agreed to the system's unfair agreement, feeling an overwhelming power coursing through every cell in his body. Qin Mo laughed heartily toward the heavens. Haha, I feel as though I can contend with the Taiyi Golden Immortal purely with my physical body, but let's see how that long-eared rabbit dares to bully me now. He felt he had gained the ability for self-preservation. Speaking of the long-eared Jing Immortal, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew some future events. During the Fengshan period, had it not been for the long-eared Jing Immortal aligning with the western side with the 6-soul banner, the Jie sect would not have suffered so greatly. One could even say that the primary culprit for the Jie sect disastrous defeat was the long-eared Jing Immortal. After being forced to join the Jie sect, Qin Mo had always wanted to eliminate the long-eared Jing Immortal. Yet his strength had been insufficient. Now that his physical strength was nearly on par with that of the long-eared Jing Immortal, the plan to eliminate him could finally be set into motion. Subsequently, Qin Mo clasped his hands behind his back, gazing toward the direction of Bo Palace, sighing deeply within. Master, I have concerned myself endlessly for the sake of our Jie sect. Considering this matter, is it too much to ask for a brief excursion? With this thought, Qin Mo smiled slightly and made his way toward the cave's exit. Thud! Just as he reached the entrance, a barrier abruptly rebounded him. This barrier was a restriction set by the Tongtian patriarch. Damn, that old man is so obstinate. Qin Mo stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes while muttering, is it absolutely necessary for me to break through to the Earth Immortal realm before I can leave? That old man. After grumbling for a moment, Qin Mo reluctantly returned to his cave to continue his meditation and cultivation. At this moment, Qin Mo was unaware of the bustling scene at Bo Palace. Today, the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chen sect, led by Guangchengzi and the Southern Polar Immortal, arrived at Jing Island, claiming to engage in discourse with the Jie sect on equal footing. Additionally, they stated that they were acting upon the decree of their master. The primordial heavenly sovereign to them. Disciples of the Jie sect had no qualifications to engage in discourse with them. Had it not been for the summons from the primordial heavenly sovereign, they would not have come to Jing Island. Furthermore, their purpose in this discourse was to avenge Taiyi Zhenren. Previously, at Shintang Pass, Taiyi Zhenren had been defeated by Qin Mo, which had embarrassed the primordial heavenly sovereign. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, he had severely reprimanded Taiyi Zhenren and summoned other disciples to lecture for an entire month. The summoned disciples were initially bewildered, unable to comprehend why their master was angry again. For when the primordial heavenly sovereign was enraged, he would call them to Kunlun Mountain to listen to his teachings. This had been the case for thousands of years. Later, upon learning of Taiyi Zhenren's situation, the disciples were incited with fervor, clamoring to teach the Jie sect a lesson. Especially Guangchengzi, who even boasted that he would let the Jie sect feel the might of his Fan Tian seal. In response, the primordial heavenly sovereign was quite pleased, but still lectured the disciples for a month. After the lecture concluded, the disciples felt relieved, eager to leave Kunlun Mountain, fearing that if their master saw they had made no breakthroughs, he would continue his teachings. Thus, under the persuasion of the others, Guangchengzi approached the primordial heavenly sovereign, requesting to lead his fellow disciples to Qin Mo Island for discourse. The primordial heavenly sovereign naturally agreed on the spot. And to showcase the might of the Chen sect, he even allowed the southern polar immortal to accompany them to Qin Mo Island. Within the Chen sect, the southern polar immortal held a position just below the deputy master, Randang, and was quite favored by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Why was Randang not allowed to accompany Guangchengzi and the others? Although Randang was the deputy master of the Chen sect, they had previously listened to the teachings together at Zishao Palace. Even though Randang had lowered his status to join the Chen sect, the primordial heavenly sovereign did not regard him as a junior. Most importantly, the primordial heavenly sovereign held a degree of disdain for Randang. T. Jinao Island, the disciples of the Jie sect, led by the senior brother Daobao Daoist, glared angrily at the Chen sect disciples. Had it not been for the presence of the Tongtian patriarch, a confrontation would have already erupted. The Jie sect disciples were not foolish. The Chen sect, with their haughty demeanor, claimed to come for discourse. But in reality, they were leveraging the primordial heavenly sovereign's favor to flaunt their superiority. To come to Qin Island and display their might was nothing short of slap in the face to the Jie sect disciples. After all, the Tongtian patriarch was a sage, and even if he disapproved of the Chen sect's actions, he had to maintain an air of indifference. However, the Jie sect disciples could not endure it. Upon hearing that the Chen sect had come to Qin Island to challenge them to discourse, the disciples, under the leadership of Daobao Daoist and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, made their way to Bio Palace. They were eager to witness how these Chen sect disciples would flaunt their power before them. Among the Chen sect, after the Jie sect disciples arrived, one individual's gaze swept back and forth among the Jie sect members, seemingly searching for someone. Moments later, upon not spotting the individual, he stepped forward, his expression filled with arrogance as he addressed the Jie sect disciples with scornful disdain. "Where's Qin Mo? Why have I not seen him? Does he look down upon us, or is he too afraid to engage in discourse with us?" This individual was none other than Taiyi Zhenren. Indeed, his reason for seeking Qin Mo was to avenge the injuries he had sustained at Chintang Pass. Before arriving at Qin Island, the primordial heavenly sovereign had conveyed the truth to him, informing him that Qin Mo had utilized an unknown secret technique to achieve the mid-stage Quasi-saint realm. Furthermore, the primordial heavenly sovereign had also mentioned that this secret technique might have side effects. However, he did not disclose what those side effects were, only instructing Taiyi Zhenren that upon arriving at Qin Island, he must challenge Qin Mo to a duel that if one could acquire that arcane art, it would indeed be a splendid fortune that in truth, this is merely a conjecture from Yuan Shi Tianzun. Whether it pertains to elixirs or spiritual roots, it is implausible for a cultivator's strength to be temporarily elevated from an Earth Immortal to a Quasi-saint. Yuan Shi Tianzun speculates that Qin Mo may be employing an ancient secret technique. He harbors a keen interest in this ancient art. Should he attain it, he would emerge as the most formidable among the saints, even overshadowing his master, Hong Jun. What? Side effects? Nonsense. Would a dignified saint fear the repercussions of a secret technique? Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, the disciples of Jie Jiao felt a surge of tension. Were it not for the presence of Tongtian Jiaozhu, they would not hesitate to teach that arrogant Taiyi Zhenren a lesson. Junior brother Qin Mo is currently in a critical period of seclusion and will not be coming out. Duo Bao Dao Ren hastily concocted a pretext to dismiss Taiyi Zhenren. As the eldest disciple of Jie Jiao, Duo Bao naturally knew that Qin Mo was confined by their master, when Tongtian Jiaozhu is absent from Qin Island or in seclusion. It is Duo Bao who manages all affairs there. Upon hearing this, the disdain in Taiyi Zhenren's eyes intensified. "Humph, in seclusion? I believe he is merely afraid. Are you disciples of Jie Jiao truly this cowardly? You are bringing shame to Uncle Tongtian." And no sooner had he spoken than an icy chill descended upon the assembly, a bone-chilling cold that emanated from Tongtian Jiaozhu, who sat with a grim expression upon the elevated mat. Taiyi, this is my Bayou Palace. If you speak insolently again, I shall not care whether you are one of the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao, or who your master is. I will strike you down. Upon hearing these words, Taiyi Zhenren was drenched in cold sweat, and could see that moment. Nanjixian Wang respectfully bowed to Tongtian Jiaozhu and interjected. Uncle Tongtian, please temper your anger. Junior brother Taiyi acted rashly. Nanji is here to apologize on his behalf. My apologies. Uncle, Taiyi recognizes his mistake. Please, do not be angry. Taiyi Zhenren hurriedly echoed Nanjixian Wang's words, offering his apologies to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Humph. Tongtian let out a cold snort and retracted his oppressive aura. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened considerably for those present. Phew. Taiyi Zhenren exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Observing this scene, some disciples of Jie Jiao exchanged amused glances at Taiyi Zhenren's embarrassment. Despite being mocked by the disciples of Jie Jiao, Taiyi Zhenren felt no shame. He continued to regard them with contempt. Uncle Tongtian is a saint. Why should I feel ashamed? Even if Uncle Tongtian had slain me just now, I would still have been displaying my prowess before a saint, granting more face to Chanjiao. With that matter settled, Guang Chengzi stepped forward and bowed to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Uncle, may we commence our discourse now? Yes, let us begin, Tongtian Jiaozhu replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Uncle. Guang Chengzi then turned to Duo Bao Dao Run and, with a smile, said, Junior brother Duo Bao, as we are both the foremost disciples of the saints, why not engage in a friendly contest? Seeing Guang Chengzi initiate the challenge, Duo Bao Dao Run was undeterred. After seeking Tongtian Jiaozhu's permission, he accepted Guang Chengzi's challenge. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, having fortified his physical form with the essence of Pangu, found himself unable to breach Tongtian Jiaozhu's restrictions, compelling him to settle into a deeper state of meditation, whether it was due to the essence of Pangu or other factors. As Qin Mo continued his cultivation, his aura steadily intensified. Finally, on the 7th day, he successfully broke through an aura of Xianxian erupting from him. Above the realm of Tianxian is Xianxian. Qin Mo, already at the pinnacle of Tianxian, naturally ascended to the realm of Xianxian upon this breakthrough. In the primordial world, following Xianxian, one progresses to Jinxian, Taiyi Jinxian, Deluo Jinxian, and then to Quasi-saint. Achieving Quasi-saint status confers the ability to protect oneself. After breaking through to Xianxian, Qin Mo did not hasten to conclude his practice. Instead, he dedicated 2 days to stabilizing his cultivation. Once his strength firmly settled at the early stage of Xianxian, Qin Mo gradually rose to his feet. Now, let us see if I can finally leave, Qin Mo murmured, making his way toward the cave entrance. This time, Qin Mo exited the cave with remarkable ease, only to find it peculiar that Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao were not stationed at the entrance. Even more puzzling was the absence of his fellow disciples on the island. Where are the others on Jin Ao Island? What has become of my fellow disciples? Could it be that the Fengshen has concluded? That shouldn't be the case. Qin Mo pondered, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Just then, he spotted an individual flying towards Bayou Palace in the distance, and hurriedly approached to inquire. Esteemed junior brother, do you happen to know where our fellow disciples have gone? The individual halted upon hearing the query and turned around. It is senior brother Qin Mo. I was just returning from outside. The disciples of Chanjiao have arrived, claiming they wish to engage us in discourse. I was on my way to see. The individual explained to Qin Mo, the disciples of Chanjiao have arrived. Qin Mo mused. Discourse? Suddenly, it dawned upon him the true intent behind the arrival of Chanjiao's representatives. The pretense of discourse was but a facade. Their real aim was to regain their lost face. Realizing the situation, Qin Mo promptly sent the junior brother on his way and contemplated the direction of Bayou Palace. While Master S' attention is diverted towards the discourse among the disciples, it would be prudent for me to slip away from Jinao Island. Otherwise, I may find it impossible to depart later. After all, with my current strength, I cannot contend with those disciples from Chanjiao. My presence there would be futile. Moreover, with my senior brother and second senior sister present, and master that old man as well, there is no cause for concern. Although Tongtian Jiao Zhu appeared youthful, Qin Mo was aware that this was merely the guise adopted upon his sanctification. Not only saints, but even quasi-saints, the Luo Jin Xians, and others possess the ability to alter their appearances. After all, one who reaches the Jin Xian realm is effectively granted immortality. The term indestructible Jin Xian is not merely a title. While Qin Mo was uncertain of Tongtian Jiao Zhu's actual age, he was certain it far exceeded his own, which is why he persistently referred to him as the old man. Initially, Tongtian Jiao Zhu found this appellation displeasing, thinking, "I appear so youthful, yet you call me an old man." However, as Qin Mo continued to use this term, Tongtian Jiao Zhu grew accustomed to it and ceased to mind. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo stealthily made his way towards Jin Mo Island. Throughout his journey, Qin Mo refrained from acting too brazenly, fearing he might be discovered by some disciples, which would result in unfavorable consequences should the news reach Tongtian Jiao Zhu. Not every disciple of Jie Jiao had gone to Baiyu Palace. Many remained behind. Jie Jiao boasts the title of 10,000 immortals in attendance, comprising not only direct disciples, but also inner and outer sect members, along with registered disciples, totaling well over 10,000. Before long, Qin Mo arrived at the exit of Jin Mo Island. The journey had been relatively smooth, without any other disciples noticing him. In truth, many had seen the figure with shifty eyes, but as most individuals present were from Jie Jiao, they were unconcerned about any ill-intentioned individuals causing a ruckus in this sacred ground of the saints. They did not recognize Qin Mo, and coupled with his Xian cultivation, they merely regarded him as an outer sect disciple or a registered disciple. After all, it was not uncommon for outer sect or registered disciples to reach the Xian realm. Standing at the exit of Jin Mo Island, Qin Mo wore a broad smile as he murmured towards the direction of Baiyu Palace. "Master old man, I'm heading out now. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, he instantly stepped off Jin Mo Island. Within the Baiyu Palace, disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects were fervently engaged in their contests. At the precise moment Qin Mo departed Jin Mo Island, Tongtian Jiao furrowed his brow, sensing that someone had left the island. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, numerous disciples left Jin Mo Island daily to embark on their journeys, and it was impractical for him to monitor each one. The notion that Qin Mo could be the one to leave was utterly inconceivable to Tongtian. How could he have possibly broken through from the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm to the profound Immortal realm in such a short span? There was still the celestial immortal realm to traverse. Even if he were to vanquish Guang Chengzi, Tongtian would remain incredulous that Qin Mo could achieve such a monumental breakthrough in so brief a time. As Qin Mo's right foot touched the coastline of the East Sea, a sudden notification from the system resonated. "Ding! Please, host, hasten to the Yang residence at Guanjinku to rescue the Yang Tianyu family and alter the fates of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Recruiting them as disciples. Task rewards: complete 9-turn profound skill, 1 random divine artifact, and 2 fate-altering pills. Additional rewards: access to the lottery wheel and 1 complimentary draw to BY Heaven." Qin Mo exclaimed, utterly astonished by the bountiful rewards of this task, which delighted him immensely. Furthermore, the complete 9-turn profound skill was a technique cultivated by Pangu himself, and the opportunity for a lottery draw was simply splendid, causing Qin Mo to beam with joy. However, he was intrigued by the nature of the fate-altering pill. System: what exactly is this fate-altering pill? What effects does it possess? The fate-altering pill, as its name implies, possesses the power to defy fate, enabling mortals to ascend to immortality, resurrecting the deceased, and allowing immortals to safely navigate impending tribulations, the system elucidated. However, this fate-altering pill is only effective for Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Cursing under his breath, Qin Mo could not contain his frustration. Upon hearing the system's prior explanation, he was ecstatic, viewing the fate-altering pill as an unparalleled treasure, far more precious than the ginseng fruit of Jinyuan Daxian. Yet upon hearing the system's subsequent clarification, his spirits plummeted. He could not help but inquire, "System, It seems as if Yang Jiao and Yang Jian are akin to your own flesh and blood. Apologies, host, but this system is merely a program and cannot bear children. The system replied. After a brief exchange of banter with the system, Qin Mo recited a few incantations and summoned a cloud to fly towards Guanjingkou. The Yang residents in Guanjingkou, Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu anxiously packed their belongings, preparing to flee with their 3 children. My lady, do you truly believe we can evade the pursuit of the celestial court? Yang Tianyu inquired. Yao Ji shook her head without hesitation and replied, No. Seeing the disappointment etched on Yang Tianyu's face, Yao Ji continued, Do not worry, my husband. I will ensure that the celestial court does not harm our children. You must take them and escape while I hold off the celestial generals. No, my lady, Yang Tianyu resolutely countered. You take the children first. I will face the celestial generals. Having married you in this lifetime, I shall have no regrets even in death. Yao Ji gazed at Yang Tianyu with deep sorrow. Her eyes filled with reluctance and unwavering resolve. Yao Ji was the younger sister of the Jade Emperor, the celestial court's eldest princess, and the goddess governing the Desire Realm. In her quest to capture the 3-headed Jiao, Yao Ji descended to the mortal realm and battled the creature for several days and nights. In an unfortunate moment, she was fatally wounded, her heart shattered by the 3-headed Jiao. Though immortals can survive without a heart, Yao Ji fell into a deep coma. Yang Tianyu, en route to take the imperial examination, discovered the unconscious Yao Ji and selflessly gave her half of his heart, which revived her. With this shared heart, they could sense each other's thoughts, leading to a burgeoning affection. Yao Ji, in secret, wed Yang Tianyu in the mortal realm, bearing 3 children. Time flows differently. A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. 18 years passed, and the Jade Emperor discovered Yao Ji's clandestine life among mortals and her 3 offspring, inciting his wrath and prompting him to dispatch celestial soldiers to capture her. Upon hearing Yao Ji's words, Yang Tianyu lowered his head slowly, tears glistening in his eyes, mingled with profound guilt for failing to protect his wife and children. Just as he wallowed in self-reproach, Yao Ji gently embraced him and spoke tenderly. Do not worry, my husband. As the celestial court's eldest princess, those celestial soldiers will not dare to harm me. Take the children and flee. Once you are safe, I will follow. Reluctantly, Yang Tianyu nodded in agreement. Yet he resolved to let the 3 children depart first while he would stand alongside Yao Ji against the celestial generals, buying time for their escape. Together, they would live or die. Soon, the celestial soldiers surrounded the entire Yang residence, allowing no one to leave except for Yang Tianyu's family. Though they were immortals, they dared not slaughter innocents in the mortal realm for fear of divine retribution, as demonstrated by the fate of the demon race years prior. Despite Yang Tianyu and his children being mortals, they were marked for execution by the Jade Emperor and would not be spared. With no other innocents remaining in the Yang residence, a commanding voice echoed from the heavens. Bold Yao Ji, as the eldest princess of the celestial court and goddess of desire, you dare indulge in mortal affections. The Jade Emperor commands your capture and return to the celestial court. The rest shall face immediate execution. As these words resonated, a chilling aura enveloped the entire Yang residence. Among the 3 siblings, only little Yang Chan displayed a hint of fear, hiding behind Yao Ji. Yang Jiao stood defiantly in front of his father, gazing resolutely at the celestial soldiers above, while Yang Jian took a secondary position as a father. Yang Tianyu could not allow his children to stand in harm's way. Swiftly pulling Yang Jiao and Yang Jian behind him, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yao Ji, facing the celestial soldiers with unwavering courage that the great golden crow, Yao Ji stepped forward, fixing her gaze on the celestial soldiers in the sky. Indeed, the great golden crow materialized, addressing Yao Ji. Aunt, return with me to the celestial court, that, if you plead with his majesty, he may show leniency. Yao Ji shook her head and implored, Great golden crow, for the sake of my husband and my children, please spare them. If you do, I will accompany you back to the celestial court to plead for forgiveness from the Jade Emperor. Yang Tianyu and the children, witnessing Yao Ji's willingness to face the wrath of the heavens for their sake, felt a wave of reluctance and despair wash over them, eager to interject, but were halted by Yao Ji's raised hand. That is impossible. The great golden crow rejected outright. Who would dare defy the emperor's decree? They are marked for death by his majesty. Aunt, I advise you to relinquish any hopes of their survival. Seeing the great golden crow's refusal, Yao Ji's expression hardened. Drawing her treasured sword, she declared, since you refuse to spare them, I shall fight you to the death, that I will never abandon them. We shall live or die together. Yang Tianyu and his sons echoed her sentiment, standing resolutely beside Yao Ji, the great golden crow. Witnessing their defiance, ceased to refer to Yao Ji as it and spoke with grave authority. Yao Ji, since you show no remorse, do not blame me for what follows. With that, the great golden crow commanded the celestial soldiers. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Just as the great golden crow and the celestial soldiers were about to act, a voice suddenly resonated from afar. Wuliang, Liang, Yang, Yang, Tinzin, Zun, Zun, Zun. Qin Mo had already arrived, hidden in the shadows. The focus of both the great golden crow and Yao Ji was solely on each other, unaware of his presence. Amused by the situation, Qin Mo recalled a scene from his previous life while watching the prequel to the Lotus Lantern, where Yuding Zhenren discreetly guided Yang Jian to visit Inquan Mountain to seek a master, embellishing his speech with echoes. Finding it amusing, Qin Mo decided to give himself a similar effect, relishing the feeling of being an otherworldly sage. Who goes there? The great golden crow immediately became alert. At such a critical juncture, an unexpected presence had emerged. Could it be someone come to aid Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu's family? The great golden crow must remain vigilant. I am Qin Mo, the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian patriarch from the Bo Palace. As Qin Mo introduced himself, he gradually came into the view of the assembled crowd at this moment. He stood directly opposite the golden crow, positioned diagonally above the Yang Tianyu family. The golden crow scrutinized Qin Mo with a watchful expression and then spoke, so, you are a disciple of a sage. Why have you come here instead of cultivating on Golden Ao Island? The Heavenly Court is currently conducting its affairs, and I hope you will refrain from interfering. Haha. Qin Mo chuckled lightly, not answering the golden crow's question. Instead, he surveyed the golden crow in return and inquired, are you the one who is said to be numerically challenged? The golden crow, numerically challenged. The golden crow was taken aback, unable to comprehend Qin Mo's meaning. Noticing the golden crow's confusion, Qin Mo elaborated. Do you not know? The Jade Zhenren of the Chen sect has been proclaiming to others. The son of the Jade Emperor is numerically challenged. He was referring to you. Golden Crow. Upon hearing this, the golden crow grew even more perplexed. He did not even know the Jade Zhenren, nor could he recall having offended him. Why would he slander him everywhere? No, he must teach the Jade Zhenren a lesson when next they meet. Even if he belongs to the Chen sect, what of it? To slander him is to insult the Jade Emperor and the Heavenly Court. Such a thing cannot be tolerated. After resolving this in his heart, the golden crow once again inquired of Qin Mo, what brings you here, Taoist? If you are merely here to observe, please stand back to avoid any misfortune. If you intend to assist the Yaoji family, then you are opposing the Heavenly Court. Opposing the Heavenly Court? Qin Mo retorted with a mocking smile. I am so terrified. As he said this, Qin Mo feigned a frightened expression. What of opposing the Heavenly Court? Go back and ask Hao Yin. Does he dare to lay a hand on me? Qin Mo's demeanor turned icy in an instant. Ask Hao Yin if he can withstand the wrath of my master. The Tongtian patriarch, tell you the truth. I am here for them. With that, Qin Mo pointed towards the Yang Tianyu family. The golden crow's face flushed with rage at Qin Mo's words. Had it not been for someone restraining him, he would have already attacked. In the golden crow's mind, the Jade Emperor was akin to heaven, his authority surpassing all else. The one restraining the golden crow was none other than the Marshal Tianpo, who understood the might of the GS sect. If the golden crow were to strike Qin Mo, whether he could win was another matter, but he would undoubtedly offend the GS sect gravely. The GS sect is renowned as the foremost sect of the wilderness, claiming to host a myriad of celestial beings. If that were to happen, the disciples of the GS sect could easily upend the Heavenly Court without the Tongtian patriarch needing to lift a finger. Seeing that the golden crow refrained from violence, Qin Mo snorted coldly at him before shifting his gaze to Yaoji. Coincidentally, Chaoge was also observing Qin Mo, and after a brief moment of eye contact, Qin Mo spoke. Princess Chaoge, I wish to take your son Yang Jiao and Yang Jian as my disciples. May I inquire if the princess would consent? The disparity in Qin Mo's demeanor towards Chaoge compared to the Golden Crow only served to infuriate the Golden Crow further. Upon hearing this, Chaoge's heart leaped with joy. She had just learned that the newcomer was a direct disciple of the Tongtian saint of the Jie sect. If Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were to become his disciples, the Jade Emperor would not dare to act against them. After all, that would be tantamount to slapping the Tongtian patriarch in the face. The Golden Crow had also heard this, and his face turned livid. He then admonished, Chaoge, even if they enter the Jie sect, they will still be targets of the Heavenly Court. The Jie sect cannot protect them. Oh, is that so? Before Chaoge could respond, Qin Mo interjected, You truly overestimate Hao Yin. How dare you, Qin Mo, to presume to call his majesty by name? The Golden Crow's patience wore thin as Qin Mo repeatedly referred to the Jade Emperor so casually that I shall call him Hao Yin. What can you do about it? Qin Mo countered, Hao Yin does not dare to offend my Jie sect. What are you? With a smile, Qin Mo turned back to Chaoge and asked, Princess Chaoge, may I have your consent? Chaoge glanced at the furious Golden Crow above, then at Qin Mo, and finally at her husband and children. She nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, since the Taoist is willing to take Jiaoer and Jinner as disciples. I consent. Excellent, excellent. Qin Mo laughed heartily, unabashedly mocking the Golden Crow while raising an eyebrow at him. The enraged Golden Crow felt his anger nearly reach a boiling point, ignoring the fuming Golden Crow. Chaoge hurriedly turned to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, instructing Jiaoer, Jinner, do not delay in greeting your master. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian promptly bowed towards Qin Mo. Disciple Yang Jiao pays respect to the master. Disciple Yang Jian pays respect to the master. After the two had bowed thrice, the system's voice resonated in Qin Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Ha ha! Splendid, splendid. Qin Mo laughed again. Good disciples, please rise. Thank you, Master. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian expressed their gratitude before standing up and moving to join their father. Yang Tianyu, their previous anxiety now dissipated, having become disciples of Qin Mo. They felt reassured that as long as their master was present, the Heavenly Court would not dare to act against them. Although they were unfamiliar with the Jie sect, they gathered from Qin Mo's exchange with the Golden Crow that the Jie sect did not fear the Heavenly Court. Rather, it was the Heavenly Court that feared the Jie sect. Moreover, Qin Mo's defiance towards the Golden Crow had struck them as remarkably impressive that I in high spirits after taking a disciples. Qin Mo turned back to the Golden Crow and said, Hey, numerically challenged one, are you not going to take your people and leave? Do you intend to stay and partake in my celebratory feast for taking on disciples? Upon hearing this, the Golden Crow was about to raise his wheel in fury when Marshal Tianpeng quickly intervened. Whispering to him, Golden Crow, do not act rashly. The Jie sect is formidable. We cannot afford to offend them. IT would be wiser to retreat for now and report back to His Majesty for his decision. Seeing Marshal Tianpeng invoke the name of the Jade Emperor, the Golden Crow reluctantly lowered his wheel, glaring fiercely at Qin Mo before uttering a terse withdraw as he led his celestial troops back to the Heavenly Court. As he departed, the Golden Crow threw a threatening remark at Qin Mo. I shall see how long you can protect them. The Heavenly Court will not let them off easily. Qin Mo was not one to be trifled with either. He retorted, numerically challenged one. You need not worry. Go back and tell Hao Yin that if he dares to harm a single member of the Yang family, my master, the Tongtian Patriarch, will surely pay a visit to the Heavenly Court. Hearing Qin Mo continually refer to him as numerically challenged, the Golden Crow silently vowed to teach the Jade Zhenren a lesson the next time they to slander his name everywhere was truly intolerable. Once the Golden Crow and his celestial entourage had departed, Qin Mo finally felt a sense of relief. He was not afraid of the Golden Crow. His physical prowess could contend with the Taiyi Immortal. And the Golden Crow was indeed of the same cultivation level. What he feared was that a confrontation with the Golden Crow would leave him unable to protect the Yang family. If Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were slain by celestial soldiers, it would be a grave matter indeed. Although they had Chaoge on their side, the opposing force still had Marshal Tianpeng. Even though Marshal Tianpeng had not sought to harm Yang Jian and Yang Chan in the previous tale of the Lotus Lantern, Qin Mo could not guarantee that his presence would not sway Marshal Tianpeng to act differently. Thank you, Taoist, for saving our lives. After the departure of the Golden Crow and his celestial soldiers, Yaoji sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude to Qin Mo alongside her husband Yang Tianyu and the siblings Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Princess Yaoji, there is no need for such formalities. After all, I am now the master of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Qin Mo replied with a smile, the earlier bravado he had displayed in front of the Golden Crow fading away. Nevertheless, we must thank you. Taoist, had it not been for your timely arrival, our family would have faced certain death at the hands of the celestial soldiers, Yang Tianyu added. Upon hearing Yang Tianyu's words, Qin Mo turned his gaze towards him, scrutinizing him closely before shaking his head inwardly. In many novels from his previous life that depicted the wilderness, it was said that Yang Tianyu was an undercover agent from the West. A pawn of those shameless too, with the aim of causing Yaoji to err, turning the Jade Emperor against Yaoji's family. However, as Qin Mo examined Yang Tianyu now, he detected no aura of the West emanating from him. Perhaps he was well concealed. Qin Mo pondered to himself, choosing to disregard the matter at hand. After all, what concern was it of his? It was the headache of Haotian, not his tea that moment. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian approached Qin Mo from either side, expressing their admiration. Master, you were incredibly impressive just now, leaving that great Golden Crow speechless. Yes, they spoke. Their gazes toward Qin Mo were filled with respect and envy. Rest assured, my disciples, I shall impart the ways of Taoism to you, and you shall fear neither the great Golden Crow nor the Jade Emperor. Qin Mo replied with a smile. Really? Upon hearing Qin Mo's grand promises, both of them were filled with sparkling excitement, their imaginations igniting visions of themselves standing triumphantly over the Jade Emperor and grasping the great Golden Crow. Seeing her two sons in such high spirits, Yaoji felt a tinge of embarrassment. She then glanced at Yang Chan beside her and turned to Qin Mo with a request. Taoist, may I ask you to take Chaner as your disciple? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo looked towards the eagerly expectant Yang Chan. He was indeed inclined to accept her as a disciple, for Yang Chan was destined to be a great beauty. It would be a pity for her to fall into the hands of Lu Yanchong in the future. However, the system had not bestowed upon him such a task. Even if he were to accept Yang Chan as a disciple now, he lacked a precious item like the Lotus Lantern to offer her, which would surely be a source of embarrassment. With that thought, Qin Mo adopted the demeanor of a reclusive sage, gently shaking his head as he spoke. From my observations, there is no destined bond between Yang Chan and myself as teacher and student. Her master lies elsewhere. I could see these words. The once hopeful Yang Chan appeared as though she had lost something invaluable, her head slowly bowing as she became increasingly despondent, on the verge of tears. Qin Mo, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, what a shocking turn of events! Was his charm so overwhelming that Yang Chan would weep at the prospect of not being accepted as his disciple? He was aware that Yang Chan would one day become a disciple of Nuwa, a saint like Tongtian Jiaozhu, and he dared not compete with a saint for a disciple. Seeing Qin Mo's reluctance to accept Yang Chan, Yao Ji felt a sense of discontent and inquired, may I ask who Chaner's future master will be? The secrets of fate cannot be divulged. Qin Mo replied, when the time is right, Yang Chan's master will naturally appear. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan felt tears welling up once more. Her two brothers had masters, yet here she was, left without one that was her talent insufficient, leading the Taoist to claim that her master lay elsewhere merely to dismiss her. Seeing her distress, Qin Mo felt a pang of compassion, and thus he said, though I cannot reveal who Yang Chan's master is, I can offer you a hint. I see this. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation, including the previously lost in thought Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Yang Chan's future master holds a status not inferior to that of my own master, Tongtian Jiaozhu. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Aside from Qin Mo and Yang Chan, everyone else gazed at her in shock, especially Yao Ji, whose heart surged with joy if Yang Chan's master was of such high standing, even if not a saint. They would surely be a formidable figure akin to Jinyuan Daxian, powerful beings that the heavenly court dared not provoke. With this realization, Yaoji felt utterly reassured, no longer worrying for her children. As long as they remained safe, she and her husband would willingly accept any fate. After expressing her gratitude to Qin Mo once more, Yaoji took Yang Tianyu and Yang Chan back into their home. Leaving only the three disciples behind, as a celestial being, Yaoji understood that with the acceptance of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian as disciples, Qin Mo would soon commence their teachings in the ways of Tao. Such teachings, belonging to the Jie sect, were not for outsiders to behold. Even as their mother and sister, Yaoji and Yang Tianyu were still considered outsiders. Once Yaoji and the others departed, Qin Mo instructed Yang Jiao and Yang Jian to lead him to an empty room. With a casual wave of his hand, two ordinary mats appeared on the floor. These mats were crafted by him upon receiving the system's task. Now that you have taken me as your master, I shall share with you some teachings, Qin Mo said after ensuring the two brothers were seated comfortably. You have an elder brother named Nezha, whom you will meet in due time. From this day forth, Yang Jiao shall be my second disciple, and Yang Jian, you shall be my third. Yes, master, the two responded in unison, nodding eagerly. Excellent, Qin Mo replied with satisfaction. Now, I shall present each of you with a token of our first meeting. With that, he flicked his fingers, and in an instant, two pills appeared before each brother, floating in the air and emanating a rich medicinal fragrance. How delightful! Yang Jiao and Yang Jian inhaled deeply, marveling at the aroma. The scent was so enticing that even Qin Mo felt a temptation to consume the pills, yet realizing they were of no use to him and meant solely for the two brothers. He refrained, muttering a curse towards the system in his heart that go ahead and consume them. Qin Mo urged, his expression betraying a hint of reluctance as he spoke in a grave tone, without hesitation. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian eagerly grasped the pills and swallowed them whole. As the pills entered their bodies, they dissolved instantly, sending waves of invigorating energy coursing through their limbs, making them feel as though they were basking in a warm spring bath. Yang Jiao could not suppress a contented sigh. How delightful! Hearing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar glance at the blissful Yang Jiao. The sound was easily misinterpreted, should Yang Tianyu and his wife overhear. They might think he had done something untoward to Yang Jiao. His sexual orientation was perfectly normal. Thank you very much. Seizing the opportunity while the fate alteration pills worked their magic, Qin Mo initiated communication with the system. System, extract the 9 turns mysterious skill. Ding! The complete version of the 9 turns mysterious skill has been extracted. Congratulations, the host has learned the complete version of the 9 turns mysterious skill in an instant. A multitude of intricate characters flooded Qin Mo's mind, all of which he recognized with familiarity. After digesting the information, he nodded with satisfaction, a broad smile gracing his face, as this was the 9 turns mysterious skill. Impressive, Qin Mo felt his physical strength heightening significantly. Though he had only mastered the first tier of the 9 turns mysterious skill, its enhancement to his physical form was substantial with his current strength. He could contend with practitioners at the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Such was the might of the 9 turns mysterious skill, a true testament to Pangu's teachings. Qin Mo couldn't help but silently commend it. System, extract a random artifact. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Mo continued with the extraction. Ding! Random artifact extraction successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the innate treasure, the Hunyuan axe. Hunyuan axe? Qin Mo exclaimed, perplexed as he retrieved the axe from the system's repository. In an instant, a powerful aura of innate treasures filled the room. The axe's handle gleamed a deep black gold, while the blade shone a chilling silver white, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. What a magnificent treasure! Qin couldn't help but exclaim in a W.E. And no sooner had he spoken than the door burst open, revealing Yaoji, her expression fraught with concern. She had sensed the aura of the innate treasure and rushed over, fearing for Qin Mo and the two children's safety. Upon seeing them engaged in their training, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, upon spotting the Hunyuan axe in Qin Mo's grasp, Yaoji gasped in astonishment. An innate treasure. There were few known innate treasures on the Honghuang continent. Most were held by the great saints. Though Yao Ji had never encountered an innate treasure, she had seen innate spiritual treasures before. The aura of an innate treasure was far denser than that of a spiritual treasure, and she could easily distinguish between the two, realizing that Qin Mo was the direct disciple of Tongtian Jiazhu. She accepted this revelation with grace. Children of saints were not lacking in treasures. Now that she saw her children safe, she left the room, allowing Qin Mo to resume his teachings. Afterward, Qin Mo returned the Hunyuan axe to the system's repository, and the aura of the innate treasure dissipated instantly. System commenced the lottery. Qin Mo once again addressed the system. When he completed the task, the lottery wheel had already appeared, but he hadn't had the opportunity to spin it at that time. Ding! The lottery begins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a nirvana pill that in the next moment, a fiery red pill materialized in the system's repository. System, what are the effects of a nirvana pill? Is it of any use to me? Qin Mo still harbored a yearning for pills. Had the fate-altering pill not been of any benefit to him, he would never have given it to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. The nirvana pill can enhance the cultivation base of a consumer, and it is indeed useful for the host, the system explained. Wonderful. Upon hearing that it would be beneficial for him, Qin Mo was overjoyed, his spirits soaring. Finally, a pill that could be of use to him had appeared. It had not come easily. If taking the nirvana pill were as pleasant as the fate-altering pill, it would be even more perfect. The system, internally you can give it a try, to your demise. After calming his excitement, Qin Mo turned his gaze to the two brothers, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. At that moment, the brothers had already completed their extraordinary fate alteration. Although they had yet to commence their cultivation, they possessed complete celestial bodies, radiating an aura reminiscent of heavenly beings. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Qin Mo noticed that the calamities surrounding them had vanished. Oh my! Qin Mo gasped in astonishment, utterly amazed. Was this the effect of the fate-altering pill? It was indeed formidable. Furthermore, the two were originally born as demigod bodies, and now, nourished by the fate-altering pill, they had attained celestial cultivation. If only future task rewards could include fate-altering pills that were beneficial to me, how splendid that would be! Qin Mo sighed repeatedly in his heart, fantasizing about one day consuming a fate-altering pill himself. Moments later, he snapped back to reality and addressed the brothers. Next, I shall impart the Qingxi method of my sect to you both. I hope you will practice diligently and not let my honest efforts go to waste. Rest assured, Master, we will cultivate diligently, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian replied in unison. Qin Mo nodded slightly, then extended his finger to tap each of their foreheads. In an instant, a torrent of immense information flooded their minds. That hurts. The sudden discomfort caused both of them to experience intense headaches. After a brief moment, the pain gradually subsided. Seeing that the brothers were no longer in pain, Qin Mo continued, the Qingxi method is a secret of my sect, and no one outside the sect is permitted to practice it. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of your ancestral master, Tongtian. Do not worry, Master, we will never disclose the method to anyone else, the brothers promised eagerly upon hearing this. Good, Qin Mo said. The other method, known as the 8-9 profound art, is an unparalleled skill. Should you master it, the heavenly court will pose no threat to you. This 8-9 profound art was precisely what Qin Mo had extracted from the 9-turn profound art. It was not only stronger than the 8-9 profound art of the Chan sect, but also far more complete. This version was the true 8-9 profound art. Not only could this art enhance the physical body, but it could also strengthen the primordial spirit. Once perfected, one would possess an indestructible primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit remains intact, one cannot perish it. In contrast, the 8-9 profound art of the Chan sect, upon reaching completion, merely grants one 72 lives. Once all 72 lives are extinguished, that person is truly dead. Upon hearing how formidable the 8-9 profound art was, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were overjoyed. With such power, they would no longer fear the heavenly court. The two brothers silently vowed to protect their parents and younger sister. After their moment of joy, they exchanged glances, then knelt respectfully before Qin Mo. Yang Jiao then spoke. Thank you, Master, for bestowing us with this method, and why, brother, and I will surely cultivate diligently and not bring shame upon you, in the future. We will express our gratitude for your salvation and teachings. Qin Mo looked upon them with great satisfaction, then helped them to their feet. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, remember my words, a man should not kneel lightly. Aside from your own parents and your ancestral master, there is no need to kneel before anyone. Even before me, you're not to kneel, understood? Holding modern sensibilities, Qin Mo was quite averse to the notion of kneeling at every turn, and thus advised Yang Jiao and Yang Jian accordingly. But, Master, the brothers began to protest, but were interrupted by Qin Mo's raised hand. No buts. This is my command, Qin Mo said with a serious expression. Finding themselves unable to refute their master, the brothers could only acquiesce. Bowing respectfully, we shall heed your command, Master. Very well, Qin Mo replied, smiling as he nodded. Having completed his impartation of teachings and finding no further matters at hand, he intended to return to Golden Ao Island. However, upon seeing Yang Jian, a thought suddenly struck him. Thus he addressed Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao, you may go and practice. Yang Jian, accompany me outside for a moment. Yes, Master. Yang Jiao glanced at Yang Jian before taking his leave. After exchanging greetings with Yao Ji and her husband, Yang Jian departed with Qin Mo. Riding on clouds away from Guanjinko, it is said that after the three-headed dragon was gravely injured by Yao Ji, it was discovered by the celestial beings of Kunlun Mountain while passing through, and subsequently trapped at the entrance of Kunlun Mountain. Qin Mo's current objective was precisely to rescue the three-headed dragon ensnared there. What? Is Qin Mo not afraid of being discovered by Yuan Shi Tianzun? Of course, he was apprehensive. However, as far as Qin Mo knew, Yuan Shi Tianzun typically did not pay much attention to matters atop Kunlun Mountain. After all, Kunlun Mountain was the stronghold of the Chen sect, overseen by a sage, who would dare to stir trouble there. Moreover, with the system shielding their auras, it was a piece of cake. Presently, at the entrance of Kunlun Mountain, two shadowy figures stealthily emerged, carefully scanning their surroundings to avoid detection while searching for the cave that imprisoned the three-headed dragon. Kunlun Mountain was not merely home to the 12 Golden Immortals and the Southern Polar Immortal. There were also individuals like the White Crane Boy. Additionally, Qin Mo was aware that the deputy leader of the Chen sect, Randeng, was also present on Kunlun Mountain, although Randeng held the title of deputy leader. In terms of seniority, he stood on equal footing with Yuan Shi Tianzun, being one of the 3,000 worldly guests of Zishao Palace, thus regarded as a brother-disciple. Years ago, after Yuan Shi Tianzun attained enlightenment, Randeng sought a place to reside and humbly lowered his status to request Yuan Shi Tianzun to take him as a disciple. Yuan Shi refused and later appointed Randeng as the deputy leader of the Chen sect, to others. Randeng was still considered a disciple of Yuan Shi, albeit not a direct one, after what felt like half a stick of incense. Qin Mo finally spotted a suspicious cave at the entrance of Kunlun Mountain. This cave resembled an open mouth, with a row of jagged rock formations resembling teeth above and below, based on the knowledge he had gained from watching the Legend of the Lotus Lantern in his previous life. Qin Mo concluded that this cave was indeed the lair of the three-headed dragon. Recalling the events from the Legend of the Lotus Lantern, the three-headed dragon had once absorbed Wu Ge and Hu Mei, declaring, "You are now within my belly." Thus, Qin Mo could ascertain that this cave was the mouth of the three-headed dragon. Consequently, he and Yang Jian stealthily approached the entrance, just as he prepared to knock. The cave suddenly gaped wide open, a forceful suction emanating from within to not resist. Qin Mo communicated telepathically to Yang Jian. As Yang Jian was about to resist, he received Qin Mo's message and thus relinquished his struggle, allowing himself to be drawn in alongside his master. Once they stood firm, Qin Mo surveyed their surroundings and confirmed that he and Yang Jian had indeed entered the belly of the three-headed dragon. As he discerned the floating pearls above them, those pearls were the dragon pearl that served as the heavenly court's treasure. Qin Mo smiled faintly, his expression calm as he addressed the dragon pearl. "Three-headed dragon, aren't you coming out?" No sooner had he spoken than a man with fish-like fins on either cheek appeared, eyeing Qin Mo warily and inquiring, "Who are you? How do you know I am here?" Meanwhile, upon seeing the figure, Yang Jian immediately became alert. Yet upon hearing three-headed dragon, he felt a vague sense of familiarity, as though he had heard the name somewhere before, but could not quite place it. Who I am is not important. What matters is whether you wish to leave this place. Qin Mo chuckled, exuding an air of a transcendent sage. I could see that moment. The three-headed Jiao remained silent, for he had just caught a whiff of a scent that was both familiar and loathsome to him. The three-headed Jiao glanced at Yang Jian beside him, sniffed again, and then disdainfully remarked, "The aura of Yao Ji. Who is she to you?" Upon hearing the three-headed Jiao, who appeared rather villainous, addressing him, Yang Jian was about to respond when Qin Mo interjected. Yao Ji is naturally his mother. How do you feel about that? Are you not delighted? At this, the three-headed Jiao was initially taken aback. He had not anticipated that even the goddess of desire had borne children. It was precisely because he had succumbed to desire that he fled from the heavenly court, only to be relentlessly pursued by Yao Ji to the ends of the earth. Now, hearing that Yao Ji had a child, the three-headed Jiao burst in a hearty laughter. Ha! I never imagined that Yao Ji would also find herself in such a predicament. At that moment, Yang Jian suddenly recalled that his mother had descended to capture the three-headed Jiao. With this realization, his gaze toward the three-headed Jiao turned sharp. Were it not for his current lack of cultivation, he would have already struck down the three-headed Jiao, who harbored intentions to eliminate his mother. Yao Ji. Though the three-headed Jiao had inadvertently contributed to their family's existence, Yang Jian was unwilling to place his mother in constant peril. Upon realizing that Yang Jian was Yao Ji's child, the three-headed Jiao fixated on him, eager to strike him down. However, he refrained from acting, as Qin Mo's presence loomed dangerously nearby, and despite Qin Mo appearing to possess merely the cultivation of an early Xianxian, he exuded an aura of immense threat. Qin Mo, uninterested in the three-headed Jiao's thoughts, understood he was in the heart of the Chan sect's stronghold and needed to swiftly subdue the three-headed Jiao to depart. Lest they linger too long, the three-headed Jiao, Qin Mo declared, I present you with two choices. Either transform into a weapon and acknowledge my disciple Yang Jian as your master, in which case I shall escort you away from here, or face obliteration, your spirit scattered. Upon hearing this, the three-headed Jiao's heart ignited with fury, but he quickly suppressed it. He held no confidence in overcoming the Taoist before him. This Taoist was exceedingly oppressive to him. He mused that he seemed more villainous than himself. Currently trapped in Kunlun Mountain, the domain of the Chan sect, he knew that should he cause a commotion and provoke the celestial beings of the Chan sect, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, the three-headed Jiao was unaware of the nature of Qin Mo's affiliation with the Chan sect. If their relationship was strained, he could potentially escalate matters, allowing the Chan sect celestial beings to deal with Qin Mo. Conversely, if Qin Mo were indeed a member of the Chan sect, it would be the three-headed Jiao who would suffer the consequences. What to do? Yet the thought of acknowledging Yang Jian as his master and becoming his weapon left him resentful. After all, Yang Jian was the son of his adversary, Yao Ji. Observing the three-headed Jiao's indecision, Qin Mo frowned, his expression turning frigid. He was devoid of patience. Three-headed Jiao, I grant you 3 breaths to make your decision. Should you fail to do so, I shall execute you. With that, the primordial axe materialized in Qin Mo's grasp. In an instant, the aura of a supreme innate treasure and an icy killing intent filled the entire cave. The three-headed Jiao was seized by fear. Fortunately, he was currently manifesting as a spirit and not in his true form, or he might have been reduced to a trembling mess. Furthermore, as they resided within the three-headed Jiao's belly, this aura caused him considerable anguish. Ultimately, unable to endure the torment any longer, the three-headed Jiao hastily knelt before Qin Mo, pleading, Might I implore you, exalted one, to spare me? The little dragon is willing to acknowledge Yang Jian as his master and become his weapon. Though the three-headed Jiao was a Jiao and not a true dragon, he often referred to himself as a dragon to project a semblance of strength. Seeing the three-headed Jiao acquiesce, Qin Mo's stern demeanor softened, and he casually waved his hand to stow away the dragon pearl. He then instructed the three-headed Jiao, Yang Jian and I shall depart first. Once you are freed from your confinement, transform into a weapon and promptly convey the incantation to control you to Yang Jian. Do you understand? Should you dare to play any tricks, I will not hesitate to slay you. Do you comprehend? Witnessing Qin Mo secure the dragon pearl, the three-headed Jiao's expression reflected pain, yet he did not dare to intervene, for he was uncertain whether resisting Qin Mo would lead to his immediate demise. The overwhelming aura was an experience he never wished to endure again. It was terrifying beyond measure. Yes, Exalted One. The little dragon would never dare to act with treachery, he replied, lowering his stance. Seeing this, Qin Mo nodded slightly and led Yang Jian out. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Qin Mo looked up to find a yellow talisman affixed above. Recognizing it as the dragon confinement talisman that bound the three-headed Jiao, Yang Jian removed that talisman. Qin Mo instructed. Yes, master, Yang Jian replied, promptly reaching out to detach the dragon confinement talisman. Why didn't Qin Mo remove it himself? After all, this talisman was affixed by the celestial beings of Kunlun, and he was a member of the Chan sect. If it were to remove it, the celestial beings would surely detect his presence. At that point, escaping Kunlun Mountain would become a formidable challenge unless the primordial teacher intervened. He had secretly ventured out this time and could not allow the primordial teacher to discover it. If Yang Jian were to remove it, it would go unnoticed, as he bore no aura of the Chan sect at that moment. Additionally, as Yang Jian's master, it was unbecoming for a disciple to do the work of the master. The instant the dragon confinement talisman was removed, the three-headed Jiao instantly transformed into his true form, soaring through the air before promptly morphing into a weapon and landing before Yang Jian. Qin Mo looked on in exasperation. Damn it, the three-headed Jiao is truly troublesome. By doing so, are you not attracting the attention of the Chan sect? Just as the three-headed Jiao was about to impart the incantation to control him to Yang Jian, Qin Mo seized the three-pointed, two-edged blade in one hand and lifted Yang Jian with the other, stating, the incantation can wait. We must leave this place first. Before his words faded, Qin Mo soared into the distance on a cloud, moving with a speed akin to one hastening toward reincarnation. And no sooner had Qin Mo departed than a Taoist wielding a floating dust appeared, his features sharp and imposing, exuding an aura of authority without overt anger. The Taoist sensed the surroundings carefully, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered, Who has released the three-headed Jiao? Soon after, the figure of the Taoist gradually vanished. Qin Mo, carrying Yang Jian and the three-pointed, two-edged blade, continued their flight until they felt secure enough to pause. With a furious expression, he hurled the blade to the ground, kicking it several times in frustration. The three-headed Jiao pleaded repeatedly, Exalted One. Spare me, please. Yang Jian, observing his master's outburst, was filled with curiosity, wondering why Qin Mo was so incensed that it seemed that Qin Mo was not yet satisfied, as he delivered a few more kicks to the three-headed Jiao before finally stopping. In pain, the three-headed Jiao reverted to his human form, crouching on the ground with his arms wrapped around his head, displaying a look of fear and injustice. He could not fathom how he had offended Qin Mo to warrant such treatment. Qin Mo, seeing this, scolded the three-headed Jiao sternly. Who told you to revert to your human form? Transform back at once. Remember, you are merely a weapon now. Without Yang Jian's command, you are not permitted to assume human form. Do you understand? Yes, I understand my mistake, the three-headed Jiao replied, nodding vigorously in fear, hastily transforming back into the three-pointed, two-edged blade. Damn, this fellow is truly difficult to please. Were it not for the inability to overpower him, I would have fled long ago. The three-headed Jiao felt his future was fraught with darkness. Witnessing Qin Mo's treatment of the three-headed Jiao, Yang Jian offered a moment of silent sympathy for him. Subsequently, Yang Jian approached Qin Mo, inquiring about the cause of his anger. Qin Mo, casting a dark glare at the three-pointed, two-edged blade that was the three-headed Jiao, exclaimed in exasperation, Damn it, this troublesome creature stirred up such a commotion. As if he feared the Chan sect would not notice his emergence. Were it not for his relative obedience and his acknowledgement of you as his master, I would have long since dispatched this fool. Damn it, Qin Mo, with an irritable demeanor, explained to Yang Jian, utterly lacking the composure of a master, let alone that of an immortal. Upon understanding the source of Qin Mo's anger, Yang Jian found himself both amused and exasperated. offering a moment of silent tribute to the Sanshou Jiao. The Sanshou Jiao, now transformed into a trident-shaped blade, felt increasingly aggrieved, as its earlier commotion was merely an expression of joy. Why should it be so? Besides, your presence on Kunlun Mountain surely indicates a strong affiliation with the Chan sect, so why such fear of being discovered by them? In truth, the Sanshou Jiao remained unaware that Qin Mo was a disciple of the Jie sect, who had recently injured Taiyi Zhenren, fostering animosity between him and the Chan sect. Presently, the disciples of the Chan sect would take delight in seeing Qin Mo harmed. If they were to learn of his arrival at Kunlun Mountain, they would undoubtedly converge upon him. This was a reality that Qin Mo understood better than anyone. After delivering a sound thrashing to the Sanshou Jiao, Qin Mo's mood lightened considerably, and he then instructed the creature. Transfer the incantation that controls you to Yang Jian. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. Seeing that Qin Mo's anger had subsided, the Sanshou Jiao felt a profound sense of relief and respectfully nodded, responding, "Yes, esteemed immortal." Following this, the Sanshou Jiao approached Yang Jian and whispered the incantation into his ear, which Yang Jian silently committed to memory. "Master, this incantation can both control me and draw me into your being. You need only call upon me to summon me forth, and you can transform me into any form you wish to wield. Master, please make me look more presentable when the time comes." The Sanshou Jiao added. "Yang Jian, give it a try." Qin Mo encouraged. "All right, Master," Yang Jian replied. After silently reciting the incantation, the trident-shaped blade transformed into a beam of light, entering Yang Jian's body. Subsequently, as Yang Jian extended his hand, the blade appeared in his grasp. Closing his eyes once more, Yang Jian chanted the incantation, and the blade instantaneously morphed into a fan, making him resemble a refined young gentleman. Splendid," Qin Mo remarked with satisfaction. "It is time for us to return." With that, he soared into the clouds alongside Yang Jian, heading towards the Guangjianku. Upon their return to the Yang residence at Guangjianku, Yang Jiao was busy showcasing his muscles to his sister. "Yang Chan Master, Erlang, you have returned," he exclaimed, hastening towards the two while flexing his muscles. "Master, look, I have muscles now, and my strength has increased." Hearing this, Yang Chan quickly covered her face and pulled Yang Jiao aside. "Brother, please spare your dignity in front of your master. With muscles like these, how much strength could you possibly have?" Yang Jiao, upon hearing this, protested vehemently. "You may question my intelligence, but you cannot doubt my muscles." Thus, a lively argument ensued between Yang Jiao and Yang Chan at that moment. Yang Tanyu and Yao Ji approached, witnessing the quarrel, and reprimanded, "What is all this ruckus? At your age, should you not act more maturely and not give the Taoist reason to mock you?" Subsequently, Yao Ji stepped forward and inquired of Qin Mo, "Taoist, has everything been resolved?" "Indeed, it has," Qin Mo affirmed with a nod. When leaving, he had merely informed Yao Ji that he was taking Yang Jian out for some matters. Without divulging any further details at this juncture, the fan in Yang Jian's hand suddenly spoke to Yao Ji. "Princess Yao Ji, it has been quite some time." Upon hearing this voice, Yao Ji immediately grew alert. Scanning her surroundings, she was all too familiar with this sound. It was the very reason she had departed from the heavenly court. "Sanshou Jiao, where are you? If you have arrived, why do you not dare to reveal yourself?" Sanshou Jiao. He cannot reveal himself. Understanding the Sanshou Jiao's flustered state, Qin Mo spoke on its behalf. Yao Ji, perplexed, asked, "Taoist, what do you mean by that?" Qin Mo merely pointed at the fan in Yang Jian's hand without uttering a word. Following his gesture, Yao Ji noticed that a fan had inexplicably appeared in Yang Jian's grasp at that moment. The fan stirred slightly and declared once more, "Princess Yao Ji, I am the Sanshou Jiao." Yao Ji was taken aback. The once mighty Sanshou Jiao, guardian of the Lingxiao Palace, had now been transformed into a mere fan in the hands of her child. "Ah, how the fates play with us. No. How they toy with dragons." Quickly shaking off her astonishment, Yao Ji turned to Yang Jian and asked, "Erlang, quickly tell your mother what has transpired. How did the Sanshou Jiao become a fan in your hand?" Upon being questioned by his mother, Yang Jian looked at Qin Mo, who nodded his consent, allowing Yang Jian to relay the tale. An instant time later, Not only Yao Ji, but also Yang Tianyu and Yang Chan gazed at Qin Mo, their faces awash with astonishment and admiration for his prowess. Truly, he is an immortal of the Jie sect, effortlessly subduing the Sanshou Jiao. Only Yang Tianyu was aware that Yao Ji had previously suffered significant losses at the hands of the Sanshou Jiao. Meanwhile, Yang Jiao beamed with pride, for Qin Mo was his master. Soon after, he gazed enviously at Yang Jian, wondering when his master would procure a weapon for him as well, seemingly reading Yang Jiao's thoughts. Qin Mo smiled and assured, "I shall not be partial. I will also find a weapon suited for you. This." Yang Jiao was overjoyed. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, Yang Jiao gazed longingly at the fan in Yang Jian's hand, a smile gracing his face as he approached Yang Jian and asked, "Erlang, is this indeed the Sanshou Jiao?" "Yes, brother, what about it?" Yang Jian inquired. Yang Jiao's face broke into a wide grin as he displayed an endearing innocence. "May I borrow it for a moment? I promise to return it shortly." Before Yang Jian could respond, Yang Jiao snatched the fan from his hand and dashed into his room. "Brother," Yang Jian called out urgently. But Yang Jiao had already sprinted away. Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of curiosity and slight embarrassment. In Yang Jiao's room, he hurriedly closed the door, ensuring he was alone before letting out a sigh of relief. He then hurled the fan onto the ground and seized a chair from his room, preparing to smash it. As he struck, he muttered, "Sanshou Jiao, for bullying my mother, I shall crush you." He continued to rain blows upon the fan, declaring, "I will annihilate you, you wretched Sanshou Jiao." The transformed Sanshou Jiao pleaded for mercy. "Please stop. You're killing me. I promise I won't do it again. If you destroy me, your brother will be left without a weapon." Yang Jiao, however, seemed oblivious to its pleas, relentlessly swinging the chair. The scene was nothing short of chaotic yet amusing. After a series of thunderous impacts, the chair finally succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing under the strain. Exhausted, Yang Jiao slumped to the ground, staring at the battered fan before him. The fan now lay in tatters, hardly distinguishable from a beggar's fan. "Sanshou Jiao?" Yang Jiao tentatively called out in no response. "Sanshou Jiao." He tried again. Still, silence reigned. Panic set in as he wondered, could it be dead? He hastily stood up and picked up the fan, attempting various means to summon the Sanshou Jiao. After numerous failed attempts, he was on the verge of giving up when the Sanshou Jiao's weak voice emerged. "Oh, it hurts so much." Upon hearing this, Yang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Had he truly killed the Sanshou Jiao, how would he face Erlang and his master? In truth, what Yang Jiao did not realize was that the Sanshou Jiao was merely feigning injury. As a proud guardian of the Lingxiao Palace, how could it possibly be defeated by a mere child who had just become a celestial being? Such news would surely send the entire Honghuang continent into fits of laughter. After Yang Jiao departed with his folding fan, Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji invited Qin Mo into the main hall of the Yang residence. Subsequently, Yao Ji cast a glance at her husband Yang Tianyu, then at Yang Jian and Yang Chan, finally shifting her gaze towards Qin Mo, appearing as though she had something to express, yet hesitating. Observing her demeanor, Qin Mo smiled softly and spoke, "Princess Yao Ji, feel free to voice your thoughts." Yao Ji nodded and inquired, "Daoist Qin, I know I shouldn't ask, but during my mission to descend to the mortal realm, I was tasked not only with capturing the three-headed Jiao, but also retrieving the town-defending Dragon Pearl. Now that the three-headed Jiao has been subdued by you, might I inquire about the Dragon Pearl?" At this point, Yao Ji refrained from continuing, sensing that it was inappropriate. Even if the Dragon Pearl were in Qin Mo's possession, it would be his rightful spoils of war, and she had no authority to demand it. Moreover, Qin Mo was now the master of both Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, and he had saved their family, further diminishing her right to ask for the town-defending Dragon Pearl. Seemingly understanding Yao Ji's predicament, Qin Mo smiled gently, and with a flick of his wrist, the town-defending Dragon Pearl appeared in his hand. "The town-defending Dragon Pearl," Yao Ji exclaimed upon seeing the pearl. The pearl was a lustrous, milky white, reminiscent of a luminous pearl, radiating a dazzling light that brought a refreshing sensation upon contact. "Princess Yao Ji, indeed the town-defending Dragon Pearl is in my possession, but I cannot hand it over to you." Qin Mo stated. Consider the whereabouts of the pearl to be unknown. Furthermore, I retain this dragon pearl not for my own sake, but for Yang Jian, for Erlang, second brother. For me, Yang Tianyu, Yaoji, Yang Chan, and Yang Jian were all bewildered by Qin Mo's words. Indeed, it is for Yang Jian, Qin Mo continued. This dragon pearl is destined to be connected with him. In the future, a great general will emerge by his side, and this pearl is prepared for that very general. I see. Yaoji nodded, coming to an understanding. She trusted Qin Mo, for he was their family's savior and had no reason to deceive them. Moreover, to speak plainly, even if Qin Mo were to keep the dragon pearl for himself, it would be justifiable. Realizing this, Yaoji ceased her fixation on the town-defending dragon pearl. I could see that moment. Qin Mo, having stowed the pearl away, turned to Yang Jian and instructed, now that we have reached this point, Yang Jian, I have a task for you. Master, please command. Yang Jian responded with a respectful bow. Once everything here is settled, you shall embark on a journey alone. Remember, you must go by yourself without any companions, Qin Mo directed. Along the way, should you encounter a small dog about to be slaughtered, ensure you rescue it and raise it. When it has grown, I'll come and find you. Disciple obeys, Yang Jian vowed. Upon hearing that Qin Mo intended for Yang Jian to travel alone, Yang Tianyu grew worried and opened his mouth to dissuade Qin Mo, only to be halted by Yaoji. Yaoji understood Qin Mo's intentions. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never withstand the tempest. Only through journeying and experiencing the world's vicissitudes can one achieve greatness. Furthermore, Yaoji discerned that Qin Mo emphasized the importance of Yang Jian rescuing and nurturing the small dog, which likely indicated that this dog would become the great general he spoke of in the future. Transformation of animals was common in the primordial world, and, as the eldest princess of the heavenly court, Yaoji was well aware of this. Moreover, she understood the significance of the town-defending dragon pearl. Just as Qin Mo and the Yang family were engaged in light-hearted conversation, a most unwelcome voice suddenly echoed in the air. By the decree of the Jade Emperor, I have come to apprehend the sinner Yaoji. All bystanders, withdraw at once. Those who refuse to comply shall be met with death. And oh, sooner had the voice faded than the sky above the Yang residence darkened ominously. Upon hearing the voice, Yaoji and the others immediately turned vigilant. Yaoji drew her treasured sword and boldly stepped forward. Observing this, Qin Mo followed her out of the main hall of the Yang residence. Just as they reached the front courtyard, Yang Jiao, still holding his fan, approached, returning it to Yang Jian with a furious expression as he glared at the heavenly soldiers in the sky. Oh, the uncountable ones have returned. Qin Mo was the first to spot the great golden crow and inquired. Humph, the great golden crow scoffed, ignoring Qin Mo. The two accompanying figures, dressed similarly to the great golden crow, began whispering among themselves. Second brother, why did that Taoist call the elder brother uncountable? The third golden crow asked. How would I know? The second golden crow rolled his eyes. Is the elder brother truly uncountable? I have no idea. Don't just speak for yourself, second brother. Even among me and the other brothers, we are unsure of the elder brother's count. The third golden crow continued to murmur. At this moment, the great golden crow was exasperated, casting a glance at the second and third golden crows who were whispering. Although their voices were low, he heard every word clearly. Noticing the great golden crow's indifference, Qin Mo felt invigorated. Uncountable ones. I advise you to take them back to the heavenly court. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian are already my disciples. Should you dare to lay a finger on the Yang family, I will immediately inform my master, Tongtian, to pay a visit to the heavenly court and discuss life with Houtan. In response to Qin Mo's threat, the great golden crow's fury erupted as he shouted at Qin Mo, Qin Mo, do not push your luck. I act under the orders of the Emperor. If you insist on aiding Yaoji's family, you shall be treated as an accomplice. Oh, Houtan is quite bold, not even considering my Jiejiao. Qin Mo's expression darkened as he said, if that is the case, then I shall not hold back. With that, Qin Mo raised his aura to its peak, charging at the great golden crow barehanded. The great golden crow, seeing this, immediately commanded the second and third golden crows. I will hold off Qin Mo. You two deal with Yaoji's family. Remember, you must fulfill the Emperor's orders. Without waiting for a response, the great golden crow darted forward, engaging Qin Mo in combat. The two golden crows ceased their whispers and led the heavenly soldiers towards Chaoge and the others. Aware of their disadvantage against the two great golden crows, Chaoge understood she could not abandon her family, so she drew her sword and fought against them. Meanwhile, the heavenly soldiers, seeing their main commanders occupied, advanced towards Yang Tianyu and the others, intent on slaying them. This was the decree of the Jade Emperor. Apart from Chaoge and Qin Mo, all others were to be executed, just as the heavenly soldiers were about to strike. Yang Jian's fan suddenly transformed into a dragon, charging towards the heavenly soldiers in an instant. The heavenly soldiers found it impossible to approach Yang Tianyu and the others upon seeing the dragon. The second golden crow, who was engaged in battle with Chaoge, exclaimed, "Three-headed Jiao." Not only he, but even the great golden crow and the third golden crow were taken aback by the unexpected alliance of the three-headed Jiao and Chaoge. In the air, thanks to Qin Mo's formidable physique, he gradually gained the upper hand over the great golden crow after 300 exchanges, even beginning to press him back. Had it not been for the great golden crow's scorching body, he might have been severely injured by Qin Mo. Realizing he could not contain Qin Mo alone, the great golden crow was filled with dread and shouted downwards, "Second brother, third brother, come assist me." Just then, a voice from a system suddenly echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Qin Mo knew the system task had arrived. Where there were tasks, there were rewards. This system was truly remarkable. "Ding, please defeat the three great golden crow divine generals and shout at the heavenly court. The son of the Jade Emperor is uncountable. Task reward, source of fire." One lottery draw, and the great golden crow's resentment. What the hell? Upon seeing the system task, Qin Mo was astonished. The system was certainly stirring up trouble. However, among the task rewards, the great golden crow's resentment. What on earth was that? "System, are you certain this is a reward?" To Qin Mo, this reward held no significance whatsoever. The great golden crow was merely trifling. He regarded it with utter disdain. Below, the two golden crow divine generals, engaged in a fierce battle with Chaoge, instantly abandoned their duel upon hearing the summons of the great golden crow, soaring into the battleground above. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo found himself confronting three formidable golden crow generals. Yet he remained entirely unperturbed. He then casually dug into his ear, a nonchalant expression gracing his face as he beckoned the three golden crows with a flick of his fingers, exclaiming, "Come here." Chaoge and her family, who had been anxiously concerned for Qin Mo, were struck with disbelief at his audacity, while Yang Jiao and Yang Jian shielded their faces with their hands, seemingly conveying their disassociation from him. It was utterly embarrassing. Even a fool could see that Qin Mo was posturing. The three golden crows, witnessing this, wasted no time in engaging Qin Mo, brandishing their weapons and launching into battle. The conflict at Guangjianku drew the attention of various factions, who observed the clash with a keen eye, adopting a spectator's demeanor. In the primordial land, most factions looked down upon the heavenly court, and even more so, the Jade Emperor, Haoyan. After all, he was merely a gatekeeper's apprentice, who, relying on the support of Dao ancestor, ascended to the throne of the Jade Emperor. What merit did he possess? However, the disciples of Chan's sect were different. Upon seeing Qin Mo battling the three golden crows, they harbored hopes that he would either be slain or suffer a mutual demise with them. The Tongtian patriarch was particularly incensed upon realizing that it was Qin Mo fighting the three golden crows. He felt a near irrepressible urge to descend upon Guangjianku and retrieve Qin Mo. He had not laid eyes on the boy for over 30 days, and in that time, this lad had ventured out. Yet what perplexed the Tongtian patriarch was that he had clearly placed restrictions at Qin Mo's cave entrance. Without breaking through to the Xianxian realm, one could not exit. Could it be that this boy had already ascended to Xianxian? The Tongtian patriarch found it hard to believe. Given his understanding of his disciple, it was impossible to leap from Tianxian to Xianxian in just over 30 days. Subsequently, the Tongtian patriarch shifted his focus back to Qin Mo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the three golden crows. This glance left him utterly astonished. The lad had indeed broken through to the Xianxian realm, and his cultivation appeared remarkably stable. It seemed that his physical form had also been enhanced, allowing him to exchange blows with the 3 golden crows, gradually gaining the upper hand. How had he accomplished this? The Tongtian patriarch was baffled. Ah, forget it. It surely relates to his secrets. Unable to unravel the mystery, he resolved to attribute everything to Qin Mo's covert dealings system. Yes, that is correct. It's me. After several hundred exchanges with the 3 golden crows, Qin Mo suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It seemed necessary to conclude the battle swiftly. Quietly affirming this, he quickly distanced himself from the 3 golden crows. In the next moment, he rapidly channeled the 9 turns profound art, and in an instant, the weariness dissipated, leaving him invigorated and brimming with strength. Now is the time, Qin Mo murmured, swiftly launching himself towards the 3 golden crows. The 3 golden crows, sensing his movement, rushed to counterattack. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire Guangjiangkou, echoing even to the surrounding cities. The billowing smoke obscured the forms of the 4 combatants, enveloping the scene in a profound silence. Even the onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, the figures of the 4 emerged into view. The 3 golden crows were visibly injured. Their expressions filled with dread as they stared at Qin Mo, fearful that he might deliver a fatal blow. As for Qin Mo, aside from his pallid complexion, he exhibited no other signs of distress. The crowd was once again left in astonishment. How could the 3 golden crows, despite their combined might, be defeated by a mere Xianxian cultivator? Was this cultivator truly at the Xianxian realm, or was it merely a guise? Meanwhile, the Tongtian patriarch, observing from Bo Palace, couldn't help but break into a grin upon witnessing Qin Mo's triumph over the 3 golden crows. What a commendable disciple of mine. However, the Tongtian patriarch soon wiped the smile from his face. Muttering to himself, I must swiftly retrieve this lad. Otherwise, he may be slain by Yuan as one of the Pangu 3 pure ones. The Tongtian patriarch understood Yuan Shi Tianzuan's character all too well. Perhaps, even now, Yuan Shi was plotting secretly to eliminate Qin Mo. With this thought in mind, the Tongtian patriarch could no longer remain idle. He split off a portion of his essence and commanded it to ensure Qin Mo's safety. Planning to retrieve him once the business at Guangjiangkou concluded that very moment, Qin Mo remained blissfully unaware that the Tongtian patriarch had dispatched his essence to capture him. Observing the already injured 3 golden crows, Qin Mo slowly retracted his aura and addressed the great golden crow. If you are unaware of your own limitations, take your brethren and depart. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre. The great golden crow, though loath to comply, begrudgingly directed his 2 brothers, let us retreat. There was no choice. They had all been defeated, and the heavenly soldiers were no match for Qin Mo. Remaining here would only lead to unnecessary casualties. It seemed they had no option but to return and seek the Jade Emperor's judgment, just as the 3 golden crows prepared to escort the heavenly soldiers back to the heavenly court. Qin Mo surveyed the surroundings and called out, fellow cultivators watching the spectacle, I have some rather explosive news to share. Would you like to know? In truth, the moment Qin Mo had begun his battle with the 3 golden crows, he had sensed numerous divine perceptions in the vicinity. He was not at all concerned. Instead, he felt exhilarated. Indeed, now was the time to utilize this awareness. Noticing the lack of response, Qin Mo remained unfazed, recognizing that those divine perceptions still lingered, and continued, the explosive news is that the Jade Emperor's son is ignorant of numeracy. The last 3 words were bellowed with fervor. Upon hearing this, the 3 golden crows, who had just taken flight, stumbled and nearly fell from the sky. They cast a fierce glare at Qin Mo before hastily retreating towards the heavenly court, their speed astonishing, entirely disregarding the heavenly soldiers trailing behind them. The onlooking cultivators, upon hearing Qin Mo's proclamation, were momentarily taken aback, instinctively directing their divine perceptions towards the fleeing 3 golden crows. Is it true that the Jade Emperor's son is ignorant of numeracy? Which son of the Jade Emperor lacks this knowledge? The Great Golden Crow? Or do all the Golden Crows share this ignorance? Some familiar cultivators began to speculate excitedly, completely forgetting the recent clash between Qin Mo and the three Golden Crows. For these cultivators, aside from their cultivation, little else mattered. At times, they found themselves quite bored. Now, with such sensational news, the next few centuries would certainly be far from dull. Qin Mo scanned the surroundings, nodding with satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, the hidden essence of the Tongtian patriarch, tasked with protecting him, was now adorned with a look of utter dismay upon hearing those words. This was beyond embarrassing. Perhaps it would be best to expel this lad from the sect altogether. If the Jade Emperor, Hao Yin, were to catch wind of this, he would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Hao Yin was exceedingly concerned about the reputation of the Heavenly Court. Now, he had thoroughly offended the Heavenly Court. Though the Tongtian Patriarch was not particularly worried about the Heavenly Court and held Hao Yin in contempt, it was important to remember that Hao Yin was a quasi-saint. If he were to personally seek to eradicate Qin Mo, given Qin Mo's current cultivation, he would find no refuge from Hao Yin's wrath anywhere but Jinao Island. The Tongtian Patriarch sighed deeply, feeling utterly exasperated with such a disciple. No, once he returned this lad to Jinao Island, he would impose 1,000-year confinement as punishment. With this resolve, the Tongtian Patriarch's mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, who was preparing to return to the Yang residence, suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over him. He shuddered involuntarily and muttered, "Damn it, who is the shameless one plotting against me?" In an instant, the Tongtian Patriarch, who had just begun to feel more cheerful, found his spirits plummeting once again. No, 100 years of confinement was far too lenient. At the very least, this boy required 1,000 years of confinement. Poor Qin Mo remained blissfully ignorant that the Tongtian Patriarch, initially intending to confine him for a century, had now extended it to a millennium due to his careless remark. Upon returning to the Yang residence, Qin Mo glanced at the visibly weakened Yao Ji and the formidable Yang Jian wielding his trident, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "We're fine. Thank you, Taoist, for once again rescuing our family." Yao Ji gazed earnestly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "It's merely a trifling matter," Qin Mo replied with a smile, dismissing it with a wave of his hand, showing no concern. However, his demeanor soon shifted to one of solemnity as he continued, "Having dealt with the celestial beings this time, we cannot rule out that Hao Tian might send others. What are your plans?" "Well," after a moment of hesitation, Yao Ji exchanged a glance with Yang Tianyu. Subsequently, both knelt before Qin Mo, pleading earnestly, "Qin Daozhong, we as husband and wife do not mind these matters, but it is our child who suffers. We implore you, Qin Daozhong, to take Jiao Erlang, and Chana away with you. Only then shall we feel at ease. Even if we are captured by the Jade Emperor, we shall not worry. Please rise," Qin Mo urged, hastily gesturing for them to stand. "I understand your feelings, but..." As he spoke, he turned to Yang Chan that it would be feasible to take Yang Jiao and Yang Jian to Jinao Island, but Yang Chan cannot accompany us, as she is not a disciple of the Jie sect. Just as Qin Mo grappled with this dilemma, a voice imbued with authority echoed, carrying an air of sanctity. "But so, you too have your moments of difficulty." Before the words faded, the figure of Tongtian Jiazhu materialized within the Yang residence. Upon his arrival, the surroundings were enveloped in a barrier to prevent prying eyes. "Disciple Qin Mo greets master," Qin Mo said, his countenance darkening upon recognizing Tongtian Jiazhu, yet he maintained his salutation, "It's over. I've been caught by that old man, and it seems I am to be confined once more." Hearing Qin Mo's words, the others turned pale with fear and hastily bowed to Tongtian Jiazhu. Yang Tianyu, Yao Ji, Yang Chan, pays respects to the Tongtian sage. Disciple Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, pays respects to the ancestor. Enough, no need for formalities, Tongtian Jiazhu nodded, waving his hand to allow the Yang family to rise. He then fixed a stern gaze on Qin Mo and admonished, "Do you still regard me as your master? How dare you sneak away from Jinao Island and confront the Heavenly Court? Shall we switch roles, with you as the master and I as the disciple?" Qin Mo was momentarily speechless, while the Yang family stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances at Qin Mo and Tongtian Jiaozhu, struggling to comprehend the nature of their relationship. Could it be that this was how they typically conversed? Truly, a grand sage indeed, with such playful banter, seeing that he was at a loss for words. Qin Mo's gaze fell upon Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, that he promptly pushed the two forward before Tongtian Jiaozhu, shifting the topic. Master, look here, these are my newly accepted disciples, your grand disciples. What do you think? Tongtian Jiaozhu shot Qin Mo a glare before examining Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. After a moment of scrutiny, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, very good at half-divine bodies, already possessing celestial cultivation. Quite commendable. Thank you for your kind words, ancestor, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian responded, feeling both honored and surprised that in truth, had it not been for the fate-altering elixir, Tongtian Jiaozhu would have easily discerned their original destinies. Had they followed their fates, Yang Jiao would have perished at the hands of heavenly generals, and Yang Jian would have been left adrift, ultimately seeking refuge under the Chan sect. Seeing that the topic had finally shifted, Qin Mo felt a surge of joy and addressed Tongtian Jiaozhu. Master, since you are pleased with these two disciples, should you not bestow upon them some treasures for their protection? As he spoke, Qin Mo grinned mischievously, his demeanor somewhat lewd. You little rascal, waiting for me here. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked at Qin Mo with a face full of disdain, quickly diverting his gaze as if to avoid tainting his vision. He then turned to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, stating, since you have joined my Jia sect, I shall not be stingy. With a wave of his hand, a crimson axe and a dark orb fell into the hands of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian respectively. This is the Scarlet Flame Axe and the Soul-Absorbing Pearl, both post-natal treasures acquired during my travels through the Primordial Chaos. The Scarlet Flame Axe can unleash flames upon attack, infused with fire poison. Exercise caution during use to avoid being harmed by the fire poison. Once you reach the Xianxian realm and thoroughly refine it, you need not worry about the poison any longer. The Soul-Absorbing Pearl, as the name suggests, can capture or release souls. Tongtian Jiaozhu patiently elaborated on the capabilities of the two treasures. The duo, clutching their respective artifacts, were filled with excitement, and they bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, ancestor, for the bestowed treasures." Indeed, Tongtian Jiaozhu expressed his satisfaction with these two grand disciples, seemingly approving of Qin Mo's eye for talent. As matters reached a conclusion, Tongtian Jiaozhu turned his stern gaze back to Qin Mo, stating, now that everything is settled, it is time for us to return to Jing Island. Master, there are still matters left unresolved, Qin Mo replied. What other matters could there be? At this, Qin Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu, who immediately understood and knelt before Tongtian Jiaozhu, beseeching, we humbly request the sage to take our 3 children to Jing Island, to spare them from the pursuit of the heavenly court. As a sage, Tongtian Jiaozhu was not one to entertain trivial schemes, so they spoke plainly. He did not rush to grant their request, instead surveying Yang Jiao and Yang Jian before finally resting his gaze upon Yang Chan. He immediately discerned Yang Chan's fate and addressed Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian may accompany me back to the Jia sect, but Yang Chan cannot. However, I have observed that Yang Chan bears a significant affinity with my sister Enhua. Why not allow me to take her to Enhua? Upon hearing this, both were struck with astonishment, instantly recalling Qin Mo's previous words. The position of Yang Chan's future master would not be inferior to that of Tongtian's sage. Now, coupled with Tongtian Jiaozhu's statement, how could they not understand? That was indeed Enhua, the mother of humanity, whose status rivaled that of Tongtian's sage. In that moment, the couple felt profound admiration for Qin Mo. Qin Daozhong truly possesses remarkable foresight. He is indeed a disciple of a sage. With radiant joy, Yao Ji, alongside Yang Tianyu, expressed their gratitude to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Thank you, sage. We're deeply grateful for your kindness. Subsequently, Tongtian Jiaozhu prepared to depart with Qin Mo, along with Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. When Qin Mo spoke up once more, wait a moment, master. What now? This time, Tongtian Jiaozhu was genuinely angered if Qin Mo did not provide a satisfactory explanation. He would certainly teach this unruly disciple a lesson. Twice did I, Tongtian, lack dignity. Noticing Tongtian Jiaozhu's ire, Qin Mo sheepishly smiled at him before turning to Yang Jian. Yang Jian, do you recall what I mentioned to you before? Yang Jian, initially puzzled, soon realized which word Qin Mo was referring to. Disciple remembers. Good. You need not return with us to Jing Mo Island. Instead, prepare yourself at home, and set out to travel tomorrow morning. Qin Mo instructed. Disciple shall obey the master's command. Yang Jian responded respectfully, take a tea this moment. Yao Ji looked at Qin Mo with concern, asking, Qin Daozhong, if Erlang ventures out like this, what if he is discovered by the heavenly court? It is too dangerous that IT matters not. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Yang Jian will not encounter trouble, and besides, as long as he practices the techniques I've taught him, the heavenly court cannot harm him. Furthermore, he has the three-headed Jiao accompanying him. Upon hearing Qin Mo's reassurances and glancing at the three-pronged blade in Yang Jian's hand, Yao Ji finally felt at ease. She understood the abilities of the three-headed Jiao. As long as it was present, the heavenly court would struggle to capture Yang Jian. Even if Yang Jian were to falter, the three-headed Jiao could still carry him away, seeing that Qin Mo had finalized arrangements for Yang Jian. Tongtian Jiaozhu inquired, his expression unchanged. Are there any other matters? There are none. Qin Mo hastily shook his head in response. He could assure himself that if he mentioned any matters again, Tongtian Jiaozhu would undoubtedly strike him down, as evident from the fierce glint in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes. Subsequently, after Yang Jiao and Yang Chan bid farewell to their parents and Yang Jian, they followed Tongtian Jiaozhu back to Jinao Island. At that moment, the disciples of Jie Jiao on Jinao Island wore expressions of indignation. Even Taoist Duo Bao and other direct disciples returned to their respective caves to cultivate. Their contest against the 12 golden immortals of Chan Jiao yielded no benefits, compounded by the fact that the disciples of Chan Jiao had come well prepared. Only the match between the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and Taoist Huang Long resulted in a victory. The others either ended in stalemates or defeats. This left Tongtian Jiaozhu feeling quite humiliated, and once the members of Chan Jiao departed, he commanded everyone to return and enter seclusion, forbidding them from emerging until they had achieved breakthroughs. In truth, Qin Mo was somewhat fortunate. Had Tongtian Jiaozhu descended in person, he would surely have faced a severe beating. Upon returning to Jinao Island, Qin Mo quickly learned of the contest results. With a flicker of inspiration, he devised a plan, yet dared not reveal it in front of Tongtian Jiaozhu for fear of incurring his wrath, especially given that Tongtian was currently in a foul mood. Inside Bio Palace, only Tongtian Jiaozhu, Yang Chan, and Qin Mo remained as for Yang Jiao. Tongtian Jiaozhu had instructed Zhao Gongming to arrange a cave for him. Tongtian Jiaozhu, with a stern expression, took his seat at the head, casting a glance at Yang Chan standing below before fixing his gaze upon Qin Mo. He declared, You shall remain on Jinao Island and not venture out, that a great calamity is imminent. And with your current level of cultivation, you would surely be eliminated if you were to leave. That it is best to cultivate diligently here. You may only depart once you reach the Quasi-saint level. Upon hearing Tongtian Jiaozhu's unequivocal tone, Qin Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him. It appeared that Tongtian intended to confine him for several hundred years. Yet he was not overly concerned about this. He possessed a system that would facilitate his breakthrough to Quasi-saint status with relative ease. His true apprehension lay with Nezha and how he would fulfill future system tasks. Being unable to leave Jinao Island meant he could not tend to Nezha nor complete his tasks. Without tasks, there would be no rewards. And without rewards, how could he possibly cultivate? This was his genuine worry. He resolved that he could not simply resign himself to this fate and needed to devise a strategy. However, given Tongtian Jiaozhu's current ire, he dared not voice any dissent. If not for Tongtian's propensity to elucidate the reasons behind the beauty of flowers, he would have been more vocal. For now, he had to acquiesce to Tongtian Jiaozhu's wishes and later contemplate an escape from Jinao Island. Yes, master, he replied. Tongtian Jiaozhu was taken aback, staring intently at Qin Mo, unable to fathom that he had actually acquiesced. This was uncharacteristic of him. The narrative felt amiss. Wasn't he supposed to loudly question his master, demanding to know why this was happening to him? This was the normal course of events. Could it be that Qin Mo had been possessed? That seemed implausible, as he had remained in Bo Palace ever since being brought back from Guanjimport. Ah, never mind, perhaps this lad has come to understand the good intentions of his master. Following this, Tongtian Jiaozhu dismissed Qin Mo to return to his cave for cultivation. After Qin Mo departed, Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yang Chan soared directly toward the outer heavens. Upon returning to his cave, Qin Mo gazed at the familiar surroundings and let out a deep sigh, recognizing that he could only remain on Jineo Island to cultivate for the time being. Setting aside irrelevant thoughts, he settled onto a mat and retrieved the Nirvana pill he had earned from his previous task from the system's repository. The Nirvana pill was enveloped in a faint red flame, within which a phoenix phantom soared. Recalling the benefits of the Nirvana pill as described by the system, Qin Mo wasted no time and swallowed it whole. Damn it, system, you've betrayed me. Qin Mo's face contorted in agony. As soon as he ingested the Nirvana pill, an excruciating pain surged through his body, akin to being trapped within the 8 trigrams furnace of Taishang Laojun, with small flames scorching every cell within him. This pain is unbearable. Qin Mo gritted his teeth and persevered. Time ticked by, and as the Nirvana pill wrought changes within his body, he felt his spiritual clarity sharpening and his physique strengthening. However, the intense pain persisted. The clearer his mind became, the more intense the suffering felt. Damn it, system. I will never trust you again. Qin Mo uttered with the last of his strength before collapsing onto the ground. Unconscious, it was unclear how much time had passed when Qin Mo gradually opened his eyes, finding himself sprawled on the floor in a rather undignified position. He quickly stood, disregarding his surroundings, and shouted at the system. System, come out. I promise I won't harm you. I'm sorry, host, but the system cannot emerge. Besides, you wouldn't be able to harm me, the system replied bluntly. Didn't you say taking pills was a pleasurable experience? Why am I enduring such torment? Qin Mo retorted angrily. When did this system ever claim that taking pills was pleasurable? Qin Mo pondered, realizing that he indeed could not recall the system ever making such a statement. However, just because the system hadn't explicitly said it didn't mean it was not true. You didn't say it, so I'll assume you did. Why were Yang Jiao and Yang Jian so comfortable while taking the fate-altering pill then? Host, that was the fate-altering pill, which changes one's destiny and alleviates tribulations. Hence the comfort. You, on the other hand, consume the Nirvana pill. Nirvana signifies transformation. Without undergoing Nirvana, how could one alter their foundation? It is the essence of transitioning from death to rebirth. Damn it. Qin Mo cursed upon hearing this. I don't care. If you make me suffer like this, you must compensate me. Just throw in some innate treasures, innate spiritual roots, or even chaos treasures. Anything will do. The system was taken aback, thinking as a distinguished system. I have never encountered such a brazen host. Asking for innate treasures, innate spiritual roots, or even chaos treasures. Why not just demand items of the Tao? This is truly absurd. I've spoiled him. The wise words of my esteemed system meant to ring true. One must not indulge the host. Moreover, not only innate treasures and chaos treasures are obtainable. Even items of the Tao can be acquired by the system. However, to obtain such items requires accomplishments. Only through continuous tasks can the system earn merits to exchange for treasures. Without those, there is nothing, absolutely nothing. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor and pleaded with the system, System Daddy, I am your host. Do you not love me anymore? The system was taken aback, exclaiming, Damn it, the host is truly shameless. I have only just realized that this is your true nature. Being a system is hard enough. Having a good host is even harder, given the host's blatant shamelessness. The system decided to ignore him and let things unfold as they would. Not receiving a response, Qin Mo attempted to call out a few more times before giving up on demanding compensation from the system. He understood that the system would not yield, but he thought it worth a try. Who knew, perhaps the system would be in a generous mood and grant him something. If that happened, it would be a stroke of luck. Afterward, Qin Mo began to assess his physical condition. Upon inspection, he was utterly astounded. The Nirvana pill had elevated his foundation to that of an innate human. It was worth noting that his master's soul disciple, Xuandu, possessed an innate human foundation. Now that his foundation was on par with Xuandu's, Would his cultivation not soar rapidly? The mere thought of this filled Qin Mo with joy, as long as his cultivation could advance swiftly. His power would also rise to that point. He could act freely without fear of Tongtian Jiaozhu's oversight, as he had proclaimed. After calming his exhilaration, Qin Mo proceeded to evaluate his physique, previously, with the aid of Pangu's essence. His physical strength had reached a level capable of contending with Taiyi Golden Immortals. If aided by the 9 turns mysterious skill, Qin Mo harbored no fear of the late-stage Taiyi Golden Immortals' prowess. However, with the assistance of the Nirvana Pill, the fortitude of his physical body had escalated to a level where he stood undaunted against all beings below the great Luo Golden Immortal, and even dared to engage in a contest of strength with those of the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The common folk today are truly, undeniably joyous. Qin Mo danced with exuberance. Fortunately, he was alone here. Otherwise, onlookers might think he had lost his mind in cultivation. After half a stick of incense, Qin Mo finally ceased his antics and once more settled cross-legged on the mat. Addressing the system, it's time to get to work. Grant me a lottery draw. Previously, at Guanjingku, the system had issued a task requiring Qin Mo to defeat the 3 Golden Crow Divine Generals, among the task rewards. In addition to the fire source, there was also a chance for a lottery draw. Ding, the lottery begins, the system's prompt echoed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ancient Forbidden Technique, the Soul Contract Fragment. The Ancient Forbidden Technique Soul Contract? And it's merely a fragment? Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then promptly inquired of the system. Could you provide some clarification? What's the situation? The soul contract allows one to establish a pact with either human or demon without requiring the other party to swear loyalty to the heavenly Tao. It merely necessitates planting a soul seed within their consciousness to control their life and death. When planting the soul seed, the other party remains oblivious, and only those who cultivate the soul contract can refine the soul seed. As for why it's a fragment, the soul contract was deemed excessively tyrannical and was destroyed by the heavenly Tao in the form of divine retribution. Now that a fragment exists, host, you should find joy in it. At the very least, this fragment will enable you to refine a soul seed. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Mo felt as though he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The soul contract was perfectly suited to him. In the future, he could control powerful beings with the soul contract, allowing them to handle matters while he remained in the shadows. Simply delightful to contemplate. By the way, host, the soul contract is only effective against beings below the sage leveled. If the opponent's strength exceeds yours by 2 ranks, the success rate will diminish significantly. Just as Qin Mo reveled in his fortune, the system unexpectedly doused him with cold water. Good heavens, where did this system learn to take such dramatic pauses? Couldn't it just deliver the information in one go? I had just been pondering when it tests those shameless Westerners. And here you are throwing this at me, this deliberate. It certainly feels intentional. Nevertheless, having something is better than nothing, as long as the opponent is not a sage and does not exceed him by 2 ranks. He would indeed be invincible. With this thought, Qin Mo felt joy once more, subsequently extracting the soul contract and, with the system's assistance, quickly mastering it. Following that, Qin Mo diligently followed the method for refining the soul seed outlined by the soul contract. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a soul seed materialized in his hand. Refining a soul seed requires the expenditure of soul power, as long as the soul is sufficiently robust. Many soul seeds can be produced. Given Qin Mo's current state at the mystical immortal level, he could only refine 1 seed and would need to rest for a month before attempting a second. He lamented his weakness. A cooldown of a month was rather excessive. Sighing, he resolved to intensify his cultivation. Qin Mo then instructed the system to present the fire source. When the fire source appeared before him, a wave of heat instantly enveloped the entire cave, with the temperature continuously rising. Gazing at the fire source, Qin Mo inquired of the system, "How should I refine this fire source? Swallow it, direct it into your dantian, and nurture it with the spiritual power within you." What the hell? Qin Mo was taken aback by the system's words you think I'm a fool. Swallow it. I can tell you have ill intentions. Are you trying to swap hosts? I won't allow it. If I swallow that, I would surely be burned alive. In response to the system's suggestion to swallow the fire source for refinement, Qin Mo outright refused. What a joke. He wasn't ready to die yet. Furthermore, even if he survived, the pain would be unbearable. He had no desire to endure the agony akin to that of the Nirvana pill once more. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, fine. This system won't serve you anymore. Angered by Qin Mo's dismissal, the system abruptly logged off. Truly, good intentions taken for granted. With the system offline, Qin Mo could only look apprehensively at the fire source from a distance. Could it be that he really needed to swallow it for refinement, just as the system suggested? He stared at the fire source, muttering to himself, "Damn it, whatever happens, happens. If I die, I die. The system shouldn't be out to harm me." Unable to think any further, Qin Mo resolved to follow the system's instructions. If he was to die, then so be it, as long as it didn't perish this time and successfully refine the fire source. He would no longer fear flames. Moreover, in his past life, while watching Journey to the West, he had envied the Red Boy's ability to spew forth the samadhi true fire. In fact, he had even punched his own nose 3 times in private to see if he could do the same. The result? He ended up with a bloody nose and a scolding from his father. With his mind made up, Qin Mo swiftly adjusted his mindset, seizing the fire source and tossing it into his mouth. As soon as the fire source entered his abdomen, it rampaged like a headless fly, causing his insides to resemble a car crash scene, riddled with wounds. Puffed. Qin Mo could not suppress a mouthful of blood, which immediately transformed into a ball of flame upon hitting the ground, slowly dissipating. Even with his physical body capable of contending with the early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, he could not withstand this torment and promptly fainted. When Qin Mo opened his eyes again, it was already 7 days later. Indeed, he had taken 7 days to refine the fire source. If the Tongtian cult leader were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For ordinary cultivators, refining a single source could take a decade, and even a century of refinement would be a cause for celebration. Qin Mo, however, achieved this feat in just 7 days. A true prodigy. Sitting up, a thought crossed his mind, and a flickering flame materialized in his hand. The flame emanated formidable energy and heat. Since Qin Mo had already refined it, he felt no discomfort. Had it been anyone else, they would not have dared to approach. It was only after refining the fire source that Qin Mo realized its true power. Even the samadhi true fire would have to bow before it. This fire source originated from the chaotic golden flame, a fire that could only be born in chaos. Furthermore, the chaotic golden flame is classified as a congenital entity, and despite that, its might surpasses that of congenital treasures. Qin Mo was immensely pleased, having gained yet another means of survival, which elevated his sense of security for future escapades in the primordial wilderness. He envisioned a scenario where anyone who dared to provoke him would be met with flames. Most cultivators would struggle to withstand even the samadhi true fire, let alone the more formidable chaotic golden flame. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Subsequently, Qin Mo began to focus on enhancing his cultivation. Upon awakening and realizing he had refined the fire source, he sensed a slight loosening in his cultivation level, a sign that a breakthrough was imminent. However, engrossed in the joy of refining the fire source, he had not focused on his cultivation breakthrough at that moment. Now, having regained his composure, he prepared to advance his cultivation. Meanwhile, Nezha sat atop the roof of the Li residence at Shintang Pass, gazing listlessly at the sky while toying with the soul-locking ring that Qin Mo had gifted him. Sigh, how dull it's been so long, and Master hasn't come to see me. He had heard from his father that Master was cultivating on Golden Ao Island, but he had no idea where that was or whether it was enjoyable. Just then, the voice of Yin Shenyang wafted up from below. Jar, come down and practice the Shangqing heart method that your master taught you. If your father sees you like this, he will surely scold you. Indeed, ever since Qin Mo had taken his leave to teach Nezha, Li Jing had been extremely strict with him, whether Nezha was slacking off or causing trouble. If Li Jing caught wind of it, he would chase Nezha around the courtyard with his treasured sword. Nezha would invariably hide behind Yin Shenyang, who would then insist that he go practice. Hearing his mother's words, Nezha felt as though his future was shrouded in gloom. Uncertain of when this predicament shall come to an end, and equally oblivious to the moment when Master will arrive to escort him to Jinao Island. Nezha laments, "Master, my suffering is profound. Hasten to take me away to Jinao Island, so that my father may no longer lay hands upon me." With a fervent prayer in his heart, Nezha leaps forth before Qin Mo, declaring, "Mother, I shall commence my cultivation at once." Pleased by Nezha's obedient demeanor, Qin Mo feels a deep satisfaction. It perplexes her why Jing is so prone to chastising children, especially when they are evidently so well-behaved. Upon returning to his chamber, Nezha, with a vacant gaze, fastens the locking spirit ring upon his wrist. He then embraces the supreme clarity heart method and begins his cultivation. Time ticks away, minute by minute. It is not until 15 days later that Qin Mo finally awakens from his meditative state. After assessing his cultivation level, he nods in satisfaction. He has reached the mid-stage of Xianxian, and his progress is remarkably stable. Now, he is free to venture out once again. However, upon this realization, Qin Mo's initial joy quickly dissipates as he remembers he is under house arrest by the Tongtian cult master, who has decreed that he may not leave until he achieves the realm of Quasi-saint. What am I to do? He thinks, for he is merely at the mid-stage of Xianxian, and a breakthrough to Quasi-saint in such a short time is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Even with the system's assistance, it seems an impossible feat. Just as Qin Mo contemplates how to escape Jinao Island, the system exacerbates his predicament. Ding. Task assigned. Task 1. The host must hasten to Chintang Pass. Prevent Nezha from slaying the Dragon King's third prince, A.O. Bing, and recruit A.O. Bing as a mount. Task reward: Super Water Mirror Technique and 1 lottery draw. Task 2. Upon completion of Task 1, the host should proceed to the Northern Seas to assist the Yinshang Grandmaster Wenzhong in quelling the Northern Sea Rebellion, and accompany Wenzhong to Chaoge to thwart King Zhou's poetic tribute to Nuwa. Task reward: Nuwa's favor, early stage golden immortal cultivation, and 1 lottery draw. Stunned by the system's sudden issuance of 2 tasks, Qin Mo wonders what has triggered this unusual behavior. However, he soon realizes that the function calamity is about to commence. The thought of being confined by the Tongtian cult master brings him to a state of despondency as he addresses the system. "O system, while I appreciate the tasks, I am currently under the restrictions of that old man Tongtian. How am I to escape?" "Simply stride out with confidence," the system replies. "The Tongtian cult master is presently in the Huahuang Palace outside the heavens, and the other disciples of the are engaged in their own cultivation. They will not notice your absence. Is that truly the case?" Qin Mo exclaims, his spirits lifting at the revelation that the Tongtian cult master is not on Jinao Island. Thus, he can indeed leave without arousing suspicion. "This is splendid. I adore you, dear system." As he prepares to depart his cave dwelling, the system interjects, "Host, are you truly going to leave in such a manner?" "Of course. What other way is there?" Qin Mo queries. "Puzzled that aren't you concerned that once you leave, the Tongtian cult master will return, discover your absence, and come searching for you?" This question leaves Qin Mo momentarily at a loss. What should I do then? System? The system is left speechless, pondering how it came to be burdened with such a dim-witted host. "Host, do you not know how to utilize the 9 transformations mystical art to create a doppelganger?" "Ah," Qin Mo exclaims, realization dawning upon him. "How could I have overlooked that? You truly are clever, system. The 8-9 mystical art is derived from the 9 transformations mystical art. Creating a doppelganger is a trivial matter." Soon, he follows the operational flow of the 9 transformations mystical art and manifests a perfect replica of himself, even mirroring his energy signature. The only difference is that this doppelganger possesses only early-stage Xianxian cultivation. This is hardly a concern. Qin Mo is confident that in the eyes of the Tongtian cult master, it will appear as though he has not made any breakthroughs, having completed this task. Qin Mo swiftly exits the cave and heads toward the exit of Jinao Island. Along the way, he encounters only a few outer disciples and errand boys, with no sign of any inner disciples or close disciples. It seems the system was correct. Everyone is indeed engrossed in their own cultivation. With a clear path ahead, Qin Mo escapes Jinao Island and sets off toward Chintang Pass. Concealing his presence, he fears being discovered. Meanwhile, at the eastern coastline outside Chintang Pass, Nezha wields the red flame spear in his right hand, cradles the void bowl in his left, and stand upon the split locking spirit ring, engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal azure dragon in the sky. The scene is nothing short of intense. Indeed, Nezha has successfully refined the red flame spear, the void bowl, and the locking spirit ring. Just yesterday, after completing the refinement of these 3 treasures in his chamber, he learned of their capabilities and was elated. Thus, today, he invited 2 companions to the eastern sea for a bath. Initially, all went well, until a patrolling sea Iksha appeared, demanding that Nezha relinquish the void bowl and depart, or face dire consequences. As Nezha played with the void bowl in the sea, the ocean floor trembled as if in an earthquake. The innate spiritual aura of the void bowl immobilized the aquatic soldiers. Furthermore, Bing, the 3rd prince, coveted the void bowl, prompting him to send the sea Iksha to demand it from Nezha and drive him away. Unwilling to succumb to such threats, Nezha, in a fit of rage, plunged the red flame spear into the patrolling Iksha, killing him. Upon learning of this, Bing was furious and personally led a group to capture Nezha under the pretense of avenging the Iksha. However, his eyes were fixated on the void bowl and red flame spear in Nezha's hands, and thus the current confrontation unfolded. Bing engaged Nezha with his Tongtian halberd. He was astonished to discover that Nezha was no ordinary child. He radiated an aura of immortality. Realizing he could not subdue Nezha easily, Bing transformed into his true form, a massive azure dragon, and engaged Nezha in a fierce struggle. Nezha, undeterred by the transformation, brandished the red flame spear and fought valiantly against the dragon. Today, he aspires to become a dragon-slaying hero, envisioning himself returning to Chuntang Pass with the azure dragon in tow, where the townsfolk would revere him. Excited by this thought, Nezha increased his force. After 500 exchanges of blows, he seized an opportunity to leap onto the dragon's back. The dragon, alarmed, thrashed about in an attempt to shake Nezha off. However, Nezha clung tightly to the dragon's scales, and the more the dragon struggled, the more securely Nezha held on. Seeing the dragon's relentless attempts to dislodge him, Nezha, now incensed, removed the locking spirit ring from his wrist, enlarged it, and struck it forcefully against the dragon's head. Bing felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. Roar! Bing cried out in agony. Nezha paid no heed to his plight, relentlessly continuing to strike with the locking spirit ring, each hit more forceful than the last. If Qin Mo were present, he would undoubtedly chastise Nezha for his reckless behavior, as Nezha seemed to treat the locking spirit ring as a mere bludgeon. Finally, after enduring 5 heavy blows, Bing plummeted from the sky, motionless upon the shore. The aquatic soldiers accompanying Bing, witnessing their prince so grievously injured, dared not approach in desperation. One of the shrimp soldiers rushed back to the dragon palace to report the incident. Upon seeing the dragon incapacitated, Nezha ceased his assault, dismounted, and kicked the dragon several times. Finding the dragon still unresponsive, Nezha was overcome with boredom and was about to leave when he suddenly paused, glancing back at the dragon with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. If he were to fashion a belt from the dragon's tendons as a gift for his father, surely his father would appreciate it, and perhaps he would no longer strike him. With this thought in mind, Nezha turned around and approached the dragon once more. Unbeknownst to him, as he prepared to depart, the dragon's eyes opened, contemplating retreating to the sea to recuperate and later seek revenge on Nezha. However, upon noticing Nezha turning back towards it, the dragon broke into a cold sweat, remaining utterly still, hastily shutting its eyes and praying for Nezha to leave. Little did it know that Nezha was intent on extracting its tendons. If the dragon had been aware, it would not have lain there so placidly. Back at the dragon's side, Nezha quickly located the tendons and was about to pierce the dragon's scales with the red flame spear when a voice echoed from afar. Filled with urgency, "Nezha, spare the dragon under your spear." Following the sound, Nezha beheld a figure soaring towards him from the sea, moving with remarkable speed. Upon recognizing the person, an expression of excitement illuminated Nezha's face, and his heart brimmed with joy. "Master, Master, have you come to see your disciple?" Indeed, the individual was none other than Qin Mo, who had just slipped away from Jinao Island. had it not been for the system's reminder. He would have been leisurely flying along. Standing at the water's edge, Qin Mo, panting heavily, glanced at Ao Bing, who lay motionless on the ground, and then at the exhilarated Nezha, releasing a deep sigh. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have killed Ao Bing. In truth, what Qin Mo wished to convey was that he was glad to have come in time, or else Nezha might have strayed down a familiar path once more. He said this for Ao Bing's benefit, intending to win hearts, fully aware that Ao Bing was not truly dead, but merely feigning it for Nezha's sake. Nezha, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. "Master, do you know this dragon?" "Indeed, he is Ao Bing, the third son of the Dragon King of the East Sea," Qin Mo affirmed with a nod. "The son of the Dragon King of the East Sea?" Nezha repeated, his demeanor turning defiant. "So what? He was still defeated by me." Observing Nezha's fearless bravado, Qin Mo chuckled and shook his head, then approached Ao Bing, gently kicking him while saying, "Ao Bing, cease your pretense of death and rise." At this, Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Qin Mo. "Master, are you saying he is not dead?" But he is lying here completely still. As if to resolve Nezha's confusion, the enormous dragon shifted and transformed back into Ao Bing's original form, appearing unharmed save for a red mark on his neck. The sight left Nezha astounded, though a flicker of anger soon crossed his face. "Are you mocking me? Is this how you wish to play? Were it not for my master's presence, I would have skewered you with my crimson flame spear." Noticing Nezha's indignation, Qin Mo affectionately patted Nezha's head. In response, Nezha turned his head away in anger, refusing to look at Ao Bing, anxious that he might succumb to the urge to strike him. Observing Nezha's childish petulance, Qin Mo chose not to dwell on it further, shifting his gaze to Ao Bing. "Ao Bing, do you wish to become my steed? What?" Ao Bing's fury ignited instantly. As the esteemed third prince of the East Sea, he would never stoop to becoming another's mount, even if his clan was no longer in its former glory. The audacity of this man was an affront to his dragon lineage. Unperturbed by Ao Bing's anger, Qin Mo continued, "Ao Bing, I am Qin Mo, the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiao Master for Bio Palace. Becoming my steed would not be beneath your dignity. Consider it carefully. You have seen for yourself. Had I not arrived in time, Nezha would have flayed your dragon tendons by now." With that, Qin Mo fell silent, trusting Ao Bing to grasp his implications. Meanwhile, Nezha, who had been seething with anger, turned pale upon hearing Qin Mo mention flaying dragon tendons. "How does Master know I intended to do that?" Nezha pondered, his mind racing. But a moment later, pride surged within him. Master is indeed perceptive. I have said nothing, yet he understands. At that moment, Ao Bing's expression oscillated between pallor and crimson, a reflection of his fear and wrath. Neither of these two was a friend to him. One sought to flay his tendons, while the other wished for him to serve as a steed. Alas, why must I, Ao Bing, suffer such misfortune, all for the sake of seizing those two innate treasures? Noticing Ao Bing's hesitation, Qin Mo's demeanor turned. "I see why. Ao Bing, how have you decided? My patience is limited. This." Ao Bing trembled involuntarily, tears of despair welling in his heart. Jinao Island was not to be trifled with. It belonged to a sage's sect, the foremost among the primordial teachings. Seeing Ao Bing remained silent, Qin Mo's patience evaporated. With a flick of his hand, a seed radiating the essence of the primordial spirit appeared. Upon seeing the seed in Qin Mo's grasp, Ao Bing shuddered anew, sensing both the oppressive aura of the primordial spirit and an icy chill emanating from it. In the next instant, Qin Mo flicked his finger, and the primordial spirit seed embedded itself within Ao Bing, vanishing from sight. Immediately, Ao Bing felt a layer of restraint enveloping his primordial spirit. He sensed that any thought of defiance against Qin Mo would result in that restraint tearing his spirit asunder. This was precisely the effect Qin Mo sought. He refrained from allowing the seed to operate covertly, intent on intimidating Ao Bing into submission. The profound terror washed over Ao Bing's face. Observing this exchange, Nezha's curiosity piqued. "Master, what is that seed-like object?" Qin Mo did not respond to Nezha, but turned his gaze towards the east seed. He felt a powerful aura surging from the depths of the ocean. In the next moment, the sea began to churn violently, a colossal wave rising to crash upon the shore. Witnessing this, Qin Mo swiftly took to the skies with Nezha and Ao Bing to evade the oncoming deluge. Shortly thereafter, the three beheld a mighty dragon erupting from the sea, transforming into an elder with a dragon's head and a human body, soaring towards them. Upon sighting this dragon-headed elder, Ao Bing cried out in excitement. Father! Indeed, the figure was none other than Ao Bing's father, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Upon reaching the trio and confirming Ao Bing's safety, Ao Guang exhaled a sigh of relief. Binger, are you unharmed? Ao Bing timidly glanced at Qin Mo, noting that he received no acknowledgement, and then shook his head at Ao Guang. Father, I am fine. As he uttered these words, Ao Bing felt a deep sorrow within. He could not dare disclose to his father that he was under Qin Mo's control. Setting aside whether his father could lift the restraint, even if he could, what difference would it make? Qin Mo was a direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiao master. Should the EC offend him, it would be tantamount to provoking the entire Jie Jiao and the Tongtian sage. Furthermore, with Jinao Island situated above the EC, they could not afford to antagonize the Jie Jiao. Seeing that Ao Bing was unscathed, Ao Guang turned his attention to Qin Mo, inadvertently overlooking Nezha, who was merely a child and thus not worthy of the Dragon King's notice. May I inquire, esteemed Taoist, at which revered mountain do you cultivate? Ao Guang inquired courteously, despite Qin Mo exuding only the cultivation of mid-level Xianxian. Ao Guang, being an astute individual, dared not underestimate him. What kind of Xianxian would dare to traverse the primordial continent so brazenly? I am Qin Mo, the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiao master. Qin Mo replied with equal courtesy. Upon hearing that Qin Mo was a direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiao master, Ao Guang's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Ah, it is the esteemed disciple of the Tongtian sage. This old dragon extends his respects. The East Sea Dragon Palace and Bo Palace were neighboring realms. And as the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang had heard of Qin Mo's illustrious reputation. He also knew of the 5 direct disciples under the Tongtian Jiao master. However, Ao Guang found it curious that the Qin Mo of legend was said to be of innate human lineage and had only recently entered the realm of human immortals. Yet now, he appeared to possess a stable mid-level Xianxian cultivation, indicating that he had broken through long ago. Most perplexing was the fact that Qin Mo was clearly of innate human lineage. It seemed that the rumors were far from the truth. As Ao Guang treated him with such courtesy, Qin Mo naturally responded with a smile, and the two engaged in conversation as if they were longtime friends. Observing this exchange, Ao Bing felt an urgency rising within him. Yet he could not express the truth. After a brief exchange, Ao Guang remarked, "Since the matter here is settled, I shall take Ao Bing back to the EC." "Dear Ao Guang, you may return alone," Qin Mo replied with a smile. "Why is that, esteemed Taoist?" Ao Guang inquired, puzzled. "Here is the situation," Qin Mo explained. "I perceive a unique bond between Ao Bing and myself. I intend to take him back to Jinao Island for cultivation, and Ao Bing has already consented to become my steed. You may inquire with Ao Bing if you doubt my words." After Qin Mo finished speaking, he turned to Ao Bing with a smile, casting him a menacing glance that conveyed a clear threat. "Should you dare to speak out of turn, your demise will be swift and certain." Ao Bing, upon noticing this, shuddered in fear, then forced a bitter smile as he nodded at Ao Guang, saying, "Father, the Taoist is correct. I have already agreed to his request." The expression on Ao Bing's face was as grim as it could be. Beside him, Nezha, witnessing Ao Bing's distress, would have laughed out loud had it not been for the warning glare from Qin Mo. How amusing. Truly a master. Next time, I shall seek out a dragon myself, and see if I can acquire a steed just like my master. At that moment, Nezha began envisioning himself soaring through the skies on a dragon, reveling in the attention it would bring. He then turned to Ao Guang with a smile, contemplating how to find a dragon that appeared particularly impressive. As for Ao Guang, Nezha dismissed him. After all, Ao Guang was far too old to be considered impressive. Ao Guang instantly felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, prompting him to glance around. And only when he found no threats did he feel at ease. He paid no heed to the expression on Ao Bing's face. However, he was quite displeased with Ao Bing's actions, as the esteemed third prince of the EC. How could he willingly become someone else's mount? Even if the other party were a disciple of a sage. What of it? They were not a sage themselves, and even if they were, they could not demand that his dragon clan become steeds. Could they? In the past, his dragon clan was one of the overlords of the Honghuang continent. Even if their status had diminished since then, it was unthinkable to become someone else's mount. If news of this were spread, where would the dignity of his dragon clan reside? The people of the Honghuang continent would believe that his dragon clan, in a bid to forge connections with the Jiejiao, had sent their third prince to become a mere steed. Would that make them the laughingstock of the Honghuang continent? Ao Guang glared at Ao Bing with deep dissatisfaction, feeling a sense of disappointment akin to hating iron for not becoming steel. Seeing the look in his father's eyes only deepened Ao Bing's anguish. He felt utterly helpless, as he could not simply tell the truth and continue merely over 1,000 years old. He was still young and certainly did not wish to meet his end. Noticing Ao Bing's silence, Ao Guang snorted coldly and then turned to Qin Mo, his tone less cordial than before. Since Ao Bing has already made his decision, I shall not interfere any further. With that, Ao Guang turned to leave, but paused a few steps later to glare at Ao Bing, angrily saying, "Take care of yourself." He then strode away, accompanied by the tortoise prime minister and the numerous shrimp and crab soldiers back to the EC. Ao Bing felt as if he had swallowed bitter gall, unable to voice his frustrations. With the departure of the Dragon King of the EC, Qin Mo cast a glance at Nezha and Ao Bing before leading them towards the Li residence at Shintang Pass. Although Ao Bing had already become his steed, this was still the EC, and Qin Mo dared not brazenly ride him in front of Ao Guang. While Jiejiao was not intimidated by the EC, they had been neighbors for many years, and face-saving was still essential as for Ao Bing. He reluctantly accepted reality, now forced to be Qin Mo's mount. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1. The reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Just as Ao Bing submitted to his fate, the system's voice chimed melodiously in Qin Mo's mind. The Li residence in Shintang Pass. Li Jing and Yin Shenyang were discussing Nezha's education in the pavilion. Li Jing, there is no choice. We must discuss this, for Nezha, this rebellious child, is too troublesome, constantly causing me trouble, whether it's chasing chickens or scaring dogs. Not only do I have to patrol Shintang Pass daily, but I also have to clean up after this mischief maker. It's exhausting. Yin Shenyang, indeed, Nezha is too troublesome. He cannot be confined in his room. Let him practice the Shangqing heart method, yet he escapes within a day. Sigh. It's tiring. Suddenly, they noticed a white cloud approaching in the sky, upon which 3 figures appeared. As they drew closer, they recognized Qin Mo, Nezha, and an unfamiliar man with horns on his head. General Linadamin, it has been a while. This humble Taoist offers his greetings. Upon landing on the cloud, Qin Mo greeted Li Jing and his wife with a broad smile. "Ah, it is Taoist Qin. Long time no see," Li Jing responded. However, Li Jing's expression soon darkened as he glared at Nezha, who was hiding behind Qin Mo. "Nezha, where have you been playing this time?" Qin Mo was taken aback, witnessing the swift change in Li Jing's demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Jing draw his sword and continue to scold Nezha. "Your mother told you to practice, and yet you ran off again. Just watch. I will teach you a lesson today." With that, he raised his sword to strike Nezha. Seeing this, Nezha hastily darted out from behind Qin Mo and took refuge behind Yin Shenyang, pleading in a timid voice, "Mother, save me. Father wants to kill me." Upon seeing Nezha's desperate state, Yin Shenyang's heart softened, and she implored Li Jing, "Jinggu, please spare Nezha. He understands his mistake." Hearing her plea, Li Jing froze, his hand pausing mid-swing, unsure whether to lower his sword. "But, my dear wife, that is not how we agreed. I play the villain, and you play the savior, not asking for leniency for Nezha so he can recognize his mistakes. How is it that after I take on the role of the villain, You immediately plead for him. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Observing this, Qin Mo chuckled softly and interjected, "General Li has misunderstood Nezha. He merely went for a swim by the sea and even made a good friend." As he spoke, Qin Mo introduced Ao Bing to Li Jing. Li Jing promptly sheathed his sword and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Ah, so you're the third prince of the EC? My apologies. Generally need not be so formal. I had become quite friendly with Nezha, so we engaged in conversation," Ao Bing replied, left with no choice. Ao Bing felt compelled to placate Li Jing, as he had already resolved to submit to Qin Mo. Li Jing nodded, but then turned to Nezha, his expression darkening once more. "Humph. If it weren't for Daoist Qin and the third prince of the Dragon Clan, I would have certainly dealt with you today." After finishing, Li Jing cast a grateful glance at Qin Mo, giving a slight nod. "You are a good man, Daoist Qin, that if not for your assistance, I would have found myself in a terribly awkward position today." Qin Mo nodded in return, recognizing that Li Jing was not genuinely angry with Nezha. It was merely a facade to intimidate him. He understood Nezha's character all too well. He was a defiant troublemaker. As the saying goes, 3 days without punishment leads to the roof being torn off. When it comes to educating children, one must wield both carrot and stick. After all, beneath the rod, good children are forged. To all the charming gentlemen and ladies, please do not take offense. Seeing his father sheath his sword, Nezha finally relaxed, a joyful expression on his face as he ran to Qin Mo. "Master, are you here to take your disciple to Jinao Island for training?" "Not quite. I have come to see how far you have progressed with the Shanxing heart method," Qin Mo replied, gently ruffling Nezha's hair. Truth be told, Nezha's hair felt rather pleasant to touch. Upon learning that Qin Mo was not there to take him to Jinao Island, Nezha's face fell in disappointment. Li Jing, noticing this, became furious. "What? You're so disappointed that your master isn't taking you to Jinao Island? So, it seems I've been delaying your training here, have I?" Qin Mo understood Nezha's feelings, but he could not take him to Jinao Island just yet. Nezha had not consumed the life-altering pill, and he still had his own destiny to fulfill. Without experiencing these trials, Nezha would not grow, nor would he feel the urge to strive for greatness out of a sense of indebtedness to his parents. As for Nezha's destined trials of returning the favor of his parents, as well as the death of Chaoge, Qin Mo would ensure they never came to pass. Allowing those events to unfold would ruin Nezha's foundation. And given how adorable Chaoge was, he certainly did not wish to witness her demise. Noticing Nezha's disappointment, Qin Mo simply smiled and chose not to address it further. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Jing and his wife, he led Nezha and Ao Bing to Nezha's room. "Nezha, begin practicing the Shanxing heart method. Let me see how far you have progressed." Upon hearing this, Nezha promptly seated himself in meditation, following the prescribed route of energy cultivation, and began to channel the Supreme Heart Method. This method is divided into 9 tiers, and, as Nezha practiced, Qin Mo was astonished to discover that Nezha had actually attained the 5th tier. Qin Mo felt a profound sense of satisfaction at this development. It is worth noting that even Qin Mo himself had only reached the 7th tier. Of course, this was unrelated to one's cultivation level. The Supreme Heart Method merely serves to assist in one's practice and enhance the speed of cultivation. It significantly differs from the Taiyi Heart Method taught by the human sect and the Yuding Heart Method of the Chan sect. Subsequently, Qin Mo instructed Nezha to cease his practice and lightly touched his forehead with his finger. In the next moment, a multitude of intricate runes appeared in Nezha's mind. "Master, what is this?" Nezha inquired. Perplexed, "This is the 8-9 mystical arts. Henceforth, in addition to the Supreme Heart Method, you shall cultivate this," Qin Mo elucidated. Qin Mo envisioned that as his disciple, Nezha should entirely immerse himself in the 8-9 mystical arts. In the future, Yang Jian, as the god of war in the heavenly court, would possess formidable strength. Qin Mo aimed to forge several high-tier warriors akin to Yang Jian. Just imagine, in the future, a multitude of Yang Jian surrounding a single monkey, Sun Wukong. In battle, what a spectacle that would be. The mere thought excited him. Moreover, his current objective was to disrupt the investiture of the gods. Once the war began, he would instruct his disciples to aid Chaoge in quelling Shiqi, as long as the primordial lord did not intervene. All those second-generation disciples from the Chen sect would find themselves on the divine roster. Even if the Primordial Lord were to abandon his dignity and intervene, he still had the Tongtian cult master on his side. With this in mind, Qin Mo began contemplating how to win over Nuwa. During the investiture of the gods, Nuwa remained firmly in the Nuwa palace, refraining from participation. However, she did take part by utilizing the demon summoning banner to send the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb to Chaoge to confuse King Zhou and undermine the Shang dynasty. Yet, in Qin Mo's view, this hardly constituted active participation. Furthermore, he considered that the sword array of the exterminating immortals wielded by the Tongtian cult master could only be broken by the 4 saints. With Taishang Lao Jun, the Primordial Lord, and those 2 shameless individuals from the West, that made 4.it was imperative to recruit Nuwa. If she could restrain one individual, the sword array of the exterminating immortals would remain unbreakable. Alas, the road ahead is arduous. Qin Mo sighed, then shifted his gaze to Ao Bing beside him. Since he would become my steed, I shall not be partial. Upon saying this, and under Ao Bing's astonished gaze, Qin Mo similarly imparted the 8-9 mystical arts to him. After receiving the 8-9 mystical arts, Ao Bing was elated, and his resentment towards Qin Mo dissipated. He promptly knelt before Qin Mo in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this method. Qin Mo was greatly pleased by this response. This was the effect he desired. He sought not merely physical submission from Ao Bing, but psychological allegiance. Such an achievement was truly gratifying. After spending a day at Chuntang Pass, the next day, under Nezha's envious gaze, Qin Mo took to the clouds with Ao Bing, flying northward towards the northern and the northern sea. Grand Tutor Wenzhong of the Shang dynasty occupied the foremost position in the central military tent. His divine eye slightly opened, emanating an aura of righteousness. Exuding great majesty, on either side stood several generals, gazing at Wenzhong with utmost respect. However, at this moment, Wenzhong wore a troubled expression, as if he were beset by insurmountable difficulties. Little did I expect that I would come to quell the rebellion of Yuan Fudong in the northern sea. Only to remain here for 15 years, I feel I have failed the late king's entrustment. Wenzhong lamented, casting a remorseful glance at the generals below. These generals either had families or elderly mothers at home. They had accompanied him away from Chaoge for 15 years, and Wenzhong felt deeply apologetic towards them. Even more so towards the late king Di's commission at this point. Wenzhong was preparing to draw his sword and take his own life as an apology. Seeing this, the generals quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Grand Tutor, please don't. Our Shang dynasty cannot do without you. Nor can the king. Indeed, Grand Tutor, we still need you to safeguard our Shang dynasty. Alas, as the generals restrained him, Wenzhong sighed deeply, lowering his sword in self-reproach. What safeguarding can I offer? I cannot even subdue Yuan Fudong. How can I protect the Shang dynasty? I have no face left to meet the king. Grand Tutor, please do not say such things. One of the generals stepped forward, saying, if it were not for that immortal supporting Yuan Fudong, how could we have remained here for 15 years? We did not lose to Yuan Fudong. We lost to that immortal. Moreover, our Shang dynasty has not yet been defeated. Yes, Grand Tutor, General Chao Lei speaks rightly. Another general chimed in, if it were not for that immortal, we would have long since slain Yuan Fudong. Alas, Wenzhong sighed once more. As a disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he was naturally a member of the Taoist sect, yet he had clashed with the immortal backing Yuan Fudong. That immortal, clad in a Taoist robe, and clearly a member of the Taoist sect, employed methods from the Western teachings. Wenzhong had never encountered anyone from the Western teachings and was thus unfamiliar with their methods. Moreover, he had not returned to Jinao Island to meet his master in quite some time, making him even less acquainted with the Western teachings. Given that the immortal's strength surpassed Wenzhong's, he found himself unable to prevail. Although Wenzhong had the aid of the divine eye to foresee his enemy's attacks, the immortal was equally unable to subdue Wenzhong. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Just as Wenzhong was at a loss, a soldier entered from outside, respectfully addressing him, reporting to the Grand Tutor. There's a Taoist and a horned individual at the gate seeking an audience, requesting that the Grand Tutor personally receive them Soon as the soldier finished speaking, before Wen Zhong could respond. The brothers Chao Lei and Chao Tian were incensed. Wen Zhong was the person they respected the most, and they would not allow anyone to show him disrespect. What audacity! My brother, and I must see who possesses the boldness to demand that the Grand Tutor personally receive them. With that, the brothers Chao Lei and Chao Tian strode out of the military tent, exuding an air reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yishui River. Not long after, sound of scuffle emerged from outside the tent, though it was more one-sided than a true battle. Shortly thereafter, Chao Lei and Chao Tian flew back into the tent. The generals were immediately incensed and were about to draw their weapons to confront the intruders when a voice filled with authority rang out from outside. Nephew Wen Zhong, your master uncle has arrived. Should you not personally greet him? Master uncle? Wen Zhong was baffled. He had many master uncles and did not know which one had arrived. However, regardless of which master uncle it was, he was a disciple of the Grand Master Tongtian and thus deserved a personal welcome. With this in mind, Wen Zhong hurriedly adjusted his appearance, and the worry on his face vanished, replaced by a warm smile. He then led several generals out of the tent, even Chao Lei and Chao Tian being supported by other generals. Outside the gate stood a smiling Taoist and a young man who bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Clan. Which esteemed master uncle has come? Wen Zhong inquired, cupping his fists in greeting. Having never met Qin Mo, he had only heard of him through his master, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and since he had not visited Janeo Island in a long time, he was naturally unaware of recent events surrounding Qin Mo. I am Qin Mo, the fifth direct disciple of your Grandmaster Tongtian. Qin Mo introduced himself, upon hearing that the other party was a direct disciple of his Grandmaster Tongtian. Wen Zhong quickly performed the disciple's bow and addressed Qin Mo. Disciple Wen Zhong greets Master Uncle Qin. Observing that even Grand Tutor Wen had bowed, the other generals hurriedly followed suit, that we greet Taoist Qin. Although Chao Lei and Chao Tian had already bowed, they were still filled with trepidation. This Taoist was the Grand Tutor's master uncle, a celestial being of the Jie sect. What had they done just moments ago? How dare they engage in conflict with a celestial being? The two brothers prayed fervently, hoping that Qin Mo would be magnanimous and spare them. Taoist Qin, celestial Qin, we might still have a chance for redemption. Nephew Wen Zhong, and all the esteemed generals, please rise. Qin Mo raised his right hand lightly, a gentle force gradually lifting Wen Zhong and the others. Apart from Wen Zhong, the expressions of the other generals were filled with astonishment, and they looked at Qin Mo with great admiration. Truly, he is the revered uncle of the Grand Master, a celestial being of the Jiejiao. This is what an immortal truly embodies, remarkably powerful. Beside them, Wen Zhong watched this scene with a broad smile, choosing not to reveal the truth. His uncle's display was masterful. Upon arrival, he had already garnered such respect from these generals, which was advantageous for Wen Zhong. Of course, the technique Qin Mo had just used was something Wen Zhong had studied under the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, but had failed to master or learn it. One must first achieve precise control over their internal spiritual energy. Wen Zhong had trained for a full 5 years, and whether it was due to dullness of wit or some other reason, he simply could not grasp it. Eventually, he had no choice but to give up. Now, witnessing Qin Mo accomplish it with such ease, Wen Zhong could not help but feel a deep admiration for him. Truly, he is a direct disciple of the Grand Master. After welcoming Qin Mo into the camp, Wen Zhong offered the seat of honor to him, which Qin Mo graciously accepted. Subsequently, Wen Zhong turned to his companion Ao Bing and inquired, "Uncle, may I ask who this individual is?" "He is Ao Bing, the son of Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea." Qin Mo introduced Dada. "So he is the son of the Dragon King of the East Sea," Wen Zhong replied, his tone lacking the reverence he had shown to Qin Mo. After all, he was a disciple of Jiejiao. There was no reason for him to show respect to the son of the East Sea Dragon King. He had not earned that right. Even if the East Sea Dragon King himself were present, he would not hold such authority. Jiejiao is a revered sect. What qualifications does the East Sea Dragon King possess to command respect from his disciples? Just because they are neighbors? That is preposterous. The Five Zhuang Temple of Jinyuan Daxian lies within the influence of the Western sect. One might say they are neighbors too, yet their relationship is hardly cordial. Qin Mo observed all of this keenly, but chose not to comment, and instead asked Wenzhong, "Nephew Wenzhong, what is the situation with Yuan Fudong? It has been nearly 15 years. Why has it not been resolved?" Wenzhong was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting his uncle to pose such a question if he did not know better, he might have thought Qin Mo was sent by King Zhou to hold him accountable. Upon hearing Qin Mo's inquiry, several generals, including Wenzhong, lowered their heads, feeling utterly embarrassed. They had not anticipated that such news had reached Jiejiao. "Alas, does my master know?" Wenzhong felt a wave of despair wash over him. "If my master finds out, will he cast me out of the sect?" In that moment, Wenzhong recalled Qin Mo's presence. With his uncle here, surely resolving Yuan Fudong would be a straightforward task. Moreover, if his master were to expel him from the sect, he could rely on his uncle to intercede on his behalf. Indeed, that is how it shall be. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over Wenzhong, and he proceeded to recount the current situation to Qin Mo in detail. Yuan Fudong has the support of an immortal behind him. Upon hearing Wenzhong's account, Qin Mo furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, "That immortal dons a Taoist robe, yet employs the techniques of the Western sect. How intriguing!" The Western sect's disruption of our Eastern Taoist traditions remains unyielding. Wenzhong did not catch what Qin Mo said. He was too anxious, watching him closely, uncertain if Qin Mo had a plan to deal with the immortal backing Yuan Fudong. Then, Qin Mo's expression shifted to one of determination as he instructed Wenzhong, "Nephew Wenzhong, you shall call for a challenge. I wish to meet this immortal," but he emphasized the word immortal with great weight. Wenzhong felt a surge of joy. It seemed that his uncle had a way to confront the adversary. Yet he still inquired, "Uncle, you have just arrived today. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for the night and confront them tomorrow." "No need." Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I am pressed for time. After resolving Yuan Fudong, we must also return to Chaoge. There is no time to waste. Furthermore, it has been 15 years since you all left Chaoge. Do you not wish to return home soon?" Upon hearing the prospect of returning home, both Wenzhong and the generals felt a wave of elation. Under Wenzhong's command, they swiftly began to assemble the troops, preparing for a decisive battle against Yuan Fudong. Wenzhong's efficiency was commendable. After all, he was the Grand Master, a stabilizing force for the Yinshang. Soon, Wenzhong had completed the troop assembly, wielding dual whips and riding a mochilin. He approached the city wall and summoned the brothers Chao Lei and Chao Tian to call for a challenge. "Yuan Fudong, you impudent fool, and you sorcerer, come forth and meet your demise." Before long, Yuan Fudong led his troops out of the city. Standing beside him was a Taoist clad in a blue robe, holding a whisk. However, what amused Qin Mo was that this Taoist was completely bald, his head shining brightly. "This is too funny. Does the Western sect truly believe we Easterners are fools?" Qin Mo laughed heartily beside Wenzhong. The others turned to Qin Mo, their faces filled with confusion. "Uncle, do you mean to say that this immortal is from the Western sect? But he clearly looks like a Taoist," Wenzhong asked. "Indeed. How could an immortal possibly be from the Western sect?" echoed the other generals, puzzled by Qin Mo's assertion. "I could see this." Qin Mo was momentarily stunned, looking incredulously at the crowd. "Surely you must have noticed?" The others shook their heads in unison. Good grief, Qin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment. With such intellect, how did you all become the Grand Master and generals of Yinshang? No wonder the dynasty fell. If they did not fall, it would truly defy reason. The minds of Yinshang court seemed utterly dulled. He then fixed his gaze intently on Wenzhong. Contemplating, it seems that upon returning to Jin Ao Island, I must consider persuading Sister Jinling to choose another disciple. Qin Mo spoke this thought aloud, and he was certain that not only Wenzhong, but even the other Yinshang generals heard him. As expected, the eyes of the crowd shifted towards Wenzhong atop the Mo Chung at that moment. Wenzhong's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment. "Uncle, please spare me. This is too much," Wenzhong pleaded, feeling somewhat aggrieved towards Qin Mo. In truth, Qin Mo had misjudged Wenzhong. While he was aware that Western sect members were bald, not every bald individual belonged to the Western sect. Moreover, Wenzhong was unfamiliar with the Western sect, so it was reasonable for him not to recognize it. If Wenzhong could not identify it, how could the ordinary mortal generals of Yinshang possibly know? They had only learned about Jiejiao and Chanjiao from Wenzhong. Soon on the battlefield, Yuan Fudong took a few steps forward, addressing Wen Zhong directly. Wen Taishe, what brings you here in such haste to meet your demise? The brothers Chao Lei and Chao Tian, realizing Yuan Fudong regarded them with such disdain, were immediately incensed. Yuan Fudong, dismount and surrender, and perhaps I, Chao Lei, will consider sparing your life. Yuan Fudong, incensed by their insolence, turned to his troops and demanded, who dares to step forth and capture these two ignorant fools? As soon as he finished speaking, two generals stepped forward and addressed Yuan Fudong. After receiving his nod of approval, they brandished their swords and spears, charging toward Chao Lei and Chao Tian. However, having followed Wen Taishe for many years, Chao Lei and Chao Tian were formidable warriors, swiftly dispatching the two attackers, Yuan Fudong. These two are no match. You should take the field yourself, Chao Lei declared, lifting the heads of his fallen opponents and grinning at Yuan Fudong. Yuan Fudong could not endure such humiliation and prepared to confront Chao Lei and Chao Tian, but was halted by the Taoist behind him. General Yuan, do not be provoked. Allow me to handle these two. With that, the Taoist leaped forward and instantly appeared above Chao Lei and Chao Tian. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Mo sprang into action. He was apprehensive that if he delayed, Zhao Lei and Zhao Tian would meet their demise at the hands of their adversary. The Taoist before him exhibited an astonishing cultivation level. Having reached the pinnacle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, he was merely a step away from attaining the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A thunderous roar resounded, shaking the entirety of the battlefield. As the dissipating smoke cleared, it revealed the Taoist standing within a massive pit, devoid of any trace of Zhao Lei and Zhao Tian. Could it be that they had been reduced to nothingness? The thought struck Master One with a pang of sorrow. Zhao Lei and Zhao Tian had followed him for many years, and he had long regarded them as his own disciples. The detestable Western Church. Wen Zhong clenched his fists, his eyes wide with fury, just as he was about to implore his master uncle Qin Mo to avenge Zhao Lei and Zhao Tian. When the next moment, he was rendered speechless that of course, he was not the only one in such a state of bewilderment. Zhao Lei and Zhao Tian were equally confounded at that moment. Their sole thoughts were, who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? Meanwhile, the Taoist, intending to attack, suddenly realized that Zhao Lei and Zhao Tian were nowhere to be found below him. Leaving him astonished, he attempted to retract his attack. But it was too late, leading to the earlier spectacle. The Taoist swiftly composed himself, ascending into the air, gazing at the Yinshang army, and called out, which fellow Taoist is present? Why not reveal yourself for a meeting? Upon hearing the invitation, Qin Mo turned to A.O. Bing beside him. A.O. Bing understood immediately and transformed into his true form, with Qin Mo standing atop his head. The troops of Yuan Fudong were struck with terror as a colossal azure dragon suddenly appeared on the battlefield, causing both men and horses to tremble in fear. Even Yuan Fudong himself felt a tinge of trepidation. Observing this, the Taoist cast an irate glance at Yuan Fudong. Had it not been a battlefield, he would have certainly made Yuan Fudong experience the punishments of their Western Church. Truly a hopeless case, eye in the sky. Qin Mo witnessed this scene and nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. The moment the opponent made their entrance, they created a large pit. Now, as he made his appearance, he summoned a dragon. Was that too much to ask? Moreover, if his entrance lacked flair, he would feel unworthy of the identity of Tongtian Laozu. The Taoist scrutinized the mighty dragon beneath Qin Mo's feet before shifting his gaze to Qin Mo and inquired, which faction do you hail from? What brings you to the North Sea to meddle in such trivial matters? Trivial matters? Qin Mo could not suppress his laughter. I ask this what you consider trivial. Is it customary for your Western Church to be so shameless? Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the Taoist expression shifted slightly. How did he know I am from the Western Church? No matter. Even if he exposed me, I will deny it to the death. What Western Church? The Taoist feigned confusion, declaring, I am but a practitioner of the Tao. Qin Mo could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Witnessing Qin Mo's audacity, the Taoist was instantly consumed by rage. This was clearly a blatant disregard for him. Just as he prepared to strike, he heard Qin Mo clutching his stomach, pointing at his head. and saying, "Hey, let me tell you, next time you perform, remember to complete the act." Have you ever seen a practitioner of the Tao who is bald? The Taoist thought, "I was careless. No wonder it felt strange." Regardless, he could not admit to being from the Western Church, lest he face punishment from his master upon returning. Humph. The Taoist scoffed, "Who exactly are you?" Cough, cough. Qin Mo cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Baldy, listen well. I am Qin Mo, the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian sect master of Bo Palace." Upon hearing that Qin Mo was a disciple of the Tongtian sect master, the Taoist's expression changed, though it quickly faded to the disciple of the sage. "Who isn't? You may be a direct disciple of the sage, but so am I. Indeed, the Taoist was none other than the disciple of the Western Church's guiding sage, Daji. His purpose in assisting Yuan Fudong was to create turmoil within the Yin Shang, hastening their demise to seize the fortune of humanity. After Qin Mo introduced himself, he kept a close watch on the Taoist, observing his transition from astonishment to a serene composure. Qin Mo quickly deduced the Taoist's identity. Among the notable figures of the Western Church, it was easy to guess. Mefra, with his protruding belly, always appeared jovial wherever he went. The medicine master, true to his name, was devoted to the study of pharmacology, often emanating a fragrant aroma. Lastly, there was this Daji. Daji had heard of Qin Mo from his master, the guiding sage. Although Qin Mo was a direct disciple of the sage, his cultivation was not particularly high. Moreover, he also knew that Wen Zhong was similarly a member of the Jiejiao, indicating that Qin Mo had come to aid Wen Zhong in quelling the rebellion in the North Sea. Consequently, Daji ceased his words and engaged in battle with Qin Mo. The two fought fiercely, transitioning from the skies to the ground and back again, with the intensity of their clash resonating across the battlefield. The shockwave from their battle affected both armies. Wen Zhong and Yuan Fudong promptly commanded their forces to retreat 5 miles to avoid the impact. Yet, what astonished Daji was that Qin Mo, clearly at the mid-stage of the Xian immortal realm, displayed no signs of falling behind, even after hundreds of exchanges, and in fact appeared to gain the upper hand. After exchanging blows for several hundred rounds, Qin Mo swiftly retreated, then raised his hand and gently pointed towards Daji. In the blink of an eye, a ball of flames surged towards Daji. Upon seeing this, Daji's pupils constricted as he sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the flames. Reacting immediately, he retreated hastily. However, while he moved quickly, the flames advanced even faster. When the flames reached Daji, they suddenly split into 6, swiftly encircling him. "This is bad," was Daji's immediate thought. However, it was too late for him to evade. The 6 flames ignited him directly. Daji let out a horrific scream as he plummeted to the ground. The agonizing cry sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it, evoking a sense of utter despair. Daji fell to the ground, motionless, as if he were dead. The flames that consumed him did not extinguish, as if intent on eradicating him completely, until nothing but ash remained, at which point they finally subsided. The sight rendered both armies speechless. Particularly, Yuan Fudong's side was gripped by terror as they gazed at the dragon and the Taoist in the sky. They could hardly believe that even a celestial being of such magnitude was slain by the flames of their adversary. How could mere mortals hope to withstand such flames? The answer was clearly no. The soldiers of Yuan Fudong looked pleadingly towards him, hoping he would make a wise decision, for they did not wish to die. Just then, before Yuan Fudong could decide, Qin Mo descended on the massive dragon, looking down imperiously at Yuan Fudong, exuding an air of imperial authority. "Yuan Fudong, surrender or die. Choose one." In the face of the dragon's unwavering gaze, Yuan Fudong's military dignity evaporated. He immediately knelt, pleading with Qin Mo, "Immortal, spare my life. I am willing to surrender." After uttering these words, Yuan Fudong seemed to lose something of great importance, kneeling there with vacant eyes. Upon hearing Yuan Fudong's declaration of surrender, his soldiers promptly discarded their weapons, kneeling before Qin Mo and pleading, "Please spare our lives. We are willing to surrender." Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then summoned Wen Zhong to arrange for the cleanup of the battlefield and to take over all that Yuan Fudong possessed in the North Sea. Meanwhile, in the west, on Mount Shumi, Jing and Juni were discussing how to swiftly acquire the fortune of humanity when a disciple rushed in, flustered. Reporting to the two saints, just now while I was tidying up the spirit tablets of my seniors, I suddenly discovered that the spirit tablet of Senior Daji has shattered. Upon concluding his words, the disciple presented a shattered soul talisman to Jing and Juantia in the Western Church. Every direct disciple and inner disciple is required to leave a soul talisman within the sect to prevent the calamity of falling mid-journey, which could render them beyond revival. Moreover, the soul talisman can issue a warning to the sect when its master encounters peril, thereby allowing time for the sect to dispatch aid. Upon seeing the broken talisman in the disciple's hand, Jane was taken aback that he then drew the shattered talisman closer and inquired of the disciple, "Did you notice if the soul talisman of Daji issued a warning during your sweep?" "No." The disciple shook his head in response. "Are you certain there was none?" "I am certain." Seeing that the disciple did not appear to be lying, Jane exchanged glances with Juanti, each discerning the other's thoughts, before Jane waved his hand toward the disciple, saying, "You may withdraw for now." "Yes, I take my leave," the disciple replied, departing. Once he had left, Juni was the first to speak up. "Brother, what have you pondered?" "Junior brother, what you have considered aligns with my own thoughts," Jane replied. "Indeed," Juni nodded. "Daji has already reached the pinnacle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, merely a step away from the convergence of the three flowers and the five chi returning to the origin, poised to break through to the Doluo realm. The ability to instantly slay him without the talisman issuing a warning could only be attributed to the old guard of the Quasi-saints, or perhaps a saint themselves. Regardless of who it may be, since they dare to kill Daji, they are undoubtedly enemies of our Western Church, and we must ensure they pay the price, Jane declared vehemently, noticing the murderous intent on Jane's face. Juanti quickly cautioned, "Brother, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. We must prioritize reviving Daji." With Juanti's reminder, Jane regained his composure and said, "Thank you, junior brother. I shall proceed to revive Daji at once." However, this revival comes with a flaw. The resurrected individual will forget the cause of their death. Otherwise, Jane and Juanti would not have been left speculating who was responsible for Daji's demise. Simply reviving him and inquiring would have sufficed. At this moment, Qin Mo, located within the encampment of Yinshang in the North Sea, remained unaware that he had already become an object of hatred for the Western Church. Yet even if he were aware, it would not trouble him that if he could not contend with them, he would seek out Tongtian. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Once when Zhong had finalized his arrangements, Qin Mo eagerly pulled him along, hastening their departure. "Let them handle these matters. We must return to Chaoge swiftly, or we shall miss our chance." When Zhong, curious, inquired about Qin Mo's urgency to return to Chaoge, but Qin Mo refrained from revealing the details, simply stating that if they arrived late, the Yinshang would be doomed. Hearing this, when Zhong dared not delay further, hastily mounting the Ink Qilin and soaring through the skies alongside the dragon rider Qin Mo toward Chaoge. As for why they did not utilize the 5 elements escape technique to return, one might say, in Qin Mo's words, that it lacked flair. Indeed, it was about striking a balance between style and expediency. Chaoge, as the capital of the Yinshang, brims with the vibrancy of human prosperity, serving as a vital thoroughfare for merchants. While the city boasts a simple folk culture, it is not devoid of anomalies. A wealthy household was vocally commanding a group of shackled slaves to obediently transport goods. Such scenes are commonplace, whether in Chaoge or elsewhere, with most of these slaves being war captives, as Qin Mo and when Zhong approached the grand gates of Chaoge. They descended from the clouds, opting for a more subdued entrance. In Qin Mo's words, one must gauge the occasion when displaying ostentation. The soldiers guarding the gates, upon witnessing the two descend from the skies atop the Ink Qilin, were taken aback and hurriedly summoned others for assistance. However, as the two drew closer, the soldiers hastily knelt in fear. "We pay our respects to the Grand Minister," though they were mere gatekeepers, having witnessed the Grand Minister's majesty. They could not fail to recognize Wen Zhong, especially with the Ink Qilin's impressive presence. "Rise," when Zhong commanded, and before the words had fully left his lips, he and Qin Mo had already moved on. The two made their way unimpeded to the royal palace, where upon learning of Zhong's solitary return from the North Sea, King Zhou was filled with joy and promptly made his way to the Londa Hall. Why has the Grand Minister returned alone from the North Sea? Has Yuan Fudong's rebellion been quelled? King Zhou, who had only recently ascended to the throne, was not yet completely debauched, and the news of Yuan Fudong's defeat had only just reached him. Your Majesty, when Zhong began, maintaining the formalities befitting their ranks, with the assistance of my master, I have executed Yuan Fudong and displayed his head to the public. Excellent, King Zhou exclaimed with glee. Grand Minister, one has successfully subdued the North Sea. I shall bestow a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold, and upon the triumphant return of the soldiers, I will further confer honors at this juncture. King Zhou turned his attention to Qin Mo and inquired of Zhong. Grand Minister, could this Taoist be the 5th direct disciple of your master, the Tongtian cult leader? Upon hearing King Zhou's inquiry regarding Qin Mo, Zhong promptly introduced him. Indeed, your Majesty, this is my master's 5th direct disciple. Qin Mo, my master, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, is his senior sister. So, is a celestial being from the Jie school. King Zhou instructed a nearby messenger, bring forth a seat for the celestial being. No need, Qin Mo politely declined. Seeing this, King Zhou did not take offense and continued conversing with Qin Mo. Celestial Qin, you have aided the Yinshang in quelling the North Sea rebellion, that I must reward you in some manner. Would you be willing to serve as the national master of the Yinshang? Hearing King Zhou's proposal, Zhong silently commended him. Your Majesty has handled this beautifully. If Master Qin could become our national master, the Yinshang would no longer need to fear rebellions or treacherous ministers. However, Qin Mo's response left Zhong feeling disheartened that I thank your Majesty for your kind offer, but my aspirations do not lie in this direction. Witnessing Qin Mo's rejection, King Zhou's expression revealed disappointment, yet he refrained from pressing further. He then turned back to Zhong, stating, it is fortuitous that the Grand Minister has returned just in time. The ministers have proposed that on the morrow, for the birthday of Lady Nuwa, I shall lead the entire court to the Nuwa Palace to pay my respects. Grand Minister, please accompany me. Zhong glanced at Qin Mo before agreeing to King Zhou. After leaving Londa Hall, Zhong could not help but ask Qin Mo, Master, why did you decline the king's gracious offer? Becoming the national master of the Yinshang places you just below the throne. Qin Mo merely smiled and said nothing to it. Was not until they reached the Grand Minister's residence that Qin Mo finally explained his urgency in bringing Zhong back to Chaoge. What, Master, are you suggesting that during the king's pilgrimage to the Nuwa Palace tomorrow, someone may disrupt the proceedings? I cannot be entirely certain, but it is highly probable, Qin Mo replied, though he was uncertain whether a disturbance would indeed occur. He speculated that while King Zhou was usually diligent in governance and not excessively indulgent, during the pilgrimage to the Nuwa Palace, he seemed to transform entirely. Thus, Qin Mo surmised that there must be some ulterior motive at play. He brought Zhong back, not only to fulfill a system task, but also to have an additional ally for assistance. For Zhong, any matter concerning the Yinshang warranted his utmost attention. And Qin Mo's words compelled him to remain vigilant. Better to trust in the possibility than to dismiss it. Lady Nuwa, being a saint and the mother of humanity, commanded great respect. If King Zhou truly desecrated the goddess, Enhua, then the Shang dynasty would be in grave peril. Zhong could not afford to be careless. Tomorrow, as the Enhua Palace receives incense offerings, it will be acceptable if no one disrupts the ceremony. However, should someone dare to cause trouble, Zhong would not let that person escape unscathed. A night passed in silence. And soon it was the following day, Enhua's birthday. King Zhou rose early, bathed, changed his attire, and offered incense and prayer. Once all formalities were concluded, he led the court officials towards the Enhua Palace. Qin Mo and Zhong, as discussed the previous night, remained in the shadows, vigilant against any potential disruptors. Before long, the royal procession arrived at the gates of the Enhua Palace. Throughout the journey, Qin Mo and Zhong detected no suspicious individuals. Yet the focus was not on that. The paramount concern lay in the incense offering at the Enhua Palace. King Zhou instructed the royal entourage to wait outside while he, along with Wei Ziqi and Chancellor Baigon, entered the palace with several ministers. Inside the Enwa Palace, the space was modest, adorned with gauzy curtains, where two statues could be faintly discerned upon the altar, lifelike in their artistry. Just then, the previously silent system suddenly spoke. System prompt: please, host, employ the super water mirror technique to cover the entirety of the Enwa Palace. Unexpected rewards await. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo paused momentarily, realization dawning upon him. It seems someone truly intended to cause disruption. With this thought, he silently recited the incantation and subtly activated the super water mirror technique. This technique, unlike the ordinary water mirror technique found in the primordial realm, originated from a higher plane. The super water mirror not only recorded events but also captured sounds, and could even serve as a means of attack, far surpassing the utility of its mundane counterpart. Since Qin Mo had reached the mid-level of the profound immortal realm on Golden Turtle Island, he had extracted this technique. Because it did not belong to the primordial realm, it could be executed discreetly. Undetectable even by saints, a massive invisible water mirror enveloped the Enwa Palace. A faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips. Now, he simply awaited the moment to catch the intruder. King Zhou, leading the officials into the Enwa Palace, felt an urge to glance around. However, he was halted by Chancellor Baigan and Wei Ziqi, who urged him to show respect to the goddess Enwa. He nodded in acquiescence, heeding their counsel. Upon reaching the statue of Enwa, King Zhou raised his gaze, but the gauzy curtain obscured his view of the statue, revealing only vague curve. As he pondered this obscurity and moved closer to discern the details, a eunuch approached him, holding several sticks of incense. Seeing this, King Zhou halted his advance, accepted the incense, and began his offerings to the goddess. After bowing 3 times and preparing to look up, an unexpected gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, gently lifted the gauzy curtain before him, revealing the divine statue of Nwi. In that moment, King Zhou stood entranced, utterly captivated by the goddess's beauty. Never before had he encountered such a breathtaking figure. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Qin Mo suddenly sensed a faint ripple of magical energy, so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. Someone was making a move, he realized, and he stealthily followed the source of that energy. However, Wen Zhong remained oblivious to this, his fury igniting upon witnessing King Zhou staring blankly at the statue of Enwa. If not for the imperative to apprehend the troublemaker, he would have already struck King Zhou with his golden whip. Foolish monarch indeed. Wen Zhong seethed, silently grateful to Qin Mo for bringing him back. Without him, he might have been unaware of the impending disaster. The fate of the Shang dynasty could have been lost before he could even comprehend it. With that thought, Wen Zhong averted his gaze from King Zhou, fearing he might be unable to refrain from reprimanding him. Yet as he glanced towards Qin Mo's direction, he was taken aback. Where had my esteemed master gone? Just as Wen Zhong searched for Qin Mo, the latter had quietly approached the back of the troublemaker. Observing a rotund, bald figure ahead, Qin Mo instantly recognized the identity of the intruder. Mithria, a direct disciple of the Western teachings, and the one he least expected to encounter here. That moment, Mithria gazed contentedly at King Zhou in the Enwa Palace, seemingly pleased with the ease of his task, completely unaware of the presence behind him. Just as Mithria reveled in his seemingly simple mission, darkness suddenly enveloped him, followed by a sharp pain on his head. As he attempted to resist, he discovered to his dismay that his magical powers had been sealed. What on earth is happening? When was I discovered? Why am I unable to wield my powers? A barrage of questions flooded Mithria's mind, accompanied by the throbbing pain at the top of his head, rendering him acutely aware of his predicament. Meanwhile, as Qin Mo stealthily approached Mithria, he contemplated how best to deal with him. Mithria's strength surpassed that of the formidable Daji. While he had successfully ambushed Daji, he was uncertain if he could do the same to Mithria. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the silent system provided a suggestion: the concealing bag and concealing stick, 2 complementary items. The concealing bag could obscure any object placed within it and had the added advantage of sealing magical powers. This meant that whether the contents were human, demon, or spirit, their powers would be confined. And even saints would be unable to detect the bag's contents. The concealing stick, on the other hand, was ideal for stealthily striking foes, rendering any investigation futile. However, the system's offer came with conditions. It would cost him 2 lottery chances. And both items were not permanent, usable only twice. Qin Mo immediately declined, accusing the system of taking advantage of him. The system's retort was equally forthright. Use it if you wish, or don't. The system would not cater to him. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Mo reluctantly agreed to the system's terms. Soon, with the concealing bag and concealing stick in hand, he swiftly placed the bag over Mithria's head and began to unleash his frustration with the stick. With each strike, he muttered, "Thud, it's all your fault that I fell victim to unscrupulous merchants. Thud, it's your fault for making me lose 2 lottery chances. Thud, it's your fault that my treasures can only be used twice. Thud, it's your fault that seeing your smile makes me want to strike you." After half an hour of relentless punishment, Qin Mo began to feel fatigue that moment. When Zhong approached, his face flushed with anger. Clearly agitated, Come, nephew. I'm tired of... It's your turn now." Upon seeing Wen Zhong's arrival, Qin Mo handed the concealing stick to him, inviting him to take over the beating of Mithria. Wen Zhong examined the stick in his hand and the bulging concealing bag, a sense of suspicion creeping in. "Uncle, could this be the troublemaker?" "Indeed it is," Qin Mo confirmed with a nod. Upon realizing that there truly was an intruder, Wen Zhong's fury ignited, the flames in his 3 eyes nearly bursting forth. "Very well, this is perfect for venting my anger." With the concealing stick in hand, he slowly approached Mithria, silently vowing to avenge his earlier frustrations. When Zhong delivered a fierce blow to Mithria, unseemingly unsatisfied, he followed up with another strike. Mithria cried out in agony, "You're killing me." Hearing Mithria's wails, Qin Mo paused, perplexed. Why did he scream so pitifully when I struck him, yet remained silent under Wen Zhong's blows? Am I truly weaker than Wen Zhong? Very well. I shall exact my vengeance when I have recovered sufficiently, delivering each blow with all my might. He was unafraid of killing Mithria, whether 1 or 2. The outcome would be the same. After all, with the concealing bag and concealing stick, no one from the west could trace it back to him. With these thoughts, Qin Mo chuckled, causing a shiver to run down Wen Zhong's spine, sensing that his uncle had concocted yet another dubious scheme. Nonetheless, Wen Zhong's hands did not cease their movements. You're killing me." "Who are you?" Mithria cried out in despair. Mithria cried out, "I am but a disciple of the Western Pure Land's guiding sage. Alas, this pain is unbearable." Regardless of Mithria's protests, Qin Mo and Wen Zhong feigned ignorance, relentlessly striking Mithria with their concealed staff. With each merciless blow and the shackling of his cultivation, Mithria's vitality waned progressively. It was only when he lay motionless upon the ground that Wen Zhong finally ceased, turning to Qin Mo with a query. "Master, what should we do? He appears to be dead." "Dead?" Qin Mo cast a fleeting glance at Mithria and chuckled. "You underestimate both Mithria and the Western teachings," he sighed. "Very well. Let us refrain from further beating him as you command, Master." Wen Zhong exhaled, feeling a sense of relief as his pent-up frustration dissipated. Disregarding Wen Zhong, Qin Mo approached Mithria. Fully aware that he had not yet perished, he spoke. "Mithria, you ought not to have come here to disrupt matters. Since you have, you must bear the consequences. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your 2 Western sages also pay their price. Prepare for your journey to the afterlife, and place the blame on your Western sages." With that, Qin Mo swiftly employed the super water mirror technique and the chaotic golden flame. Mithria, caught unawares, was incinerated before he could even attempt to resist. The super water mirror technique not only records events and sounds, but also captures, confines, and assaults individuals. That it is undoubtedly an essential spell for both home and travel. Witnessing Qin Mo effortlessly eliminate Mithria, Wen Zhong gazed at him with profound respect. Master's power grows ever more formidable. Soon after, Qin Mo and Wen Zhong returned to the Nuwa Palace, where they were met with the ire and regret of the ministers. Even Wen Zhong, upon seeing King Zhou, nearly lost his composure. Qin Mo, puzzled, inquired, "Esteemed colleagues, what has transpired? Why do you all appear so furious?" The others remained silent. Only the royal uncle Baigon and Wei Ziqi gestured towards the side wall of the Nuwa Palace. Following their indication, Qin Mo beheld several freshly inscribed verses upon the wall. The majestic phoenix and dragon adornments are splendid, adorned with exquisite gold filigree. The winding distant mountains are cloaked in emerald hues, their graceful sleeves dancing against the rosy clouds. Pear blossoms, dripping with rain, vie for beauty, while peonies shrouded in mist boast their alluring makeup. If only one could possess such enchanting grace, to reclaim the long-lost favor of the king. Such exquisite poetry, Qin Mo exclaimed in admiration upon reading the verses. However, the martial and civil officials, upon hearing his praise, wore expressions of disdain, and their impression of Qin Mo diminished significantly. When Jing, however, cast a knowing glance at Qin Mo, understanding that his master had his reasons for such remarks. Conversely, King Zhou, upon hearing Qin Mo's commendation, erupted in a laughter that Qin Xianzhong understands me well. They claim I am disrespecting the goddess Nuwa, yet I harbor no such intentions. This poem is merely a tribute to her beauty, nothing more. Qin Mo observed this exchange with indifference, responding, "Your Majesty is overly gracious. I merely expressed my admiration for the poem. Then what do you find commendable about this verse?" Qin Xianzhong, King Zhou inquired, though displeasure flickered within him. Yet, out of respect for the esteemed master of the Grand Tutor, he refrained from showing anger. "From this poem, I discern your Majesty's admiration for the goddess Nuwa." Qin Mo replied with a smile. "However, in my humble opinion, this verse is somewhat misplaced and ought not to be displayed here." Instantly, King Zhou's countenance darkened as he retorted, "Then where do you believe this poem should be placed?" "Naturally, in your Majesty's private chambers," Qin Mo responded, "for displaying it here may incite the goddess Nuwa's displeasure. She is the mother of humanity, renowned for her divine merit in mending the heavens. Will you not fear her wrath for such irreverence?" At this juncture, Qin Mo's expression shifted. He recognized that King Zhou was presently lucid, not ensnared by illusions or control, and such words should not issue forth from a sagacious ruler. It appeared that the reign of the Shang dynasty was nearing its end for a reason. King Zhou, irritated by Qin Mo's increasing admonitions, scoffed and turned away. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, when Zhong and the other ministers exhibited expressions of enlightenment, they had mistakenly misjudged Qin Mo. His willingness to speak candidly to King Zhou earned their admiration. Seeing that King Zhou was unwilling to heed his counsel, Qin Mo sighed, shaking his head as he addressed Wen Zhong. "Nephew Wen Zhong, this matter is settled. I must return to Jinao Island should any issues arise. You may seek your master or myself on Jinao Island." Not wishing to prolong the uncomfortable situation with King Zhou, Wen Zhong respectfully bowed to Qin Mo disciple when Zhong bids farewell to master. Subsequently, Qin Mo summoned Ao Bing to transform into his true form, while he himself took his place at the dragon's head, soaring towards Jinao Island. Witnessing the spectacle, the ministers and common folk knelt in supplication, beseeching the immortal for protection. Upon his return to Jinao Island, aided by the system, Qin Mo stealthily made his way back to his cave dwelling. Prior to entering Jinao Island, the system had informed him that the Tongtian cult leader had returned from the Nuwa Palace. Thus, he relied on the system to conceal his aura. Once within his cave, Qin Mo felt an increasing sense of unease. The incense offering at the Nuwa Palace had concluded, heralding the commencement of the Fengshan event. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the Tao ancestor Hongjun would soon summon the various saints to the Zixiao Palace to sign the Fengshan list. Without further delay, Qin Mo hastily exited his cave. Making his way towards the Bo Palace, he understood that the saints would press the Tongtian cult leader to sign the Fengshan list, and at that juncture, the Jiejiao would be unable to escape calamity. While he could not thwart the saints or the Tao ancestor Hongjun, he could certainly advise the Tongtian cult leader on how to proceed. Arriving at the Bo Palace, Qin Mo composed his appearance. Preparing to pay his respects, disciple Qin Mo seeks an audience with master. Inside the Bo Palace, the Tongtian cult leader wore an exceedingly grim expression, sensing the growing aura of calamity. The great tribulation was imminent. When he heard Qin Mo's request to meet, he was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the purpose behind Qin Mo's visit at such a critical juncture. "Come in," the Tongtian cult leader eventually permitted Qin Mo to enter. Once inside, Qin Mo noted the displeasure etched upon the Tongtian cult leader's face, perplexed by the situation, yet still bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to master, wishing you eternal blessings and longevity that rivals the heavens. The Tongtian cult leader furrowed his brow, regarding Qin Mo with a peculiar gaze. Longevity that rivals the heavens? Is this boy cursing me? He was still a saint, with a lifespan surpassing that of the heavens. Here, heavens did not refer to the Tao of heaven, but rather to the primordial realm. For if the primordial realm were to perish, the Tao of heaven might endure, as would the saints. Where did you come up with such phrases? The Tongtian cult leader inquired, his expression darkening. I shall grant you another chance to rephrase your words. Seeing the Tongtian cult leader's displeasure, Qin Mo bowed once more, stating, May Master enjoy eternal blessings, with boundless longevity. The Tongtian cult leader thought to himself, this lad cannot seem to conjure any suitable phrases. Very well, let us discuss the matter at hand, he conceded, no longer dwelling on the previous exchange. Speak, what brings you to seek me? Master, it is this. I wish to pose a question, Qin Mo began. What question? Master, hypothetically speaking, if someone were to pose a threat to our Jiejiao, what actions would you take? Upon hearing this, the Tongtian cult leader's saintly might erupted, soaring towards the heavens. The disciples on Jinao Island sensed this overwhelming force and turned their gazes towards the Bio Palace, puzzled by their master's sudden fury. Was it possible that Qin Mo had once again incurred his displeasure? Naturally, the other saints also felt the Tongtian cult leader's formidable presence and were filled with curiosity, wondering what had provoked such ire. The most unfortunate of all was Qin Mo, closest to the Tongtian cult leader, who found himself pressed to the ground by this immense pressure. Noticing this, the Tongtian cult leader quickly reined in his might. Fixing a piercing gaze upon Qin M. Do you possess knowledge of something? Who seeks to bring harm to my Jiejiao? Master, I merely said hypothetically, Qin Mo replied as he rose from the ground, brushing off non-existent dust with a resigned and aggrieved expression. Hypothetically, do not utter that phrase again, the Tongtian cult leader declared. If someone truly seeks to harm my Jiejiao, I shall undoubtedly slay them beneath the sword of the extermination of immortals. If the situation were to be detrimental to me, it would be due to Taishang Shibua and Yuanshi Shibua. Tongtian Jiaozhu, exuding an aura of authority without anger, scrutinized Qin Mo closely, and upon finding no peculiarity, averted his gaze. Were it not for Qin Mo standing before him, such words would have incited him to draw his sword immediately. Who is unaware that he, along with Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan, forms the Pangu Sanqing, even though they have since parted ways, and despite the strained relationship between him and Yuanshi Tianzuan, they are still united as the Sanqing. Qin Mo's remark bore the implication of sowing discord. However, as Qin Mo is his disciple, Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained from displaying excessive anger, merely casting a glare at Qin Mo. Such words should not be uttered again, for they are disrespectful to the saints. Tongtian Jiaozhu admonished. Moreover, your assertion is purely speculative and utterly improbable. Tongtian Jiaozhu held no belief that his two elder brothers would conspire against him. Master, nothing is absolute. From Yuanshi Shibua to the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect, who does not regard my Jie sect as an anomaly. They often deride us as beings that are half beast and half human, born from damp eggs. Qin Mo replied eloquently. Furthermore, has Yuanshi Shibua not always looked down upon us in the Jie sect? This statement is not erroneous, is it? Just as Tongtian Jiaozhu was about to retort, he paused to reflect, realizing that Qin Mo's words held considerable truth. Indeed, Yuanshi Tianzuan had often dismissed the disciples of the Jie sect. Additionally, there was a time when Yuanshi Tianzuan advised Tongtian Jiaozhu to be discerning in choosing disciples, but Tongtian had disregarded it. Observing Tongtian Jiaozhu's silence, Qin Mo continued that if, for the sake of interest, you say Yuanshi Shibua would concede to us Jie sect due to their shared status as Sanqing, would that be the case? No, Tongtian Jiaozhu replied without a moment's hesitation. Shaking his head, he knew all too well his second brother. If there were matters of interest at stake, Yuanshi Tianzuan would undoubtedly not yield to the Jie sect. Sensing that he had led Tongtian Jiaozhu into this line of thought, Qin Mo inwardly smirked and continued to advance his argument. If the GS sect were to stand opposed to the Chan sect, Master, do you believe Taishang Shirba would side with Yuanshi Shirba or assist us in the GS sect? Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu turned his gaze back to Qin Mo, noticing that there was no hint of provocation in his demeanor, and he spoke with a conviction that reflected his belief. I trust that, even if Taishang Shirba does not assist us in the GS sect, he will not lend his support to the Chan sect. Really, Master, Qin Mo countered, for it is my understanding that your relationship with Taishang Shirba is not particularly strong, and I have also heard that Yuanshi Shirba frequently visits the 8 Scenery Palace. While you seldom do, Master. Well, Tongtian Jiaozhu found himself at a loss for words. Qin Mo's assertion was indeed accurate. According to Qin Mo's claims, his relationship with his elder brother was not as robust as that between Yuanshi and his elder brother. Realizing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression shifted to one of incredulity, and astonishment filled his gaze as he looked at Qin Mo, unaware of Tongtian Jiaozhu's thoughts. Qin Mo continued to guide him methodically. Master, allow me to pose another question. If the 2 Shirba and the 2 Saint from the West, along with our revered ancestor, were to compel you to undertake actions detrimental to our GS sect, what would you do? Would you comply or resist? At this, Tongtian Jiaozhu could no longer remain composed. He was uncertain why Qin Mo had posed such a question. Yet, an instinct nagged at him, suggesting that what Qin Mo spoke of would one day manifest into reality. After a moment's contemplation, his expression regained its resolve as he addressed Qin Mo. Disciple, I assure you, such a scenario will not come to pass. You see, your revered ancestor holds great affection for me, in the past. When I retrieved numerous treasures from Finbao Cliff, it was all at your ancestor's behest, as for the other 4 saints. Should they dare to coerce me, I shall undoubtedly unleash the Excalibur array amidst the chaos and confront them. At this point, a fierce sword intent radiated from Tongtian Jiaozhu. Were it not for his restraint, both Qin Mo and the entirety of Bo Palace would have been left in tatters, sensing this overwhelming sword intent. Qin Mo felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively took a step back. The intensity of the sword intent was staggering. Tongtian Jiaozhu indeed lived up to his reputation as the foremost sword cultivator in the Hongwang realm. Observing Qin Mo's reaction, Tongtian Jiaozhu's heart swelled with a faint smile. This lad, consumed with thoughts other than cultivation, is in dire need of proper instruction. Subsequently, Tongtian Jiaozhu tempered his sword intent, and in the next moment, Bo Palace returned to its original state. Just as Tongtian Jiaozhu was about to speak, the voice of Dao ancestor Hongjun resonated within his consciousness. Hasten to the Zhixiao Palace for a meeting. This was the telepathic summons from Dao ancestor Hongjun. The other 5 saints received the same message. Upon hearing the call from their teacher, Tongtian Jiaozhu dared not linger, and in an instant his figure vanished. As he departed, he said to Qin Mo, "Return to your cultivation. Your ancestor has summoned the 6 saints to Zhixiao Palace for a discussion. Do not dwell on such futile matters. I trust that what you have spoken will not come to pass." Watching Tongtian vanish and hearing his words, Qin Mo gazed at the futon ahead and sighed deeply. Alas, Master is still too kind-hearted, unwilling to believe that Dao ancestor Hongjun would coerce him. It seems I must rely on myself as a disciple to avert disaster and save the Jie sect. You wish to confer titles of divinity? Very well, I shall grant you that. However, whether the disciples of the Jie sect or those of the Chan sect and the Western teachings receive such titles remains to be seen. You wish to wage war against the Yin and Shang? Very well, I shall allow you to do so. Yet, when the time comes, whether it is an offensive or defensive campaign, that will be my prerogative. With that, Qin Mo cast one last sigh at the futon and turned to leave Bo Palace, in the realm beyond the heavens. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, the Sanqing and Enhua quickly arrived at the palace's entrance. After exchanging greetings, they awaited the summons from Dao ancestor Hongjun. The 2 saints from the west, however, arrived much later, appearing somewhat unsteady. Esteemed friends, I apologize for the delay. The journey from the west was rather long. Jing greeted with a cheerful demeanor upon seeing the displeased expressions of the Sanqing and the contemplative Enhua. Indeed, my brother is correct. We hope you will not take offense, Junti added. Among the Sanqing, Only Laozi glanced at the two saints from the west without uttering a word, while the other saints did not even deign to look their way. The two saints from the west were undeterred, standing respectfully outside the Zhixiao Palace, awaiting the Dao Ancestor's summons. Soon, the great doors of the Zhixiao Palace creaked open, and the voice of Dao Ancestor Hongjun echoed from within. Enter. Upon hearing the call, the first to step into the Zhixiao Palace was the trio of Sanqing, led by Taishang Laojun, followed by Enhua, and finally the two saints from the west. The 6 saints quickly gathered in the great hall, their faces filled with reverence as they bowed to Dao Ancestor Hongjun at the head of the hall. Disciples pay respects to the teacher. The Sanqing and Enhua are all direct disciples of Dao Ancestor Hongjun, while the two saints from the west were merely registered disciples. This moment, Dao Ancestor Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the 6 saints, though his face bore no expression. An aura of authority and solemnity emanated from him at all times, instilling in those who beheld him a desire to prostrate in worship. The purpose of today's summons is to discuss the matter of conferring divinity. Dao Ancestor Hongjun wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the crux of the matter. As saints, you ought to be aware of the concept of a calamity in the Hongwang realm. You must have sensed the increasing heaviness of calamity qi in the world. This signifies that the calamity is imminent. As he spoke, Daozu Hongjun deliberately paused, eager to observe the reactions of the 6 saints. Niwa maintained her usual demeanor, appearing utterly unconcerned, while the 3 pure ones exhibited an air of calm indifference, as if they had long anticipated this matter. In stark contrast, the 2 Western saints, upon hearing Daozu Hongjun announce the impending calamity, were overjoyed. They perceived this catastrophe as an opportunity to exacerbate conflicts, to seize the moment for their own gain, thereby elevating their Western teachings. During the previous catastrophe, the War of Witches and Demons, they had employed precisely this strategy, yielding remarkably significant results. The 9 sons of the Demon Emperor Jun, as well as Ho, Yi, and Qua Fu of the Witch Clan, had all fallen victim to their schemes. Additionally, there was the matter of Hongyun Laozu, with whom they had a complicated history of succession. Observing the expressions of the Western saints, the 3 pure ones felt a deep sense of disdain, as being grouped with such figures tarnished their own dignity, rendering them reluctant to associate with them. After taking in the 6 saints' reactions, Daozu Hongjun continued, stating that this calamity was to be known as the Fengshen Calamity. With a wave of his hand, a golden blank list materialized in the air, accompanied by a golden whip exuding the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This whip measured 3 feet and 6 inches in length, comprised of 21 segments, each adorned with 4 seals, totaling 84 seals. These 2 items were the Fengshen list and the dashing whip, which Daozu introduced at this moment. Yuan Shitianzuan took a small step forward to inquire. Master, may I ask who is eligible to ascend the Fengshen list? Upon hearing this question, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Daozu Hongjuan's eyes, as it was indeed a pertinent inquiry. Anyone lacking a solid foundation or who is unrelated to the path of immortality may ascend the Fengshen list. The list comprises positions for 365 righteous deities. Those who enter the Fengshen list shall enjoy divine status and partake in the incense offerings of the mortal realm, serving the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the saints immediately lost interest in the Fengshen list. Be subject to the heavenly court's whims. What merit did he, Hao Yan, possess? No, it was unacceptable for my disciples to be inscribed upon the Fengshen list. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of the 5 saints, with the exception of Niwa, who had only one prospective disciple, Yangchan. Furthermore, given that Yangchan was already a divine being, her path to immortality was undoubtedly promising, rendering her unrelated to the Fengshen list. Daozu Hongjun, oblivious to their thoughts, continued his introduction. As for the dashing whip, the one who wields it will be the one to be enshrined. Be enshrined. One must possess the form of a flying bear. The wielder of the dashing whip may impose restrictions upon those named on the Fengshen list. After elaborating on the Fengshen list and the dashing whip, Daozu Hongjun waved his hand once more, causing the Fengshen list to soar before the 6 saints. You may inscribe your names upon the Fengshen list. Any disciples with shallow foundations, unrelated to the path of immortality, may be recorded. Having said this, Daozu Hongjun ceased further words, gazing quietly at the 6 saints below. The 6 saints exchanged glances, each displaying no inclination to step forward and inscribe their names upon the function list. At that moment, the 2 Western saints, Jing and Junti, promptly knelt before Daozu Hongjun, tears streaming down their faces. Master, we in the West suffer greatly. The land is barren, and our disciples are few, insufficient to fill the function list. Recently, our esteemed disciples, Daji and Methria, perished under mysterious circumstances, and the culprit remains at large. At this point, Jane cast a pointed glance at the 3 pure ones, implying that the perpetrator must surely be one among them. The 3 pure ones seethed with indignation at the sight. Had it not been for the Zixiao Palace, they would have undoubtedly reprimanded these shameless individuals. Hearing the lamentations of the 2 Western saints, Daozu Hongjun nodded slightly in agreement. Very well, you shall not participate in this function affair. Upon receiving Daozu Hongjun's consent, the 2 instantly transformed their tears into smiles, their faces devoid of any trace of sorrow. Thank you, Master. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude and then cast triumphant glances at the 3 pure ones in Yuhua. Observing the demeanor of the 2 Western saints, the 3 pure ones in Yuhua exhibited visible distaste, instinctively distancing themselves. While the 3 pure ones contemplated further reasons for refusal, Yuhua stepped forward, addressing Daozu Hongjun. I respectfully inform you, Master, that I have remained solitary throughout, without a single disciple. I humbly request permission to abstain from participating in the function. The 3 pure ones, upon hearing this, found merit in Yuhua's reasoning. She had never shown interest in external matters, let alone the calamity. During the war of witches and demons, even when her brother Fushi was slain by the witch clan, Yuhua did not intervene. It was entirely reasonable for her, who had not participated in the previous calamity, to refrain from engaging in this function calamity. However, the 2 Western saints had a different perspective. Jing spoke up. Yuhua, this is precisely your shortcoming. Who says you have no disciples? I distinctly remember that a few days ago, Tongtian brought a young girl to your Huang Palace. Her name seemed to be Yangchan. Yuhua, upon hearing this, cast a cold glare at Junti and retorted, Indeed, Tongtian did bring Yangchan to my Huang Palace. Yet as of now, I have yet to accept her as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Junti was left speechless. The next moment, Daozu Hongjun spoke. Very well, Yuhua shall not participate in this function. Following this, Daozu Hongjun turned to the 3 pure ones and inquired, What about you? His words were clear. Unless the 3 pure ones could present compelling reasons to change his mind, they would be expected to sign. After a brief pause, Taishang Laojun stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Daozu Hongjun. Master, you are aware that our teaching comprises only 2 disciples, myself and Xuandu. I am often engrossed in alchemy, and our entire sect relies upon Xuandu's management. If Xuandu were to ascend the function list, our sect would be left without anyone to rely upon. I beseech you to grant us exemption from this endeavor. Agreed, Daozu Hongjun nodded, acquiescing to Taishang Laojun's request, before turning his attention to Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu. Should they also attempt to refuse signing the function list on the grounds of having few disciples, Daozu Hongjun would not entertain such arguments, who was unaware that, at present, these 2 sects boasted the most disciples, especially the Jie sect. Both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu understood this reality and would not employ such reasoning to reject signing the function list. Aware of Daozu Hongjun's agreement to Taishang Laojun's sect abstaining from the function, Yuanshi Tianzuan quickly devised a counterargument. Master, did you not mention that anyone with a weak foundation or who is unrelated to the path of immortality may ascend the function list to enjoy divine status? Our disciples, each possessing profound foundations, are undoubtedly connected to the path of immortality and therefore need not ascend the function list. Thus, Yuanshi Tianzuan was the first to address Daozu Hongjun. Master, please be aware that while our disciples' cultivation may vary, their foundations are undeniably deep. Given time, they will surely attain the path of immortality. I humbly request your approval for our sect to abstain from signing the function list. Daozu Hongjun, upon hearing this, did not respond to Yuanshi Tianzuan, but instead turned to Tongtian Jiaozhu. eager to hear his stance. Master, our GS sect will not participate in the function. I shall return and ensure they remain on Jinao Island during the calamity. Noticing that Tongtian Jiaozhu did not even offer a reason for his refusal, Daozu Hongjuan's expression soured, and just as he was about to speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan interjected. Tongtian, your GS sect is comprised of individuals of varying caliber. With numerous disciples, it may prove challenging for you to manage them. Furthermore, many of your disciples are of lowly origins that I suggest you consider signing those with shallow foundations onto the function list to enjoy divine status, as it would certainly be better than their years of arduous cultivation yielding no results. Indeed, Tongtian, Yuanshi's words ring true. It would be wise for you to sign those disciples with shallow foundations onto the function list and allow them to partake in the divine status. Zhuanti added, Yes, my third brother, you should heed your elder brother's advice and sign the function list. Taishang Lao Jun chimed in. Jane nodded in agreement, remaining silent, yet conveying his support for the counsel of the other three saints. You all! Tongtian Jiaozhu erupted in anger, shouting, Why should we sign? We in the West are impoverished, with no one to ascend the function list. That My sect has only Xuandu as a disciple, and similarly lacks anyone to ascend. Our Chuanjin sect boasts profound foundations and a bright path to immortality, yet still has no one to ascend the function list. Upon hearing the shameless justifications of the four saints, Tongtian Jiao Master let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage with them. However, at that moment, Daozu Hongjun, observing from above, could only interject, My sect shall not partake in the conferral of deities. Let those who wish to sign do so, for my sect shall not sign. Aside from Daozu Hongjun, who sat above watching the five saints debate, only Nuo maintained her indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with the events unfolding around her. Indeed, it had nothing to do with her, as Daozu Hongjun had already consented to her non-involvement in the conferral of deities, and she had no desire to create trouble for herself. Was it not preferable to quietly cultivate her practice? Upon realizing that Tongtian could not find a reason to argue, the four saints felt a surge of joy. And soon, Yuan Shitun addressed Daozu Hongjun. Master, from my disciples' perspective, it would be most fitting for the positions on the list of deities to be filled by disciples of the Jie sect. I second this proposal, chimed in another disciple. The other three saints unanimously agreed with Yuanshi Tianzuan's suggestion. Witnessing this, Tongtian's anger nearly became uncontrollable, yet he still cast a hopeful glance toward Daozu Hongjun, wishing for his support. However, Daozu Hongjun's words plunged Tongtian's heart into despair. Tongtian, I must say they have a point. The Jie sect, boasting the attendance of myriad immortals, is not without some who disregard the teachings and slaughter innocents. Signing such disciples onto the list of deities would bring you nothing but benefits. Tongtian's heart sank completely. He never anticipated that his esteemed master would side with his elder brothers against the Jie sect. Subsequently, Tongtian let out a deep sigh, recalling the words spoken by Qin Mo during their time at the Zishao Palace. Tongtian was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this young man had foreseen this very scenario? How did he know? No, I must inquire about this upon my return. If he could foresee this, surely he knows how to navigate the Jie sect through this calamity. Indeed, it must be so. With this realization, Tongtian felt a considerable relief within, though his expression remained icy. Master, if that is the case, let no one sign. Let us rely on our own abilities come that time. With that, Tongtian turned to leave this place rife with disputes. He no longer wished to linger here. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Daozu Hongjuan's face darkened with anger, and just as he was about to speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan thundered, How dare you, Tongtian? The list of deities has yet to be signed, and you wish to depart. Tongtian halted his steps, his face a stormy visage, replying to Yuanshi Tianzuan, And what of it? If you are unsatisfied, we can engage in a bout in the depths of chaos. With that, Tongtian departed the Zishao Palace without a backward glance, and Daozu Hongjun did not impede him. Whether Tongtian signed the list of deities was inconsequential, as long as the calamity proceeded as normal. And with the unexpected outcome of increasing discord among the three purities, it was all the better. If a fight is to happen, so be it. I am not afraid of you. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression was equally grim. And after bowing to Daozu Hongjun, he too exited the Zishao Palace, The other four saints followed suit, bowing to Daozu Hongjun before departing in the footsteps of Yuanshi Tianzuan, heading toward the depths of chaos. Taishan Laojun sought to intervene at a critical moment to prevent the two from seizing the opportunity, referring to the two from the west. Meanwhile, the Western Saints were merely there to spectate. As for Nuwa, after leaving the Zixiao Palace, she flew toward Huang Tian, showing no interest in the impending battle between Tongtian and Yuan Shenzhen in the depths of chaos, upon witnessing the arrival of the four saints. Tongtian summoned the four swords of Zhuzhen, his gaze frigid as he inquired, "Which of you four saints wishes to come forth? Or shall we face off together?" "I am ready." The four swords of Zhuzhen are known as Zhuzhen Sword, Levexian Sword, Jueshin Sword, and Xianxian Sword. There are verses in the Fengshen Yini that describe the four swords of Zhuzhen. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, hidden beneath Mount Sumru. No need for yin and yang to refine. Is there not water and fire to temper its edge? Zhuzhen is sharp, Levexian brings death, and Xianxian radiates red light. Jueshin transformations are infinite and wondrous, stained in the blood of great celestial beings. The Zhuzhen sword array, set up alongside the Zhuzhen array diagram, is renowned as a peerless killing formation of the primordial world in days of yore. The demon clan's Luo, who nearly annihilated the primordial realm using the Zhuzhen sword array. Were it not for the combined efforts of Daozu Hongjun, Yangmei Laozu, Qian Kuan Daoren, and Yinyang Daoren to dismantle the Zhuzhen sword array, the primordial world would not exist today. Later, after Daozu Hongjun's 3 teachings, he entrusted the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen array diagram to Tongtian. The Zhuzhen sword array is said to be breakable only by the 4 saints, but Tongtian does not share this belief. If he were to set up the Zhuzhen sword array, he is confident that even if the 4 saints arrived, they would not be able to breach it. Upon seeing Tongtian draw forth the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, the Western saints hastily retreated several miles, shaking their heads as they spoke, "We shall not partake." Tongtian, witnessing this, cast a scornful glance at the Western saints before shifting his focus to Taishan Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Do you two intend to come one by one, or together?" At this moment, Tongtian no longer regarded Taishan Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan as elder brothers. Where in the world would 2 elder brothers bully their younger brother? As Tongtian prepared to set up the Zhuzhen sword array, Taishan Laojun hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Third brother, please put away the 4 swords of Zhuzhen. Do not set such a vile formation. After all, we are the 3 purities, and our actions are for the benefit of your GS sect." "The 3 purities? For the benefit of my GS sect?" Tongtian echoed, and in the next moment burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a fine sentiment for my GS sect. As the leader of the 3 purities, you actually conspired with Yuanshi Tianzuan to coerce me into signing that list of deities. How dare you still claim we are the 3 purities?" Seeing that Tongtian would not heed his advice, Taishan Laojun let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was filled with fury as he spoke to Tongtian in an unusually cold tone, devoid of any brotherly affection. "Tongtian, your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to teach you a lesson." With that, Yuanshi Tianzuan summoned the celestial clouds and the 3 treasures Rui. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian casually waved his hand, and in an instant, the 4 swords of Zhuzhen fused with the Zhuzhen array diagram. Zhuzhen sword array, activate. At Tongtian's level, establishing the Zhuzhen sword array took but a moment. He then stepped into the Zhuzhen sword array and addressed Yuanshi Tianzuan. "My friend Yuanshi, please enter the array." "Very well. Let us see how I shall break your Zhuzhen sword array." With that, Yuanshi Tianzuan, adorned with the celestial clouds above his head and holding the 3 treasures Rui in hand, stepped into the Zhuzhen array. The moment the Zhuzhen sword array materialized, some of the seasoned quasi-saints on the Hongwang continent sensed the piercing sword intent emanating from the depths of chaos and looked up in unison. Knowing that Tongtian was engaged in a contest with the other saints, that a clash among saints is a rare occurrence, presenting an excellent opportunity for observation. Notable quasi-saints like Jinyuan Daxian and Mingi Laozu, along with the red dust guests from Zixiao Palace, directly entered the depths of chaos with their spiritual senses to witness this saintly battle. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, who was cultivating in his cave on Golden Ao Island, also sensed this sword intent and smiled slightly, Thinking, it seems my master is not as rigid as I thought. There's hope why GS sect still has a chance. Qin Mo was well aware of Tongtian's motivations for setting up the Zhejian sword array. Clearly, everything is proceeding according to the rhythm of the conferral of deities that I must strive to elevate my cultivation. Otherwise, when the conferral of deities begins, how can I possess the strength to alter the fate of the GS sect? He vividly recalled the aftermath of the destruction of the myriad immortal formation, where only a dispirited Tongtian remained, alongside the missing Jinling Shengmu and a few outer disciples of low cultivation. Regaining his focus, Qin Mo quickly settled onto the mat within his cave. System, extract the rewards for the early golden immortal stage. This reward stemmed from the second task issued by the system, which required Qin Mo to prevent King Zhou from composing poetry at Niwa Palace alongside Wenzhong. However, due to Qin Mo's oversight while dealing with Mithria, King Zhou ultimately composed the poetry. Nevertheless, the system did not deem Qin Mo's task incomplete. He merely lost the reward of Niwa's favor, but the rewards for the early golden immortal stage and a single lottery draw remained. However, the rewards from those two tasks had already been consumed due to the use of the Mantianshu and the Mantiangan. Thus, only the super water mirror technique and the reward for the initial stage of the golden immortal realm remained. Ding! The reward has been extracted in the next moment. Qin Mo's aura surged dramatically in the blink of an eye from the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Qin Mo's cultivation reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Feeling this newfound power, Qin Mo was filled with immense excitement. Having a system is truly advantageous. Elevating one's cultivation feels as effortless as eating or drinking. This was a task reward from the system. Qin Mo's realm stabilized significantly after reaching the early stage of the golden immortal realm, not resembling a typical recent breakthrough at all. I've reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm. How splendid! Qin Mo exclaimed joyfully, then shifted his attention towards his physical body. His physical strength was already sufficient to contend with those in the early stage of the great Luo realm. And after breaking through to the early stage of the golden immortal realm, his physical prowess was further enhanced. Qin Mo felt that with his current physical strength, he had no fear of practitioners in the mid-stage of the great Luo realm. Should I find someone to test my abilities? Qin Mo suddenly felt an itch in his hands, eager to find someone to gauge his current strength. But who should he approach? Senior brother Duo Bao and senior sister Jinling? That wouldn't do. They were either in the early stage of the Quasi-saint realm or in the late stage, even the peak stage of the great Luo realm. Competing with them would only lead to a one-sided defeat. Qin Mo certainly did not possess the masochistic tendencies for such experiences. Who, then? Suddenly, Qin Mo thought of someone. If he were to compete with this individual, even if he were to lose, he wouldn't be subjected to humiliation. Moreover, this person seemed to have just recently broken through to the great Luo realm. Zhao Gongming, indeed, it is he. Qin Mo had a harmonious relationship with Zhao Gongming and the Three Celestials during their interactions. Qin Mo never regarded himself as a senior brother, but rather as a sibling. Qin Mo believed that Zhao Gongming and the Three Celestials were the most loyal and righteous individuals within the GS sect. In his past life, he had not watched Investiture of the Gods in vain. Furthermore, after becoming the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiaozhu, it was only Zhao Gongming and the Three Celestials who treated him with great care. Solidifying his thoughts that this moment, Zhao Gongming and his siblings were not in their own Taoist sanctuary, the Amei Mountains, Luofu Cave, and Sanxian Island. Note, the Sanxian Island here refers not to the three overseas immortal islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fujiang, but rather to the island where the Three Celestials reside, hence named Sanxian Island. Resolute in his decision, Qin Mo's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. This was the fundamental immortal technique practiced by disciples of various Taoist sects during the Investiture of the Gods period. The Earth Escape technique from the 5 Elemental Escape Arts. Point 1 might wonder why Qin Mo did not ride Ao Bing to seek out Zhao Gongming. Wouldn't that be quite impressive? At this moment, disciples of the GS sect were all engaged in their own cultivation within their caves, so who would they be showing off for? Soon, Qin Mo arrived outside Zhao Gongming's cave on Jinao Island and called out, "Is Gongming there?" Inside the cave, Zhao Gongming was immersed in his cultivation, surrounded by 24 stabilizing sea pearls, exuding an impressive aura. Upon hearing Qin Mo's voice, Zhao Gongming promptly retracted the pearls and came outside. "It is my senior brother Qin Mo. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Qin Mo smiled and waved his hand, approaching Zhao Gongming. "Gongming, I've told you countless times there's no need to call me senior brother. It feels too formal. Just call me Qin or Mo brother, and I will simply call you Gongming or Gongming brother. Doesn't that sound much better? If Tongtian Jiaozhu or Duo Baodaran were present, they would surely chastise Qin Mo for not being modest." According to age, Zhao Gongming was several thousand years older than Qin Mo if considering the time of their initiation. Zhao Gongming had entered the sect several hundred years before him. How could he dare to call someone his younger brother? However, Qin Mo was indeed a direct disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu, while Zhao Gongming was merely an inner disciple. Thus, Zhao Gongming naturally addressed Qin Mo as senior brother. In the Honghuang realm, the hierarchy between direct and inner disciples is rigidly enforced. It is akin to the relationship between a slave and a master. A slave is forever a slave and cannot become master, unless the king shows mercy, freeing them from their status and granting them the privilege of a master. Yet such occurrences are rare, whether in Chaoge or any other feudal states. Zhao Gongming, being straightforward, nodded in response to Qin Mo's words and acquiesced. "All right, Qin brother." That is more like it, Gongming brother." Qin Mo's face beamed with delight, and he then placed his right hand on Zhao Gongming's shoulder, continuing, "Gongming brother, I've recently just broken through, and I'm curious to know where my strength stands. I was hoping to spar with you to test it out. Would you be willing?" "No problem," Zhao Gongming replied without hesitation. Sparring among disciples was quite common on Jinao Island, and Tongtian Jiaozhu even encouraged such practices. As long as it could stimulate the enthusiasm of disciples in their cultivation, Tongtian Jiaozhu would support it and sometimes even provide assistance. Delighted at Zhao Gongming's prompt agreement, Qin Mo thought to himself, "As expected of Gongming brother, rest assured, I will help you evade calamities and ensure you do not end up on the investiture of the gods list." Then, Qin Mo spoke to Zhao Gongming. "Gongming brother, shall we spar here, or should we find a more spacious area?" Zhao Gongming glanced at his cultivation cave and replied, "Let's find a wider space. If we make a mess of the cave, how will I continue my cultivation?" "All right, we'll heed Gongming brother's suggestion and head to the sparring grounds." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming felt a tinge of annoyance. This guy kept calling him Gongming brother, and it seemed he was getting addicted to it. Nonetheless, he decided to let it slide. After all, Qin Mo was a direct disciple of their master, and he had a good relationship with the four siblings. So he would pretend not to hear it in the future that To facilitates sparring among disciples. Tongtian Jiaozhu had designated a specific area on the island, naming it the sparring grounds. Upon arriving at the sparring grounds, there were only a handful of people present. Some outer disciples from the second and third generations engaged in their own matches. Upon seeing Qin Mo and Zhao Gongming's arrival, many greeted them. "Greetings, senior brother Qin Mo or uncle master." "Greetings, senior brother Zhao Gongming or uncle master." Qin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "Continue. Don't mind us." He then turned to Zhao Gongming and said, "Gongming brother, let us begin." "All right," Zhao Gongming replied. "Then I shall not hold back." Qin brothered, "I in no time." The two engage in combat. In the depths of chaos. The murderous intent enveloped the scene as Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yuan Shi Tianzun were already embroiled in a fierce battle. With each strike exchanged, deadly attacks filled with murderous intent were unleashed. Although both sides knew they could not kill each other, they still fought with lethal intent. After all, as saints, they are immortal and indestructible. Their primordial spirits were anchored in the Tao of heaven. As long as the Tao of heaven endures, so too shall the saints. Initially, Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained from unleashing the full might of the Excalibur formation, as he was reluctant to make the conflict too ugly. However, during the battle, Yuan Shi Tianzun incessantly mocked with phrases like fur-covered horns and wet eggs, and referred to the disciples of the GS sect as mixed bags, inciting Tongtian Jiaozhu's fury, causing him to erupt with rage. With a decisive chant, the power of the Excalibur formation surged forth in an instant, as countless sharp sword intent from the Excalibur surged towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. Were it not for the temporary inability to breach the defenses of the Qi Yuan of the myriad heavens, Yuan Shi Tianzun would have already been defeated. feeling the intensified pressure. Yuan Shi Tianzun ignited with a surge of anger, urging the Qi Yun of the myriad heavens to bolster its defenses, while also deploying the three treasures Jade Rui to counter the sword intents. The clash was nothing short of earth-shattering. The seasoned Quasi-saints observing from the sidelines were envious, thinking to themselves, this is what it means to be a saint. They too aspired to become saints. But Dao ancestor Hongjun had declared that only 6 saints were destined to exist in the Honghuang realm. Dao ancestor Hongjun was the spokesperson for the Dao of Heaven, standing above the saints. As time passed, Yuan Shi Tianzun realized that the three treasures Jade Rui could not penetrate the sword intents, and furthermore, the Qi Yun of the myriad heavens was showing signs of faltering. He anxiously called out to Taishang Lao Zi outside the formation. "Big brother, please come to my aid." Sigh. Taishang Lao Zi, upon hearing this, sighed deeply, his face revealing a sense of helplessness. He then turned to face the 2 saints of the West. "Fellow Taoists, it seems you have watched long enough. Please assist in breaking Tongtian's nefarious Excalibur formation." As the first disciple of Dao ancestor Hongjun, he naturally did not feel the need to be courteous to the nominal disciples of the 2 saints of the West. Upon hearing Taishang Lao Zi's request for assistance, the 2 saints shook their heads in unison, with Jia Yin speaking up. "Taishang Dao brother, this is a matter for your 3 pure ones. It is unrelated to us in the West. Indeed, it seems we in the West shall refrain from participation." The venerable Zhuan Ti remarked. The great Lord Laozi is fully aware of the dispositions of the 2 saints. They are not the type to take initiative unless they see a tangible benefit. Merely avoiding disruption is already a considerable favor. He possessed a single 9-turn golden elixir, the great Lord Laozi. Eschewing further pleasantries, directly stated the reward. Observing the 2 saints' indifference, with no inclination to assist, he reiterated 2 elixirs and no more. Upon hearing this, the 2 saints exchanged knowing smiles, whereupon Jane spoke. "Master brother, seeing Tongtian so obstinately unyielding, and considering we both wish to prevent the 3 purities from coming to blows, why not extend our assistance to them? You speak wisely. Let us indeed aid them," Zhuan Ti replied with a smile. Subsequently, the 2 saints approached the great Lord Laozi. "Great Taoist brother, let us enter the formation together to support our fellow Taoist Yuan Shi." "Very well," the great Lord Laozi responded, relieved at their agreement, though he felt a twinge of regret at parting with 2 9-turn golden elixirs. Only he understood the arduousness of refining a single elixir. Thus far, he possessed merely 7. Now, offering 2 meant he would be left with only 5. Alas, he would seek compensation from Yuan Shi later. The 3 saints then stepped into the immortal execution sword formation together. Witnessing this scene, Tongtian's fury intensified, and he sneered, "What can the 4 saints accomplish? I refuse to believe you can breach my immortal execution sword formation." In the next moment, Tongtian summoned the full might of the immortal execution sword formation, unleashing the 4 swords of immortal execution, formed from the dense sword intent, directly upon the 4 saints. The pressure was palpable within the formation, compelling the 4 saints to draw forth their respective Taoist treasures to counter the assault. Jing wielded the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, while Zhuan Ti brandished the 6 roots of purity bamboo and the demon-subduing pestle. The great Lord Laozi, exuding unparalleled grandeur, held aloft the Panlong shoulder pole, crowned with exquisite Xinyuan pagoda, and stood firmly upon the Tai Chi diagram. The Western 2 saints gazed in awe, their eyes gleaming with unbridled greed. The Xinyuan pagoda and Tai Chi diagram rendered the great Lord Laozi nearly invincible against any adversary, excluding Hongjun. Tongtian, however, remained undeterred by such spectacles. His intent was to teach the 4 saints a lesson, lest they presume him an easy target. In the depths of chaos, Tongtian faced the 4 saints with unwavering resolve, engaging them with the formidable immortal execution sword formation, creating an intensely fierce battleground. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, Qin Mo and Zhao Gongming engaged in a spirited exchange, with Qin Mo's formidable physique preventing Zhao Gongming from swiftly overpowering him. With each clash, Zhao Gongming grew increasingly astonished, bewildered as to how Qin Mo had progressed so rapidly. Not long ago, he had been at the early profound immortal stage. Yet now he had reached the early golden immortal stage. His physical prowess having significantly strengthened. Though Zhao Gongming was at the early Deluo stage, he found himself struggling against Qin Mo. After several hundred exchanges, Qin Mo began to gain the upper hand, suddenly launching a powerful punch towards Zhao Gongming. Faced with this strike, Zhao Gongming dared not meet it head-on, sensing a faint threat emanating from it. Thus, he hurriedly summoned the 24 sea calming pearls. The tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire arena, startling even some inner disciples who were meditating in their chambers, compelling them to emerge and investigate the commotion. Thanks to Zhao Gongming's timely use of the 24 sea calming pearls, he barely managed to withstand Qin Mo's punch, staggering back several steps to dissipate its force. Senior brother Qin Mo's punch is astonishing. Even after Zhao Gongming employed the sea calming pearls, he could barely fend it off and was forced to retreat. Remarked some disciples who had witnessed the entire duel. Their gazes filled with envy towards Qin Mo. Senior brother Qin Mo is incredibly formidable. When will I ever reach such strength? Even some outer disciples regarded Qin Mo as their target and idol. Ignoring the murmurs of the disciples, Zhao Gongming stabilized his footing, approaching Qin Mo while wielding the sea calming pearls, and remarked, "Brother Qin, I never imagined your physique could be so powerful if it were merely a matter of physicality. I would have already lost this juncture." Zhao Gongming had lost all interest in continuing their duel. He felt compelled to return and resume his cultivation, striving to break through to the mid-Deluo stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, should Qin Mo surpass him, where would his pride reside? Although Qin Mo had already established himself as a member of the innate human race, Zhao Gongming's foundation was no less impressive, perhaps even superior. Moreover, given that Qin Mo had entered the sect later, it was disheartening to realize he could now contend evenly with him. Brother Gongming, do not underestimate yourself. Observing Zhao Gongming's reluctance to continue sparring, Qin Mo did not press the matter further and approached him, saying, "Dear brother, my strength lies solely in physicality. In terms of cultivation, I am no match for you." Qin Mo's words alleviated Zhao Gongming's spirits considerably. And after a brief farewell, Zhao Gongming returned to his chamber to resume his practice. Just as Qin Mo was about to depart, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! An urgent task has been issued. Please, host, proceed swiftly to Chuntang Pass, alter the fate of Chaoge, and thwart the schemes of Taiyi Zhenren. Task reward: fragments of the Sword Dao laws, 1 lottery draw. Note: if the host fails to arrive within 3 hours, the system will consider the task a failure. Should the task fail, not only will Nezha's fate revert to its original course, but Chaoge will also be entered into the investiture of the gods, and the host will face the penalty of 3 heavenly thunders." What? Upon hearing the system's task, Qin Mo was taken aback. Had the plot progressed to this point so swiftly? Moreover, Taiyi Zhenren was conspiring against him. While his aunt could endure, his uncle would not. That it was imperative to teach Taiyi Zhenren a lesson. It seemed he had been too lenient last time. Even if he did not intend to kill Taiyi Zhenren, he aimed to bring him to a state of utter defeat. What? Taiyi Zhenren is an immortal, having long ceased to consume earthly sustenance, thus has no excrement. Well then, he would simply strike him such that even Yuan Shi Tianzuan would fail to recognize him. Subsequently, Qin Mo summoned a cloud and sped towards the exit of Jinao Island, moving with remarkable swiftness. The urgency of the task left no time to call upon Ao Bing, AS for Ao Bing. Since Qin Mo's return to Jinao Island, he had been assigned to guard the entrance of the cave. Ao Bing did not object, as it was preferable to being a mere steed. Without pausing to converse with other disciples of the Jie sect, Qin Mo departed Jinao Island, riding the cloud towards Chuntang Pass. Above the estate of Li Jing at Chuntang Pass, Chaoge, riding the Qingwan, furiously hurled the Zhentian arrow at Li Jing, demanding, "Is this arrow indeed yours, Li Jing?" Li Jing, bewildered, bent down to retrieve the Zhentian arrow, noticing the inscription Zhentian upon it, and nodded, "Indeed, this is my Zhentian arrow. Pray tell, how did it come to be in the possession of Lady Chaoge?" The skeletal mountain of Chaoge's White Bone Cave was not far from Chuntang Pass, and as a member of the family, Li Jing naturally recognized Chaoge. Upon hearing Li Jing's acknowledgement, Chaoge scoffed coldly. "Li Jing, How dare you question me? The Zhentian arrow and the Qiankuan bow are relics left behind after the great battle between Emperor Xianyuan and Qiyu. After much tribulation, they have come into your hands. It is one thing for you to fail to cherish them, but you have used the Zhentian arrow to slay my innocent child. Bai Yun, today, I, Chaoge, shall exact vengeance upon you and raise Chentang Pass. With that, Chaoge brandished the Taiyi sword, ready to strike Li Jing. However, Li Jing suddenly wore an expression of dawning realization and hastily pleaded for mercy. Please, Lady Chaoge, forgive me. The one who killed Bai Yun was not I. It was most likely my unworthy third son, Nezha. Hearing Li Jing's words, Chaoge halted her movements, her gaze icy as she inquired. Is this true? Indeed, Li Jing affirmed, nodding with determination. If you do not believe me, I can summon Nezha right now. You need only ask him. Very well. I shall watch you call him, Chaoge replied. Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Though his anger simmered beneath the surface, which he struggled to contain that moment, Nezha returned from outside, his face alight with excitement, humming an unknown tune. Upon seeing this, Li Jing smiled and called out, Nezha, come here. Where have you been playing today? Why are you so happy? Upon witnessing Li Jing's demeanor, Nezha momentarily faltered, perplexed as to what had transpired with his father that day, and why he was being treated with such unexpected kindness. Even inquiring about his recent escapades. Under ordinary circumstances, Nezha would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. Nevertheless, being of youthful disposition, the warmth and concern exhibited by his father filled him with immense joy, prompting him to divulge the details of his day's activities to Li Jing. That he also lamented that Li Jing had not taught him archery, deeming him too weak to draw the bow, and recounted how he had taken a bow and arrow to the city tower and shot an arrow into the distance, that he boasted that the arrow had flown swiftly and vanished in an instant. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression instantly darkened, and the fury within him erupted. Naturally, Chaoge comprehended the situation clearly and, with a somber countenance, turned to Li Jing and inquired, Li Jing, now that the matter is apparent, what shall you do? Li Jing did not respond to Chaoge immediately, but instead glared at Nezha, exclaiming, You ungrateful child, do you not realize that your reckless arrow has struck down Bai Yun, the disciple of Lady Chaoge, who is situated 100 miles away at Skeleton Mountain? Nezha, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of elation upon hearing that his arrow had traveled such a distance. 100 miles? It appears my strength is not to be underestimated. Seeing Nezha's lack of remorse and his exuberance instead, Li Jing could no longer contain himself and addressed Chaoge, saying, Lady Chaoge, it is my failure in discipline. I entrust Nezha to your judgment, as you see fit, whether to spare him or to exact punishment. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Li Jing's residence, a furtive figure observed the unfolding events with delight, murmuring to himself, Qin Mo, now that Nezha has slain Chaoge's disciple, I wonder how you shall respond. Competing with me for disciples, you shall pay a price. This figure was none other than Taiyi Zhenren. After recovering from his injuries, Taiyi Zhenren grew increasingly incensed and stealthily made his way to Chentang Pass, intent on sowing discord between Nezha and Qin Mo, hoping to profit from the ensuing chaos. His plan was to wait until Qin Mo expelled Nezha from his teachings, then swoop in to offer assistance, thus winning the gratitude of Li Jing and his wife, while simultaneously securing a disciple to help defend against his impending calamity. Truly a win-win situation. Upon arriving at Chentang Pass, Taiyi Zhenren happened upon Nezha utilizing the Qiankuan bow to shoot the thunderbolt arrow, which reminded him of the distant Skeleton Mountain's bone cavern, the domain of Chaoge, who was affiliated with the Jie sect. An idea then formed in his mind. After Nezha released the thunderbolt arrow, Taiyi Zhenren secretly infused it with his own magical power, leading to the event where the arrow struck down by Yu ended. In truth, it was not Nezha who killed Bai Yun, but rather Taiyi Zhenren himself. However, neither Chaoge nor Nezha were aware of this, and thus Nezha became the unwitting scapegoat. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Chaoge's expression softened considerably, She summoned the yellow-turbaned strongman with her 8 trigrams cloudlight scarf to take Nezha away. Taiyi Zhenren could no longer remain passive. Lady Chaoge, hold on, he interjected. Initially reluctant to reveal himself, he feared for Nezha's fate should Chaoge decide to exact vengeance upon him. The young boy could not die just yet, certainly not in such a manner. Thus, he appeared, aiming to endear himself to Nezha while also improving Li Jing's perception of him. Moreover, he sought to impart a lesson to Nezha. Look, when you are in peril, where is your master? What can he do for you? Is it not I who comes to your rescue? With this thought, Taiyi Zhenren couldn't help but commend himself internally. Upon noticing someone blocking her path, Chaoge's face displayed a flicker of irritation. She turned to the source of the interruption and inquired, "Who is your esteemed self? Come to rescue Nezha," being an outer disciple of Jie with her own domain. Chaoge was not familiar with Taiyi Zhenren, as she seldom ventured beyond her secluded practice at Qin Mo Island, only attending lectures by the Tongtian. I am Taiyi Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Qian Yuan Mountain. One of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, he proclaimed, embellishing his identity with an air of grandeur. Upon learning he was an ally of the Chen sect, Chaoge's demeanor softened further, and she responded with a respectful bow. If you're not practicing in the Golden Light Cave, why concern yourself with this trivial matter? To my knowledge, Nezha is not your disciple. Previously stated, Chaoge was indeed a homebody, rarely stepping outside, and thus was unaware of the conflicts between Jie and Chen sect. Although she knew Nezha was not a disciple of Taiyi Zhenren, she remained ignorant of who Nezha's true master was. She had not visited Qin Mo Island in quite some time, and was unaware that Nezha's master was Qin Mo, who had not mentioned it either. Within Jie, perhaps only Tongtian Jiaozhu was aware that Qin Mo was Nezha's master. Moreover, despite Chaoge being an outer disciple of Jie, the outer disciples lacked the qualifications to practice the Shangxing heart method. Only inner and direct disciples were entitled to such teachings. Consequently, Chaoge could not sense the aura of the Shangxing heart method emanating from Nezha. Upon hearing Chaoge's remarks, Taiyi Zhenren's expression shifted, though he concealed his emotions well. Damn it. Why bring that up now? If it weren't for that detestable Qin Mo, Nezha would surely have been my disciple. He resolved to seek an opportunity to eliminate Chaoge in Taiyi Zhenren's mind. Chaoge had already become expendable. Although Nezha is not my disciple, I cannot bear to see such a young child bullied by you, he declared with a facade of righteousness, then turned his gaze to Li Jing. Continuing, Li Jing, this is your failing. Though Nezha has erred gravely, he is still your child, as his father. You should protect him, not hand him over to Lady Chaoge. Are you not afraid she will truly take his life? This, Li Jing felt a surge of shame, but retorted, Nezha has made a grave mistake and must bear the consequences himself. As the commander of Chentang Pass, I cannot disregard the safety of its citizens. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled lightly before replying, Li Jing, even so, you cannot hand Nezha over to Chaoge. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, let alone a human. After stating this, Taiyi Zhenren did not afford Li Jing a chance to respond, instead turning back to Nezha, asking Nezha, your father Li Jing intends to hand you over to Chaoge, who seeks to kill you for revenge. Are you not afraid? At this moment, Nezha finally grasped the reason behind Li Jing's anger. However, the thought that Li Jing would surrender him to Chaoge sent a chill through him. Yet, as Li Jing's child, he understood that, as he had stated, he could not endanger the citizens of Chentang Pass. Thus, Nezha boldly proclaimed, Nezha is unafraid. With this declaration, Nezha looked up at Li Jing, hoping to see compassion and protection in his father's eyes. But all he found was anger mixed with disappointment. Disheartened, Nezha spoke to Li Jing, saying, Father, there is no need to feel troubled. I, in a moment of folly, have committed a grave error, but it shall not implicate the citizens of Chentang Pass. He then cast his gaze toward Chaoge, perched upon her Qin Yuan in the sky, continuing, the mistake Nezha has made shall be borne solely by Nezha, and is of no concern to the citizens of Chentang Pass. If you wish to kill, then let it be me. Upon hearing this, Chaoge could not help but commend what a brave young man, full of spirit and audacity. Meanwhile, Jing gazed at Nezha with an expression of guilt, feeling he had failed to educate his son properly, leading him to make such a grave mistake. Observing the moment, Taiyi Zhenren sensed it was the perfect opportunity and stroked his beard. Addressing Nezha, "Nezha, if you wish to live, you may take me as your master. I shall shield you from all your transgressions. What say you?" Instantly, Nezha's face contorted with anger, his gaze filled with disdain as he retorted, "Old man, who are you? This is my matter, and I need not your interference. Moreover, I already have a master and shall not take another." Nezha's words elicited a hearty laugh from Chaoge. Currently, Chaoge regarded Taiyi Zhenren with disdain. Had it not been for the shared status of Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao as sects of the Tao, she would have acted long ago. Meanwhile, Taiyi Zhenren cast a glance at Chaoge, his resolve to find an opportunity to lead her into calamity growing ever stronger. He then glared at Nezha with evident fury and exclaimed, "Audacious Nezha! How dare you show such disrespect to this humble Taoist? Are you aware of Chan Jiao's standing in the primordial chaos? Not to mention, my revered master, Yuanshi Tianzuan, is a sage. Chan Jiao is indeed a great sect among sages in the primordial world." Throughout his tirade, Taiyi Zhenren made no mention of Jie Jiao or Qin Mo or Chaoge to learn that Nezha's master was, in fact, her senior brother Qin Mo. She likely would have refrained from confronting him, thereby jeopardizing his plans. However, his silence did not prevent others from speaking. Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren proclaim his master to be Yuanshi Tianzuan, Nezha scoffed and retorted, "And what of sages? My master has stated that my grandmaster, Tongtian Jeju, is also a sage." This declaration left Chaoge momentarily speechless, taking some time to regain her composure. Taiyi Zhenren, on the other hand, was struck with alarm. "This is disastrous." After a brief moment, Chaoge descended from her Qingwan and approached Nezha, inquiring, "Nezha, did you just say your grandmaster is Tongtian Jeju?" "Indeed," Nezha replied, equally astonished. "Why does mentioning my grandmaster cause this woman to descend? Could it be that she fears him?" Observing the precarious situation, Taiyi Zhenren prepared to seize Nezha and coerce him into becoming his disciple. The Qian Kuan circle, initially intended for Nezha, was now a prize he was unwilling to part with. "Nezha, refusing to acknowledge me as your master is your loss. Even if you were to do so in the future, I would not grant you the Qian Kuan circle or the wind and fire wheels." Just as Taiyi Zhenren was poised to launch a surprise attack on Chaoge, a thunderous voice echoed from above. "Taiyi, how bold you are to dare come to Chuntang Pass. Do you not know how to write the word death?" Upon hearing this voice, Taiyi Zhenren's complexion changed drastically. He was all too familiar with it. While recuperating on Kunlun Mountain, he had longed to see the speaker torn to shreds. Indeed, it was Qin Mo. He had spotted Taiyi Zhenren's intent to ambush Chaoge from afar and shouted to delay him until he could arrive. This exclamation proved effective, as Taiyi Zhenren, feeling cornered, hastily withdrew his attack, allowing Qin Mo to arrive just in time to prevent Chaoge from meeting her fate on the Fengshan Bang. "Senior brother Qin Mo?" Chaoge exclaimed, rushing to his side with the demeanor of a neighborly younger sister. "What?" Nezha was taken aback. "Did I hear correctly? This woman referred to my master as senior brother? Does that make her my martial aunt?" Equally stunned was Jing, who had just become an onlooker. He had not anticipated that Chaoge was actually Qin Daozhang's junior sister. "You could have mentioned it earlier. Had you done so, I wouldn't have been so fearful." Qin Mo, smiling, patted Chaoge's head and said, "Chaoge, it has been quite some time. You have become even more beautiful." Instantly, Chaoge blushed, adopting the bashful demeanor of a young lady. Jing was utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the same Chaoge who had just threatened both him and Nezha? Surely, this Chaoge could not be an imposter. Yet, she had been present all along. How could she be fake? Jing was perplexed, and rightly so, as he was unaware of Qin Mo's esteemed position in Chaoge's heart. In Jiejiao, Chaoge held the Tongtian Jiaozhu in the highest regard, but her closest relationship was undoubtedly with Qin Mo. Qin Mo paid no heed to the wary Taiyi Zhenren, who was standing nearby, even casting him a sidelong glance before turning to Nezha, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Nezha, tell me, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" Qin Mo was well aware of Nezha's misdeeds. Yet he still asked. Only by making Nezha realize his transgressions could he foster his growth. This was Qin Mo's method of teaching. Faced with Qin Mo's inquiry, Nezha felt compelled to confess everything. Detailing the events as they had unfolded, in conclusion, he added, "I understand that I have committed a grave mistake and hope that Master will punish me, as a means of offering an explanation to my martial aunt Chaoge." Before Qin Mo could respond, Chaoge interjected, pleading on Nezha's behalf. "Senior brother, Nezha is still young. Though he has erred, he does not warrant punishment. Please, let him go. You see, I have long since forgiven him." This scene resembled that of a father attempting to discipline a son while a mother fervently defended him. Hearing Chaoge's words filled Nezha with a profound sense of gratitude. Aside from Yin Shenyang, no one had ever shown him such kindness. At this moment, Chaoge elevated herself in Nezha's esteem to that of family. Li Jing, upon hearing her words, felt not only shame but also a sense of disbelief. The same individual who had aimed to take Nezha's life moments ago was now defending him. So, this is how it is? You play both the villain and the hero. It is often said that a woman's mood can shift faster than the turning of a page, and today was no exception. Chaoge, Li Jing, don't judge me too harshly. You're no different. Your rapid shifts in demeanor towards Nezha are equally impressive. As Chaoge advocated for Nezha, Qin Mo found himself at a loss for words. "Sister, I have yet to speak. How did you know I intended to punish Nezha?" He rolled his eyes at her. "Sister, I haven't even said anything yet, and you are already pleading for Nezha. How did you know I would punish him?" At this juncture, Qin Mo felt compelled to assert himself. Otherwise, Nezha might form a misguided impression of his intentions as a master. While it is certainly normal for a master to discipline their disciple, Nezha had not truly committed a wrongdoing. Why should Qin Mo punish him? Moreover, he did not believe that Biyun Tongzi was killed by Nezha. Even if Nezha were the reincarnation of Lingzhu and possessed great strength, it was unlikely that he could shoot the Zhentian arrow from such a distance. There had to be more to the story. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Chaoge, wearing a puzzled expression, asked, "Are you suggesting that Nezha will not be punished?" "That is splendid." Upon concluding his words, Chaoge let out a sigh of relief, turned around with a smile, and affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair, which brought great joy to the latter. Qin Mo remarked, "All right then. Let us heed whatever Chaoge says, for her charm is irresistible." Subsequently, Qin Mo summoned Li Jing, sharing his thoughts with both Chaoge and Li Jing, paying no heed to the awkward presence of Taiyi Zhenren behind them. At that moment, Taiyi Zhenren appeared quite embarrassed. Caught in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay, he contemplated launching a surprise attack on Qin Mo, but feared the repercussions of failure. Conversely, abstaining from the attack left him discontented. His concerns revolve around the possibility of Qin Mo unleashing the formidable aura of a mid-stage Quasi-saint once more, which would inevitably lead to him receiving a beating. Taiyi Zhenren was overthinking the situation. Although Qin Mo had 2 Quasi-saint mid-stage experience cards remaining, it was highly unlikely that he would squander them on Taiyi Zhenren, as that would be a considerable loss for Qin Mo. After hearing Qin Mo's thoughts, Li Jing and Chaoge fell into a deep contemplation, both doubting that Nezha alone could shoot the Zhentian arrow to a distance of 100 miles. To achieve such a feat with the Qianquan Bao, one would require either an immensely powerful physique, akin to Qin Mo's, or the cultivation of a mid-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal. However, Nezha possessed neither of these attributes at the present time. Consequently, Li Jing and Chaoge could not help but suspect the involvement of someone orchestrating mischief from behind the scenes. At that moment, an idea struck Li Jing, and he turned a glance at Taiyi Zhenren, who was not far off. Indeed, why did I not realize earlier? Taiyi Zhenren did not arrive on clouds, but emerged from the corner of Li's residence. Could it be that he has long been lurking within Li's abode? This thought made Li Jing increasingly convinced of Taiyi Zhenren's culpability as the mastermind behind the chaos. Furthermore, the timing of his appearance was far too coincidental, with fury burning in his heart. Li Jing directed a fiery glare at Taiyi Zhenren. "So you are the true culprit behind the demise of Biyun Tongzi. You are indeed the puppet master in this scheme. You crafty villain! Not only do you seek to sow discord between father and son, but you also aim to drive a wedge between Qin Mo and Chaoge. And once you succeed, you will gain Nezha as your disciple, eliciting our gratitude towards you. Truly, a masterstroke. I never expected the Chan sect to be so shameless. Leaving me, Li Jing, in awe, noticing the wrathful gaze Li Jing cast towards Taiyi Zhenren. Chaoge seemed to come to a realization. After whispering a few words in Qin Mo's ear, she too shot an angry glare at Taiyi Zhenren. Upon hearing Chaoge's explanation, Qin Mo turned his gaze towards Taiyi Zhenren and spoke. Taiyi Zhenren, I had no idea you possess such cunning. You have certainly opened my eyes. Just as Qin Mo finished speaking, Chaoge, brandishing the Taiyi sword, shouted vehemently at Taiyi Zhenren. You members of the Chan sect are truly shameless, attempting to instigate discord among us disciples. It is utterly despicable. Today, I shall avenge the unfortunate by Yun Tongzi by slaying you under the Taiyi sword. Taiyi Zhenren, how dare you incite discord between Nezha and myself? Today, I too demand an explanation from you. As Chaoge prepared to confront Taiyi Zhenren, Li Jing could not help but glance at Nezha, who was now fixated with fiery determination upon Chaoge. Consequently, Li Jing drew his sword and addressed Taiyi Zhenren, hoping to ease the tension between himself and Nezha. Upon hearing the words of Chaoge and Li Jing, Taiyi Zhenren could not suppress a derisive laugh. You think you can defeat me? How utterly foolish! Witnessing this exchange, even Nezha, though somewhat naive, grasped the situation's essence. He brandished the crimson flame spear and the spirit lock ring. Standing resolutely alongside Chaoge and Li Jing, facing Taiyi Zhenren. Had it not been for Taiyi Zhenren's machinations, he would not have been treated so poorly by his father. Nor would Chaoge wish to slay him. All the turmoil stemmed from Taiyi Zhenren's behind-the-scenes manipulation. Even with your combined efforts, what can you achieve? I remain unafraid, Taiyi Zhenren declared. Unperturbed by Nezha's presence, as he held the 9 dragons' divine fire cover in his right hand and the Qian Kun ring in his left, exuding arrogance. Among those present, save for his apprehension towards Qin Mo, he feared no one else. Ha ha, splendid! Qin Mo, who had been observing quietly, clapped his hands in delight. He then stepped forward, addressing Li Jing, Chaoge, and Nezha. You need not intervene. Allow me to engage Taiyi Zhenren in a contest. Upon seeing Qin Mo's intention to take action, Taiyi Zhenren's heart trembled, and he instinctively took a step back. Qin Mo, ever observant, merely smiled faintly without uttering a word, and then unleashed the aura of a nascent golden immortal. As Taiyi Zhenren sensed Qin Mo's nascent golden immortal aura, he momentarily froze. Still hesitant to make the first move, he feared that should he initiate an attack, Qin Mo might once again unleash the terrifying aura of a mid-stage Quasi-saint. In that moment, Taiyi Zhenren was akin to a snake that had been bitten, now wary of the rope. Seeing Taiyi Zhenren's reluctance to act, Qin Mo took the initiative. He did not employ any magical treasures but approached Taiyi Zhenren with bare fists. Taiyi Zhenren, unable to afford any negligence, utilized the Qian Kun ring to counter each of Qin Mo's punches while retaining a portion of his strength. Prepared for any sudden onslaught from Qin Mo, unaware of Taiyi Zhenren's thoughts, would have surely laughed heartily had he known this moment. Qin Mo was thoroughly enjoying himself, landing punch after punch against the Qian Kun ring, causing Taiyi Zhenren's hands to go numb. Taiyi Zhenren was alarmed. Despite Qin Mo currently exhibiting the aura of a nascent golden immortal, how could his physique be so formidable? What sort of cultivation had Qin Mo undergone? While Qin Mo reveled in the thrill of battle, Taiyi Zhenren found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Over time, he detected faint cracks beginning to form on the Qian Kun ring. Goodness! Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed in disbelief. The Qian Kun ring, a post-natal supreme treasure, was being damaged by Qin Mo's strikes. He could only mutter in astonishment. Originally, the Qian Kun ring had been a gift from Yuanshi Tianzuan, intended for Nezha as a token of apprenticeship. However, Nezha had ultimately been outmaneuvered by Qin Mo, and after Nezha's previous insolence towards him, Taiyi Zhenren had no desire to bestow the ring upon Nezha anymore. But now, with the Qian Kun ring sustaining damage, Taiyi Zhenren's heart ached at the thought of how he would explain this to his master. As the cracks in the Qian Kun ring widened, Taiyi Zhenren hastily withdrew it, simultaneously summoning the fire-tipped spear. This spear had also been intended for Nezha as a gift for his apprenticeship, but alas, that too had not come to fruition. With the fire-tipped spear in hand, Taiyi Zhenren, along with the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, continued to engage Qin Mo in battle. They began their skirmish in Li's residence, but swiftly ascended into the skies, soon finding themselves 10 miles away, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers among the cultivators. Chaoge and Nezha followed suit, while only Jing remained behind, unable to traverse the skies, observing Taiyi Zhenren brandishing the fire-tipped spear. Qin Mo quickly distanced himself after throwing a punch. So you wish to play with fire? Very well, I shall indulge you. Thereafter, with a single hand, Qin Mo formed a seal, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a sphere of flames, radiating an overwhelming heat, materialized before him. As the flames manifested, vegetation within a 10-mile radius ignited instantaneously. The closer one drew to the flames, the more intense the blaze became. In that instant, the nearby lesser demons and cultivators began fleeing, unwilling to perish in an unprovoked inferno. Upon witnessing the flames and feeling the terrifying heat wave, Taiyi Zhenren was utterly dumbfounded. He prided himself on his knowledge of the world as flames, having encountered the likes of the Samadhi True Fire, Solar True Fire, Southern Brightly Fire, and Nirvana Fire among the 10 great divine fires. Yet, the flames before Qin Mo were entirely unfamiliar to him. Since when such an appalling flame existed in the primordial chaos, not only was Taiyi Zhenren bewildered, but the onlookers, including the curious cultivators and Chaoge, were also taken aback, retreating while pondering whether they had ever seen or heard of such flames in the primordial chaos. Ultimately, everyone arrived at the same conclusion. They had not. Among all present, the one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Taiyi Zhenren. Thus, apart from Qin Mo, he was the closest to that blazing flame, and no matter how he tried to evade it, that flame relentlessly pursued him. Faced with this inferno, Taiyi Zhenren harbored no confidence in overcoming it. He even felt a foreboding intuition. The moment he was ignited by that flame, he would inevitably be reduced to ashes, with no time for rescue. Furthermore, Yuan Shitianzun was currently deep within the chaos, engaged in a fierce battle against the other 3 saints to break the Zhuxian sword array. Contemplating this, Taiyi Zhenren finally revealed a look of terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his body. Ordinarily, cultivators of their caliber seldom perspired, yet now he was drenched. Observing the fear etched on Taiyi Zhenren's face, Qin Mo offered a faint smile that he then commanded the flame to split into 6. Surrounding Taiyi, in the next moment, Qin Mo vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Taiyi Zhenren, holding an object akin to a cloth bag. It was none other than the Man-Tian cloth bag. To the astonishment of all present, while Taiyi Zhenren's attention was diverted to the chaotic golden flame, Qin Mo swiftly ensnared him with a Man-Tian cloth bag. That moment, Taiyi Zhenren was preoccupied with guarding against the flame's assault. He suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness and trapped. As he attempted to break free, he discovered that his internal magical power had vanished entirely. A wave of horror washed over Taiyi Zhenren. He could do nothing but struggle helplessly. The Huajian gun and the Jiolong Shunhuajiao, deprived of Taiyi Zhenren's magical input, instantly lost their radiance and reverted to their original forms, plummeting to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Mo swiftly approached, kicking the Huajian gun and Jiolong Shunhuajiao towards Chaoge and Nezha. The 2 immediately understood and hurriedly retrieved the weapons, casting glances at Qin Mo as if nothing had transpired. Remarkably, the onlooking cultivators exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out the 3 were in cahoots. Qin Mo cared little for others' perceptions. Once the treasures were in his possession, they belonged to him. Subsequently, he produced a stick from seemingly nowhere, retrieved the flame, and advanced toward Taiyi Zhenren with a malicious grin that resembled that of a rogue. As he neared Taiyi Zhenren, he raised the stick and struck down, proclaiming, "Damn it, let you bully my dear Chaoge." Cursed Qin Mo, you shall pay for this, Taiyi Zhenren cried out in agony. You think I deserve to die? Qin Mo laughed, delivering another heavy blow, retorting, "Let us see you say that again." My Chan sect will never let you off, Taiyi Zhenren defiantly proclaimed. Very well. You won't let me go? It seems I was too gentle with those last 2 strikes. With that, Qin Mo channeled the 9 turns mysterious skill and struck Taiyi Zhenren once more. This blow left Taiyi Zhenren dazed, yet he continued to threaten Qin Mo, mark my words, my Chan sect will not forget this, and when my master Yuan Shi Tianzun returns, he will seek retribution on Golden Ao Island. Qin Mo appeared unfazed, relentlessly pummeling Taiyi Zhenren with the Man Tian stick. The onlookers were left in shock, filled with dread as they regarded Qin Mo, etching his visage deep into their memories, vowing to inform friends and family to avoid provoking him in the future. Such brutality. If he were to kill someone, there would be little said, but this relentless beating leaves no chance for retaliation. It is truly terrifying. Even Chaoge looked on in astonishment, never realizing her senior brother was capable of such violence. Yet, she found it rather appealing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration that, of course, it wasn't just Chaoge. Nezha shared the same sentiment. He relished the spectacle, envious of Qin Mo, wishing to join in the fray, but fearing reprimand from Jing as they witnessed Qin Mo mercilessly assaulting Taiyi Zhenren and saw the admiration in Chaoge and Nezha's eyes. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat. Goodness, truly not a single family member is without this penchant for violence. They resolved to remember their appearances, advising others to steer clear of them in the future. The atmosphere was palpably bloody, accentuated by Taiyi Zhenren's continuous wails of anguish. Time slipped away as Qin Mo continued his onslaught, and soon Taiyi Zhenren's cries diminished to near silence. Surely he hasn't been killed, the onlookers pondered. However, Qin Mo dismissed such thoughts. As a direct disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun and one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Taiyi Zhenren could not possibly fall so easily. Indeed, the moment Qin Mo seized his barrage and withdrew the Man Tian cloth bag, Taiyi Zhenren's eyes flew open, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he fled the scene. The instant the bag was retracted, Taiyi Zhenren felt his internal magical power return, prompting his hasty escape. Fearing that if he lingered, Qin Mo would surely slay or incinerate him, he shouted a final threat as he fled. Qin Mo, my master Yuan Shi Tianzun will not spare you. Await your doom on Golden Ao Island. Hearing Taiyi Zhenren's threats, Qin Mo merely scoffed, unconcerned. Yuan Shi Tianzun seeking vengeance on Golden Ao Island? Can he even come? Does he dare? He has no idea what state Yuan Shi Tianzun is in after being battered by Tongtian. Qin Mo was well aware of the Jusien sword array's might. Although the array could not be breached by the 4 saints, breaking it still required time. Tongtian could seize this opportunity to severely injure one saint, thereby prolonging the 4 saints' efforts to dismantle the array. At this moment, deep within the chaos, the might of the saints mingled with the intent of the Jusien sword, creating a vacuum in its wake, with spatial rifts appearing everywhere. The ferocity of the battle among the 5 saints was evident. Within the Jusien array, apart from Laozi, who remained unscathed, the other saints bore varying degrees of injury. Yuan Shi Tianzun, having entered the array earliest, endured the brunt of the Jusien sword's assaults. Meanwhile, the 2 Western saints, though they had agreed to aid Laozi in breaking the Jusien array, initially exerted little effort, leaving Yuan Shi Tianzun under immense pressure. Only after Yuan Shi Tianzun's furious reprimand did they begin to take their task seriously. Thus, the 4 saints positioned themselves at the array's corners, diligently working to dismantle it. Tongtian observed closely, noting Yuan Shi Tianzun's injury, and slightly reduced the array's power, granting the 4 saints a momentary respite to regroup. Tongtian, too compassionate, couldn't bear to see Yuan Shi Tianzun gravely wounded, lest he unwittingly become a pawn in another's game. As fellow members of the Pangu 3 Pure Ones, there seemed little need for such a deadly confrontation. Yuan Shi Tianzun, however, held a different view. Upon sustaining injury, his wrath ignited. He was determined to dismantle the Jusien array and deliver a proper lesson to Tongtian, even contemplating the latter's demise to assuage his fury. With that, Yuan Shi Tianzun produced the innate treasure, the Pangu banner. The Pangu banner, forged from the divine axe's blade that cleaved the heavens, radiated an aura of slaughter. Upon its invocation, countless sword energies descended upon the enemy, like torrential rain. Just as Yuan Shi Tianzun prepared to unleash the Pangu banner, a far more formidable pressure descended, nearly shattering the Zhuxian sword array. Sensing this overwhelming authority, the five saints quickly withdrew their efforts and bowed to the void ahead. Disciples humbly greet our master. Naturally, Tongtian also retracted the Zhuxian sword array. Dao ancestor Hongjun had made his appearance, and continuing to maintain the array could incite his ire. Cease this at once. As saints, must you engage in such brutal combat? What manner of decorum is this? Dao ancestor Hongjun's presence commanded respect, as he reprimanded the five saints. Master, it is Tongtian's obstinacy that leaves us powerless. Yuan Shi Tianzun was the first to speak, shifting the blame entirely onto Tongtian. In his heart, he believed he was blameless. The fault lay solely with Tongtian. This is but a reflection of Yuan Shi Tianzun's thoughts. The saints have overstepped, and the disciples had no choice but to retaliate. We seek your understanding, Master. The Master of Heaven, refusing to back down, retorted, Indeed, I have taken action, but it is entirely due to your provocation. Upon hearing his words, the primordial heavenly venerable's face was a canvas of fury, contemplating a continuation of the conflict with the Master of Heaven. However, it was not long before the formidable and transcendent might of the Dao ancestor Hongjun erupted, compelling the primordial heavenly venerable to cease his hostilities. Moreover, the countenances of the other saints turned pale with trepidation as they cast fearful glances at Dao ancestor Hongjun, anxious to avoid incurring his wrath. Enough! Do you intend to shatter the primordial chaos through your quarreling? Dao ancestor Hongjun admonished. Witnessing the ire of their teacher, the five saints were immediately cowed, scarcely daring to lift their heads, fearful of further inciting the Dao ancestor's displeasure. Once he observed their newfound obedience, Hongjun continued, Since you are all unwilling to sign the list of deities, then let it be so. Whether one ascends to the list or not is left to fate. Of course, Dao ancestor Hongjun had already isolated this realm from the outside world, ensuring that none but the five saints could hear his words at this juncture. The list of deities and the scepter of God appeared abruptly before the primordial heavenly venerable. Who heard the Dao ancestor's voice, disciple? It has been 40 years since your student Jiang Shang ascended the mountain, has it not? Jiang Shang. Who is that? The primordial heavenly venerable was taken aback, unable to recall such a disciple. Although there were not many disciples in the Chen sect, when considering both the second and third generations, the number was not insignificant that he remembered those with exceptional talents and strong foundations distinctly. But for those lacking such qualities, the Chen sect had its share as well. Nevertheless, these disciples typically engaged in menial tasks, and the primordial heavenly venerable had largely neglected them. Coincidentally, Jiang Shang fell into the category of those with poor aptitude and weak foundations. Suddenly, the primordial heavenly venerable recollected an event from 40 years prior. He recalled a human accompanied by a leopard demon who sought enlightenment at Kunlun Mountain. Initially, the Chen sect prioritized lineage and foundation, and the primordial heavenly venerable had no intention of accepting them. However, the pair seemed resolute in their pursuit, repeatedly seeking to join the Chen sect. Thus, seeing that the Chen sect was short a few hands for menial work, and noting that both possessed the semblance of flying bears, he accepted them as nominal disciples. The two were elated and agreed, subsequently being placed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain in their daily routine. They were tasked with minor chores and were occasionally instructed in basic spells by the disciples of the sect. This human and demon duo was none other than Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao. As a demon, Shen Gongbao exhibited superior talent compared to Jiang Zia, mastering the ways of the Tao with alacrity, but due to his origins, the primordial heavenly venerable was less than pleased. Jiang Zia, on the other hand, struggled with his studies, and upon realizing this, the primordial heavenly venerable ceased his oversight. Reflecting on this, the primordial heavenly venerable hurriedly addressed Dao ancestor Hongjun. Indeed, Jiang Zia has been on the mountain for 40 years. However, I do not comprehend why you would bring up this obscure disciple of poor aptitude. Jiang Zia, as a mortal, has dedicated 4 decades to the pursuit of Tao on Kunlun Mountain. Thus he may be considered one of us in the Taoist fold. Hong Jun replied. However, Jiang Zia is fated to be distant from the celestial path, yet he bears the potential for earthly wealth. Furthermore, both he and Shan Gongbao possess the semblance of flying bears, as the world transitions through dynastic changes. It would be prudent to send them down the mountain for training, allowing them to vie for the qualification of deifying, thereby contributing to our Taoist legacy. In due course, you shall entrust the list of deities and the scepter of God to the one who is deified, enabling him to establish the altar of deification and ascend to become a deity following the calamity. As for the scepter, it can restrain the gods inscribed on the list. Upon hearing that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had assigned this task to him, the primordial heavenly venerable was elated, recognizing it as a significant opportunity. Not only could he manipulate the situation to ensure the disciples of the Jie sect were inscribed on the list of deities, but he could also assist the disciples of the Chan sect in navigating the impending calamity. Whether it was Jiang Zia or Shan Gongbao attaining deification, both would belong to the Chan sect. Thus, the manner in which deification occurred would ultimately be dictated by the Chan sect. Contemplating this, the primordial heavenly venerable's ire dissipated entirely. He cast a smug glance at the Master of Heaven, thinking to himself, "See, my standing in the eyes of the teacher surpasses yours. Humph, you do not wish to sign the list of deities? Do you believe this is the end? Just wait, I shall ensure that your Jie sect disciples are inscribed one by one." Subsequently, the primordial heavenly venerable hastily collected his thoughts, respectfully grasping the list of deities and the scepter of God. Disciples shall dutifully comply with the teacher's decree upon receiving the primordial heavenly venerable's acceptance. Tao ancestor Hong Jun continued, "Very well. The matters here are concluded. You may all return." With that, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's figure vanished, and the previously isolated realm was restored. Disciple bids farewell to the teacher. After the saints paid their respects to Tao ancestor Hong Jun, the Master of Heaven let out a cold snort at the other saints before soaring towards the direction of the Golden Ao Island in the Primordial Chaos. Once the Master of Heaven was out of sight, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable approached Taishang Lao Jun with a grim expression. "Elder brother, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall return to arrange matters pertaining to the deification." Taishang Lao Jun nodded. "Younger brother, the second and third brothers are still in a state of agitation, but if there is no pressing matter, it would be wise to refrain from visiting Golden Ao Island for the time being. Upon your return, ensure that you provide proper guidance to Jiang Zia, so that he may better undertake the grand responsibility of deification." "Understood. I shall take my leave now." With that, the primordial heavenly venerable departed without bidding farewell to the two saints of the West, heading directly towards Kunlun that moment. As Taishang Lao Jun prepared to return to the Eight Scenic Palace, he was halted by Jing and Juni. "Taishang Dao brother, please hold." Hearing this, Taishang Lao Jun furrowed his brow before relaxing. Feeling a pang of reluctance, he was well aware of the reason behind the summons from the two saints of the West. It was none other than the two 9-turn golden pills he had previously promised them. Thus, Taishang Lao Jun produced 2 9-turn golden pills, turning to hand them to the two saints of the West, saying, "Dear friends, here are the 9-turn golden pills I promised you." The two saints, upon seeing this, grinned widely as they accepted the pills, caressing them with glee. "Thank you, Taishang Dao brother, and no need for thanks. It was merely a prior agreement." With that, Taishang Lao Jun left without looking back, fearing that should he linger, the two saints would concoct another scheme to extract more pills from him. After the escape of Taiyi Zhenren from Qintang Pass, Qin Mo, Shiji, and Nezha returned to Qintang Pass, where Li Jing had deliberately canceled his inspection of the area that day, hosting a banquet for Qin Mo and Shiji. This was partly to express gratitude for Qin Mo's timely appearance in saving Nezha, and partly to foster a closer relationship with Shiji, whom he had come to know through conflict. Given the proximity of Skeleton Mountain's Bone Cave to Qintang Pass, should any trouble arise, Li Jing could readily seek aid from Shiji. After many years of serving as the commander of Qintang Pass, Li Jing was well versed in the nuances of human relationships. Just as Qin Mo, Shiji, and Li Jing's family were enjoying a lively feast, a system task arrived. Task issued: please proceed to Jizhou en route to Chaoge. And after the 9-tailed fox seizes Su Daji's physical form, alter the nine-tailed fox's mission, ensuring it assists King Zhou in managing state affairs, and instruct it not to harm the innocent. Task reward: an innate spiritual treasure. The demon restraining calabash, information regarding the mixed movement bell, and one lottery draw. That demon restraining calabash, an innate spiritual treasure that exerts suppression over all demon kind and can seal them within the calabash. Note: ineffective against saints. Upon hearing the system's tasks and rewards, Qin Mo exclaimed in admiration at the system's generosity. The rewards were indeed lavish. In addition to a primordial spiritual treasure, the locking demon gourd, there was also news of the Chaos Bell, which filled Qin Mo with immense joy. It is worth noting that the Chaos Bell is a primordial supreme treasure, renowned alongside the Taiji diagram of Taishang Laojun and the Pangu banner of Yuanshi Tianzun. It possesses the ability to reverse time and space, invert yin and yang, suppress fortune, and provide unparalleled defense that, in ancient times, Dong Huangtai became the foremost figure beneath the saints by wielding the Chaos Bell. Once summoned, the Chaos Bell guarantees an invincible stance, a treasure that would make even the saints envious. As long as the Jiao possesses the Chaos Bell to suppress its fortune, there would be no fear of annihilation during the Function Era. How could Qin Mo not be excited? Thus, after bidding farewell to Ji and the family of Li Jing, Qin Mo hastily made his way towards Jizhou. According to the system's hints, the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, was preparing to send his daughter, Su Daji, to Chaoge to become a consort. Inside Su Daji's chamber at the Marquis's residence, Su Mu wore a worried expression as she dressed and adorned her daughter. Su Daji. Meanwhile, Su Hu sat nearby, his face marred by anger, yet his gaze towards Su Daji was filled with guilt and reluctance. Recently, it had come to the attention of King Zhou that Su Hu's daughter, Su Daji, was as beautiful as a celestial being, one of the rarest beauties in the world. After catching a glimpse of the unparalleled beauty of Enhua in the Enhua Palace, King Zhou became infatuated and, upon learning of Su Daji's beauty, immediately issued an edict commanding Su Hu to send her to the palace as a consort. Naturally, Su Hu refused, vehemently cursing King Zhou's foolishness and declaring, "I shall never serve the Shang." Upon hearing this, King Zhou flew into a rage and ordered Babel Marquis Cheng Ho-hu to lead an army against Jizhou. After several battles, Su Hu was ultimately defeated, and his son, Su Qiuanzhong, was captured by Cheng Ho-hu's brother, Cheng He-hu, using the iron-beaked divine eagle. With no other choice, Su Hu had to offer Su Daji in exchange for Su Qiuanzhong's life. Tomorrow, Su Daji was to be sent to Chaoge, and today, Su Mu meticulously dressed her daughter as a final farewell. Seeing her mother's worried face reflected in the bronze mirror, Su Daji comforted her, saying there was no need for concern. She was willing to become the king's consort if it meant saving her brother. Witnessing Su Daji's understanding only deepened Su Hu and Su Mu's anguish. They were torn, knowing that if they did not sacrifice Su Daji, Su Qiuanzhong would be killed, leaving the Su family without heirs. However, the thought of sacrificing their daughter's happiness to save their son weighed heavily on their hearts. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following morning. The streets were lined with Jizhou citizens who, although aware that Su Daji's entry into the palace was for the sake of General Su Qiuanzhong, were also concerned for the well-being of the Jizhou populace. It is known that in times of war, it is the common people who suffer the most. Bright and early, Su Daji was dressed beautifully. As the sun rose, she boarded the carriage, ready to depart for Chaoge. Sitting inside the carriage, Su Daji gazed at the Jizhou citizens lining the streets to bid her farewell, feeling a tumult of emotions. She had lived here for 16 years, and during that time, the people of Jizhou had always greeted her warmly, regarding her as one of their own, thanks to Su Hu's effective governance. The thought of leaving this place, where she had spent 16 years, filled her with deep reluctance. The journey from Jizhou to Chaoge spanned several days, and aside from a few guards, only Su Daji's nurse accompanied her for conversation along the way. This was arranged by Su Mu, who worried that Su Daji would feel lonely and homesick on the road. As evening approached, the convoy escorting Su Daji to Chaoge arrived at a dilapidated courtyard where they would rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. The location was not far from Xinyuan tomb, but after a long day of travel, everyone was exhausted and did not think much of it. As night fell, Su Daji was preparing to sleep with her nurse by her side when a cool, gentle breeze wafted in. Su Daji shivered slightly and instructed her nurse to close the window. After calling several times without a response, she assumed her nurse was simply tired and had fallen asleep. Rising to close the window herself, in a flash, a shadow with 9 tails appeared on the roof above Su Daji. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Su Daji, the shadow could not help but exclaim in admiration. What a beauty! If I were to attach myself to her, it would not tarnish my reputation as a fox spirit. The task assigned by the lady would be accomplished even better and faster. With that, the shadow transformed into a beam of light and entered Su Daji's body. Moments later, as Su Daji's eyes fluttered open once more, her aura had shifted. A demonic energy radiated from her being, and her gaze was filled with an enchanting allure. So this is the scene of the 9-tailed fox possessing Su Daji. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Mo witnessed the entire process of the 9-tailed fox's possession of Su Daji and murmured to himself. In fact, he had secretly followed the convoy since their departure from Jizhou, merely choosing to remain hidden. Moreover, when he first laid eyes on Su Daji, he could not help but admire her beauty. However, Qin Mo harbored no ulterior motives. What a splendid technique for soul absorption. Seeing that the 9-tailed fox had completed its possession, Qin Mo knew it was time for him to reveal himself. And thus he spoke. The sudden voice startled the 9-tailed fox, and it quickly turned towards the sound, only to see a Taoist with a broad smile. Who are you? I do not understand what you are saying. The 9-tailed fox feigned calmness. Fox spirit, I witnessed the entire process of your possession of Su Daji. Oh, you still wish to pretend ignorance. Qin Mo chuckled. Upon hearing this, the 9-tailed fox felt a surge of horror. Despite her efforts to remain discreet, she had been discovered. A murderous intent radiated from her as she realized she must eliminate Qin Mo to keep her actions hidden. Should Enhua discover her, it would spell disaster. Enhua had tasked her with seducing King Zhou in Chaoge to disrupt the Shang dynasty, but she had not instructed her to commit any innocent lives to ruin. Sensing the 9-tailed fox's murderous intent, Qin Mo remained unfazed and released his golden immortal aura. The next moment, the 9-tailed fox collapsed to the ground, a look of terror crossing her face as she gazed at Qin Mo. Spare me, immortal! Please spare this little demon's life. The 9-tailed fox pleaded desperately, her panic combined with Su Daji's beauty making it hard for anyone to strike her down. After all, Qin Mo was a cultivator and a direct disciple of the Tongtian cult master. How could he be deceived by the 9-tailed fox's trifling tricks? His expression turned cold. Little fox, if you dare to employ your charm on me again, I shall skin you alive. The 9-tailed fox was taken aback and hastily withdrew her charm technique. Kneeling before Qin Mo in supplication. Please spare me, immortal. I will not dare to do so again. Qin Mo scoffed. Were it not for the fact that you still hold some value, I would have flayed you alive. Hearing that Qin Mo would not kill her, the 9-tailed fox exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Qin Mo continued to emanate his golden immortal aura, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Tell me, did Enhua send you to Chaoge to ensnare King Zhou? Qin Mo, unwilling to waste words, asked directly. The 9-tailed fox was instantly taken aback, staring at Qin Mo in disbelief. When Enhua summoned them, there had been no one else present. They knew Enhua would not share their task with anyone else. Why did this suddenly appearing immortal know of their mission? The 9-tailed fox was perplexed. Just as Qin Mo began to grow impatient, the 9-tailed fox finally nodded in response. Yes, immortal, Enhua indeed sent me to Chaoge to ensnare King Zhou. Qin Mo nodded, then continued. The mission has changed. Upon entering Chaoge, you need not ensnare King Zhou to disrupt the Shang dynasty. Instead, assist him in preserving his rule. The 9-tailed fox hesitated, not daring to agree or refuse, so she invoked Enhua's name. Immortal, it is not that I do not wish to comply, but Enhua's decree is for me to disrupt the Shang dynasty. If I were to sincerely assist King Zhou, Enhua would surely find out, and I would face dire consequences. Upon reaching this juncture, the 9-tailed fox, Su Daji, wore an expression of profound consternation. You need not worry, Qin Mo reassured her. I shall personally seek out Lady Nuwa to elucidate the situation. But Su Daji began to protest, only to be interrupted by Qin Mo's inquiry. Little fox, do you know who I am? The little demon does not know, Su Daji replied, shaking her head. I am Qin Mo, a direct disciple of the supreme leader of the, he declared. Upon hearing Qin Mo's identity, Su Daji was instantly filled with dread, her heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, after her earlier attempt to bewitch Qin Mo had failed, she had refrained from harboring any further ill intentions. Otherwise, even Lady Nuwa would not have been able to save her da. So you are a celestial from the little demon has seen the celestial. Su Daji quickly bowed to Qin Mo, hoping he would not hold her previous actions against her. In truth, Su Daji was overthinking. Had Qin Mo wished to chastise her, she would have perished the moment she attempted her seductive spell. If you are concerned about Lady Nuwa's decree, there is no need for such worries. I will ask my master, the supreme leader, to visit the Nuwa palace, and then everything shall be resolved amicably. Upon hearing Qin Mo's assurance, Su Daji felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly agreed. The little demon shall faithfully comply with the wishes of the esteemed Qin, assisting King Zhou in preserving his Tang dynasty. Excellent, Qin Mo replied, clearly satisfied with Su Daji's commitment. After the matter is settled, even if you do not attain enlightenment, I shall still take you to Jinao Island for cultivation. Thank you, esteemed Qin, Su Daji expressed her gratitude. Thereafter, Qin Mo and Su Daji discussed various matters, instructing her not to indiscriminately slay the innocent before he took his leave. The next step lay in Su Daji's performance. Should she excel, he would consider taking her to Jinao Island for cultivation. If she faltered, without even needing Lady Nuwa's intervention, Qin Mo would ensure her demise. A mere nine-tailed fox was of no concern to Qin Mo, even if she were joined forces with the nine-tailed rooster essence and the jade lute essence. Should he desire their demise, none could thwart him. After parting ways with Su Daji, Qin Mo did not hasten to depart, but instead sought a secluded spot to claim his system rewards. He had long remembered the reward associated with the news of the Chaos Belt. In his previous life, while perusing tales of the Hong Huang, Qin Mo had often fantasized about possessing the Chaos Bell. Would he then fear the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect? Not in the slightest. Indeed, some 10 miles away from Yuding Mountain, a handsome young man wielding a folding fan was accompanied by a black dog. Making his way towards Jinsha Mountain, the young man bore a countenance of anger, his brows furrowed with a palpable murderous intent, though it remained unclear who had provoked him. This young man was none other than Yang Jian, who had been wandering aimlessly since departing from Guanjinku, particularly in search of the small black dog mentioned by his master. Qin Mo, however, upon finding it, he discovered not a small black dog, but a rather frail-looking large black dog. Apart from a size differing from what his master had described, everything else was a perfect match, and he believed his master would not deceive him and could not bear to witness this black dog being slain by a butcher. Thus, he spent money to purchase the black dog. Keeping it by his side for care point one day, he would inquire of his master whether this dog was indeed the one he spoke of. While continuing his travels with the black dog, he received a message from a Taoist claiming to be Yuding Zhenren from Jinsha Cave, informing him that his mother, Yao Ji, had been suppressed under Taosan by the Jade Emperor, and his father, Yang Tianyu, was missing. Upon receiving this news, Yang Jian lost all desire to wander and resolved to return to Guanjinku to ascertain whether the claims of Yuding Zhenren were true. Yet, the distance to Guanjinku was far, and his cloud summoning technique had yet to reach its full potential. However, he was quite close to Yuding Mountain. Thus, Yang Jian decided to visit Jinsha Cave on Yuding Mountain to inquire directly of Yuding Zhenren regarding the veracity of the claims. At that juncture, he would determine whether to return to Guanjinku to seek out his father or to head to Jinao Island to request his master's assistance in rescuing his mother. Yao Ji, moreover, his elder brother, Yang Jiao, was also cultivating on Jinao Island. Yang Jian resolved that if this matter proved true, he would refrain from informing his younger sister. Yang Jian was aware that Yang Chan was currently at the Nuwa Palace, cultivating under Lady Nuwa. However, he could not venture to the Nuwa Palace nor trouble his grandmaster, the supreme leader, to convey a message to her. He lacked the ability to do so. The young man and his dog soon arrived at Yuding Mountain. Yet Yang Jian was unfamiliar with the location of Jinxia Cave. Thus he called out, "Is Yuding Zhenren present in Jinxia Cave?" Yang Jian wishes to inquire about a matter of great importance. I beseech the Zhenren to reveal themselves. After his call, no one responded. Apart from the birds chirping, there was only silence. Yang Jian, unwilling to relent, reasoned that Yuding Zhenren must be engrossed in cultivation and had not heard him. So he shouted again, "Yuding Zhenren, Yang Jian has urgent matters to discuss. I implore the Zhenren to appear." Still, no one responded. Observing this, Yang Jian cast a glance at the black dog by his side, and a brilliant idea struck him. In the next moment, he shouted towards the depths of Yuding Mountain, "Fire! Fire! Come quick to extinguish the flames," given the dense vegetation and flammable materials of Yuding Mountain. It was entirely plausible for a fire to ignite suddenly. Yang Jian's shout caused an immediate stir. Although Yuding Zhenren was cultivating, he was not the only one on Yuding Mountain. Several lesser demons were also present. Yang Jian's exclamation startled them, causing them to flee in a panic, shouting, "Fire! Everyone run!" In an instant, the sounds of chaos erupted across Yuding Mountain. Following that commotion, a hurried voice emerged. "Where's the fire? Where is it?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a disheveled Taoist wielding a floating dust appeared not far from Yang Jian. Upon spotting Yang Jian, the Taoist hurried over, inquiring, "Where is the fire? Where is it?" Yang Jian felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "There is no fire, Taoist. You must have misheard." Had Qin Mo been present, he would have gently patted Yang Jian's shoulder, commending him for his cleverness and potential. "And no fire." Yuding Zhenren was taken aback, but soon his anxious expression relaxed. "That is good. No fire is indeed good. I wonder which fool has been foolishly cultivating. If I discover who it is, I shall skin him and make a mat from his hide." Yang Jian remained silent. Though he felt somewhat awkward, he showed no signs of it on his face. After all, it was not his claim. Let others say what they wished at that moment. Yang Jian looked at Yuding Zhenren and stepped forward to ask, "Are you the Yuding Zhenren of Jinxia Cave?" Without hesitation, Yuding Zhenren affirmed, "I am indeed Yuding Zhenren of Jinxia Cave on Yuding Mountain." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's heart leaped with joy. However, Yuding Zhenren's reaction was quite different. Upon realizing Yang Jian's identity, he quickly covered his mouth, muttering to himself, "It is all my fault for my loose tongue. What have I summoned this calamity for?" Recently, while traveling, Yuding Zhenren had refrained from accompanying the Chen sect members, including Guang Qingzi, to Jinao Island. Although Yuding Zhenren was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, he was often looked down upon by his peers. This individual was known for little more than his ability to recite texts and garner the favor of the Primordial Lord. Just as it happened, while traveling near Guanjingku, he witnessed the 5 golden crows leading heavenly soldiers to capture the Jade Emperor's sister, Yaoji. From their conversation, he learned that Yaoji had 3 children, though they were not present. Later, under Yuding Zhenren's witness, Yaoji fought against the 5 golden crows, but was no match for them. Soon, the 5 golden crows had taken Yaoji back to the heavenly realm. But not long after, she was seen being cast down from the heavens. Moreover, a grand mountain shaped like a peach loomed above her, and in the next moment, Yaoji found herself suppressed beneath the peach mountain. Witnessing this scene, the esteemed Yuding Zhenren could not help but sigh and subsequently took his leave. During his travels, he fortuitously encountered Yang Jian, who was also journeying, aware that Yang Jian remained oblivious to the fact that his mother had been subdued by the Jade Emperor. Yuding Zhenren, feeling a pang of compassion, utilized his divine consciousness to convey this grim news to him. Thus unfolded the current events. Upon realizing that the messenger was Yuding Zhenren, Yang Jian inquired whether the news of his mother's suppression was indeed true. Faced with Yang Jian's insistence, Yuding Zhenren had no choice but to reveal all that he had witnessed. Enraged upon learning the full story, Yang Jian immediately sought to confront the Jade Emperor in the heavens. Observing this, Yuding Zhenren, unwilling to see Yang Jian march towards certain death, advised him, "You are merely at the level of a Xianxian. The heavenly court is teeming with formidable figures, each of the 10 golden crows possessing the power of Taiyi Zhenren, if they were to form the Golden Crow Great Formation. They could contend with the Deluo Jinxian. Is this not a path to your demise? Upon hearing these words, Yang Jian instantly regained his composure. Though he was furious over his mother's plight, he did not allow rage to cloud his judgment. Recognizing the strength of the heavenly court, his thoughts swiftly turned to his master, Qin Mo, and the Jiejiao. While he might lack power, his master certainly did not. Moreover, even if Qin Mo could not stand against the heavenly forces, there were still the Jiejiao and the venerable Tongtian Jiaozhu. With this realization, Yang Jian produced the communication talisman that Qin Mo had bestowed upon him. Such talismans were quite common in the primordial world and were relatively simple, serving solely for communication. Qin Mo had provided Yang Jian with this talisman out of concern for his safety during his travels. Upon activating the talisman, Qin Mo's voice resonated through it. Disciple, what has transpired? Hearing his master's voice, Yang Jian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, and he recounted the tale of his mother's suppression and his father's disappearance in its entirety. After a moment of silence, Qin Mo finally asked, "Where are you now?" "I shall come at once. Disciple is currently at the Jinxia Cave on Yaoquan Mountain. The Jinxia Cave? You are with Yuding Zhenren? Indeed, master. Very well. I shall make my way there immediately. After ending the communication, Qin Mo ascended upon a cloud, hastening towards Yaoquan Mountain. Yang Jian, in his conversation with Qin Mo, did not conceal anything from Yuding Zhenren. Thus the latter was privy to their discussion. His curiosity piqued. Yuding Zhenren inquired, "Yang Jian, might I ask who your master is? Why is it that upon hearing you mention Yaoquan Mountain's Jinxia Cave, I was able to discern his name?" Yang Jian unhesitatingly replied, "My master is Qin Mo, the fifth direct disciple of the venerable Tongtian Jiaozhu of the Jiejiao. So, it is you, Master Qin Mo?" Yuding Zhenren exclaimed in realization. Curious about why Yuding Zhenren referred to his master as a junior, Yang Jian inquired, "Might I ask why you address my master as junior? Are you also affiliated with the Jiejiao?" "Not at all," Yuding Zhenren replied, shaking his head and adopting an air of a transcendent sage. "My own master is the primordial lord, and I belong to the Chan Jiao. Yang Jian merely responded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated encountering a senior from the Jiejiao, only to discover that Yuding Zhenren was of the Chan Jiao. Yang Jian remained unaware of the existing tensions between the two sections, however. Yuding Zhenren was well aware of these matters, including the fact that Yang Jian's master, Qin Mo, had previously clashed with Taiyi Zhenren. Nevertheless, Yuding Zhenren believed that it was Taiyi who instigated the conflict, and Qin Mo had merely acted in self-defense. Furthermore, due to differing philosophies from his fellow disciples, Yuding Zhenren often preferred solitude. He believed that both the Chan Jiao and Jiejiao, as sects of the Tao, should support one another and not harbor animosities or biases that, in modern terms, Yuding Zhenren could be classified as a proponent of peace, advocating for amicable relations and harmonious coexistence. After a brief interval, Qin Mo finally arrived using the Earth Escape technique. Although this technique was fundamental within the Taoist arts, he had seldom employed it since mastering it, resulting in a lack of proficiency. Nonetheless, he had to concede that the Earth Escape was swifter than riding clouds. Upon arriving at Yaoquan Mountain, Qin Mo immediately spotted the disheveled Yuding Zhenren and greeted him. "Brother Yuding, I pay my respects at Ah. So you are Brother Qin Mo? I have long admired you. Today, seeing you in person, your poise is indeed remarkable." Yuding Zhenren responded in kind. "Your praise is unwarranted. I still have much to learn compared to you, brother," Qin Mo humbly replied. "Nonsense, you truly overestimate me," Yuding Zhenren countered, equally modest. Meanwhile, Yang Jian observed the exchange with a sense of exasperation, wondering how long this mutual flattery would continue. Were it not for his knowledge that this was their first meeting, he might have mistaken them for longtime friends. After a moment, Yang Jian could no longer contain himself, anxious to rescue his mother. "Yaoji," he interjected, "disciple Yang Jian pays respect to my master." He stepped behind Qin Mo and bowed deeply, his voice booming, nearly drowning out the ongoing exchange of compliments. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Qin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Realizing he had become too engrossed in pleasantries with Yuding Zhenren and had neglected the matter of Yang Jian's mother, he turned to Yuding Zhenren and said, "Brother Yuding, We have ample time to converse later. Let us discuss this matter another time. Without waiting for a response, he shifted his focus back to Yang Jian. Yang Jian, I'm already aware of your mother's situation. Let us return to Jing Mo Island to devise a plan for her rescue. Yes, master, Yang Jian replied, his heart lightened. In his eyes, his master was the greatest, second only to the venerable ancestor. Seeing Yang Jian's agreement, Qin Mo turned back to Yuding Zhenren and, placing a hand on his shoulder, whispered, Brother Yuding, on my way here, I overheard an incredibly sensational piece of gossip. Would you care to hear it? As a courtesy to you as my elder, I shall share it. It is quite scandalous. What sensational gossip? Yuding Zhenren leaned closer. Intrigued, Yuding Zhenren had three great passions: reciting scriptures, self-admiration, and discussing gossip. His first passion stemmed from the joy it brought to the Primordial Lord, who often praised him for it. The latter two were purely personal interests, seeing Yuding Zhenren take the bait. Qin Mo stifled a chuckle and, adopting a serious demeanor, whispered, The explosive news is that the Jade Emperor's son cannot count. Yuding Zhenren gasped in astonishment. Goodness, that gossip is indeed explosive. Which of the Jade Emperor's sons cannot count? The 10 golden crows are all sons of the Jade Emperor, and I find it hard to believe that none of them can count. Of course, it is the eldest golden crow. As for whether the others can count, I cannot say, Qin Mo declared, casting a knowing glance at Yuding Zhenren. In an instant, Yuding Zhenren grasped the implication. Realizing he had successfully ensnared Yuding Zhenren, Qin Mo then adopted a serious expression once more and said, Brother Yuding, you must keep this information confidential. I only confide in you because I trust you, so consider it as if I never spoke of this. Understood, understood. Rest assured, brother, I am the most discreet. I shall never disclose this to anyone, Yuding Zhenren eagerly promised. Most discreet? I wouldn't trust you for a moment that if you were truly discreet, there would be no loose lips in the world. Thankfully, I know you well. Once you spread this news, I shall ensure you bear the consequences, Qin Mo thought to himself, silently commending his foresight. Then I thank you, brother, he concluded. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude, and then, accompanied by Yang Jian, soared towards the direction of Jing Mo Island. Observing Qin Mo's departure, the Yuding Zhenren smiled knowingly, muttering, The son of the Jade Emperor lacks numerical wisdom. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded across the vast expanse of the Hongwang continent. The Yuding Zhenren descended from the mountain to wander, proclaiming to anyone he encountered that the Jade Emperor's son was numerically illiterate. Before long, the majority of Hongwang had heard this news. The son of the Jade Emperor was numerically inept. At this moment, within the cavern of Qin Mo's cultivation on Jing Mo Island, Yang Jiao, with a face full of anxiety, sat opposite Qin Mo alongside Yang Jian, both eager to discern how Qin Mo intended to rescue their mother. Yao Ji. Indeed, upon their return to Jing Mo Island, Qin Mo had informed Yang Jiao of Yao Ji's suppression by the Jade Emperor and the disappearance of Yang Tianyu. Yang Jiao, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage, brandishing the crimson flame axe and clamoring to confront the Jade Emperor in battle. Thankfully, Yang Jian restrained him, and Qin Mo intervened. Otherwise, Yang Jiao might have perished upon the heavenly court's slaying platform. Restlessly fixating on Qin Mo, whose eyes were tightly shut, Yang Jiao quietly inquired of Yang Jian, Erlang, how long do you suppose Master will ponder? Should we not rescue our mother? Should we not seek our father? Of course we must rescue our mother, and we must certainly find our father, Yang Jian replied earnestly. However, relying solely on the two of us, not only could we fail to save our mother, but we might also lose our own lives. Perhaps Master could devise a plan for our mother's rescue. But Yang Jiao began to speak, when suddenly Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze causing both Yang Jiao and Yang Jian to shudder. I understand your concerns, my dear disciples, Qin Mo stated. The matter of rescuing your mother requires careful deliberation. As for your father, based on my calculations, he still resides in the mortal realm, so you need not worry for his safety. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the brothers' anxieties dissipated instantly. As long as their father was unharmed, that was sufficient. Now, the priority lay in devising a means to liberate their mother from Peach Mountain. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court's Lingxiao Palace, The Jade Emperor Haoyan sat with an icy demeanor, surveying the assembly of celestial beings below. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, so much so that a falling needle could be heard, the air thick with tension. "Speak, fellow immortals, from whence did this statement originate?" The celestial beings were taken aback. Some, like Marshal Tianpeng, appeared bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. Others, like General Zhuanglian, were at a loss for words, only able to remain silent. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a floating staff stepped forward. Upon seeing this elder, the Jade Emperor Haoyan inquired, "Taiyi, what is your perspective? Where do you believe this statement has emerged from?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Taiyi Jing raised his gaze towards the Jade Emperor and replied, "Your Majesty, although I do not know from whose lips this statement has escaped, it is said that His Highness the Great Golden Crow may possess knowledge of it." "Oh, the Great Golden Crow knows." The Jade Emperor Haoyan responded, puzzled, before issuing a command to the messenger celestial being, "Summon the Great Golden Crow." "Summon the Great Golden Crow." The messenger celestial being echoed, promptly departing to relay the summons. Before long, the Great Golden Crow arrived hastily at the Lingxiao Palace, bowing to the Jade Emperor. "Your son greets father. May I inquire what urgent matter prompted your summons?" At this point, the Jade Emperor Haoyan exchanged a meaningful glance with Taiyi Jing, who immediately understood and proceeded to recount the matter in full detail to the Great Golden Crow. It turned out that earlier that day, during court assembly, news had arrived that much of Honghuang was circulating a particular phrase, closely tied to the heavenly court. "The son of the Jade Emperor lacks numerical wisdom." The Jade Emperor's anger flared, had it not been for the need to preserve the dignity of the Jade Emperor and the heavenly court. He would have already descended with the Haoyan sword and Haoyan mirror to confront the one spreading such rumors. How could a father be unaware of whether his own son possessed numerical wisdom? This statement was nothing but slander. Upon hearing Taiyi Jing's account, a figure suddenly flashed through the mind of the Great Golden Crow, along with the question posed by that individual. "Qin Mo?" The inquiry, spoken by the Jade Zhenren, had been whether the son of the Jade Emperor truly lacked numerical wisdom, that a flicker of anger passed across the Great Golden Crow's face. Though he dared not express it in front of the Jade Emperor Haoyan, fearing the repercussions of incurring his wrath, "Pray tell, who was it that disseminated this statement?" The Jade Emperor Haoyan pressed, seeking clarification from the Great Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events of the first descent to capture Chaoge, detailing the encounter with Qin Mo and his question regarding the Jade Emperor's son. Furrowing his brow in thought, the Jade Emperor Haoyan mused, how have both the Chen sect and the Jie sect become involved? The mere thought of the two sects caused him a headache. In all of Honghuang, aside from a few sages, it was primarily the disciples of these great sects and the seasoned quasi-saints who exhibited open disdain for the heavenly court. Among these sects, the Chen and Jie sects were foremost in disregarding the authority of the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor Haoyan, after the Great Golden Crow's previous attempt to apprehend Chaoge had failed. He had reported the situation in full to the Jade Emperor. The involvement of Qin Mo, a direct disciple of the Jie sect's Tongtian, only added to the Jade Emperor's troubles. However, in a bid to defend the dignity of the heavenly court and preserve his own reputation, he commanded the Great Golden Crow to descend once more to seize Chaoge and instructed that anyone involved should be captured or executed. Yet ultimately, the Great Golden Crow had failed. Even the combined efforts of the three Great Golden Crows could not prevail against Qin Mo of the Jie sect. At that time, the Jade Emperor Haoyan had been furious, contemplating a visit to the Jie sect to demand an explanation from Tongtian. However, before he could act, the Tao ancestor Hongjun summoned the 6 saints to the Zixiao Palace for a meeting, which subsequently led to the Battle of the 5 Saints. From that point on, the Jade Emperor Haoyan refrained from seeking an explanation from the Jie sect, fearing the wrath of Tongtian. Great Golden Crow, are you asserting that this statement originated from the lips of the Jade Zhenren of the Chen sect? The Jade Emperor inquired, seeking confirmation. Indeed, the Great Golden Crow replied, cupping his hands in respect. That is precisely what Qin Mo stated. The Chen sect and the Jie sect harbor no virtuous individuals. The Jade Emperor muttered to himself, his expression regaining its former authority as he commanded the Great Golden Crow. In that case, Great Golden Crow, I now order you to lead your 5 brothers and 50,000 heavenly soldiers to descend and invite the Jade Zhenren to the heavenly court, to inquire about this matter. Otherwise, what remains of the heavenly court's dignity? What am I face? The emphasis on the word invite was unmistakable. Your son shall obey, the Great Golden Crow responded respectfully before departing the Lingxiao Palace. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's decree, the assembled celestial beings lowered their heads in silence, each contemplating the implications of this development. Point 1 could only imagine the consequences, with the Jade Emperor dispatching the 6 Great Golden Crows to invite the Jade Zhenren. Would the latter acquiesce? Would the Chan sect allow this to pass without retaliation? The celestial beings collectively deemed the Jade Emperor's decision unwise, yet none dared voice their concerns for fear of incurring his wrath and losing their divine positions. It was perhaps best to quietly enjoy the tranquil beauty of the heavenly court rather than invite unnecessary strife upon themselves. The Jade Emperor Haoyan cast a sweeping gaze over the celestial assembly, observing their collective demeanor of careful detachment, and let out a resigned sigh. Alas, in this vast heavenly court, I find no worthy aids. His expression turned glacial as he commanded, dismiss the court. On Jinao Island, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, relieved to learn of their father Yang Tianyo's safety, felt their anxieties lift. Yang Jiao then turned to Qin Mo and asked, Master, how shall we rescue our mother? And where is Peach Mountain located? Observing the eager expressions of the 2 brothers, Qin Mo thoughtfully rubbed his nose and replied, the method of rescuing your mother depends on your own efforts. This matter is one of family, and it would not be appropriate for me or the GS sect to intervene as for the location of Peach Mountain. To the best of my knowledge, it lies not far from Guanjinkou. Upon hearing that Qin Mo had no intention of intervening, nor did he wish for Jie Jiao to interfere, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian both exhibited a hint of disappointment. However, upon further reflection, they realized that Qin Mo's words held merit. This was indeed a matter concerning their family, and it was their responsibility to rescue their mother, Yao Ji, without involving their master or Jie Jiao. Consequently, Yang Jian nodded and subsequently turned to Yang Jiao, saying, Elder brother, our master is right. Rescuing our mother is fundamentally a matter for us brothers. Master, how shall we rescue our mother? This inquiry was directed at Qin Mo by Yang Jian. With your current strength, it is impossible. Qin Mo responded with a serious countenance. Concentrate on your cultivation. Once you reach the late Golden Immortal stage, I shall instruct you on how to save your mother. The 2 brothers were presently at the mystic immortal realm, fully aware of their inadequacies, yet the thought of their mother enduring suffering pierced their hearts, leaving them feeling helpless. Very well, let us commence our training. They agreed, acknowledging their limitations. They bid farewell to Qin Mo and flew towards the cave dwelling he had arranged for them. Determined to rescue their mother, Yao Ji, they resolved to dedicate themselves to their cultivation and swiftly advance to the mid-Golden Immortal stage. As they departed, Qin Mo could not help but sigh, then began to extract his task rewards. Previously, he had managed to retrieve information regarding the Chaos Bell, but he was unaware of how to locate it. Furthermore, given his current cultivation level, accessing that place was beyond his means. Reluctantly, he set it aside. Just as he was about to extract the innate spiritual treasure, the locking demon gourd, he received a message from Yang Jian. Thus, he had to postpone this matter until he was less occupied. Upon extracting the locking demon gourd, its innate spiritual aura immediately filled the entire cave dwelling. Had he not established a barrier within the cave beforehand, this aura would have alarmed Tongtian Jeju. The locking demon gourd was entirely black, adorned with several golden patterns, exuding an eerie allure, and in addition to the aura of an innate spiritual treasure, there lingered a faint trace of demonic energy. This truly the innate spiritual treasure, the locking demon gourd. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, finding it quite different from his expectations. In his imagination, the gourd should not appear so sinister, even if it differed from the purple gold gourd of the Grand Supreme Elder or the slaying immortal gourd of Luya. Furthermore, if one disregarded the golden patterns, the gourd resembled a demonic entity, evoking discomfort that in truth, Qin Mo was overthinking. The locking demon gourd was designed to seal demonic creatures, hence its resemblance to them. Moreover, this gourd was not an artifact of the Primordial Age. It originated from another world. In that realm, the demon race was divided into two major factions, the celestial demons and the demonic demons. These two races were adversarial, embodying a relationship where one must perish upon encounter. The locking demon gourd was a treasure crafted by the demonic demons to combat the celestial demons, but during its creation, errors had occurred. Upon its emergence in the world, it had the capacity to seal or even imprison both factions of demons. Consequently, the demon race of that world fell into a state of endless panic. Within half a year, the entire demon populace was sealed within the gourd, and after tens of thousands of years, the demons within were gradually refined to death. Thus, the locking demon gourd became the sole artifact of that world. Because the gourd was only effective against demons, upon learning this, the system sent individuals to retrieve it and bring it back to the system realm. After extensive refinement by the system's Artifact Refinement Bureau, it was finally perfected into the locking demon gourd. Subsequently, it became a reward for system tasks. The system had not disclosed this information to Qin Mo. He only knew that the gourd appeared quite unsettling. Nevertheless, for Qin Mo, the gourd was immensely practical. After all, when dealing with demons, possessing the locking demon gourd rendered him fearless. After placing the gourd back into the system warehouse, Qin Mo addressed the system. System, commenced the lottery. Ding, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the peak golden immortal cultivation. Would you like to extract it? What? The lottery yielded cultivation and its peak golden immortal. This system is remarkable. Qin Mo could not contain his excitement. Previously, thanks to the system's rewards, he had broken through to the initial golden immortal stage, and after additional cultivation, he had reached the mid-golden immortal stage. Now, having drawn the peak golden immortal cultivation directly, how could he not be thrilled? The higher his cultivation, the greater the chances of preserving Jiejiao during the forthcoming deification. In haste, Qin Mo exclaimed to the system. Extract! In the next moment, his aura surged from the mid-golden immortal stage to the peak golden immortal stage, stabilizing his realm remarkably. Not only that, but his physical form was also enhanced, becoming stronger and more resilient than before. At that moment, Qin Mo felt that, relying solely on his physicality, he would not fear any cultivator below the late Great Luo stage, that he believed that if he were to compete with Zhao Gongming now, it would take merely a few dozen exchanges to subdue him, provided Zhao Gongming did not employ the 24-dimensional sea pearls. If he did, the scenario would be entirely different. Qin Mo could not help but break into a silly laugh, for there was no one else around to witness his mirth. Meanwhile, on the side of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, upon returning to their respective cave dwellings, they wasted no time and immediately entered a state of cultivation. The aura of the 8-9 profound art flickered around them, waxing and waning. Their cultivation of the upper clear heart method reached the 5th and 6th levels respectively, thus accelerating their training significantly. As time progressed, for cultivation knows no bounds, 5 years swiftly passed. During these 5 years, aside from a brief trip to Chuntang Pass to bring Nezha to Jinao Island, Qin Mo had only left his cave dwelling once for 2 days. He understood that with deification imminent, breaking through in cultivation was of utmost urgency. However, being at the peak golden immortal stage would hardly create ripples during the deification. Of course, during these 5 years, the system had only issued 2 minor tasks, yielding modest rewards. One task required him to warn the 9-tailed fox, the rooster spirit, and the peepus spirit in Chaoge, while the other involved relaying information to Tongtian Jiaozhu about Mithria's secret attempts to confuse King Zhou with poetry at the Nuwa Palace, urging him to court Nuwa. This matter had ignited a conflict among the saints, as Nuwa, upon learning of it, furiously traveled to the western Shumi mountain and struck it twice with a red embroidered ball, causing more than half of the mountain to collapse. Enraged, the 2 western saints engaged in a fierce battle with Nuwa amidst the chaos. As for the outcome, only the saints were privy to it. Regardless, upon returning, Nuwa agreed to Tongtian's proposal to ally with Jiejiao and assign new tasks to the 3 monsters of Xuanyuan's grave. Today, Jinao Island basked in pleasant weather, with few individuals present. Apart from some disciples engaged in menial tasks or sparring, there were no others around. Meanwhile, the second-generation disciples and inner disciples diligently cultivated within their cave dwellings. Outside Qin Mo's cave, four figures descended, revealing their forms. It was Zhao Gongming and the three celestial maidens, whose faces radiated with joy. The long-awaited completion of the Nine Curves Yellow River formation brought immense delight to the three celestial maidens, and they shared this news with Zhao Gongming. Understanding the effort his three sisters had invested to perfect the formation, Zhao Gongming proposed sharing this joyful news with Qin Mo. Hence, the four of them made their way together. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming and the three celestial maidens, Ao Bing, the guardian beast and auspicious symbol, hurriedly approached them, having previously greeted Zhao Xianchong and the three maidens. Zhao Gongming nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Is your master present?" "Indeed. Ao Bing has long referred to Qin Mo as his master, and he does so willingly." Initially, Qin Mo took him in to serve as a mount, aside from a brief ride in the North Sea. He has mainly been tasked with guarding Qin Mo's cave dwelling, but of course, Qin Mo has not neglected him, providing him with resources for cultivation as well as techniques. As a result, his cultivation has now advanced to the early stage of Taiyi Immortal. "Master is within the cave," Ao Bing replied. "All right, do not concern yourselves with us. You may continue your watch," Zhao Gongming said, waving his hand to Ao Bing upon hearing that Qin Mo was inside. And he and the three Shao fairies entered the cave directly. Qin Mo had previously informed Ao Bing that if Zhao Gongming or the three Shao fairies came to seek him, they need not announce their arrival. They would be admitted at once. "Understood," Ao Bing replied, stepping back. Just then, Qin Mo had awakened from his meditation, and after sensing his cultivation had reached the late stage of Taiyi Immortal, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, after 5 years and 2 rounds of lottery rewards, Qin Mo's cultivation had ascended to the late stage of Taiyi Immortal. Exhaling deeply, he noticed Zhao Gongming and the three Shao fairies entering, and a warm smile spread across his face. "Gongming, Yu Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, what brings you all here?" Zhao Gongming was momentarily speechless. The three Shao fairies exchanged incredulous glances, while Zhao Gongming felt a wave of regret wash over him. He realized he should not have come here. Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao could not contain their laughter at their brother's predicament. Only Yu Xiao, the eldest among the three Shao, refrained from laughing at Zhao Gongming and instead addressed Qin Mo. "Master Qin Mo, please do not tease our brother. We have come to share some good news with you." "What is this good news?" Qin Mo inquired with a smile. "Well, Yu Xiao explained, after many years, we sisters have finally completed the Nine Curves Yellow River Array today. It was brother who suggested we come and share this good news with you. The Nine Curves Yellow River Array is complete?" Qin Mo exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Only he understood the magnitude of the Nine Curves Yellow River Array's role during the investiture of the gods. It had directly diminished the 3 flowers atop the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect and sealed their 5 qi within. This was exceedingly detrimental for cultivators. Even the deputy leader of the Chen sect, Ran Deng, and the Taoist Luya could not break through the Nine Curves Yellow River Array, were it not for the personal intervention of the Primordial Lord, who employed sheer force against the weak. No one from Shiqi would have been able to breach this formation. If one were to inquire who contributed significantly to halting Shiqi's assault on Shang during the investiture of the gods, Qin Mo would undoubtedly cite the Nine Curves Yellow River Array of the 3 Shao as the foremost, followed closely by the General Kong Xian of the 3 Mountains Pass. The 3 Shao had once mentioned the Nine Curves Yellow River Array to Qin Mo, then merely a concept and an embryonic formation. Understanding its formidable power, Qin Mo had continually encouraged the 3 Shao to complete the Nine Curves Yellow River Array. Now that the 3 Shao had finally accomplished this, how could Qin Mo not feel elated? This time, Qin Mo intended to add his support when the 3 Shao deployed the Nine Curves Yellow River Array, ensuring that the second-generation disciples of the Chen sect would have no means of retreat. Even if the Primordial Lord personally intervened, employing his might against the lesser, Qin Mo would ensure he gained no advantage. This was a proclamation from Qin Mo himself. Even the Dao ancestor Han Jun would be unable to thwart him. After all, Qin Mo possessed a golden finger. "Then allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the 3 sisters," Qin Mo said sincerely. while Qin Mo was engaging in discussions about cultivation with Zhao Gongming and his siblings. He suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of late-stage golden immortal energy emanating from the cultivation caves of Yangjiao and Yangjian. This commotion startled many second-generation disciples, including Taoist Duobao, who were training on Jinao Island. Naturally, both Qin Mo and Zhao Gongming felt the disturbance as well. Soon after, everyone gathered outside the caves of Yangjiao and Yangjian. The two caves were in close proximity to each other. A short while later, once they had stabilized their cultivation, Yangjiao and Yangjian emerged from their caves, their faces alight with excitement. Upon seeing Qin Mo and the other senior disciples present, they hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciples pay their respects to the master and to all senior uncles and aunts." Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces of Yangjiao and Yangjian, Taoist Duobao and other direct disciples of Tongtian felt a moment of confusion, and they turned to Qin Mo to inquire, "Junior brother, are these two your disciples?" "Indeed, brother Duobao speaks correctly. They are indeed the disciples I took in previously," Qin Mo confirmed with a nod. 5 years prior. When Qin Mo had taken Yangjiao and Yangjian as disciples and brought them to Jinao Island, Taoist Duobao and the others were in seclusion, and only Zhao Gongming and a few other inner and outer disciples had encountered them. Once Qin Mo's confirmation was given, Taoist Duobao began to scrutinize the two brothers, increasingly impressed, and remarked, "Very good, very good. Junior brother, you are truly fortunate to have such exceptionally talented disciples. I am quite envious. Half divine bodies, born with the potential of divine generals. Your future is boundless." "Ha, brother, you flatter me," Qin Mo responded with delight. "Your disciples are no less impressive. Isn't your fire spirit disciple on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of Taiyi Golden Immortal?" The fire spirit disciple Qin Mo referred to as none other than Duobao's disciple, the fire spirit saintess. The fire spirit saintess was known for her fiery temperament and wielded the golden radiance crown as her treasure. Qin Mo faintly recalled that during the investiture of the gods, she had aided the Shang army against Shiqi to avenge her disciple, who lay, but ultimately met her demise under the saintess slayer, Guang Chengzi's Fan Tian seal. Hearing this, Taoist Duobao chuckled. "Oh, not at all. Junior brother, you overestimate my fire spirit disciple. She is still quite a distance from that level." Observing the two engaging in mutual praise, Zhao Gongming and the others appeared unfazed. Zhao Gongming then approached Yangjiao and Yangjian, nodding as he observed them. "Very good. It seems you two brothers have not been idle these past 5 years. You have both broken through to the late stage of Golden Immortal. You are already far stronger than your master, nearly surpassing him, who is still only at the pinnacle of Golden Immortal." Naturally, Zhao Gongming refrained from mentioning Qin Mo's physical prowess, that he no longer dared to guarantee that, should he utilize the Dinghai Pearl, he could subdue Qin Mo, who had fully unleashed his physical strength. This fellow was simply a monster when it came to physical training. Zhao Gongming's remark was made with a hint of retribution in mind, considering that Qin Mo had persistently referred to him as Gongming brother. "Uncle Zhao, you speak too harshly." Hearing Zhao Gongming criticize his master, Yang Jiao could not remain silent. "Even if you are an uncle, you should not say such things. Master has made tremendous sacrifices for us, and has delayed his own cultivation to we, as brothers, owe him greatly. Our diligent training is to bring him honor and express our gratitude." Well said. Just as Qin Mo finished engaging in mutual flattery with Taoist Duobao, he happened to hear these words and approached with a hearty laugh. "Ha, truly, my disciples are commendable." The crowd promptly shot Qin Mo a knowing glance, leaving him to ponder. Before long, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective caves to continue their cultivation. After bidding farewell to Zhao Gongming and his siblings, Qin Mo led Yang Jiao and Yang Jian into his cave. "Now that you have both broken through to the late stage of Golden Immortal, it is time for you to rescue your mother," Qin Mo stated directly, adding, "Of course, I will accompany you as well." And I. Suddenly, Nezha appeared in the cave. Having witnessed the earlier commotion, Nezha had intended to rush over, but found Qin Mo and the others returning, so he followed suit. Upon arriving outside Qin Mo's cave and hearing his words, Nezha eagerly volunteered, Seeing Nezha, Qin Mo's expression darkened. Goodness, Nezha, you are ever the restless one, always seeking out excitement. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were also seeing Nezha for the first time. They had previously heard Qin Mo mention that they had another senior brother. Upon meeting Nezha, they raised their hands in salute. We pay our respects to senior brother and no need for formalities. My two junior brothers. Nezha waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned with such niceties. As long as they took him along for some fun. He was pleased. Nezha, are you also going? Qin Mo asked with a stern expression. Yes, master. As Nezha spoke, he settled himself beside Qin Mo, his youthful face betraying a palpable sense of boredom. The monotony of cultivating on Golden Ao Island had become unbearable. Master, please take Nezha along. I assure you I shall not cause any trouble, he implored. Observing the childlike visage of Nezha, Qin Mo found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, Nezha had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. So accompanying them posed no issue. Indeed, Nezha's cultivation had now reached parity with Qin Mo's. However, the mere thought of Nezha's temperament caused Qin Mo considerable distress. Witnessing Nezha's relentless attempts to charm his way into an outing, Qin Mo ultimately relented, albeit with great reluctance. Before long, the quartet of master and disciples departed from Golden Ao Island, soaring towards Guanjinka. Naturally, every movement on Golden Ao Island was under the vigilant gaze of Tongtian Jiao. Upon noticing Qin Mo and his disciples leave, Tongtian Jiao refrained from intervening. Yet he attached a thread of his consciousness to Qin Mo, eager to discern their intentions and ensure their safety. After all, with the imminent arrival of the Fengshan calamity, the safety of his disciples was of paramount importance. However, he could not afford to watch over them incessantly. Upon arriving at Guanjinku, the four quickly gathered intel regarding the location of Peach Mountain. Without delay, they hastened to its base. Yet they did not rush inside, for the area was guarded by heavenly soldiers. After extensive reconnaissance, the quartet finally discerned the positions of the celestial sentinels. Utilizing the transformative abilities of the 8-9 profound arts, they morphed into small animals to infiltrate the area. The most outrageous transformation belonged to Nezha, Yang Jiao, and Yang Jian, who either became tiny insects or birds that, in contrast, Qin Mo transformed into the imposing figure of a golden crow. Upon witnessing the appearance of the golden crow, the heavenly soldiers, caught off guard, instinctively bowed in respect. The golden crow, feigning the act of counting, ultimately grew exasperated, gesturing for the soldiers to retreat and continue their patrol. Such was Qin Mo's aim, to embody the identity of the Jade Emperor's son to its fullest. Observing this, Nezha and the others felt a wave of embarrassment, hastily darting deeper into Peach Mountain, as if to declare their ignorance of this figure. Indeed, the identity of the Golden Crow proved advantageous. Thus, Qin Mo successfully entered Peach Mountain, encountering a few patrols along the way. However, the soldiers dared not question the Golden Crow. Once inside, they swiftly located the chamber imprisoning Chaoge. In Qin Mo's words, the scenery was quite delightful, with water and mountains, showcasing the aesthetic sensibilities of the celestial realm. Upon the arrival of the Golden Crow, Chaoge's expression turned hostile, her icy demeanor evident as she queried, "What brings you here? Is the Jade Emperor truly worried I might escape?" Hearing this, the Golden Crow smiled faintly before undergoing a transformation. In the next moment, the Golden Crow reverted to Qin Mo's original form. Qin Daozhong? Chaoge paused in surprise, her countenance growing even frostier. You presume that by assuming the guise of Qin Daozhong, you can deceive me? Suddenly, two voices emerged, filled with a mix of excitement and fury. In an instant, under Chaoge's astonished gaze, Nezha, Yang Jiao, and Yang Jian materialized before her. Jinner, what are you doing here? Were you captured by the heavenly court? Chaoge inquired, her animosity towards the heavenly court deepening. Imprison me is one thing, but to capture my two children as well. Jade Emperor, can you truly be so heartless, so devoid of familial affection? Then, with a pleading look, Chaoge turned to Qin Mo, hoping to appeal to his emotions. Golden Crow, for the sake of our familial bond, I implore you, please intercede with the Jade Emperor and spare Jiao and Jinner. After all, you are still cousins, are you not? Qin Mo merely sighed in response. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exchanged glances, realizing their mother had mistaken their master for the Golden Crow. Yang Jiao then spoke up to clarify. Mother, he is our master, Qin Mo, not the Golden Crow. Indeed, Princess Yaoji, I am Qin Mo, not the Golden Crow, Qin Mo added, concerned that without further explanation, Yao Ji might resort to desperate measures. Yao Ji responded. If you are indeed Qin Daozhong, why disguise yourself as the Golden Crow? You nearly frightened me to death, as I thought Jiao and Jinner had been captured by the Heavenly Court. Upon confirming that Qin Mo was not the Golden Crow, Yao Ji exhaled deeply, visibly relieved, though she cast a resentful glance at him. Qin Mo, witnessing her expression, could only feel speechless that I say, Dear lady, do not look at me like that. Those unaware might think I have wronged you. Furthermore, your two sons are right here. After clarifying the misunderstanding, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian turned their attention to the 4 iron chains binding Yao Ji, although they could discern little from the chains. Qin Mo perceived their nature. The 4 chains were manifestations of the heavenly laws, which represented the rules of the celestial order, indicating that the Jade Emperor intended to confine Yao Ji beneath Peach Mountain indefinitely. The only means of breaking her free would be to abolish the heavenly laws or to wield sufficient power to shatter the chains wrought from them. However, the laws of heaven are not easily disregarded. How could one simply sever them? Did they consider the Tao ancestor Hong Jun incapable of wielding a blade? As the Jade Emperor, bestowed with the authority of heaven, was certainly able to harness the strength of these celestial rules. Observing their mother ensnared by the chains, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian felt profound sorrow, rushing to her side in an attempt to break the chains. Yet, regardless of their efforts, whether pulling with all their might or striking with weapons, the chains remained utterly immovable. Not even a crack appearing upon their surface. Yao Ji, witnessing this, looked at her sons with a heart full of anguish and advised, Jiao, Jinner, it is futile. You cannot break these chains. They are forged from the heavenly laws by the Jade Emperor. Ordinary cultivators cannot sever them, so do not waste your strength. In truth, I am already content to see you both. You must heed Qin Daozhong's guidance and cultivate diligently to know. Mother, we must rescue you, Yang Jian vehemently declared. Urgency and determination etched across his face. Indeed, mother, what he says is true. We will free you, even if it means opposing the heavenly court. Yang Jiao affirmed, prepared to confront the heavenly court if necessary, which was a sentiment they had shared prior to their journey, having been warned by Qin Mo, witnessing the resolve of his 2 disciples and their mother. Even Nezha, with his restless disposition, felt moved. He perceived himself as far more fortunate than his fellow disciples. At least his parents were safe in Chintang Pass, and should he wish to see them, he could simply return home to that moment. Nezha turned to Qin Mo, his expression filled with hope. Master, could you perhaps devise a way to assist my 2 brothers and Aunt Yao Ji? In response, Qin Mo gently patted Nezha's head, a look of affection in his eyes, before letting out a deep sigh. Nezha, I am afraid I cannot assist, for this is their familial matter. In truth, Qin Mo could extend his aid. However, he would require a compelling reason to intervene. After all, the Jade Emperor and Yao Ji were siblings, while Qin Mo was merely the teacher of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, effectively an outsider in their domestic affairs. Hearing Qin Mo's words, Nezha felt a pang of sorrow. He yearned to help his 2 brothers, but lacked the means to sever the chains. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, realizing the futility of their attempts to break the chains, exchanged glances that conveyed mutual understanding. They each grasped their respective weapons, the flame axe and the twin-edged blade. Mother, please wait a moment. Jinner and I will attempt to cleave this Peach Mountain. Perhaps the chains will shatter, Yang Jiao urged. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, his silence indicating his consent to the plan. That is unwise, Yao Ji exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm as she quickly interjected. If you strike at the mountain, you will surely attract the attention of the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor, bringing down heavenly soldiers. Not only would you fail to rescue me, but you may also lose your lives in the process. Heed my advice. Quickly depart with Qin Daozhong if the heavenly soldiers descend. You 4 will not escape. Just as Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were about to retort, Qin Mo stepped forward, addressing Yao Ji. "Princess Yao Ji, who says we are limited to just 4?" he said with a smile. "We have another ally at our disposal." Upon concluding his statement, under the perplexed gazes of the crowd, Qin Mo casually waved his hand. Before everyone's eyes, a large black hound materialized. "Isn't this the black dog that Erlang brought back earlier?" Yang Jiao remarked, unable to contain himself. "Indeed, master. Isn't this the one I previously retrieved?" Yang Jian also expressed his curiosity. Could it be? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yang Jian looked at Qin Mo with astonishment. "Precisely as you suspect," Qin Mo replied with a smile. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he produced a gleaming orb. Upon seeing it, Yao Ji gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "The Zhen Dian Long Zhu." "Indeed, it is the Zhen Dian Long Zhu." Qin Mo nodded affirmatively. Princess Yao Ji, having guarded it for so many years, recognized it at a glance. The subsequent actions of Qin Mo left Yao Ji utterly astonished for centuries. He tossed the Zhen Dian Long Zhu towards the black dog, commanding, "Swallow it." The hound appeared to comprehend his words, leaping forth to gulp down the orb in one swift motion. In the next instant, the black dog transformed into countless phantoms, racing through the cavern. After a brief moment, the hound lay down and, in the blink of an eye, shifted into human form. Witnessing the spectacle, not only Yao Ji, but even Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Nezha were left in utter disbelief. Incredible! A mere dragon orb can enable a dog to transform into human form. How astonishing! Nezha mused inwardly, feeling a surge of excitement. As the hound's human form stood up, Qin Mo swiftly appeared before him, gently tapping his forehead. In that instant, an overwhelming plethora of knowledge regarding cultivation, human speech, and survival in the primordial world flooded into his mind. That it hurts. The hound, now in human form, collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Observing this, Yang Jian quietly inquired of Qin Mo, "Master, what is wrong with him? Is he all right?" "Yes, fine. It's merely an overwhelming influx of knowledge that he needs to acclimate to. He'll adjust in due time," Qin Mo reassured, perhaps to validate Qin Mo's words. Moments later, the newly transformed individual rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on Yang Jian. A look of delight spread across his face as he bounded over to Yang Jian, joyfully declaring, "Master, master." Yang Jian, switching his three-pronged blade to his left hand, curiously stroked the man's head with his right. The man immediately crouched down, a look of sheer enjoyment adorning his face. Yang Jian chuckled softly at the sight. Seeing the black dog fully transformed, Qin Mo expressed his satisfaction and addressed him. "From this day forth, you shall be named Xiao Tian Quan, and you will gallop through the primordial realm alongside your master, engaging in battles that you accept." Xiao Tian Quan nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. I accept. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing me with a name that this point." Xiao Tian Quan looked up at Yang Jian, exclaiming with joy, "Master, I have a name now. It's Xiao Tian Quan." Yang Jian smiled and patted Xiao Tian Quan's head again, then glanced toward the direction of the heavenly court, nodding. "All right, Xiao Tian Quan. That is a fine name." With Xiao Tian Quan's matter resolved satisfactorily, Qin Mo realized it was time to cleave Peach Mountain. After nodding at Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, he instructed Xiao Tian Quan, "You must protect Yang Jiao and your master diligently. Accompany your master." "Yes, Taoist, rest assured, Xiao Tian Quan will guard his master even unto death," he affirmed before following Yang Jian outside. Cleave Peach Mountain. One must approach from the exterior. Attempting from inside would yield no results and could even result in being crushed by falling rocks. Naturally, they need not worry about Yao Ji being harmed by debris, as when the Jade Emperor suppressed her, he had established a circular barrier around her, with the sky above serving as a protective dome. Indeed, it was open air. Otherwise, Qin Mo would not have remarked on the Jade Emperor's tastefulness and leadership. Upon reaching the exterior of Peach Mountain, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian positioned themselves on either side, gripping their respective magical artifacts, preparing to channel their internal powers to achieve optimal performance. This spectacle instantly drew the attention of the celestial soldiers atop Peach Mountain. Subsequently, they rushed to encircle Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Although one soldier departed to report back to the heavenly court. Just as the celestial soldiers were about to surround them, two figures suddenly appeared before them. Who dares to approach further shall perish. Qin Mo warned coldly, while he and Nezha unleashed their golden immortal auras to intimidate the celestial soldiers. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Sensing the formidable presence of Qin Mo and Nezha, the soldiers dared not advance. Yet neither could they retreat, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the soldier who had gone to report returned to the heavenly court with remarkable speed, relaying the situation at Peach Mountain to the Jade Emperor. Haoyan, upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was infuriated and resolved to personally lead the charge, accompanied by 10 golden crows and 100,000 celestial soldiers, to punish Qin Mo, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and others as an example of the heavenly court's unyielding authority. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor decided to execute Yao Ji as well. Just as the heavenly court was mobilizing its forces, a thunderous sound echoed from the lower realms. This sound captured the attention of countless cultivators in the primordial world, who employed their spiritual senses to discern the source of the commotion. Naturally, this noise also caught the attention of the 6 great saints, after Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had adjusted their powers to peak conditions. One wielded a crimson flame axe while the other brandished a 3-pronged blade, striking fiercely at Peach Mountain to their disappointment. The mountain merely trembled slightly without yielding. Reluctantly, they swung their artifacts once more at the mountain. The result remained unchanged. Witnessing this, Qin Mo began to mutter to himself, "Is it truly impossible to cleave it? What must be done to achieve that?" Just then, the system responded unexpectedly, "Host, to cleave Peach Mountain. This system has a method. Oh, system, is that you?" Qin Mo's heart leaped with joy upon hearing the system's voice. What is the method? By applying a power buff and a sharpness buff to the crimson flame axe and the 3-pronged blade. It can be done, the system replied, "that in a way that, as possible," Qin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. This system can actually enhance artifacts with buffs? This is the first time I've heard of this function. However, knowing that enlisting the system's aid came at a cost. Qin Mo inquired, "What is the price for this?" Host is quite straightforward. The system prays for the first time, 3 chances. What? This system is utterly unreasonable. Last time the Manianchi bag and Manianchi staff cost only 2 chances. And now for merely adding dual buffs, you demand 3? No way, absolutely not. Qin Mo took a moment to calm his rising anger, and after a brief pause he declared, "Deal that." No sooner had he spoken than the crimson flame axe in Yang Jiao's hand and the 3-pronged blade in Yang Jian's grasp radiated brilliant red and blue light. When the light faded, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian found their artifacts transformed, sharper and more resilient than before. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, strike again. Qin Mo urgently called out. There was no time to waste, as the system had indicated that the dual buffs would last only 3 minutes. Once the time lapsed, the buffs would vanish. Frustrated, Qin Mo thought, "What are you, Ultraman? Only 3 minutes on Earth." Despite his irritation, he refrained from wasting time and urged Yang Jiao and Yang Jian to act. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the two immediately understood that their master had intervened. After exchanging a glance, they once again swung the magical artifact in their hands towards Taosan. A thunderous sound echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth at that moment. Qin Mo and his 3 companions, along with the dog, suddenly felt an ominous darkness envelop them, prompting them to look up. They beheld the sky filled with celestial soldiers and generals, the most prominent among them being a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with 9 dragons, wearing silken boots crafted from the finest threads, a purple crystal crown atop his head. Seated upon a dragon throne, glaring down at them with palpable fury, flanking this individual stood 10 men, all dressed alike, wielding wheels in their hand. It was none other than the Jade Emperor Haoyan and the 10 golden crows. However, just as the Jade Emperor was about to speak, Taosan split open at its center, revealing the imprisoned Yaoji bound by iron chains within. As Taosan was cleaved, it vanished in an instant. Upon seeing their mother, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian rushed forward, but their hearts sank with discontent upon noticing the 4 intact chains at that moment. The Jade Emperor Haoyan finally spoke. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, you possess audacity beyond measure. As notorious offenders of the heavenly court, instead of hiding, you dare to attempt the rescue of the fugitive Chaoge. Where do you place the dignity of the heavenly court? What of the heavenly laws? He commanded, seize Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and their ilk, and deliver them to the execution platform for public decapitation. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Yaoji's expression turned frantic as she hurriedly pleaded, Your Majesty, brother, for the sake of their relation to you as your nephews. Spare them. Chaoge is willing to sacrifice her life to save theirs. The Jade Emperor seemed to disregard her plea entirely, instructing the 9 golden crows, excluding the smallest, to capture Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and the others. Witnessing this, Nezha's face lit up with excitement as he swiftly brandished his scarlet flame spear and spirit lock ring, awaiting a command from Qin Mo, although Qin Mo yearned to engage with the golden crows. He recognized that the time was not yet ripe, that he awaited the system to issue a mission, fully aware that such circumstances would indeed prompt one, the 9 golden crows, upon receiving their orders. Swiftly advanced with their golden wheels towards Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Unfazed, the 2 brothers brandished their magical artifacts and charged forward, with Yang Jian even retrieving the soul-absorbing pearl gifted by the celestial master Tongtian. In an instant, the brothers engaged the 9 golden crows in battle, a spectacle that could only be described as earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Although Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were not as powerful as the 9 golden crows, the presence of the soul-absorbing pearl and Yang Jiao's scarlet flame spear, imbued with fire poison, rendered the golden crows unable to gain any advantage. This scene caused the Jade Emperor to feel a profound sense of humiliation. As the entire realm of Honghuang was keenly observing the unfolding events, should they fail to subdue Yang Jiao and Yang Jian for an extended period, the heavenly court would become a laughingstock throughout Honghuang. Naturally, the Jade Emperor Hao Yin wished to avoid such an outcome, and thus commanded the 10 golden crows, Little Golden Crow, you 2 shall join, forming the Great Golden Crow formation with your 9 brothers, and incinerate these transgressors of the heavenly court. The assembled celestial beings were taken aback, urgently imploring the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The 10 suns in the sky will bring calamity to the mortal realm, plunging it into a hellish nightmare. They implored him repeatedly, Please, Your Majesty, think it over. The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened further with each plea, his frustration boiling over. You have not lifted a finger to assist in times of crisis. Now that the onus falls upon me, you all emerge to counsel me. The Jade Emperor's visage was as grim as the bottom of a cauldron, yet he had no intention of heeding the advice of the celestial beings. This matter concerned the dignity of the heavenly court. Hao Yin would not yield an inch. Even if the 10 suns scorched the mortal realm, leading to untold suffering, it was not his fault but rather the fault of Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Chaoge. Thus, the Jade Emperor Hao Yin reiterated his command to the 10 golden crows. The 10 golden crows are to form the Great Golden Crow formation and incinerate all who oppose the heavenly court. Although the Jade Emperor's words were merely verbal, to the 10 golden crows, each utterance was as binding as a decree. Consequently, the 10 golden crows swiftly ascended to the skies above Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Chaoge, arranging themselves into the Great Golden Crow formation. In a flash, 10 colossal suns appeared in the sky, their blinding radiance rendering it impossible to gaze upon them, while the temperature across the Honghuang continent soared alarmingly. In the blink of an eye, streams and brooks dried up, their beds exposed, and even began to crack, while the humble thatched cottages of mortals suddenly ignited in flames. In that moment, the cries and wails of the suffering mortals echoed throughout the realm. The celestial beings and other cultivators, indifferent to the fate of the mortals, were nonetheless stirred by the anguished cries, sighing in sympathy. The Jade Emperor is a fool. He is truly damned, prioritizing the dignity of the heavenly court at the cost of countless lives. At that moment, voices cursing the Jade Emperor arose across the Honghuang continent, though they dared not raise their voices too loudly, fearing his wrath. Meanwhile, in Chaoge City, the 9-tailed fox, the rooster spirit, and the peepus spirit, who had served King Zhou for over 5 years, were unable to bear the suffering of the people and sought out the Grandmaster Wenzhong. Indeed, the 3 spirits had allied with Wenzhong. their shared goal being the protection of the Shang dynasty. Moreover, with Qin Mo's earlier counsel, Zhong would not resort to subduing the three spirits under the pretext of exorcism. Grandmaster, are you aware of what has transpired? Why have 10 suns appeared in the sky? Su Daji, possessed by the nine-tailed fox, inquired anxiously, gazing at Zhong, who bore 3 eyes. That I regret to inform you, Lady Daji, that I am unaware of the details. However, the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court seems utterly indifferent to the plight of mortals and will ultimately face divine retribution. When Zhong replied, his expression grave, were it not for his insufficient strength and the duty to protect the Shang dynasty, he would have long since taken to the skies on his inked qilin, demanding answers from the Jade Emperor. Is there any way to save the people of our Shang dynasty? I have heard their cries for help, and my heart aches for them, Su Daji lamented. Observing her concern for the Shang, Zhong felt a deep admiration for Qin Mo master. Please find a virtuous and benevolent lady for our Shang dynasty. Even if she is a spirit, as long as she cares for our people, what does it matter? I am unsure. Zhong shook his head, then continued, however, I may seek assistance from my fellow disciples of the. Perhaps they can offer a solution. Then I must trouble you, Grandmaster, Su Daji replied, rising to bow to Zhong with sincerity. Seeing this, Zhong quickly gestured for her to rise. That no, my lady, this is merely my duty. There is no need for such formalities. It would be too much for me. The Grand Master deserves all gratitude. I am merely expressing my appreciation for your concern for the people of our Shang dynasty. After a brief discussion, Zhong mounted his inked qilin and set off toward Jineo Island. This moment, Taosan had become a hell on earth, engulfed in flames. Were it not for the presence of cultivators, the ground would have been strewn with corpses. Chaoge was in dire straits, particularly suffering from dehydration after prolonged exposure to the scorching sun. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, unable to bear the sight of their mother in agony, lifted a massive boulder to shield Chaoge from the relentless rays of the 10 suns. Witnessing this, Nezha felt an urgent need to act, but without a command from Qin Mo, he dared not intervene. Fearing disobedience, in Hong Wang, defying a master's orders was a grave offense, akin to treason. The howling celestial dog also wished to assist, but his meager strength had rendered him weak and powerless under the scorching sun. Had it not been for Qin Mo's magical protection, he would have long since succumbed. Master, when shall we act? Aunt Chaoge can barely hold on, Nezha pleaded, his gaze fixed anxiously on the prone figure of Chaoge. The time is not yet ripe, Qin Mo replied with a somber expression. When will it be? If Aunt Chaoge perishes, it will deal a devastating blow to my 2 junior brothers. Nezha's voice trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Soon. Have faith. With me here, Chaoge will not come to harm. Qin Mo responded, yet when he raised his gaze towards the Jade Emperor, it was filled with a murderous intent. At this moment, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were overwhelmed with urgency and fury, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld Chaoge, who was on the verge of losing her ability to speak. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. They both knelt before the position of the Jade Emperor, and with tears and snot, Yang Jian pleaded, Your Majesty, Uncle, I am willing to trade my life for my mother's. I implore you to spare her, he continued. As long as you grant her mercy, I will serve as a slave for eternity in the heavenly court. Subsequently, Yang Jiao echoed, Uncle, I too am willing to serve as a slave for eternity in the heavenly court. Please spare our mother. I am ready to exchange my life for hers. In response to their heartfelt pleas, the Jade Emperor remained indifferent, as if he had not heard them at all, showing no intention of releasing the 10 golden crows from the Golden Crow Formation. You have offended the dignity of my heavenly court. Even in light of our familial ties, I am lenient in your deaths. Were it not for that, I would have shattered your bodies and imprisoned your souls in the depths of the abyss, leaving you with no hope of resurrection. Upon hearing Yang Jiao and Yang Jian kneel before the Jade Emperor and pledge eternal servitude to save their mother, Chaoge was filled with profound sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. However, the tears were quickly evaporated by the scorching sun above. Seeing that the Jade Emperor remained unmoved, showing no inclination to spare their mother, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian slowly rose to their feet. Yang Jian then roared at the Jade Emperor. I, Yang Jian, vow that if anyone dares to harm my mother in the slightest, I will annihilate their entire family. Erlang is right, Yang Jiao added. I too vow that if any harm befalls my mother, I will storm the heavenly court and not rest until I am avenged. Hearing their declarations, the Jade Emperor was filled with rage and immediately commanded the 10 Golden Crows to unleash the full power of the Golden Crow formation. Meanwhile, Yao Ji, weakly gazing at her 2 children, was filled with reluctance and bitterness. She longed to see her children grow up, marry, and have families of their own, yet such hopes had now become unattainable wishes. In that moment, a glimmer of surprise and excitement appeared on Qin Mo's face, for he had finally received the system's voice. Ding, please host, save Yao Ji and lend the Hunyuan axe to Yang Jiao to assist him and Yang Jian in slaying the 9 Golden Crows to obtain the essence of the Golden Crows. Mission reward, Rebirth Creation Pill, only useful for Yao Ji, Innate Supreme Treasure, God-Slaying Spear, 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, and 2 lottery draws. After the system issued the mission and revealed to Qin Mo how to save Yao Ji, he was overjoyed. It seemed that due to his and the system's interference, the seemingly fatal situation for Yao Ji had transformed into one that held a glimmer of hope. Naturally, this was the outcome Qin Mo had longed for. He had no mind to dwell on the system rewards for this mission. His gaze remained fixated on Yao Ji, awaiting the moment her soul would leave her body. Of course, without her soul departing, he would be unable to assist her. Once her soul did depart, he could employ the soul-gathering technique from the 9 Revolutions' profound art to safeguard her soul until the situation was resolved. Moreover, without Yao Ji's death, how could Yang Jiao and Yang Jian harbor such deep-seated hatred towards the Jade Emperor or proceed to slay the 9 Golden Crows? In truth, Qin Mo was also leveraging Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. As he would put it, I have invested so much for your family. What is wrong with utilizing you? No one will die. As time progressed, it was not long before Yao Ji, fatigued, began to feel her soul faintly departing. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, witnessing this, hurried to her side, attempting to prevent her soul from leaving, even trying to use their powers to aid her. Yet, their efforts were in vain the very moment Yao Ji's soul was about to dissipate. Qin Mo, not far away, urgently activated the 9 Revolutions' profound art, secretly gathering her soul to onlookers. It appeared as though Yao Ji's soul had instantly vanished upon departing her body. The 9 Revolutions' profound art was originally a technique cultivated by Pangu. Exceptionally powerful, sought after even by Hongjing. In that instant, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were utterly enraged. Had it not been for their desire for vengeance for their mother, their spirits would have crumbled. They slowly rose, heads bowed, exuding an aura reminiscent of late-stage Golden Immortal, even hinting at peak Golden Immortal strength. Yang Jiao, with a hoarse voice, coldly uttered, "You all deserve to die. I this moment." Yang Jian suddenly lifted his gaze towards the 10 Golden Crows within the formation, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. It is because of you that our mother has perished. Thus, you shall not live either. With that, Yang Jian once again summoned the 3-edged double-bladed knife and the soul-absorbing pearl. As Yang Jiao attempted to call forth the scarlet flame axe, Qin Mo bellowed, "Yang Jiao, catch the axe!" In the next moment, without anyone noticing, a pitch-black axe appeared in Qin Mo's hand, its blade gleaming silver and radiating the aura of an innate supreme treasure. Upon seeing this axe, the Jade Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and he leaped up from his dragon throne, eyes filled with dread. An innate supreme treasure. Not only the Jade Emperor, but also the onlooking cultivators, including the 6 great saints, were drawn to it. The saints, in particular, gazed at the axe in Qin Mo's hand with fervent eyes, their expressions betraying a sense of greed, especially the 2 from the west, and Yuan Shidanzun. They were already contemplating the notion of killing to seize the treasure. However, the Tongtian Jiaozhu on Golden Ao Island wore a stern expression, lost in thought, when he saw Qin Mo produce an innate supreme treasure. He was astonished. After all, such treasures were scarce in the current primordial world, mostly held by saints, such as the Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, the 4 swords of extermination, and the 12th rank merit golden lotus, with only a few in the hands of older quasi-saints. Like the Earth Book of Zhen Yuanzi and the 12th rank Hellfire Red Lotus of Ming He. The Tongtian Jiaozhu had never anticipated that Qin Mo possessed an innate supreme treasure, especially one that had never been seen before. This kid is hiding something profound. Just how many secrets does he possess? The Tongtian Jiaozhu grew increasingly intrigued by his disciple. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to closely monitor Qin Mo to prevent other saints or seasoned quasi-saint from killing to seize the treasure. After summoning the Hunyuan axe, Qin Mo directly tossed it to Yang Jiao. All the cultivators present were on the verge of making a move to snatch it, but recalling that Qin Mo was the direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiaozhu, they restrained themselves, waiting for others to act first so that they might benefit from the chaos. Upon receiving the Hunyuan axe, Yang Jiao felt its immense power and the sharp aura emanating from its blade, promptly expressing his gratitude to Qin Mo. "Thank you, master." With that, he and Yang Jian charged towards the Golden Crow formation, disappearing within moments. Of course, Qin Mo dared to wield the Hunyuan axe because he had inquired of the system. After all, everyone coveted innate supreme treasures. What if he drew it out and others attempted to kill him for it? The system's assurance had put his mind at ease. As long as it was a reward from the system, it was bound to him in a fixed relationship. Even if others managed to seize it, they would be unable to use it, and he could summon it back at will. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, upon breaching the Golden Crow formation, resembled wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep, seizing and slaying at will. Although their cultivation levels fell short of the 10 foremost Golden Crows, the treasures they wielded were of remarkable caliber. Even if they could not unleash the full might of their artifacts, they were more than sufficient to contend with the Golden Crows. Those familiar with gaming mechanics understand that rage points can significantly enhance a character's combat prowess, and when fully charged, unleash devastating attacks. At this moment, the states of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian mirrored this, their rage points nearly overflowing in swift succession. They dispatched 3 Golden Crow generals, shattering the formation in an instant. The remaining Golden Crow generals attempted to flee, but Yang Jiao and Yang Jian swiftly intercepted 4 of them in the blink of an eye. Those 4 Golden Crow generals were brutally slain, their bodies transforming into flames as they plummeted towards the mortal realm. Just as they were about to plunge into the sea, they vanished in an instant, a detail unnoticed by the onlookers. This was the result of a collaboration between Qin Mo and the system, which drew the corpses of the Golden Crows into the system's repository. This moment, 7 Golden Crow corpses lay within the repository. The battle in the heavens had yet to conclude, with only the Great Golden Crow, 3 Golden Crows, and the 10 they were tasked to protect remaining. Witnessing the successive deaths of his brothers, the 3 Golden Crows were engulfed in profound sorrow. Casting a glance at the 10 Golden Crows, he charged toward Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, intent on engaging them in a desperate struggle. The 10 Golden Crows, upon seeing this, yearned to join the fray but were restrained by the Great Golden Crow. "Eldest brother, do not hold me back. I must aid the 3rd brother." "No, 10th brother, you cannot go." The Great Golden Crow firmly rejected. "If you perish as well, light will vanish from the mortal realm forever. The duty of protecting our brothers shall henceforth rest upon your shoulders. 10th brother, live well." With that, the Great Golden Crow exerted all his strength to push the 10th Golden Crow away, then turned his gaze toward Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. At that moment, the 3 Golden Crows fell to Yang Jiao's axe. The eyes of both adversaries fixated on the Great Golden Crow and the pushed away 10th Golden Crow. "Erlang, leave the Great Golden Crow to me. You pursue the 10th Golden Crow," Yang Jiao instructed Yang Jian. "Understood, eldest brother. Take care." With that, Yang Jian charged after the 10th Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow offered no resistance, perhaps lacking the capacity to do so, for he faced Yang Jiao. Ignoring Yang Jiao, the Great Golden Crow cast a deep glance at the Jade Emperor, and a surge of despair welled within him as he raised his wheel and charged at Yang Jiao. Observing this, Yang Jiao positioned the Hunyuan axe before him and, in the next moment, swung the axe down upon the Great Golden Crow. With a resounding thud, the Hunyuan axe cleaved the wheel in 2. Subsequently, the Great Golden Crow cast one last look at the Jade Emperor before plummeting downward. Seated upon the dragon throne, The Jade Emperor witnessed the slaughter of his 9 sons by Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, nor did his heart waver. The celestial beings present felt a deep-seated trepidation toward the Jade Emperor. Witnessing their 9 brethren fall, and yet remaining unmoved, instilled a profound fear of the consequences of their own missteps. In that moment, their perceptions of the Jade Emperor underwent a complete transformation. The 10th Golden Crow, despite being propelled several miles by the Great Golden Crow, could not escape Yang Jian's relentless pursuit. Soon, Yang Jian caught up with him as Yang Jian raised his 3-pronged blade in fury, ready to strike down the 10th Golden Crow. The latter immediately shut his eyes, offering no resistance in that moment. The small Golden Crow was not truly alive. He was akin to the dead, for his spirit had withered. Witnessing the sequential demise of his 9 brothers and the Jade Emperor's apathy, the 10th Golden Crow felt an overwhelming sense of futility. However, after a moment of waiting without being struck down, he curiously opened his eyes, only to find Chang'e and Marshal Tianpeng standing protectively in front of him. Marshal Tianpeng, and this esteemed fairy, I implore you to step aside. This matter does not concern you, Yang Jian urged. Despite harboring resentment toward the heavenly court for his mother's death, he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent, nor did he wish to mistakenly harm good souls. This situation did not involve Chang'e or Marshal Tianpeng. Hence Yang Jian had no desire to engage them. Due to Qin Mo's unexpected interference, Yang Jian did not recognize Chang'e. Yet, why did he recognize Marshal Tianpeng? When the Great Golden Crow, under the Jade Emperor's command, first descended to capture Yaoji, Marshal Tianpeng had been present, never once intervening. Later, Yang Jian learned from Master Yuding that his father, Yang Tianyu, had survived because Marshal Tianpeng had shown leniency and allowed him to escape. The whereabouts of Yang Tianyu thereafter remained a mystery, perhaps known only to him. Thus, it could be said that Marshal Tianpeng had rendered a favor to Yang Jian's family, which was why Yang Jian hesitated to confront him. Yang Jian, you must not slay the 10th Golden Crow, Chang'e implored. Indeed, Yang Jian, the 10th Golden Crow must live. Spare him, Marshal Tianpeng added. Spare him? Who among you pleaded for my mother when she was brutally roasted alive? Yang Jian retorted, his heart ablaze with fury, for he considered the 10th Golden Crow one of the culprits responsible for his mother's death and would not let him go. Yang Jian, you have misjudged the 10th Golden Crow, Chang'e continued to persuade, appealing to reason and emotion. The 10th Golden Crow possesses a pure nature. He is inherently kind. Moreover, your mother, Yaoji, watched him grow up, witnessing his aunt being burned alive. Do you think he felt no sorrow? Do you think he was untroubled? Hearing this, tears of anguish streamed down the 10th Golden Crow's face. If Qin Mo had been present, he surely would have awarded the 10th Golden Crow an Oscar statuette. Noticing Yang Jian's silence, Chang'e pressed on with her appeal. There remains but one Golden Crow general. Should you slay the 10th Golden Crow, the mortal realm shall be eternally deprived of light. Yang Jian, can you bear to witness the suffering of immortal beings? Yang Jian fell into silence, deeply moved by Chang'e's words that if he truly killed the 10th Golden Crow, what would become of the mortal realm? Yet, must he forsake his mother's vengeance? In that moment, Yang Jian found himself ensnared in a profound inner turmoil. Just then, Yang Jiao, having slain the Great Golden Crow, approached Yang Jian and inquired, Erlang, what transpired? Why do you hesitate to strike? Upon hearing his elder brother's question, Yang Jian recounted Chang'e's earlier words, supplemented by her presence, which similarly plunged Yang Jiao into a state of indecision, while they deliberated whether to heed Chang'e's counsel. The 10th Golden Crow stepped forward, stating, My aunt raised me. When her spirit dissipated before my eyes, my heart ached more than yours can comprehend. Regardless of whether she breached heavenly laws, she has always been my most revered aunt. If you remain unwilling, you may slay me. I harbor no grievances that I merely hope that after ending my life, you will hasten your departure, for my father will not spare you. Do tread carefully with that. The 10th Golden Crow placed his wheel behind him, gazing at Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, awaiting their strike. As they contemplated their next move, a voice resonated in their minds, Qin Mo's voice. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, return. The 10th Golden Crow must not die. Upon hearing Qin Mo's transmission, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exchanged glances before bidding farewell to Chang'e, Marshal Tianpeng, and the 10th Golden Crow, and soared towards Qin Mo's direction. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Mo merely lent the Hunyuan axe to Yang Jiao, remaining uninvolved otherwise, nor did he permit Nezha to intervene. Observing his two junior brothers rampaging through the heavens, Nezha was beside himself with anxiety. Yet there was nothing he could do, for Qin Mo had forbidden his participation. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yang Jiao and Yang Jian slay the 9 Golden Crows and spare the 10th, the Jade Emperor was infuriated. How dare they think of fleeing after their bloody deeds? What would become of the heavenly court's dignity? Thus, the Jade Emperor, with a darkened countenance, addressed the assembly of celestial beings. Is there any noble minister willing to retrieve these two and bring them back to the heavenly court? Silence ensued, no one daring to respond or take action, each lowering their heads as if they had not heard. Observing this, the Jade Emperor's expression grew even darker as he reiterated, is there any noble minister willing to retrieve these two and bring them back to the heavenly court? Once again, there was no response, and some celestial beings seemed to be dozing off with their eyes half closed. The Jade Emperor's fury was on the verge of overflowing, yet he managed to suppress it, casting a glance at the assembled immortals before vanishing back to the Yaoqi. Observing this, the celestial beings hastily returned to the heavenly court, though none dared to approach the Jade Emperor in Yaoqi to provoke his wrath. After Yang Jiao and Yang Jian rejoined Qin Mo, Yang Jiao returned the Hunyuan axe to him with a word of gratitude. However, just as Qin Mo was about to reclaim the axe, a surge of sacred might descended upon them. Back in the Yaoqi, the Jade Emperor's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for the persuasion of the Queen Mother, he would have surely banished the celestial beings to the mortal realm. What purpose did they serve otherwise? Soon, the 10 Golden Crows, supported by Tianpeng and Chang'e, arrived at Yaoqi. Upon seeing the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, the 10 Golden Crows did not bow, but instead spoke to the Jade Emperor with vacant eyes. Father, my 9 brothers have perished, and they died honorably. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor's anger ignited once more as he retorted with irritation. Why should I feel sorrow? They fought valiantly for the heavenly court. Their deaths were not in vain. The 10 Golden Crows, taken aback, quickly filled with sorrow and asked the Jade Emperor, Father, do you not feel any pain at the loss of my brothers? Why should I feel pain? The Jade Emperor replied, their sacrifices were for the heavenly court, and thus they were worthy. The Jade Emperor's response left the 10 Golden Crows utterly disheartened, and their gaze towards him shifted. Father, yet I am heartbroken. The 10 Golden Crows lamented. This will be the last time I address you as father. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's anger flared even more. Are you holding a grudge against me? Witnessing the 10 Golden Crows' demeanor, the Queen Mother, filled with compassion, gently remarked, 10 Golden Crows, your brothers are no longer with us. Henceforth, their responsibilities will fall solely upon your shoulders. Upon hearing the Queen Mother's words, the 10 Golden Crows immediately bowed as a loyal subject. This humble servant obeys. I shall fulfill my duties and ensure that the mortal realm does not lose its light. After casting a deep glance at the enraged Jade Emperor, the 10 Golden Crows set forth to carry out their responsibilities. This scene was too much for the Jade Emperor to bear. Pointing at the departing figure of the 10 Golden Crows, he exclaimed to the Queen Mother, Look at him. He bears a grudge against me, even refusing to call me father. Is this all my fault? Seeing this, the Queen Mother waved her hand, dismissing Chang'e and Tianpeng before transforming her demeanor entirely to reassure the Jade Emperor, No, your Majesty is not at fault. How could your Majesty be in the wrong? The true offenders are the celestial beings, those who dare to provoke the heavenly court, the disciples of the great saints. Your Majesty is blameless. The Queen Mother's response eased the Jade Emperor's heart considerably. Once he calmed his emotions, he sighed to the Queen Mother. Alas, through this incident, I have come to realize that my vast heavenly court is devoid of capable individuals. Noticing the Jade Emperor's distress, the Queen Mother couldn't help but chuckle, which displeased the Jade Emperor. However, her subsequent words brought a smile to his face. Your Majesty may seek the Tao ancestor to request assistance in finding some capable deities for our heavenly court. After discussing various matters with the Queen Mother, the Jade Emperor, without a hint of hesitation, soared towards the direction of the Purple Cloud's palace in the outer heavens. The inhabitants of the Peach Mountain ruins sensed this overwhelming sacred might and were filled with terror. Especially Qin Mo, who understood that this power was directed at him. Although he harbored no concerns about being killed by a saint, the pressure was indeed overwhelming. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Tongtian cult master. And should he perish, the repercussions would provoke the Tongtian cult master's wrath. Before long, the air was filled with celestial music and the fluttering of celestial cranes, and the next moment, the primordial heavenly venerable appeared before them. Indeed, this time, the primordial heavenly venerable had descended in his true form. Only when a saint manifests in their true essence does the air resonate with celestial melodies and the cranes dance, signifying the nobility and distinction of the saints. Upon witnessing the arrival of the primordial heavenly venerable, Qin Mo's expression tightened, and he instinctively grew wary, fearing an unexpected attack from the heavenly being. Qin Mo surmised that the primordial heavenly venerable must have learned of his altercation with Taiyi Zhenren. Sure enough, the gaze of the primordial heavenly venerable bore an unmistakable intent to kill. Disciple Qin Mo pays his respects to the primordial master, Qin Mo said, cupping his hands in salute. Having spent many years in the wilderness, Qin Mo understood that failing to bow before a saint was a profound disrespect. The consequences of such disrespect could be severe, and Qin Mo wished to leave no grounds for the primordial heavenly venerable to hold against him. Upon recognizing the primordial heavenly venerable and realizing that his master referred to him as Master Uncle, Yang Jiao and the others hastily knelt before the primordial heavenly venerable. Disciple Yang Jiao pays respects to the ancestor master. Disciple Yang Jian pays respects to the ancestor master. Disciple Nezha pays respects to the ancestor master. Humph! The primordial heavenly venerable fixed his cold gaze upon Qin Mo and let out a disdainful snort. In an instant, Qin Mo felt as though his primordial spirit had suffered a grievous blow, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he became weak and listless. Observing this, Yang Jiao and the others immediately realized that this was an attack from the primordial heavenly venerable directed at their master. And the other hidden saints also took notice. Meanwhile, the Tongtian cult master, sensing the primordial heavenly venerable's appearance before Qin Mo from the Golden Ao Island, felt a surge of alarm. He swiftly departed the island. Intending to protect Qin Mo, however, before he could arrive, he witnessed the primordial heavenly venerable's assault, gravely injuring Qin Mo's primordial spirit, igniting a furious rage within the Tongtian cult master. It seems I underestimated you last time in the depths of chaos. The Western two saints, witnessing this scene, exchanged knowing smiles, for this was precisely what they had hoped to see as long as the primordial heavenly venerable and the Tongtian cult master clashed. They could secretly approach Qin Mo and seize the innate treasure he possessed. To the Western two saints, the innate treasure, the axe, was particularly resonant with them. They had already considered it a treasure of the West, merely awaiting its reclamation, even if the Tongtian cult master intervened. They had concocted a justification. This axe was secretly pilfered from the Western treasury by Qin Mo. We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you. This thought, the Western two saints could not help but commend themselves. Sensing the approach of the Tongtian cult master, the primordial heavenly venerable wasted no time. Directly addressing Qin Mo in an authoritative tone, Qin Mo, relinquish the innate treasure. It is not yours to possess. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo felt a surge of anger, but dared not confront the primordial heavenly venerable, fully aware of his formidable nature. Should he express his rage, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. The primordial heavenly venerable was precisely the type of person who wielded his power against the weak. Yang Jiao, upon hearing these words, felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his desire for revenge alongside Erlang Shun, their master would not have brought forth that precious axe, thus inciting the primordial heavenly venerable's ire. The more Yang Jiao contemplated, the more guilt he felt, believing he had wronged Master Qin Mo. He thought to himself, should Master Qin Mo perish at the hands of the primordial heavenly venerable, He would dedicate himself to training diligently, seeking retribution against the primordial heavenly venerable once he became powerful. Qin Mo, disciple, let me say this. I appreciate your concern, but I am still alive. You are cursing me before my time. How ungrateful. Seeing Qin Mo remain silent, and sensing the Tongtian's aura drawing nearer, the primordial heavenly venerable reiterated, in 3 breaths, if you do not surrender that innate treasure, you will all perish. The current primordial heavenly venerable exhibited none of the demeanor one would expect of an elder. He resembled more a ruthless robber. As the 3 breaths elapsed, and Qin Mo remained mute, refusing to yield the innate treasure, the primordial heavenly venerable's rage ignited. Just as he prepared to strike Qin Mo, a sword shadow shot toward him from the east. In an instant, it reached the primordial heavenly venerable, who, upon noticing it, flicked his finger at the sword, halting its advance. Gazing at the sword, the primordial heavenly venerable's expression turned grave as he spoke softly. Tongtian, is it not rather rude to initiate an attack without so much as a greeting? Humph, primordial heavenly venerable, you truly have no shame, Tongtian retorted, arriving without a formal introduction and brazenly employing his might against the weak. Unafraid of being ridiculed, the primordial heavenly venerable scoffed. I am a saint. Who dares to ridicule me? Such a lack of self-awareness was truly astounding. Faced with the shamelessness of Yuan Shi, Tongtian felt utterly speechless. Subsequently, he cast a sidelong glance at the listless Qin Mo, his expression darkening as he addressed Yuan Shi. Today I, Tongtian, stand here to see who dares to lay a hand on my disciple. When uttering these words, the master Tongtian exuded an imposing aura. Qin Mo couldn't help but silently commend Tongtian in his heart, and then there was nothing more to be said. A mere acknowledgement was sufficient. Tongtian, do not presume that your protection will ensure his safety. Yuan Shi, likewise, glanced at Qin Mo, the news of his possession of a primordial treasure having spread throughout the entirety of Honghuang. You may safeguard him for the time being, but you cannot protect him for a lifetime. There will always be moments when you, Tongtian, must cultivate that time. Whether he lives or dies will no longer be in your hands. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's veiled threat, Tongtian, who had always found Yuan Shi distasteful and had a fiery temper, erupted completely. He seized the sword he had wielded earlier and pointed it directly at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, you truly seem to have a short memory. It appears that last time I was too lenient in my punishment. Hearing this, Yuan Shi was equally furious, for he was a man who valued his pride above all else. Tongtian had now exposed his wounds. He had harbored resentment since Tongtian had injured him last time, and now Tongtian was rubbing salt in the wound. How could Yuan Shi possibly refrain from anger? He swiftly produced the Pangu banner and issued a challenge to Master Tongtian. Tongtian, if you have the guts, come with me to the chaos for another bout. This time, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson for your disrespect towards your elder. With that, Yuan Shi took the lead, soaring towards the chaos. Upon receiving Yuan Shi's challenge, Master Tongtian remained unperturbed and turned to Qin Mo, asking, You little rascal, are you all right? If all is well, return to Jing Island to prevent anyone else from attempting to seize the treasure. He then addressed Yang Jiao and the others. Quickly escort your master back to Jing Island. The latter remark was directed at Yang Jiao, the trio, and the dog. We shall obey the Grandmaster's orders. The 3 of them promptly bowed to Master Tongtian and, supporting Qin Mo, flew towards Jing Island. Master Tongtian secretly attached a fragment of his corporeal form to Qin Mo before heading into the chaos. The onlookers of Honghuang understood at that moment that a holy war was about to unfold. It had not been long since the last holy war had transpired. Yang Jiao, along with the howling celestial dog, hastened to escort Qin Mo to Jing Island, wary of any potential ambushes that might arise along the way, a precaution that Master Tongtian had just advised them, as the saying goes. Good fortune does not come easily, yet misfortune strikes swiftly. Before they had even covered half the distance, 2 individuals emerged, intent on seizing the primordial treasure, the Hong Yuan axe. Naturally, they were fearful of the saints and Master Tongtian. However, the allure of the primordial treasure was too great. compelling them to take the risk. Moreover, those who dared to ambush for the primordial treasure were all of a level equal to or above Quasi-saint. For no one beneath Quasi-saint would dare to covet Qin Mo's possessions, fearing retaliation from Master Tongtian. Even if they wished to flee, escaping from Hong Huang was not an option, as long as one remained within Hong Huang. A saint could easily bring about one's demise. Quasi-saints, however, were a different matter, especially those seasoned quasi-saints. Even if they succeeded in seizing the primordial treasure and incurred Master Tongtian's ire, they felt secure in their ability to evade him. I possess a primordial treasure. As long as I remain hidden, you may not be able to find me. Even if you do find me, and even if I cannot defeat you, you cannot kill me. This was the rationale behind the audacity of those quasi-saints to take such risks. Not all seasoned quasi-saints sought to seize Qin Mo's primordial treasure, at the very least, Zhen Yuan de Xian and Ming He. The Lord of the River of the Underworld would not involve themselves. Zhen Yuan de Xian was not to be mentioned, while Ming He dared not attempt to steal it, as he resided within the Sea of Blood. Should he offend Tongtian, the latter could unleash the extermination array in the Sea of Blood out of anger, causing suffering for both him and the Azura race he had created. Upon encountering an obstruction, Yang Jian and Nezha, having entrusted Qin Mo to Yang Jiao and the Howling Celestial Dog, brandished their respective treasures and charged at the obstructors. The assailants seemed unwilling to take their lives. After repelling them, they ceased their attacks. Hand over the primordial treasure, and you may leave safely, one of the obstructors declared. Not a chance, Yang Jian bellowed. With that, he and Nezha launched another assault against the obstructors, unleashing the full might of the 8-9 profound art. Although they had not yet completely mastered the 8-9 profound art, they were not weak at this moment. They could not overpower their adversaries merely because the latter was too formidable. Surrender the primordial treasure, or none of you shall escape, the assailant said, evidently growing impatient. In response, Yang Jiao entrusted Qin Mo to the Howling Celestial Dog, allowing it to support him while he stood shoulder to shoulder with Yang Jian and Nezha. Facing the obstructors, through the earlier encounter, where their opponents had easily repelled Yang Jian and Nezha, the three could sense the strength of their adversaries. May I know your name? Yang Jiao asked warily. The assailant chuckled and shook his head. Do not waste your efforts. I know you are disciples of the Jie Jiao, and I'm not foolish enough to reveal my identity. If you were to find out who I am and inform Master Tongtian, wouldn't I be left with nowhere to escape? I reiterate, hand over that primordial treasure, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, you shall all perish. As the word perish left his lips, he emphasized the gravity of his threat. Seeing his three disciples standing protectively before him, Qin Mo felt a surge of gratitude. Yet, as a master, it was unbecoming to allow his disciples to shield him from danger. Thus, Qin Mo, enduring the excruciating pain to his primordial spirit, silently chanted, "System, grant me a lottery draw." Although he possessed methods to deal with the situation, his primordial spirit had been severely injured by Yuan Shi, rendering any strategy futile. He could only hope to draw a pill that would swiftly restore his primordial spirit. Ding, apologies, host, but you currently owe this system one lottery draw opportunity. The system responded promptly. What? At that moment, Qin Mo had completely forgotten that he had consumed 3 lottery draw chances to grant Yang Jiao and Yang Jian dual buffs. With those buffs, the two had managed to split the Peach Mountain. Qin Mo felt a rush of urgency, furrowing his brows as he implored the system. System, this is an emergency. Draw now. If something happens to me, you will face consequences too, right? The system remained silent. This was merely Qin Mo's conjecture, never validated. Since the system was now playing hardball, he could only take a gamble. Indeed, Qin Mo's speculation was correct. The system had never disclosed this matter to him, fearing he might use it as leverage against it in the future. If anything were to happen to Qin Mo, the system would indeed face punishment for failing to protect its host. Not only would it lose its privileges, but it would also bear the mark of incompetence. For the system, this was akin to a death sentence. Moreover, Qin Mo was correct. This was a critical moment. Thus, after a brief silence, the system consented to allow Qin Mo to draw, with the 3 lottery opportunities to be replenished later. Ding, beginning the lottery draw, Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Yuan Qi pill and 3 invincible defenses. The Yuan Qi pill, a pinnacle 9-turn Dao pattern pill, serves as an exceptional remedy for injuries to the primordial spirit, also capable of enhancing its strength. The invincible defense can withstand the mightiest blow from a saint, remaining active for the duration of an incense stick's burning time. Upon seeing these 2 prizes, Qin Mo was overjoyed and quickly consumed the Yuan Qi pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and a gentle medicinal power enveloped Qin Mo's primordial spirit, initiating rapid healing. Qin Mo felt a warm and pleasant sensation within his primordial spirit. Truly, the Yuan Qi pill lived up to its reputation as a supreme elixir. Within merely 3 breaths, Qin Mo's primordial spirit was fully restored, and the residual potency elevated its strength by 2 levels. Feeling the surge of power within his primordial spirit, Qin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. Marveling at the system's capabilities, which could even procure such an elixir, it seemed he needed to undertake more tasks and accumulate lottery opportunities in the future. Should fate smile upon him again in the future, he would possess a means of survival. The restored Qin Mo coldly fixed his gaze on the person attempting to engage in a confrontation with Yang Jiao and his companions. He harbored a deep disdain for those who took advantage of others' misfortunes. This time, regardless of whether the opponent was a quasi-saint, Qin Mo was determined to make them pay a price. The skirmish here was, of course, not as fierce as the celestial battle among the saints in the chaos. With Tongtian and Yuanshi continuously clashing, many began to sense the growing heaviness of the calamity in the wilderness. Only the saints and seasoned powerhouses who had endured such tribulations understood that another calamity was upon them. The Fengshan calamity had commenced. During the 10-day catastrophe over the Shang dynasty, the mortals of the entire wilderness nearly perished under the scorching sun. Yet, comparatively, the plight of the commoners of the Shang was not as severe. This was largely due to Su Daji and the Grandmaster Wenzhong's deliberations, after which Wenzhong ventured to Jinao Island. However, he encountered neither the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nor Qin Mo, but instead met the mascot Ao Bing, who was guarding in Qin Mo's stead. Upon noticing Wenzhong's hurried demeanor, Ao Bing approached to inquire. Upon learning of Wenzhong's urgent matters, Ao Bing promptly assured him that he could resolve the issue. Hearing this, Wenzhong was naturally overjoyed, and considering Ao Bing was the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he believed that with Ao Bing summoning reinforcement from the Dragon Palace, the pressing crisis of the Shang would surely be alleviated. Thus, Ao Bing returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace to seek assistance from his father, Ao Guang. Upon seeing Ao Bing, Ao Guang was nearly furious enough to strike him with a shoe. However, once Ao Bing explained that Qin Mo did not regard him as a mere mount and frequently provided him with cultivation resources, leading to his recent breakthrough, Ao Guang's anger dissipated. After hearing of Wenzhong's request, Ao Guang readily consented. He promptly assembled a contingent of dragons to rain upon the critical checkpoints and towns of the Shang, thereby alleviating the calamity. In the aftermath of the disaster, Su Daji and Wenzhong exerted great efforts to assist the populace in rebuilding their homes. At this time, the entire citizenry of the Shang expressed their gratitude towards Su Daji and Wenzhong to the point where they nearly erected temples in their honor. Furthermore, the entire Chaoge, and indeed the whole of the Shang, was aware that the king had found a virtuous and compassionate queen who was attuned to the people's needs that a Taoist, clad in robes and wielding a whisk, approached the gates of Chaoge. Upon gazing at the imposing city gate, he exhaled deeply. Subsequently, the white-bearded elder entered the city of Chaoge. This man was Jiang Shang, also known as Jiang Zia, who had descended the mountain at the behest of the Yuanshi Tianduan to assist the virtuous ruler. Upon entering Chaoge, Jiang Zia was taken aback. What was this situation? How had Chaoge come to exhibit such a flourishing scene? Every citizen radiated happiness, and the vendors along the streets were managed in an orderly fashion, far from the signs of decay he had expected. Had his master been mistaken, or was this merely an illusion? Jiang Zia began to doubt whether he had taken a wrong turn, wondering if he had arrived not in Chaoge, but in Shiqi. When he descended the mountain, his master had explicitly told him that King Zhou was tyrannical and the Shang dynasty was on the brink of collapse. The virtuous ruler of the Western Zhou was soon to emerge, and Jiangxia was tasked with assisting in the overthrow of Zhou and establishing the Fengshan altar to confer deities. Yet now, in Jiangxia's eyes, the Shang seemed anything but precarious. His initial intention in coming to Chaoge was to assess just how foolish King Zhou truly was. Yet, upon witnessing the current scene, Jiangxia found himself questioning where the king's folly lay. He could not believe that Yuanshi Tianzuan would deceive him. Perhaps what he had observed was merely a figment of his imagination. If he could meet King Zhou, he would ascertain the truth. Having resolved these thoughts, Jiangxia chose to disregard the beautiful scene before him and proceeded westward towards the city of Chaoge. Upon reaching the city, Jiangxia's foremost desire was not to see King Zhou, but rather his sworn brother, Song Yiren, with whom he had formed a bond over 40 years prior. 40 years ago. The two had clicked instantly, leading to their brotherhood. Upon parting, Song Yiren had invited him to come to Chaoge to seek his fortune, as it was the capital of the Shang dynasty, brimming with opportunities. If Jiangxia could secure an official position, he would certainly prosper. However, Jiangxia's aspirations lay elsewhere. He informed Song Yiren of his intention to seek enlightenment at Kunlun Mountain. Understanding Jiangxia's disposition, Song Yiren did not press further, and thus their separation lasted over 40 years. Standing before Song Yiren's residence, Jiangxia tidied his appearance before knocking on the door. The door soon swung open, and Jiangxia instantly recognized the figure before him as his long-lost brother, his heart swelling with emotion. "Brother!" Upon seeing the white-bearded elder, Song Yiren was about to inquire when he heard the address of brother and began to scrutinize the man before him. The familiarity of the figure struck him, and he tentatively asked, "Is it you, Brother Xia?" "Indeed, it is Xia," Jiangxia replied, his excitement palpable at being recognized by Song Yiren. Song Yiren was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward and embraced Jiangxia. "Brother, you have finally returned." His voice trembled with emotion. For over 40 years, Jiangxia had been out of touch, and there were times when Song Yiren feared that Jiangxia had passed on, mourning for days on end. Now, seeing his long-absent brother standing before him, how could Song Yiren not be overwhelmed with joy? He then welcomed Jiangxia into his home. Over the years, Song Yiren had worked diligently in Chaoge, accumulating some wealth and purchasing this residence, becoming a somewhat notable figure in the city. Furthermore, having believed Jiangxia was no longer in this world, Song Yiren had taken to sharing food and silver with the needy, hoping to accumulate merit on Jiangxia's behalf. Once inside, Song Yiren eagerly inquired about Jiangxia's life over the past 40 years. Jiangxia, of course, did not conceal the truth and recounted his experiences studying the Tao at Kunlun Mountain. However, he only mentioned that he was a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, omitting the fact that he had primarily been doing menial tasks. Meanwhile, a Taoist clad in a gray robe and sporting a black beard rode a black leopard, his face filled with indignation. "Humph, Jiangxia, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, this poor Taoist wouldn't have incurred the wrath of the master." As he rode the black leopard, he cursed Jiangxia under his breath. This individual was Shan Gongbao, who, like Jiangxia, bore the semblance of a flying bear. When both he and Jiangxia received summons from Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shan Gongbao had been elated. It was the first time since his initiation into the Chan teaching that Yuanshi Tianzuan had summoned him. However, upon learning that Jiangxia was also summoned, he felt displeasure and sought to delay Jiangxia's arrival, intending to meet the master first. Yet, when Jiangxia finally arrived, it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who revealed the matter of the Fengshan, prompting them to compete for the title of deity. Shan Gongbao was naturally delighted, believing that after all these years, Yuanshi Tianzuan would finally regard him with importance. But he was not pleased with Jiangxia's competition. Thus, he schemed to sabotage Jiangxia, hoping to strip him of his qualifications for divinity. However, as he attempted to ensnare Jiangxia, he was caught red-handed by the Southern Pole Immortal. Thus, Shan Gongbao found himself brought before Yuanshi Tianzuan and received a stern reprimand. Initially favored by the master, his standing diminished further due to this incident, with Yuanshi Tianzuan nearly implying that he had forfeited his chance at becoming a deity, not one to be foolish. Shan Gongbao sought to avoid further scolding from Yuanshi Tianzuan, But he therefore pledged not to oppose Jiangxia and expressed his willingness to assist him in the process of conferring deities, which earned him a reprieve. Shan Gongbao departed Yushu Palace. His ire only grew, culminating in the scene we now witness. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the East Sea, casting a glance at its vastness before muttering to himself. Jiangxia, you aspire to ascend to divinity, do you? This poor Taoist shall ensure that your path is not a smooth one. Whomever you wish to aid, I shall support your opposition. And as for Master Yuan Shi, since you hold me in such disdain, I shall pay a visit to Bo Palace. With this thought in mind, Shen Gongbao rode his black leopard towards Jinao Island. He was well aware of the discord between the Chan and the Zheng teachings. Thus, if the Chan teaching disdained him, he would seek refuge with the Zheng. Confident that with Tongtian as his backing, he would thwart Jiangxia's ascension to divinity on Jinao Island, due to Qin Mo's timely consumption of a Yuanqi pill. His primordial spirit swiftly rejuvenated. Subsequently, he fervently channeled the nine-turn mysterious art, in conjunction with the assistance of the Hunyuan axe, driving back those who obstructed his path. That a few individuals then hastily surged towards Jinao Island. However, they were still pursued by those who blocked their way. Filled with resentment, Qin Mo was about to employ the same tactic once more when an aura of sanctity emanated from his being. In the next moment, the of Tongtian descended. The obstructors, witnessing the arrival of the Tongtian, were utterly astonished and, disregarding everything, fled in panic. How could the of Tongtian allow them to escape? With a mere wave of his right hand, the Qingping sword soared forth, instantly bisecting one of the pursuers at the waist. When the myriad cultivators of the Primordial Era beheld this scene, an involuntary shiver coursed through them, suppressing any thoughts of murder and plunder. They were thoroughly intimidated by Tongtian's display of power. Thus, under the protection of the Qin Mo and his companions, swiftly returned to Jinao Island. Once back, they knew they would no longer fear any interruptions. Upon their return to Jinao Island, Qin Mo instructed Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, the Celestial Dog, and Nezha to each return to their own abodes, with Yang Jian and the Celestial Dog heading to Yang Jian's dwelling. Just as Qin Mo was about to retreat to his own quarters after seeing his disciples depart, a voice called out from behind him, "Dao friend, please hold on." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Frozen in place, he dared not turn around. As the moment that voice reached his ears, he instantly recalled its owner, Shen Gongbao. Indeed, it was he. With recent events weighing heavily on his mind, Qin Mo had inadvertently forgotten about him. Shen Gongbao was one of the indirect culprits responsible for the near annihilation of the GS sect. During the Fengshan period, Shen Gongbao's utterance of Dao friend, please hold on, had led to the demise of countless GS sect brothers. If one were to inquire which three phrases posed the gravest danger during the Fengshan period, Qin Mo would undoubtedly declare that the foremost was Shen Gongbao's Dao friend, please hold on. This phrase acted like a curse, sealing the fate of anyone it was directed towards without fail. The second most perilous phrase was the incantation of the immortal slaying gourd by Lu Ya. Please turn around, treasure. This phrase also signified doom for its target, though fewer immortals met their end beneath the immortal slaying gourd during the Fengshan period. The third most notorious phrase belonged to the Western sect. I have a connection with the West. Fortunately, this saying was relatively benign, as it did not cost anyone their life. Qin Mo wished to disregard the individual behind him and continue towards his abode. However, the voice called out once more, "Dao friend, please hold on." After uttering this, Shen Gongbao attempted to overtake Qin Mo, seeking directions to Bo Palace. Jinao Island was vast, and as it was Shen Gongbao's first visit, he was naturally unaware of the palace's location. Yet upon hearing Shen Gongbao repeat that phrase, Qin Mo's fury knew no bounds, though he still refrained from turning around. "Are you addicted to saying that?" As Shen Gongbao approached Qin Mo, he was abruptly kicked off his Black Panther mount, with Qin Mo exclaiming, "Which little thief dares to trespass upon the sacred ground of my GS sect?" Shen Gongbao was taken aback. "I did not. You are mistaken. The two brothers guarding the entrance are aware of my arrival." Just as Shen Gongbao attempted to explain himself, Qin Mo delivered another kick towards him, berating, "How audacious of you, little thief, to intrude upon Jinao Island without offering an explanation. Do you truly hold my GS sect disciples in such low regard?" The commotion quickly attracted numerous GS sect disciples, both from the inner and outer sects, including several familiar faces to Qin Mo, such as the flame immortal Luo Xian, the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, and the 10 heavenly lords, including Qin Wan. Upon hearing Qin Mo's praise, Shun Gongbao immediately protested. "You have not given me a chance to explain." Rising to his feet, he glared at Qin Mo and declared, "I'm a disciple of the Primordial One of the Chan sect." Before Shun Gongbao could finish his sentence, Qin Mo interrupted him. "So you are a disciple of the Primordial One of the Chan sect, and you dare to come to Jinao Island flaunting your power? Do you think my Jinao Island is devoid of capable individuals?" Upon learning that Shun Gongbao belonged to the Chan sect, the surrounding GS sect disciples were incensed. They had heard from their fellow brothers about the recent arrogance displayed by the Southern Polar Immortal and the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, who had come to Jinao Island to boast and publicly deride the GS sect disciples as mere beasts. They all felt a surge of indignation, regretting not being present on Jinao Island at that time, as it had allowed those Chan sect disciples to act with such hubris. Now, seeing Shun Gongbao, a disciple of the Chan sect, flaunting his power on Jinao Island, how could they not be outraged? What? How did they know that Shun Gongbao was here to show off? It was Qin Mo, their senior brother, who said so. Could it be that Qin Mo would deceive them? Thus, in that moment, all GS sect disciples glared at Shun Gongbao, eagerly awaiting Qin Mo's command, for Qin Mo held the highest authority here. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao, filled with trepidation, surveyed the GS sect disciples, realizing he might not be able to leave Jinao Island, secretly wishing for the Tongtian to come and rescue him. "I should not have come to Jinao Island today," Shun Gongbao lamented inwardly. Observing Shun Gongbao's reaction, a smirk crept upon Qin Mo's face, inwardly chastising Shun Gongbao for his predicament. After all, he had a penchant for calling out Dao friend. "Please hold on." And now, Shun Gongbao had the audacity to shout at him. Was he not asking for trouble? Thus, Qin Mo took 2 steps back to clear a path for the other disciples, proclaiming, "Brothers, a disciple of the Chan sect dares to come to my Jinao Island and flaunt his power, believing us to be without guardians. Let us teach him a lesson. Remember, do not kill him. Otherwise, we will have no way to explain ourselves to the Primordial Master." Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the GS sect disciples were elated, without a hint of hesitation, instinctively raising their feet to kick Shun Gongbao. Faced with such an onslaught, even if Shun Gongbao wished to resist, it was too late. He was immediately knocked to the ground by Luo Xian's kick. The other GS sect disciples followed suit, delivering kick after kick to Shun Gongbao. "Ouch! This hurts! Uncle Tongtian, save me! Your disciples have gone mad! Ouch, it hurts!" Shun Gongbao cried out desperately, his face contorted in pain. His calls for help were in vain, for Tongtian was currently engaged in a fierce battle against the Primordial One in the chaos. Watching Shun Gongbao endure the relentless kicks from the GS sect disciples, Qin Mo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After 2 hours had passed, when Shun Gongbao finally succumbed to his injuries and fainted, the GS sect disciples ceased their assault, their faces radiating exhilaration as they ignored Shun Gongbao entirely. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Mo unceremoniously brought Shun Gongbao to his own dwelling, binding him to a makeshift pillar constructed by A.O. Bing, and even had A.O. Bing spit a mouthful of water onto Shun Gongbao. It should be noted that A.O. Bing belonged to the dragon lineage, and his saliva was akin to seawater. Drenched in A.O. Bing's spit, Shun Gongbao groggily regained consciousness, sensing something on his face and at the corner of his mouth, instinctively extending his tongue to lick it. Salty? What is this? He licked again and realized it was seawater. Subsequently, Shun Gongbao glanced around, only to see the one who had kicked him earlier grinning at him. Accompanied by a horned man who seemed to belong to the dragon clan, he also discovered that he had been bound to the pillar, which was rough and caused discomfort to his back. "Who are you? Why did you kick me and incite the GS sect disciples to attack me?" "I bear no grudge against you," Shun Gongbao urgently inquired upon seeing Qin Mo. Despite his intense hatred for Qin Mo, as he had merely come to Jinao Island to ask for directions, he had been assaulted and was now being encouraged to be beaten by the GS sect disciples. It was utterly unjust. However, Shun Gongbao dared not express his feelings, for this was the stronghold of the GS sect, and judging by Qin Mo's earlier actions, the disciples had only attacked him with Qin Mo's approval. Shun Gongbao believed that Qin Mo held a high status within the GS sect, and as it was his first encounter with Qin Mo, he had not offended him, prompting his desire to understand the reason for the assault. Ah, Qin Mo chuckled, gazing at Shun Gongbao. I'm Qin Mo, a direct disciple of the Tongtian. You, a member of the Chan sect, dare to venture alone to my Jineo island. Who else should I beat if not you? You may be unaware, but your fellow disciples have previously flaunted their power on Jineo island. Our punishment of you is rather lenient. Upon realizing Qin Mo's identity and the rationale behind his assault, Shun Gongbao did not dare to be dismissive. Although he could not bow, he still addressed Qin Mo, so his senior brother Qin, as Shun Gongbao uttered these words, he unleashed a torrent of invectives upon the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, attributing his own misfortunes to their interference. Naturally, he dared not speak ill of Qin Mo, for Qin Mo was a direct disciple of Tongtian, and Shun Gongbao was eager to curry favor with him. After all, he intended to join the GS sect and would be in close proximity to Qin Mo in the future. Brother Qin, please, let me go that I came to Jineo Island with the intention of joining the GS sect. In a bid to persuade Qin Mo to release him, Shun Gongbao candidly revealed his purpose for being on Jineo Island. You wish to join my GS sect? Qin Mo's interest was piqued. Although he was aware of Shun Gongbao's intentions, he found it intriguing nonetheless. Isn't the Chan sect to your liking? Why then seek to join my GS sect? As far as I know, the Primordial Lord holds us in low regard. As the saying goes, like master, like disciple. As a disciple of the Primordial Lord, shouldn't you look down upon us? Qin Mo understood the reasons behind Shun Gongbao's desire to join the GS sect. It was simply that the Primordial Lord regarded him as a mere transformed beast and overlooked him, leading Shun Gongbao to feel unappreciated in the Chan sect, thus prompting his choice to align with the GS sect. Brother Qin, you misunderstand. Shun Gongbao hastily clarified, I am not like that old rascal. The Primordial Lord he then proceeded to elaborate on his reasons for wishing to join the GS sect, expressing his deep respect for the Tongtian and his admiration for the teachings of the GS sect. While disparaging the Chan sect as worthless, the more Shun Gongbao spoke, the more amused Qin Mo became. Were it not for the potential future harm Shun Gongbao might pose to the GS sect, Qin Mo would have happily shared a drink with him, as Shun Gongbao's temperament was quite to his liking. Thus, within the confines of Qin Mo's secluded retreat, a scene unfolded where Shun Gongbao and Qin Mo engaged in lively conversation. The atmosphere remarkably pleasant. However, Shun Gongbao remained bound to a pillar, and Qin Mo showed no intention of releasing him. After several failed attempts to persuade Qin Mo to set him free, Shun Gongbao resigned himself to his fate, contemplating instead the importance of cultivating a good rapport with Qin Mo before gradually seeking his release. Meanwhile, Jiang Zia, having arrived in Chaoge, took up residence in the abode of Song Yiren. Noticing Jiang Zia's solitary status, Song Yiren clandestinely arranged a marriage for him with a woman named Ma, who was in her 60s and still unmarried. With Song Yiren's facilitation, the two swiftly tied the knot. However, Ma soon grew discontent with Jiang Zia's penchant for fishing and studying, urging him to seek a livelihood to support their household. From his initial attempts at purchasing flour to later overseeing the construction of a loft for Song Yiren, all endeavored ventures ended in failure. Consequently, Ma continually lamented Jiang Zia's inability to succeed in any endeavor. In desperation, Jiang Zia set up a fortune-telling stall in Chaoge, where his predictions surprisingly proved quite accurate, leading to his gradual rise in fame as the old immortal among the townsfolk. One day, the Peepa Fairy, feeling bored within the palace confines, stealthily slipped away from Su Daji. Upon arriving at the fortune-telling stall, she heard whispers of the old immortal's remarkable accuracy and, feeling challenged, sought to meet him. However, when Jiang Zia attempted to read her palm, the unsuspecting Peepa Fairy extended her hand without caution. In that instant, Jiang Zia seized the opportunity, gripping her life gate. It is known that should a spirit be captured in such a manner, it cannot wield its powers nor escape. From the moment the Peepa Fairy entered, Jiang Zia was aware of her true nature. She pleaded for mercy, But Jiang Zia remained unyielding, even inciting the ire of bystanders who accused him of being a hypocrite. Pretending to be an immortal while behaving like a lecher, disrespecting women. Observing this uproar, Jiang Zia hastily clarified, "This woman is a spirit. I have sealed her life gate to prevent her escape." This incident swiftly reached the palace, and upon learning of it, Su Daji felt a wave of unease. Under the guise of eradicating evil, she summoned Jiang Zia to the palace, plotting to rescue the Peepa fairy. In addition, Su Daji brought forth the Grand Tutor, Wenzhong, informing him of the situation in hopes he might intervene at a crucial moment. Wenzhong naturally agreed, especially considering the significant contributions Su Daji had made to the Shang dynasty during this time. Coupled with Qin Mo's directives, when Jiang Zia arrived at the Grand Hall of the palace with the Peepa fairy in tow, he immediately sensed the aura of the spirit emanating from Su Daji. Initially intending to vanquish the evil spirit, Jiang Zia reconsidered upon realizing Su Daji's elevated status. He resolved to eliminate the Peepa fairy first and then deal with Su Daji gradually. As news of the spirit in Chaoge reached him, King Zhou unusually made his way to the Longda Hall. Typically, he relied on Su Daji to manage state affairs and seldom visited the hall, though he did not neglect his duties. Every significant matter required the king's approval before Su Daji could act, indicating his role as the decision-maker while she merely executed his orders. Intrigued, King Zhou commanded Jiang Zia to exorcise the spirit, eager to witness the legendary creature for himself. Consequently, Jiang Zia prepared to burn the Peepa fairy outside the hall, hoping to reveal her true form. However, having cultivated for a millennium, the common flames could not harm her, prompting Jiang Zia to employ the formidable Samadhi true fire, one of the most powerful flames in Taoism. Often utilized by Taishan Laojun in alchemical practices, the might of the Samadhi true fire, being both rigid and yang, proved lethal to spirits, and within moments, the Peepa fairy revealed her true form. Witnessing this transformation, Su Daji felt a surge of anxiety and glanced towards Grand Tutor Wenzhong. Sensing her distress, Wenzhong nodded slightly and stepped forward to address King Zhou. "Your Majesty, since Jiang Zia possesses such formidable skills, perhaps it would be prudent to grant him an official title, showcasing the Shang dynasty's ability to recognize and utilize talent. Moreover, I find this Peepa quite remarkable. Might I be allowed to take her as a reward?" King Zhou, considering Wenzhong's proposal, deemed it sensible and agreed. After departing the Longda Hall, Su Daji escorted King Zhou back to his chambers. Once he retired for a brief rest, she proceeded to his study, where Wenzhong and the rooster spirit, Hushime, awaited her alongside the Peepa fairy, who had revealed her true form after being scorched by Jiang Zia. Observing the exquisite jade Peepa, Su Daji felt a blend of sorrow and indignation. "You mischievous Peepa, I wonder if you will dare to sneak out again." Having transformed, the Peepa fairy appeared as though her essence had been severely wounded. Unable to articulate a word, her powers drastically diminished. Witnessing everything unfold, Su Daji turned to Wenzhong with an anxious expression, pleading, "Grand Tutor, is there any way to save the Peepa? I implore you." This, Su Daji and Hushime intended to prostrate themselves before Wenzhong. Wenzhong, noticing this, hastily intervened. "My esteemed ladies, you must not bow to an old minister. I cannot bear such honor." Although he lamented his inability to save the Peepa fairy, he suggested, "However, my master might be able to assist." Upon hearing Wenzhong mention Qin Mo, Su Daji felt a surge of hope and eagerly inquired, "Can the Grand Tutor contact Immortal Qin? If Immortal Qin were to intervene, the Peepa would undoubtedly be saved." Wenzhong nodded in affirmation, refraining from elaboration, and retrieved a talisman, reciting incantations over it. This communication talisman was given to him by Qin Mo for future correspondence in the event of urgent matters in Chaoge. Qin Mo could respond promptly. Of course, the primary purpose of his talisman was to monitor the 3 demons of Xianyuan Tomb, as Qin Mo harbored reservations about them, and instructed Wenzhong to keep them under surveillance. Within the secluded retreat on Jinao Island, Qin Mo engaged in a candid discussion with Sheng Gongbao, finding amusement in Sheng Gongbao's eagerness to befriend him. Just as Sheng Gongbao recounted various injustices he faced on Kunlun Mountain, Qin Mo interjected, Sheng Gongbao, do you aspire to replace Jiang Zia as a figure of divine recognition? Brother Qin, you cannot possibly understand. During my time on Kunlun, at this moment, Sheng Gongbao abruptly halted, his gaze fixed in shock upon Qin Mo. Had he truly heard correctly? Was Qin Mo inquiring whether he wished to supplant Jiang Zia as a divinely recognized figure? Indeed, it was a dream he had long cherished. Yet, how could Brother Qin have known that Jiang Zia was a figure of divine recognition? Jiang Zia has remained on Kunlun Mountain all along, never descending from it, and he is well aware of his daily movements. How does Senior Brother Qin Mo know about Jiang Zia? Upon this realization, Shen Gongbao felt a surge of admiration towards Qin Mo, truly deserving of being the direct disciple of the master. Subsequently, Shen Gongbao nodded repeatedly, his expression brimming with excitement. I think about it. Dream about it. Since Qin Mo had inquired of him, he understood that as long as he cultivated a favorable relationship with Qin Mo, the latter would assist him in becoming a deity. Even if Qin Mo could not help him, he still had the support of Tongtian Jiaozhu behind him. Since you desire it, I can assist you, Qin Mo said with a mysterious smile, understanding Shen Gongbao's psyche. Qin Mo knew precisely how to appeal to him. That I implore you, senior brother, to aid Gongbao. Regardless of what you ask of me, I shall comply without hesitation. Shen Gongbao immediately pledged, aware that there are no free lunches in this world. Since Qin Mo could assist him, he felt obliged to demonstrate his sincerity. Excellent, Qin Mo nodded. Henceforth, follow my arrangements, and I assure you will become the ultimate deity day. As for Jiang Zia, he, like you, possesses the qualifications to become a deity. Yet I shall not allow him to achieve his wish. Furthermore, I shall not permit the Chan sect to attain theirs. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Shen Gongbao's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. He was well aware and reassured Qin Mo that he would never disclose this matter to the Chan sect. Naturally, he would also assist Qin Mo in dealing with the Chan sect. Shen Gongbao, being a shrewd individual, felt elated at the prospect of Qin Mo confronting the Chan sect. Having found an ally, particularly one as esteemed as the master's direct disciple, how could he not be pleased? Qin Mo was quite satisfied with Shen Gongbao's response, and, as Shen Gongbao gazed at him in astonishment, Qin Mo released him. Thank you, senior brother. Shen Gongbao clasped his fists in respect, vowing to adhere to Qin Mo's arrangements. Very well, Shen Gongbao, Qin Mo replied. Since you were so earnest, I too must reciprocate that if you wish to join my Jie sect. When a master returns, I will certainly advocate on your behalf. Thank you, senior brother, Shen Gongbao exclaimed with delight, convinced that if Qin Mo interceded with the master, there was a significant chance he would be accepted. At that moment, Qin Mo sensed a response from the communication talisman. With a swift motion of his right hand, a communication talisman materialized. Soon, Wen Zhong conveyed the entire situation to Qin Mo and inquired whether he could heal the Pipa spirit. Having watched investiture of the gods numerous times in his previous life, Qin Mo naturally knew how to restore the Pipa spirit and promptly reassured Su Daji. After stowing away the communication talisman, Qin Mo, with a beaming smile, addressed Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, accompany me to Chaoge. Your task has arrived, and your old acquaintance, Jiang Zia, is also in Chaoge. I am quite eager to meet this Jiang Zia. Upon hearing that Jiang Zia was in Chaoge, Shen Gongbao instantly agreed, wondering if his mission involved dealing with Jiang Zia, but he felt elated at the prospect. With this thought, Shen Gongbao couldn't help but break into a rather unsightly grin. After a brief incense sticks burning time, Qin Mo and Shen Gongbao arrived in Chaoge, directly entering the study of King Zhou at this moment, when Zhong, Su Daji, Hushime, and the Pipa spirit, who had transformed into Jade, were awaiting Qin Mo's arrival. Upon seeing him, they hastily bowed. When Zhong pays respects to Master Uncle, the little demon Su Daji, Hushime, pays respects to Immortal Qin. Enough. No need for formalities, Qin Mo replied, his expression grave, raising his right hand in a gesture reminiscent of a transcendent sage. Master Uncle, this is the Jade Pipa spirit, Wen Zhong said, gesturing towards the Jade Pipa. Qin Mo scrutinized the Jade Pipa, noting its exquisite quality. Moreover, strands of spiritual energy flowed over its surface, making it appear quite extraordinary. If this were to be auctioned in modern times, it would surely fetch no less than 2 to 300 million. It is not a significant issue, Qin Mo said, retracting his gaze. Although Jiangzi utilized the Samadhi True Fire, his Taoist skills were limited. With his abilities, he could not sustain the flames indefinitely. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Su Daji felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as the Pipa could be restored, that was sufficient. That I implore Immortal Qin to guide this little demon, so that I may swiftly heal my Pipa's sister, Su Daji beseeched. Not daring to request Qin Mo's direct intervention, she merely sought his guidance, believing she could treat the Pipa's spirit herself thereafter. Qin Mo naturally obliged. Do not worry, little fox. Since you are working for me, I shall not allow your cultivation to be hindered. Simply place the jade pipa in a location rich in the essence of the sun and moon, and after 100 days, it shall naturally recover. Overjoyed, Su Daji promptly arranged for Hushime to carry the jade pipa in search of a place abundant in the essence of the sun and moon. Whether they could find such a location was no longer a concern for Qin Mo. Once Hushime departed with the jade pipa, Qin Mo introduced Shun Gongbao to Su Daji and Wenzhong. This is Shun Gongbao, originally a member of the Chan sect, but now he has defected to my Jie sect, Qin Mo stated. Wenzhong and Little Fox instruct King Zhou to grant him the position of National Master. In the future, should any issues arise, consult with Shun Gongbao. If it cannot be resolved, then approach me. Yes, Master Uncle Immortal. Wenzhong and Su Daji responded with utmost respect. Subsequently, Su Daji fixed her captivating eyes upon Qin Mo, her expression betraying her hesitation. Noticing this, Qin Mo inquired, "What is it? Speak freely." Su Daji's heart leapt with joy, and she hurriedly replied, "Immortal, Jiangzi has caused my Pipa's sister to reveal her true form. I beseech you to allow me to take revenge for her." As she spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Despite adhering to Qin Mo's directive not to harm ordinary people in Chaoge, she was not devoid of ruthlessness. After all, she remained a demon. Observing this, Qin Mo's expression darkened suddenly, and he coldly replied, "Little fox, I am aware of your intentions. That I must inform you that Jiangzi cannot die at this moment. Dismiss this thought. Should I discover you taking action against Jiangzi in secret, do not blame me for being unkind." Upon hearing this, Su Daji broke into a cold sweat, terror gripping her heart as she quickly pleaded for mercy. "This little demon dares not. I implore you to spare me, Immortal." Shun Gongbao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself how audacious this little fox was to provoke senior brother Qin, and she even wished to kill Jiangzi. He too harbored such thoughts, yet even he dared not act against Jiangzi, let alone a mere little fox. Meanwhile, when Zhong remained silent, as if this matter bore no relation to him, one might think he had fallen asleep with his 3 eyes wide open. In response to Su Daji's pleas for mercy, Qin Mo merely nodded, though a hint of a smile lingered on his face. While he could not kill Jiangzi, he had not stated that he could not retaliate against him or torment him. As long as Jiangzi remained alive, they could do as they pleased. However, prior to that, he did wish to meet this Jiangzi. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Su Daji was instantly filled with joy. As long as Jiangzi remained alive, she would relish the opportunity to torment him in any manner she wished. Shun Gongbao also felt elated, for he had long desired to exact revenge on Jiangzi. Now, with the identity of the National Master and the assistance of that little fox, he was eager to see how Jiangzi would respond. When Su Daji learned that Qin Mo intended to meet Jiangzi, she hurriedly sought to present herself to him, offering to make arrangements. However, Qin Mo declined, as he did not plan to meet Jiangzi within the palace walls. After conveying a few instructions to Su Daji and Shun Gongbao, Qin Mo departed from the royal palace, meandering through the streets of Chaoge City that he wished to encounter Jiangzi by chance. Meanwhile, Jiangzi, having revealed the true form of the Pipa's spirit within the palace, was conferred the title of Lower Minister by King Zhou upon the suggestion of Zhou. That moment, Jiangzi was at home sharing the joyous news with Madame Ma, who, upon hearing it, was exceedingly delighted and cautioned Jiangzi to serve well in his official capacity and avoid inciting the king's ire. just as Jiang Zia was about to inform his elder brother Song Yiren about his new position. He noticed a Taoist figure approaching him from a distance. Jiang Zia sensed the aura of Taoism emanating from the individual. Having cultivated on Kunlun Mountain for over 40 years, he felt a deep affinity upon encountering someone from the Taoist sect, especially since the figure was approaching him. Thus, Jiang Zia took the initiative to speak. "Esteemed Taoist, might I inquire from which celestial mountain you hail? Vast and boundless heavenly sovereign." Qin Mo replied, "I am from a mountain's Luofu cave." "Are you also a member of the Taoist sect?" "Indeed," Jiang Zia affirmed. "I am a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign of Kunlun Mountain, named Jiang Shang, with the courtesy name Zia. May I ask how to address you?" "Esteemed friend." So it was that he was a disciple of the primordial master. Qin Mo responded, "I am Zhao Gongming." Indeed, Qin Mo did not use his own name. He adopted Zhao Gongming's identity, and even the cave he cultivated and belonged to Zhao Gongming. "Zhao Gongming," Jiang Zia exclaimed in surprise, "but isn't Zhao Gongming a disciple of the Jie sect's Tongtian cult leader?" "Precisely, that is I." Qin Mo nodded. Jiang Zia was unaware of the current relationship between the Chan sect and the Jie sect. He only knew that the Tongtian cult leader and the primordial heavenly sovereign were both among the three pure ones, and were indeed brothers. Thus their relationship should be quite amicable. Furthermore, since the other party introduced himself as Zhao Gongming, Jiang Zia bowed respectfully. Zia pays his respects to senior brother Gongming. "Zia, junior brother, please rise," Qin Mo said, helping Jiang Zia to his feet, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Junior brother Zia, why are you not cultivating on Kunlun Mountain, but instead here in Chaoge?" Upon hearing Qin Mo's inquiry, Jiang Zia dared not disclose matters regarding the investiture of the gods, so he could only respond, "I'm here at the behest of my master to travel and broaden my horizons." "What brings you to Chaoge, senior brother Gongming?" "Ah, what a coincidence. I'm also here to travel, seeking to break through my cultivation during my journey." Qin Mo replied, "Jiang Zia, are you learning from me then? Very well, very well. So this is how we shall play," Jiang Zia thought, but rather than prolong their standoff, Qin Mo invited Jiang Zia to a nearby tea house for a chat. After all, as cultivators, the act of drinking tea was inconsequential. The essence lay in their conversation. Once at the tea house, Qin Mo continued his inquiries. "Junior brother Zia, now that you have arrived in Chaoge, what are your impressions of this city?" "The common folk live in peace and contentment, each face adorned with smiles, a scene of national prosperity and stability," Jiang Zia reflected sincerely. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo continued, "I observe that junior brother Zia possesses the demeanor of one destined for earthly riches. Why not consider serving as an official in Chaoge? Coincidentally, I have two friends in the court. Though their positions are not grand, they could still recommend you to King Zhou. With your capabilities, becoming a chancellor would be more than sufficient." At Qin Mo's words, Jiang Zia hastily waved his hands, a humble expression gracing his face. "Senior brother Gongming, you flatter me. I possess no talent worthy of chancellor. However, a recommendation is unnecessary that to speak candidly. I'm already an official within the court," Jiang Zia revealed. "Is that truly the case?" Qin Mo feigned astonishment, his expression one of incredulity. "Indeed, with junior brother Zia's talents, it seems King Zhou is capable of recognizing and utilizing worthy individuals. Quite commendable. Since King Zhou holds such esteem for you, do not squander his goodwill." "That is only natural," Jiang Zia replied. Afterward, the two conversed about their travels, which led to discussions about the various disciples from the Jie sect and Chan sect. As their rapport deepened, Qin Mo managed to glean much information regarding the abilities and skills of the Chan sect's disciple from Jiang Zia, though Jiang Zia remained tight-lipped about the investiture of the gods. It was not that he was unwilling to share. Rather, he was compelled to silence. For upon descending the mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign had expressly instructed him not to mention the matters of the investiture of the gods. The words of the primordial heavenly sovereign were law, and Jiang Zia dared not disobey them. At Tijineo Island, Qin Mo had returned from Chaoge 3 days prior. Throughout this time, he remained in his cave, refraining from venturing outside. On the 3rd day, while Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were immersed in their respective cultivations, they received a transmission of divine consciousness from Qin Mo. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, come to your master's cave. There are important matters to discuss, in addition to summoning these two. Qin Mo also called for Nezha. The three of them arrived together at Qin Mo's cave, where they bowed before him. Greetings, Master. Master, what business do you have for us? Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were about to inquire when Nezha interjected. Fidgeting with the void bowl in his hand, Nezha appeared rather childish. Seeing Nezha's demeanor, Qin Mo's expression darkened as he asked, Nezha, from whom did you learn to act in such a manner? Nezha, upon hearing this, became excited. His intention to draw attention was successful, and upon Qin Mo's inquiry, he grinned and replied, Master, do you not think this looks cool? This was my own idea. How about it? Clever, right, Master? Qin Mo's expression darkened further. Cool. My foot. Were it not for the fact that you're still a child, I would have long since dealt with you. At such a young age, you should not be learning such foolishness. Frustrated by Nezha's childish antics, Qin Mo quickly shifted his gaze to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, fearing that further observation of Nezha would raise his ire. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, the reason I have summoned you is concerning your mother. After taking a moment to calm his emotions, Qin Mo addressed the two directly. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were taken aback. Mother Yaoji perished beneath the Golden Crow Formation, did she not? Could it be? As this thought crossed their minds, they grew increasingly agitated, and Yang Jiao asked, Master, does this mean our mother is still alive? Qin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, confirming their suspicions at that moment. The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. Master, then where is our mother? Yang Jian began to ask, but Qin Mo raised his right hand, causing a transparent apparition to materialize before Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Nezha. Nezha stared in a daze at the apparition, the void bowl slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground, though no one took notice. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, upon seeing the apparition, were instantly moved to tears and fell to their knees. The apparition hovered before them, remaining unresponsive to their cries. Master, what is happening to Aunt Yaoji? Nezha asked, perplexed. Upon hearing Nezha's question, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian shared anxious looks, their silent inquiry mirroring the tea present. Your mother is in a state of spiritual slumber, exceedingly frail that I have employed a special method to ensure her rest, thereby protecting her spirit from harm, Qin Mo explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian felt a sense of relief wash over them, yet their hearts were filled with an urgent desire to know how to restore their mother to her former self. Master, how can we bring our mother back to her original state? Yang Jian implored. I beseech you to save her. Indeed, Master, I too plead for your assistance in saving our mother, Yang Jiao echoed. After Yang Jiao finished speaking, he knelt before Qin Mo alongside Yang Jian. Master, Nezha also implores you. With that, Nezha joined the other two in kneeling. Although Nezha was unfamiliar with Yaoji, he recognized Yang Jiao and Yang Jian as his junior brothers. Possessing a naturally pure disposition, Nezha harbored a profound disdain for the Jade Emperor, having learned of the plight faced by Yang Jiao and Yang Jian's family. Were it not for Qin Mo's intervention as a master, Nezha would have rushed to the heavenly court to confront the Jade Emperor. Observing the scene, Qin Mo waved his hand casually. A gentle force lifted the three of them, and he spoke, You may rise. I summoned you here for this very matter. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, rest assured, I shall save your mother. Thank you, Master. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian expressed their gratitude. Master, you are truly wonderful. I knew you would rescue Aunt Yaoji, Nezha said with a smile, addressing Qin Mo. Seeing Nezha's demeanor, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Shortly thereafter, he produced a peculiar medicinal pill from an unknown source. The pill was a soft green hue, adorned with two delicate golden patterns. However, the most significant aspect was that it emanated a vibrant life force at all times. Had other cultivators been present, they would have surely fought tooth and nail to seize this pill. Indeed, if Taishang Laojun were to catch sight of it, he would not hesitate to negotiate with Qin Mo, offering anything in exchange, for he desired this pill above all else. This pill was akin to a second life. In other words, even if he were to be slain, with only a trace of his primordial spirit remaining, this pill could restore him instantaneously. However, only Qin Mo understood that this pill bore no effect on others. It was solely beneficial to Chaoge, being a reward from the system's task. Subsequently, Qin Mo flicked his finger, and the pill merged directly with Chaoge's soul. In the next moment, a surge of vitality radiated from Chaoge's soul, growing increasingly potent. Noticing this, Qin Mo hastily erected a barrier within his dwelling to prevent the life force from leaking out and drawing attention. After half a stick of incense, a thin cocoon gradually enveloped Chaoge's soul, surrounding her completely. Another half stick of incense later, Chaoge's soul was thoroughly encased in the thick cocoon, and the vibrant aura ceased to emanate. During this process, the other three could only watch in astonishment. Particularly Nezha, who was secretly intrigued. Glancing at the cocoon enveloping Chaoge's soul, Qin Mo addressed Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, saying, "Let your mother rest now. In 3 days, she shall emerge reborn from the cocoon. During these 3 days, you may remain here or return to your dwelling to cultivate." Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, none of the three wished to depart. Qin Mo smiled and did not press further, then proceeded to the entrance of his dwelling. A.O. Bing, who had been acting as a good luck charm, hurriedly bowed to Qin Mo upon his arrival. "Master." Qin Mo replied, "Guard the dwelling well. Do not allow anyone inside. Not a soul. If there's an urgent matter, contact me directly through the communication talisman." "Understood, Master," A.O. Bing responded. Subsequently, Qin Mo soared on a cloud toward the dwelling of the three celestial maidens. Previously, when the three celestial maidens completed the 9 curves yellow river formation, they had come to seek him out alongside Zhao Gongming. Qin Mo had been contemplating whether to enhance the 9 curves yellow river formation, as it would play a crucial role in the future. He intended to improve the formation so that, even if Yuanshi Tianzuan resorted to underhanded tactics, he would not have an easy time. "Saints? What of saints? Since they have provoked me, I wouldn't mind seeing all of you from the Chan teaching on a list as well. Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, are you present?" Standing before the entrance of the dwelling, Qin Mo called out, noticing a thin membrane-like barrier. This barrier was not a protective one. It merely served as a warning when someone approached. On Jinao Island, there was no need for a protective barrier. That you, Brother Qin Mo? A voice soon echoed from within the dwelling, belonging to Bi Xiao. "Indeed, it is Brother Qin Mo. Please enter," came Bi Xiao's response. As her words fell, the three maidens emerged from the dwelling. "Brother Qin Mo, what brings you to seek us sisters?" asked Yin Xiao, the eldest sister, upon seeing Qin Mo, just as Qin Mo was about to reply. Bi Xiao giggled, covering her mouth. "Why are you bringing us along, big sister? I suspect Brother Qin Mo is here to see you specifically." "Yes, big sister, Brother Qin Mo is indeed here for you," Qiong Xiao chimed in. Typically, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao would team up to tease Yin Xiao, and she had grown accustomed to it. However, this time they directly used Qin Mo to poke fun at her, causing Yin Xiao's cheeks to flush as she shot an irritated glance at Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao. Qin Mo merely chuckled in response, choosing not to refute their playful banter. Understanding Bi Xiao's lively nature, he decided to interject, "I am here to speak with all three of you. Tio speak with us?" Bi Xiao asked, puzzled. "Brother Qin Mo, let us discuss this inside the dwelling," Yin Xiao suggested, leading the way as the three maidens guided Qin Mo into their abode. Although Qin Mo had visited their cultivation dwelling twice before, he always felt a certain unease upon entering. As he stepped inside, a refreshing, maidenly fragrance wafted toward him. His thoughts were primarily occupied with the 9 curves yellow river formation, leaving little room for further contemplation. The dwelling, being that of 3 celestial maidens, was exquisitely arranged. Though not overly spacious, it was well equipped. At the center of the dwelling was a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools. "What business do you have with us, Brother Qin Mo?" Yin Xiao inquired again, once they were seated. "It pertains to the 9 curves yellow river formation," Qin Mo stated candidly. Upon hearing this, the 3 celestial maidens exchanged bewildered glances, given their understanding of Qin Mo. They knew he was not well-versed in formations. Thus, they were puzzled as to why he sought them out regarding the 9 curves yellow river formation. If he had come for another matter, they would have found it believable, but to seek them for the formation left them utterly confounded. "Brother Qin Mo?" Qiong Xiao asked directly, Are you intending to borrow our 9 curves yellow river formation? They could only surmise that Qin Mo sought their formation to confront those from the Chan teaching. As the two factions had become bitter enemies that know, Qin Mo shook his head. I have come to improve your 9 curves yellow river formation. This declaration left the 3 celestial maidens in stunned silence, scrutinizing Qin Mo carefully, suspecting that his mind had become muddled from his cultivation. They understood the 9 curves yellow river formation far better than he did, and could not fathom what defects it possessed that warranted improvement. Brother Qin Mo, is there a flaw in our 9 curves yellow river formation? Yin Xiao inquired. Moreover, Qin Mo's statement left Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao feeling quite displeased. There are no flaws, per se, Qin Mo replied, aware that his words would surely upset them. Yet, to enhance the 9 curves yellow river formation, he had no choice but to make such claims. However, the formation's power could be further amplified, Qin Mo continued. Currently, the 9 curves yellow river formation relies on the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and the Golden Flood Dragon Cutter for support, which is far from sufficient. The 3 celestial maidens had previously mentioned the 9 curves yellow river formation to Qin Mo, noting that its primary materials were indeed the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and the Golden Flood Dragon Cutter. Though they felt disgruntled, they refrained from expressing their displeasure, given their relationship with Qin Mo. Thus, Xiong Xiao, with a slight frown, asked, then, Brother Qin Mo, how should the 9 curves yellow river formation be improved to enhance its power? Qin Mo smiled faintly, having naturally detected the dissatisfaction in Xiong Xiao's tone. With a wave of his hand, 9 corpses emanating an overwhelming heat materialized before the 4 of them. Were it not for the fact that all 4 were cultivators, the intensity of this heat would have incinerated them in an instant. Even as corpses, the heat radiating from them was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. What is this? Yin Xiao exclaimed in horror. The Sanshao fairy was utterly stunned. These 9 corpses belonged to the Golden Crow divine generals of the Celestial Court. How could they be in Qin Mo's possession? Could it be? Upon this realization, the Sanshao fairy understood. Not long ago, a great war had erupted across the Hongwang continent, with 10 suns blazing in the sky, turning the land into a sea of flames, leaving the populace in despair. Subsequently, someone had battled the 10 Golden Crow divine generals, and, after slaying 9 of them, their bodies had mysteriously vanished. The Jade Emperor had dispatched individuals to search for them, but to no avail. Now, upon seeing the 9 corpses of the Golden Crow divine generals, the Sanshao fairy comprehended everything. Brother Qin Mo, were you the one who fought against the Celestial Court at that time? Bai Xiao inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, still in shock that it was not me. Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. Thank goodness for that. The Sanshao fairy exhaled in relief, although the Jiejiao held no fear of the Celestial Court and looked down upon Hao Yin. The fact remained that Hao Yin was a quasi-saint. If Qin Mo were truly opposed to the Celestial Court, he would be in grave danger, for even Tongtian Jiaozhu could not constantly protect him. However, the next words from Qin Mo left the Sanshao fairy completely astonished. It was Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Qin Mo stated that it was the 2 brothers who battled the Golden Crow divine generals. After a considerable time, the Sanshao fairy finally emerged from her shock, scrutinizing Qin Mo closely. In contrast, Qin Mo appeared indifferent, as if he were unconcerned about provoking the Celestial Court. Indeed, Qin Mo truly was unconcerned. Despite currently being at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, capable of contending with mid-stage Deluo experts, he felt no trepidation. All this time, the Jade Emperor Hao Yin had not come to trouble him on Jinao Island. And Qin Mo knew well that Hao Yin dared not approach. After all, this was the domain of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Furthermore, let us not forget that Qin Mo possessed 2 Quasi-saint mid-stage experience cards. Even if he could not defeat Hao Yin, he could certainly escape. Moments later, Yin Xiao, with a serious expression, turned to Qin Mo and asked, might I inquire how Brother Qin Mo plans to improve our 9 curves yellow river formation? Will it involve using them? She gestured to the 9 corpses of the Golden Crow divine generals on the ground. Indeed, Qin Mo nodded. That is precisely the plan. He then began to elucidate his thoughts to the Sanshao fairy. For in order to enhance the 9 curves yellow river formation, it was essential to obtain her consent. Thus, Qin Mo meticulously laid out his ideas. The more the Sanshao fairy listened, the more astonished she became. Her gaze fixed in disbelief upon Qin Mo. Was this truly the same Qin Mo she had known? Previously, he had not comprehended formations at all. Why did he suddenly possess such profound understanding now? In truth, it was not that Qin Mo had suddenly mastered formations. Rather, he had the system as an external aid. Even without understanding formations, he could consult his external support, as Qin Mo continued to share his insights with the Sanshao fairy. She exchanged incredulous glances with her sisters, each nodding in agreement, finding Qin Mo's methods to be plausible. Most importantly, if the Nine Curves Yellow River formation were improved according to Qin Mo's suggestions, its power could potentially increase by 4 to 5 times or more. For instance, the current Nine Curves Yellow River formation could effortlessly slay those at the late stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm and below. However, with Qin Mo's enhancements, the formations could directly annihilate all beings below the Quasi-saint level. This meant that beneath the Quasi-saint rank, the Nine Curves Yellow River formation would be invincible, given that the Nine Curves Yellow River formation was the culmination of the Sanshao fairy's efforts. The prospect of further enhancement ignited fervent excitement in the eyes of the three, each looking toward Qin Mo, eager to expedite the upgrade of the formation. Of course, this process could not be accomplished without Qin Mo's assistance, as he needed to refine the essence of the 9 Golden Crow Divine Generals. Ultimately, the Sanshao fairy would infuse this essence into the 9 Curves Yellow River formation to complete the upgrade. Once Qin Mo secured the Sanshao fairy's agreement, he wasted no time and began the refinement of the Golden Crow essence within the confines of the cave. However, during the refinement, Qin Mo required the guidance and fusion of his fire essence, which would not only allow him to refine the Golden Crow essence, but also enhance the power of his own fire essence. Currently, Qin Mo's fire essence was classified as chaotic golden flame. If it were to merge with the Golden Crow essence, the potency of the chaotic golden flame would increase, which would ultimately benefit Qin Mo in another way: access to the path of fire. Yet, to comprehend the path of fire, one must attain the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. The augmentation of the chaotic golden flames would significantly boost Qin Mo's chances of grasping the path of fire once he reached the Deluo Golden Immortal level. As Qin Mo diligently refined the essence, the 9 corpses of the Golden Crow Divine Generals gradually vanished, transforming into swirling flames. The temperature emitted by these flames was even higher than before. At this moment, the Sanshao fairy was channeling her inner magical power to shield herself and the cave, lest not only the cave, but also the surrounding area be engulfed in flames. Following this, Qin Mo began to compress and fuse the flames into a singular entity. Indeed, even though 9 flames were merging, they could still be divided into 9 flames later. The reason for the current fusion was to unify their essences. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the afternoon of the following day. For cultivators, a single day felt fleeting. A brief period of cultivation could equate to many days or even years. True sunfire, manifest, Qin Mo suddenly bellowed, and the 9 flames finally coalesced into one, radiating a heightened intensity of heat. Excellent. This is indeed true sunfire. It was said that throughout the Honghuang, only Donghuang Taiyi and the Sun Monarch Dijun, along with their kin of the Golden Crow, could wield true sunfire. The 10 Golden Crow Divine Generals of the Celestial Court were merely divisions of a single true sunfire, bestowed upon them by the Jade Emperor Haoyin in hopes that they would master it like Taiyi and Dijun. However, they ultimately failed, not entirely, for they became pseudo-Golden Crows instead. Feeling the terrifying heat emitted by the true sunfire, Qin Mo smiled faintly, satisfied with his achievement, now awaiting its infusion into the 9 Curves Yellow River formation. What a terrifying heat. This is true sunfire, Yun Xiao remarked, her astonishment palpable. Ever since the calamity of the witches and the demons, when Taiyi and Dijun fell, no one had witnessed a true wielder of true sunfire, rendering it a rare sight. For the 3 of them, they had only heard of the power of true sunfire from Tongtian Jiaozhu. This was their first encounter with it. Indeed, this is true sunfire. Qin Mo affirmed that I would ask the 3 sisters to retrieve the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors. and set up the 9 curves yellow river formation so we may enhance the great array together. Upon hearing this, the Sanshao fairy exchanged glances with one another, then nodded in unison, replying, "No problem." Yes, soon as the words left their lips, the Hunyuan golden dipper appeared in Bai Zhao's hand, while the golden flood dragon scissors manifested in Xiong Zhao's grasp. Subsequently, the two of them each deployed their magical treasures. In the next moment, the scenery within the cave shifted, and the four found themselves in an environment filled with swirling yellow sand. Is this the 9 curves yellow river formation? Qin Mo surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, brother Qin Mo, Bai Zhao responded proudly. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Quite impressive, Qin Mo replied, regarding the formidable power of the 9. Qin Mo felt quite satisfied. However, he would have been even more pleased had there been improvements made. Soon after, the scene shifted again, and the four found themselves at the heart of the 9, a place that appeared resplendent with the beauty of nature. Yet Qin Mo was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion, fraught with peril. It was no wonder that the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect had their 3 flowers severed and their 5 energies sealed by the 9. They were fortunate, for had the 3 Xia not shown mercy, the 12 immortals would have long since been reduced to mere phantoms. Before long, Qin Mo directly handed the true sun fire to the 3 from Yinshao. Watching as they infused it into the core of the formation, in an instant, the 9 trembled violently, a wave of heat surging forth, igniting everything in its path into a raging inferno. Observing the spectacle, the 4 remained unfazed, for it was merely a sign of the formation's enhanced power. When the entire array was engulfed in flames, an immense suction force emerged from the Hunyuan golden dipper, instantly drawing the flames within. Thus, the 9 was successfully upgraded to test the might of the formation. Yunshao commanded the Hunyuan golden dipper to unleash a barrage of fireballs infused with the true sun fire into the array. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura radiated outward. From this aura, the 4 could sense that the current 9 was capable of contending with all practitioners below the Quasi-saint level. Even if a Quasi-saint were to arrive, they would find little advantage within the formation. The 4 were exceedingly pleased with the current potency of the array, particularly Bai Zhao, who wore an expression of defiance. They dared to proclaim that as long as the 9 remained, they had no fear of anyone, not even the most seasoned quasi-saints. They believed they could escape any confrontation using the array, with the exception of Jinyuan Daxian and Mingi, for the 2 were immensely powerful and possessed supreme treasures. Though Jinyuan Daxian was not a saint, he was of the same generation as the 3 pure ones, and the 3 Xia would naturally refrain from provoking him today. As for Mingi, he was even more formidable, dwelling perpetually in the blood sea. Rivaling Nuwa.1 was a recluse of the feminine kind, while the other was a hermit of the masculine sort. The 3 Xia had never even laid eyes on him, let alone dared to provoke him. The enhancement of the array was remarkable. Yunshao nodded, her eyes reflecting not just satisfaction, but also astonishment. Indeed, with such power, even if the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect were to come and instigate trouble on Golden Ao Island, this array would ensure they faced dire consequences. Xiong Xiao chimed in. Indeed, with the 9 in place, no, it can no longer be merely referred to as the 9, she mused, falling into contemplation regarding a fitting name. Upon hearing Bai Zhao's words, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao nodded in agreement, each lost in thought about what new name to bestow upon the formation. Suddenly, Qin Mo interjected, how about calling it the Great Sun 9? The Great Sun 9, the 3 Xia murmured in response. After exchanging glances, Yun Xiao nodded in affirmation. Very well, it shall be called the Great Sun 9, that I extend my gratitude to you, senior brother Qin Mo, she said, bowing respectfully to him, with Xiong Xiao and Bai Zhao following suit to the 3 of them. The 9 was akin to their own offspring, a product of their dedication. With the array's power enhanced thanks to Qin Mo, they naturally felt gratitude towards him. There is no need for such formalities, my dear junior sisters, Qin Mo replied. To be honest, the transformation of the 9 into the Great Sun 9 serves my interests as well. But more importantly, it is for the sake of our GS sect. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the 3 Xia exchanged puzzled glances. Senior brother Qin Mo, what do you mean by that? Inquired Yin Xiao, the eldest among them. "There are matters I cannot discuss in detail," Qin Mo replied. "However, I can caution you. A great calamity is approaching, and you three must take care to protect yourselves that a great calamity is approaching." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three Xia shifted dramatically. As cultivators, they could all sense the increasing ominous aura surrounding the world. Even those of higher cultivation could feel that a significant upheaval was imminent. Recognizing that Qin Mo was unable to elaborate, the three Xia refrained from pressing further, understanding that the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Otherwise, the Tongtian cult leader would have revealed it to them long ago. While they could not speak of it openly, a warning was certainly permissible. The three Xia were not surprised that Qin Mo possessed knowledge of the impending calamity. After all, he was a direct disciple of the cult leader, holding a status above theirs, and it was not unusual for him to be privy to such information. After exchanging insights on cultivation, Qin Mo took his leave, reiterating his admonition for them to safeguard themselves. For none could predict the magnitude of the forthcoming calamity. Although Qin Mo was aware of the impending function calamity, he could not guarantee whether his interference would alter its course if there were changes. They would likely be minimal, for while minor trends may shift, the greater currents of fate remain immutable. This is the law of the heavenly path. Upon returning to his meditation chamber, Qin Mo noticed faint cracks beginning to form on the cocoon enveloping Chaoge. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly imperceptible. It seemed that Chaoge was on the verge of revival that moment. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were filled with excitement, so much so that they did not even notice Qin Mo's return. As time progressed, on the dawn of the fourth day, when the eastern horizon began to lighten, a cracking sound emanated from the cocoon. Hearing this, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Nezha's eyes were fixed intently on the cocoon. Particularly Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, whose excitement was palpable. Qin Mo smiled as he observed the cocoon, contemplating. It appears that Princess Chaoge is about to be reborn out of Hao Yan were to witness this moment. I wonder what expression would grace his face. Anger or fury? Another crack echoed. The fissures on the cocoon multiplied, and soon fragments began to fall away. Seeing this, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian grew impatient, yearning to see their mother, Chaoge, as soon as possible. However, Qin Mo quickly addressed Yang Jiao, saying, "Yang Jiao, toss the items I entrusted to you into the cocoon." Upon hearing Qin Mo's reminder, Yang Jiao promptly realized what was needed and hurriedly threw the items he had previously given him into the cocoon. These included a set of women's attire, which was celestial in nature, as well as a pill. This pill had been procured from the Water and Fire Boy, who had long served the Tongtian cult leader, assisting him in managing the cultivation resources of the GS sect on Golden Ao Island. He was the closest individual to Tongtian aside from the 5 direct disciples. The attire had been obtained by Qin Mo through Shiji's assistance. After Qin Mo altered Shiji's fate, she had frequently visited Golden Ao Island to express her gratitude and seek guidance on cultivation from him. On one of her visits, Qin Mo had requested her to bring a set of women's clothing on her next trip. Although cultivators did not require mundane garments, as they could conjure clothing through spells, Chaoge, upon her revival, lacked the magical energy to create such attire. Considering this, Qin Mo took the initiative to prepare for her needs. Before long, the fragments of the cocoon multiplied, revealing Chaoge's form to the onlookers. At this moment, she lay with her eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily. Already clad in the attire provided, it appeared that Chaoge was in the process of refining the pill. The primary function of this pill was to aid Chaoge in restoring her magical energy and stabilizing her soul. Thus, the 4 waited patiently for 10 days, had it not been for their ability to sense the growing stability of Chaoge's soul. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian would have long since been anxious. Finally, after Chaoge successfully refined the pill, a wave of magical energy emanated from her, growing stronger with the passage of time until it reached the late stage of the Xianxian realm. Gradually, Chaoge opened her eyes, meeting the excited gazes of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. "Jiaoer, Jinner," Chaoge called out. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian immediately rushed into her embrace, kneeling before her. In that moment, they had finally awaited the revival of their mother, Chaoge. Witnessing their reaction, Yaoji's heart ached with compassion, filled with countless questions yet unsure where to begin. "Wonderful mother, you have finally awakened." Yang Jiao choked with emotion. "Mother, Erlang misses you dearly." Tears streamed down Yang Jian's face uncontrollably. During the 10 days of ascension, he had witnessed his mother being scorched to the point of losing her spirit, gradually dissipating, and no effort on his part could halt the inevitable. The heartbreak that Yang Jiao and Yang Jian felt at that moment was profound. Now, witnessing their mother's revival, the anguish that had been suppressed within their hearts was finally released. However, to Yao Ji, it felt as if she had merely awakened from a slumber, initially believing her demise was certain. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she was astonished to see Yang Jiao and Yang Jian first. Yao Ji thought that both Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had also fallen victim to the heavenly court, but as she surveyed her surroundings, it became clear that this place was not the underworld. It was a realm abundant with spiritual energy, a veritable paradise. This realization dispelled her thoughts of cursing the heavenly court or the supreme heavens. After a considerable while, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian reluctantly withdrew from their mother's embrace. And only then did Yao Ji notice Qin Mo, prompting her to inquire, "Qin Xianzhong, what on earth is happening? I thought I was already." Before Yao Ji could finish her sentence, a sudden surge of energy emanated from Yang Jian, radiating the aura of an early Taiyi Golden Immortal. This unexpected commotion startled both Yang Jiao and Nezha, causing them to believe they were under attack. Observing this scene, Qin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Indeed, Yang Jian, who had shone brightly during the conferred god's calamity, had successfully broken through to I in truth. When Qin Mo had summoned Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Nezha, he had already sensed that Yang Jian was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, due to Yao Ji's circumstances, Yang Jian harbored a mental barrier, a manifestation of inner demons. Once he overcame this obstacle, his breakthrough would naturally follow. It was for this reason that he was not taken aback. The sudden advancement of Yang Jian left Yang Jiao and Nezha in a state of astonishment. How could this happen so swiftly? Yang Jian had actually ascended to the status of a Taiyi Golden Immortal right before their eyes. This realization stirred a mix of emotions within Yang Jiao and Nezha, though they were ultimately pleased for Yang Jian. With Yang Jian's breakthrough, Qin Mo felt a surge of joy and promptly advised him, "Yang Jian, focus your mind. Do not become complacent due to your newfound power. Stabilize your realm now." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian hurriedly gathered his thoughts. Initially, he had been overwhelmed with excitement due to his mother's revival and his own breakthrough. But upon receiving Qin Mo's reminder, he immediately cast aside distracting thoughts and concentrated on solidifying his cultivation. Qin Mo was quite pleased with this response. Yang Jian ascended to the rank of Taiyi Golden Immortal. A sense of urgency blossomed in the hearts of Yang Jiao and Nezha. Particularly for Nezha, as the first disciple of Qin Mo, he could not allow himself to be surpassed by his junior brother. Thus, he silently resolved to diligently train upon returning, striving for a breakthrough to the mid or even late stages of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Yang Jiao harbored similar sentiments, unwilling to be outpaced by Erlang. Both were born of the same parents, sharing a common foundation, with the only difference being their innate talents. Yang Jiao believed that his potential was no less than Yang Jian's. That, of course, the one most delighted by Yang Jian's breakthrough was none other than Yao Ji. Witnessing her son's advancement, pride adorned her face, yet a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. Though she did not express her concerns overtly, Qin Mo took note of this. However, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that such matters were personal, and as an outsider, it was inappropriate for him to intrude. After a short while, Yang Jian gradually drew in the aura of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction, indicating that Yang Jian's cultivation had indeed stabilized at that moment. Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Qin Mo and Yao Ji, and then spoke, "Thank you, Master, for reviving my mother. I have now broken through to the realm of Taiyi Golden Immortal and can assist you with your endeavors henceforth." Although Yang Jian was unaware of the future of the Zhejiao or the intentions of Qin Mo at this moment, he was not foolish. He understood that Qin Mo had chosen to take him and Yang Jiao as disciples for a reason. Now that Yang Jian had passed his trials and achieved a breakthrough, he naturally wished to express his intentions to Qin Mo, even knowing that Qin Mo might be utilizing him and his elder brother. He bore no resentment. After all, Qin Mo had saved their family and shared a bond of mentorship with them. Qin Mo nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Everything was understood without the need for further explanation. Such was the tacit understanding between master and disciple. Subsequently, Yang Jian and Yang Jiao turned their attention to their mother, Yao Ji, and inquired, "Mother, do you know where father is at this moment?" A deep concern washed over Yao Ji's face as she admitted, "I do not know where Yang Tianyu is right now. When I was captured by the Heavenly Court, the Golden Crow entrusted him to Marshal Tianpeng for handling. Based on my understanding of Tianpeng, coupled with the kindness I have shown him, I believe he would not harm Yang Tianyu." This was further corroborated by Yang Jian, who recounted the words of the Jading real person to Yao Ji. Since Tianpeng had not killed Yang Tianyu, the question remained, where exactly was Yang Tianyu now? As the three of them wore expressions of worry, Qin Mo interjected, "Do not fret. I have previously divined that Yang Tianyu is alive. However, I cannot ascertain his precise whereabouts at this moment." Hearing this, the trio felt a measure of relief. Though their concern for Yang Tianyu's safety lingered to that point, Yang Jian's expression turned resolute as he declared, "Mother, elder brother, since master says that father is not dead, then he must be safe. Rest assured, Erlang will surely find father, and our family will be reunited." "Indeed," Yang Jiao chimed in, "I will join Erlang in searching for father. I believe our family will surely be complete again." "Very well." Yao Ji nodded tearfully, her face a mixture of pride and reassurance. After addressing this matter, Yao Ji found herself in a difficult predicament. She had no place to go and dared not appear openly in the Honghuang continent, the Heavenly Court. She was considered lost, and her sudden reappearance would undoubtedly trouble Qin Mo. Remaining on Jinao Island was not an option, as she was not a disciple of Jiejiao, and the Tongtian cult leader would not permit it. What was to be done? Seemingly sensing Yao Ji's dilemma, Qin Mo smiled gently and said, "Wuliang Tianzun, Princess Yao Ji, you may stay on Jinao Island. I will explain the situation to the cult leader. With me here, you need not worry." Yao Ji expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Daoist Qin. I am a loss for how to repay your kindness to the Yang family." At this juncture, she turned her gaze to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Jinner. They responded in unison. "From now on, you must heed whatever Daoist Qin instructs you to do, no matter what. Whatever tasks he sets for you, you must accomplish them without fail." Yao Ji's tone was serious as she addressed her sons. "Daoist Qin has shown great kindness to our Yang family, and you must repay him on behalf of your father." "Do not worry. I will listen to master," Yang Jiao assured her. "Indeed, mother, both elder brother and I will certainly follow master's guidance," Yang Jian echoed, just as Qin Mo and Nezha observed the mother and son's exchange. The communication talisman responded. What is happening?" Filled with curiosity, Qin Mo activated the talisman and inquired, "Wenzhong, what has occurred?" Indeed, it was Wenzhong reaching out to Qin Mo through the talisman. "Uncle Master, Jiang Zia has incited Cheng Biqian and Wang Huang Feihu to take action against Lady Daji. I managed to stop Huang Feihu, but I cannot restrain Cheng Biqian. I implore you to come to Chaoge quickly. Otherwise, Lady Daji will be in danger." Upon hearing Wenzhong's message, Qin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. Initially fearing that something of great importance had transpired, that all. Qin Mo perceived that Wenzhong was somewhat overreacting. However, it was not entirely unwarranted on Wenzhong's part. After all, Su Daji was an ally of Qin Mo, serving his interests. Moreover, since Su Daji became the favored concubine of King Zhou, the fortunes of the Shang dynasty had progressively flourished, and Su Daji was wholly devoted to the prosperity of Shang. Wenzhong was reluctant to witness Su Daji fall victim to Jiang Zia's schemes, despite her being a demon. Wenzhong was indifferent to such matters, for most of the disciples of the Jiejiao were indeed of the demon race, with few human cultivators among them. After Wenzhong finished recounting the events in Chaoge, Qin Mo instructed Yang Jiao and Yang Jian to arrange a cultivation cave for their mother, Yao Ji. While he himself set off for Chaoge with Nezha, it was not that Qin Mo insisted on bringing Nezha along. Rather, Nezha was eager to accompany him to Chaoge. Nezha's father, Li Jing, was an official of the Shang dynasty, often regaling him with tales of Chaoge and its king. Out of curiosity, Nezha wished to explore Chaoge and meet the king, who was frequently mentioned by Li Jing at this moment. Chaoge was bustling with vitality. For King Zhou was not, as depicted in the Investiture of the Gods, enamored with Su Daji's beauty. The citizens of Shang wore smiles of joy, and the fortunes of the Shang dynasty surged rapidly. Although the rise of the Shang's fortunes did not stir those cultivators who were lost in their pursuits, it did capture the attention of the two saints of the West and other sages. Why has the fortune of the Shang dynasty increased so swiftly? Zhuan pondered, furrowing his brows and muttering. Subsequently, Zhuan attempted to calculate the situation, but the chaotic nature of the heavenly secrets before the calamity rendered any predictions impossible. Junior brother, the calamity is about to unfold, and the heavenly secrets are in disarray. Not only can we not discern them, but even the master may be unable to, Jing remarked upon witnessing Zhuan Ti's struggle. However, the current rise in the fortunes of the Shang must be investigated. Shall we send a disciple to look into it? Brother, we must not, Zhuan Ti interjected. The calamity has not yet begun, and both Mithria and Shiji have perished once already. Although they can be resurrected, the cost is substantial that I suspect someone is secretly undermining our Western teachings. Since this calamity primarily originates from the East, it is prudent to refrain from risking our disciples. Your words are indeed wise, Jing concurred. While the two saints of the West were perplexed by the sudden rise in the fortunes of the Shang, Qin Mo and Nezha had already arrived at Chaoge. It was Nezha's first visit to Chaoge, the capital of the Shang, which was far more prosperous than Chuntang Pass, as they walked through the bustling streets. Nezha eagerly observed his surroundings, akin to a curious child, continuously inquiring of Qin Mo master, why are the people of Chaoge even more cheerful than those of Chuntang Pass? Qin Mo replied, because the Shang dynasty enjoys peace and prosperity, and being the capital, the citizens here naturally exude more joy than those of Chuntang Pass. Master, why are there so many people shackled in chains? Have they committed offenses? Qin Mo responded, those are slaves. Slaves? Why have I never seen any shackled slaves in Chuntang Pass? Qin Mo thought to himself, how could I explain? This is Chaoge, where officials abound, and naturally, there are slaves that in Chuntang Pass. Your family holds the highest status. Even if you had slaves, your father would not allow you to see them. Initially, Qin Mo patiently addressed Nezha's queries. However, Nezha's questions grew increasingly peculiar. For instance, as they passed a place called Fengiula, numerous women beckoned to passing men with great enthusiasm. Had Qin Mo not restrained Nezha, he would have ventured inside. Nezha then questioned why he was not permitted entry, insisting that the women were clearly inviting them in. Qin Mo found himself at a loss for words, yet he could not reveal the truth to Nezha. After all, Nezha was still young and would become one of the key figures during the investiture of the gods. Qin Mo wished to shield him from undesirable thoughts. Upon their arrival at the royal palace, Qin Mo felt a surge of relief. Goodness, I can no longer dare to venture out alone with Nezha. The questions are too numerous, more than 100,000 wise. Inside Su Daji's palace, King Zhou Dixon held her hands with a heart full of concern, while Wen Zhong behind him wore an expression of sternness and fury. Why, beloved concubine, tell me, who has harmed you so grievously? Su Daji contemplated revealing to King Zhou that Jiangxia had injured her, intending to manipulate the king into avenging her and her sister, Pipa. Yet, fearing it might disrupt Qin Mo's plans, she resolved to wait for his arrival before deciding. Observing Su Daji's pallid and weakened state, King Zhou felt a pang of heartache. If I discover who has harmed my beloved, I shall ensure their entire lineage is eradicated. Hearing King Zhou's inquiry, Wen Zhong had no intention of speaking. It was best to wait for his master to arrive before making any decisions. Prioritizing his master's plans, soon, a resonant voice echoed from outside the palace. Wuyang Tianzuan. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Zhong immediately perked up, and Su Daji's expression brightened as she attempted to rise to greet him, saying to King Zhou, "My lord, Qin Xianzhong has arrived. His formidable powers will surely save me." King Zhou was overjoyed and promptly instructed Wen Zhong, "Quickly, Grand Tutor, invite Qin Xianzhong inside." "No, I shall personally welcome Qin Xianzhong. King Zhou hurriedly made his way outside the palace, practically taking 2 steps at a time, filled with worry for Su Daji's condition. Upon reaching outside, King Zhou spotted Qin Mo. Though he had met Qin Mo previously, his impression was far from favorable due to the incident at Niwa Palace, which had left King Zhou with a negative sentiment towards him. However, Qin Mo was unfazed, and after Su Daji's plea on his behalf during his last visit to the palace, King Zhou no longer held any grievances against him. Qin Xianzhong, you have finally arrived. Come quickly, my beloved Daji has been harmed by some scoundrel, and it breaks my heart. Without a moment's hesitation, King Zhou seized Qin Mo's hand and led him into the palace, speaking fervently, utterly oblivious to Nezha trailing behind. Hurry, Qin Xianzhong, please help me heal Daji that I would be eternally grateful. Qin Mo did not refuse and followed King Zhou back into the palace, where he saw Su Daji's face ashen, clearly indicating her severe injury. Upon seeing Qin Mo, Wenzhong promptly performed a disciple's bow. Yet King Zhou's focus remained solely on Su Daji, leaving him oblivious to Wenzhong's gesture. Even if King Zhou had noticed, he would not have commented, for he was aware that Qin Mo was Wenzhong's master. Qin Xianzhong, Su Daji, spotting Qin Mo, attempted to rise in greeting, but Qin Mo gently shook his head, signaling her not to be overly formal, especially given her injuries. The moment Qin Mo laid eyes on Su Daji, he discerned that she had been harmed by a magical artifact, due to Jiang Ziya's insufficient mastery of his Dao. Su Daji had sustained grave injuries, but had he been more adept, she would have already met her demise. After assessing Su Daji's condition, Qin Mo retrieved a medicinal pill from his system's repository. This pill was not a reward from the system's tasks, but rather a gift from his fellow disciples. Being a direct disciple of the Tongtian Jiao, he frequently received such offerings from both outer and inner disciples, who occasionally presented him with pills or modestly valuable cultivation resources that in the Honghuang realm, cultivation was not solely about personal advancement. Social connections were paramount. Furthermore, the pills rewarded by the system were highly coveted even among saints. And given Su Daji's status, she was not worthy of them. After handing the pill to King Zhou, who expressed his gratitude, he hurriedly administered it to Su Daji. Although the pill had a somewhat pungent taste, it dissolved upon entry, and its efficacy was remarkable. Within the span of merely a tea's time, Su Daji's complexion began to regain its color, indicating an improvement in her condition. King Zhou, witnessing this, was elated and turned his gaze toward Qin Mo. Just as he was about to offer his thanks, Qin Mo raised his hand to interject, "My lord, as a practitioner of the Tao, I do not place value on worldly rewards. If you wish to express your gratitude, I implore you to extend your generosity to those less fortunate." Qin Daozhong, you truly embody the spirit of a cultivator, King Zhou praised. Indeed, a man of great righteousness. I shall heed your words and ensure that rewards are distributed to those in need. After conversing with King Zhou for a brief moment, Qin Mo departed from Su Daji's palace, accompanied by Nezha, and Wenzhong it was sufficient to leave King Zhou to tend to Su Daji. The presence of others would serve no purpose and might even arouse King Zhou's suspicions. Upon exiting the chambers, Qin Mo addressed Wenzhong, inquiring about the details of how Jiang Ziya had severely injured Su Daji. Upon hearing Qin Mo's question, Wenzhong proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to him. While Nezha listened attentively nearby, it turned out that ever since Jiang Ziya had revealed the true form of the Jade Peepa spirit, he was appointed as a minor minister by King Zhou, who recognized that both Su Daji and the Peepa spirit were indeed demons. However, Jiang Ziya chose not to disclose this information to Su Daji. Eager for vengeance on behalf of the Peepa spirit, had been thwarted by Qin Mo and thus had not pursued Jiang Ziya. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ziya, he believed that Su Daji would eventually pose a threat to him. Adhering to the principle of striking first to avoid calamity, Jiang Ziya sought out Baigan, the king's uncle, minor minister. Jiang Ziya could only enter the palace when summoned by King Zhou. In contrast, Baigan, being the king's close relative, was respected both personally and in terms of his position. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ziya approached Baigan and informed him of the presence of demons within the palace. Baigan was taken aback, recalling Jiang Ziya's previous encounter with the Peepa spirit, and recognized Jiang Ziya's expertise in Taoist arts. Concerned for the stability of the Shang dynasty, Baigan urgently sought Jiang Ziya's methods for exterminating the demons. At this juncture, Jiang Ziya presented the prepared talisman to Baigan, explaining its usage. This talisman, devoid of rank and crafted postnatally, was named the Seven-Star Sword. Its primary material was peach wood, effective solely against demons of lesser cultivation. By placing this talisman in a prominent location within the palace, one merely had to wait 49 days for the demons to reveal their true forms and perish, following Jiang Ziya's guidance. Baigan approached the valiant Huang Feihu, responsible for palace security, who possessed martial prowess and was free to enter and exit the palace. When Baigan relayed the situation to Huang Feihu, he readily agreed, reflecting his family's long-standing loyalty to the Shang dynasty. He would not hesitate, even at the cost of his life, to protect the kingdom. That very night, under the cloak of darkness, Huang Feihu placed the Seven Stars Sword atop a high platform, precisely at a location frequented by all within the palace. In the subsequent days, no incidents occurred. Given that Su Daji was a 1,000-year-old fox spirit with significant cultivation, she would not be affected by the talisman in just a day or two. Soon enough, 7 days elapsed, and Su Daji began to sense a faint burning sensation within her, though she dismissed it as inconsequential. It was not until the 15th day that she felt something amiss. The burning sensation had intensified rather than diminished with time. This moment, the sensation began to converge upon her primordial spirit. Not daring to take it lightly, Su Daji summoned the Grand Master Wenzhong and the National Master Shun Gongbao to the palace. After informing them of the situation, both men furrowed their brows, sensing that someone was scheming in the shadows. Following Su Daji's instructions, they conducted a thorough inspection of the palace, during which Shun Gongbao discovered the Seven-Star Sword upon the high platform. Having studied Taoist arts at the Yusu Palace, he recognized the aura emanating from the talisman as distinctly that of Yusu's teachings. Consequently, under Shun Gongbao's Taoist suppression, the Seven-Star Sword was destroyed. Nevertheless, the damage to Su Daji had already been done. Even with the talisman eliminated, her injuries would not heal. Wenzhong and Shun Gongbao were equally powerless to remedy her affliction. Thus, Su Daji requested Wenzhong to summon Qin Mo to Chaoge, believing that he would be capable of healing her wounds. Upon grasping the full context of the situation, Qin Mo had yet to speak when Nezha, filled with indignation, interjected, "This Jiang Ziya is truly despicable. Master, I cannot tolerate this any longer. Allow me to teach him a lesson." Hearing Nezha's words, Wenzhong turned his attention to him, having previously overlooked Nezha's presence due to Su Daji's predicament. "Master Uncle, is this your disciple?" Wenzhong inquired. "Indeed," Qin Mo replied, remembering that Wenzhong had not yet met Nezha. "He is my first disciple, named Nezha, the third son of Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass." "Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass?" Wenzhong murmured, recalling who he was, then regarded Nezha with admiration and a wonder. "You are indeed the offspring of a valiant father." "Nezha, my junior apprentice, and Wenzhong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty. You may address me as Brother Wenzhong from now on." "Very well, Brother Wenzhong," Nezha replied with a nod. Although he was unfamiliar with the position of Grand Master, he understood that it was certainly superior to his father's rank. Should Li Jing dare to strike him again, he would invoke Wenzhong's name to deter him from doing so. A smile crept across Nezha's face at this thought, filling him with delight. Wenzhong then cautioned Nezha, "Junior brother Nezha, as this is your first visit to Chaoge, you may not be fully aware of Jiang Ziya's character. He is treacherous and cunning, adept at manipulating others. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking him, especially since he is a disciple of Yusu Palace." Nezha, upon hearing this, felt a surge of defiance, interpreting Wenzhong's warning as condescension. "What of Yusu Palace? We are disciples of Baiyu Palace. Should we fear Jiang Ziya?" With this, Nezha turned his gaze back to Qin Mo, his large, captivating eyes fixed upon him as he implored, "Master, please allow me to teach Jiang Ziya a lesson." Qin Mo did not respond immediately, contemplating whether to acquiesce to Nezha's request. Should he agree, would it provoke the ire of Yusu Palace and hasten the onset of the Fengshan War? After a moment's consideration, Qin Mo nodded to Nezha, granting his approval. Overjoyed, Nezha exclaimed, "Finally, a chance to fight. Ever since arriving at Jinao Island with Qin Mo, he had not engaged in combat. It was not due to fear of confronting others on the island, but rather Qin Mo's insistence that he focus on his training. Observing Nezha's exuberance, Qin Mo felt compelled to issue a word of caution. Nezha, while I permit you to confront Jiang Ziya, I have two conditions. First, Jiang Ziya has never seen you, nor does he know you. You must not reveal your identity. Understood, master. I can manage that, Nezha replied without hesitation. Regardless of his ability to comply, he would assert that he could do so, as long as he was allowed to engage in battle. Second, you are forbidden from employing the Taoist arts of Baiyu Palace, and you must not disclose the reason for your confrontation with Jiang Ziya. Qin Mo continued. Can you adhere to this? Yes, Nezha responded promptly, confident in his capability to abide by the terms. Observing the swift agreement of Nezha, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, sensing that today's Nezha was somewhat extraordinary. However, Qin Mo remained unconcerned. If Nezha were unable to fulfill his promise, he could simply teach him a lesson that he intended to impart a crucial principle to Nezha. Promises must be honored, or one shall face repercussions. Of course, Nezha, being a child, possessed no malicious intent. Even if he failed to fulfill his promises, it would not matter. Nevertheless, Qin Mo did not wish to adopt such a lenient approach in educating Nezha. Once a commitment was made, it ought to be upheld. Through this endeavor, Qin Mo harbored another objective, to sever Nezha's fated connection with the Chan sect. Under normal circumstances, Nezha would be taken as a disciple by Taiyi Zhenren and become a member of the Chan sect. However, due to Qin Mo's interference, Nezha's destiny had shifted, yet the decree of fate lingered. If Qin Mo were to neglect Nezha, he would still inevitably become a disciple of the Chan sect. Should Nezha confront Jiang Ziya, it would create a rift between him and the Chan sect that, in this manner, a portion of Nezha's destined ties to the Chan sect would be severed. Only when Nezha's fate with the Chan sect was entirely dissolved would it prove beneficial not just for him, but also for the Jie sect. Similarly, Yang Jin's situation paralleled that of Nezha. Qin Mo needed to find an opportunity to sever Yang Jin's destined ties with the Chan sect. After acquiescing to Qin Mo's requests, Nezha departed the royal palace under the guidance of Wenzhong, while Qin Mo made his way to the Grand Tutor's residence, which also served as his base in Chaoge. Shortly thereafter, Wenzhong led Nezha to the vicinity of the bygone residence, where they encountered Shen Gongbao, who had been vigilantly observing the premises. Ever since discovering Jiang Ziya's covert machinations, Shen Gongbao had taken it upon himself to monitor Jiang Ziya, intending to inform Qin Mo of Jiang Ziya's whereabouts and activities upon his arrival. Shen Gongbao still hoped to curry favor with Qin Mo, wishing for him to speak positively on his behalf before the Tongtian patriarch. Master One, who is this? Shen Gongbao inquired, perplexed as he noticed Wenzhong approaching with a child. This is Nezha, the foremost disciple of Master Qin, Wenzhong introduced, upon hearing that Nezha was Master Qin's prime disciple. Shen Gongbao's face brightened with a welcoming smile. So you are the esteemed disciple of Master Qin. How delightful. Oh, Nezha replied, perplexed. You are my master's junior brother. Why have I never seen you at Jinao Island? Shen Gongbao chuckled. I originally practiced my cultivation at the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, so it is understandable that you have not encountered me. However, as soon as Shen Gongbao finished speaking, Nezha, without a moment's hesitation, brandished his fiery red spear and thrust it towards Shen Gongbao. So, you are one of the Chan sect. Take this. In an instant, Shen Gongbao saw the spear rapidly approaching and hurriedly retreated to put distance between himself and Nezha. Hold on, Master Nephew. I was once affiliated with the Chan sect. I am no longer. We are now on the same side. Upon hearing this, Nezha did not retract his fiery spear but turned to Wenzhong and asked, Brother, is this true? At that moment, Shen Gongbao looked at Wenzhong with a beseeching expression, as if to say, Wenzhong, my life is in your hands. Please help. Shen Gongbao felt quite helpless. He had intended to establish rapport upon discovering Nezha was Qin Mo's disciple. But he had not anticipated Nezha would attack without hesitation. Who could endure such a thing? He wondered how Master Qin had trained Nezha. Nonetheless, at present, Nezha's cultivation was inferior to Shen Gongbao's, and he posed no real threat to him. Although Shen Gongbao felt a twinge of anger, His astute nature prevented him from displaying it overtly. Meanwhile, when Zhong appeared astonished, Nezha had acted so swiftly that he had barely registered the motion. Hearing Nezha's inquiry and witnessing Shen Gongbao's pleading eyes, Wen Zhong quickly nodded. Indeed, brother, you have misunderstood. Shen Gongbao is currently assisting Master Qin. He is one of us. Well then, Nezha conceded slowly, retracting his fiery spear. His gaze tinged with disappointment. Shen Gongbao thought to himself, goodness, this disciple of mine, how utterly perplexing. You're disappointed that you couldn't stab me. This is merely a trivial episode. Next, Shen Gongbao recounted the situation at the bygone residence to Wen Zhong and Nezha. Recently, Jiang Zia had frequently visited the bygone residence. Out of curiosity, Shen Gongbao had even snuck in once to eavesdrop on their conversation. What he overheard nearly prompted him to draw his weapon against Jiang Zia on the spot. It turned out that after the 7-star sword had been broken by Shen Gongbao, Jiang Zia returned to the bygone residence that very night, presenting Bygone with a peach-wood demon-slaying sword and a talisman. Jiang Zia advised Bygone to entrust the sword to Huang Feihu, so he could carry it while patrolling the palace. Should the sword react, Huang Feihu would be able to swiftly eliminate any monsters within the palace. The talisman was even more infuriating. Although Sudaji was currently working for the nation and its people, Jiang Zia claimed that all credit belonged to King Zhou and his ministers, asserting that the monsters in the palace were merely there to disrupt the Shan. Furthermore, as Bygone was King Zhou's uncle, he would inevitably become a target for the monsters. Jiang Zia warned that the monsters might even incite King Zhou to harm Bygone. This talisman could ensure Bygone's temporary safety. Upon hearing this, Bygone was profoundly shocked and repeatedly assured that he would eliminate the monsters within the palace. Thus, in recent days, Jiang Zia and Bygone have been discussing strategies to eradicate the monsters. Since Huang Feihu had previously assisted Jiang Zia in placing the 7-star sword, Wen Zhong had sent Huang Feihu to train troops, leaving his brother Huang Feibao to oversee the palace's safety. Consequently, Huang Feihu had been unable to visit the bygone residence for several days. Ultimately, after days of planning, Jiang Zia and Bygone devised a method to eliminate the monsters. Although Huang Feihu was not currently responsible for palace security, Huang Feibao, being Huang Feihu's brother and from a family of loyal officials, would likely agree if the situation were explained to him. Of course, even if Huang Feibao refused, there was still Huang Feihu. Having finalized their plan, the two intended to act the following day. After listening to Shen Gongbao's account, Wen Zhong remained pensive, while Nezha clamored to confront Jiang Zia. However, due to Qin Mo's 2 stipulations, Nezha needed a plausible reason to confront Jiang Zia. Shen Gongbao, ever resourceful, proposed an idea to Nezha upon learning of Qin Mo's requirements. Master Nephew Nezha, I have a splendid idea. Nezha shot a sullen glance at Shen Gongbao, remaining silent. Initially, he had been disappointed not to have been able to strike Shen Gongbao, and now hearing Shen Gongbao refer to him as Master Nephew irked him even more. Yet, out of respect for his master Qin Mo, he refrained from retorting. Shen Gongbao, noticing Nezha's displeasure, continued, I believe Master Qin's intention is merely to prevent Jiang Zia from discovering your affiliation with the GS sect, especially since the Chan and GS sects are currently at odds. If you were to confront Jiang Zia, Master Qin might worry that the Chan sect would send someone to deal with you. At this point, Shen Gongbao paused before continuing, I propose that when Jiang Zia is alone, you disguise yourself and strike directly. Disguise myself? Nezha echoed, questioning the need for such complexity that, in his view, the simplest solution was to approach Jiang Zia and confront him directly once he emerged. Shen Gongbao and Wen Zhong exchanged glances. Bemused by Nezha's straightforwardness, that Nezha's audacity was commendable. It was no wonder he was the disciple of Master Qin Mo, boldly advocating for the open assault of a Chan sect disciple. With that, Nezha regarded Shen Gongbao with disdain. Your suggestion is rather good, but I would prefer you refrain from offering advice in the future. It's too bothersome. Jiang Zia is not acquainted with me. He cannot possibly know I am affiliated with the GS sect. No sooner had Nezha spoken than Shen Gongbao attempted to offer a few more words of caution when Jiang Zia emerged from the bygone residence, accompanied by Bygone himself. Jiang Zia is coming out. Shen Gongbao could not help but interject. Subsequently, The trio's gaze shifted towards the vicinity of Baigon's residence. They observed Jiangxia, his expression imbued with a hint of arrogance, bidding farewell to Baigon before making his way home. Although Jiangxia had spent several decades cultivating at Kunlun Mountain, most of that time had been spent on menial tasks, resulting in a rather inadequate mastery of the Tao. Unbeknownst to him, the three were trailing him, and he remained blissfully unaware of their presence. Upon reaching a sparsely populated area, Nezha's brows lifted in delight, realizing that the opportunity to act had arrived. He swiftly positioned himself in Jiangxia's path. Mere 2 miles from the latter's abode, Jiangxia noticed a child approaching. He intended to sidestep, yet no matter how he attempted to evade, the child remained steadfastly in front of him. At that moment, Jiangxia comprehended that the child was deliberately blocking his way. "Whose child are you? Why do you obstruct my path?" Jiangxia inquired, maintaining a genial demeanor. At this juncture, Nezha had yet to undergo the trials of bone extraction or flesh restoration, nor had he transformed into a lotus flower. Thus, he still bore the visage of a child. "Old man, one may indulge in erratic eating, but one must not speak carelessly," Nezha retorted, arching an eyebrow. "I am merely enjoying myself here. Why should I impede your journey? Are you attempting to bully this child?" Jiangxia, "Goodness, have children become so brazen nowadays? I merely made a remark, and you accuse me of bullying you. Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law? In light of this, I shall refrain from further discourse." With that, Jiangxia attempted to bypass Nezha, only to be thwarted once more. "Child, what is your true intention?" "What do you mean by intention?" Nezha echoed. "You believe you can bully me and then simply depart. Is that how you regard me? What do you wish to do?" Jiangxia asked, now on high alert. He harbored an instinctive awareness that, despite not recognizing the child before him, he understood that this child was no ordinary being, and he was clearly targeting him. Thus, Jiangxia chose not to hasten his departure, curious to discern the child's motives and the identity of those who had sent him. Not far away, Shen Gongbao and Wenzhong, while unable to overhear their exchange, could surmise from the situation that Nezha was likely concocting some excuse to confront Jiangxia. The mischievous expression on Nezha's face confirmed their suspicions. Shen Gongbao silently applauded Nezha's audacity. "Old man, you have misphrased your inquiry," Nezha quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Instead of asking what I wish to do, you ought to be asking what I intend to do with you. After bullying me, you think you can just walk away? Such fortune does not exist in this world. However, I am not one to hold a grudge without cause, that if you apologize, I shall be magnanimous and let this matter slide." Jiangxia, taken aback, pondered the child's audacity. Clearly, he had not wronged him, so why should he apologize? Nevertheless, not wishing to squander more time with Nezha, Jiangxia offered a brief apology. "Not sincere enough," Nezha remarked, casting a glance at Jiangxia as he crossed his arms. Fine, fine. I shall not press the matter further. Since you are dissatisfied, I shall apologize once more." Jiangxia reiterated his apology. "Your heart is not in it." Nezha remained unsatisfied. Upon hearing this, Jiangxia felt a surge of indignation. The child was clearly being deliberately vexatious. "Child, do not overreach. I am not one to be trifled with," Jiangxia admonished. "Ha!" Nezha chuckled at Jiangxia's words. "So, you refuse to submit? Excellent. I relish the defiance of others." With that, the crimson flame spear materialized in Nezha's hand. In an instant, Jiangxia comprehended that this child was indeed a practitioner of the Tao. "Child, you..." Just as Jiangxia was about to inquire about Nezha's master, Nezha swung the spear's shaft towards him. Earlier, Qin Mo had advised Nezha to teach Jiangxia a lesson without taking his life. Hence, Nezha opted for the shaft rather than the spear's tip. Nezha's sudden assault caught Jiangxia off guard. As the shaft approached, he finally reacted, but his cultivation was no match for Nezha's. Currently, the Yuan Shi Tianzun had yet to bestow upon Jiangxia the god-slaying whip or the investiture of the gods, leaving only the peach-wood demon-slaying sword for defense. Indeed, Jiangxia possessed 2 such swords, one entrusted to Baigon to combat Sudaji, and the other kept for his own protection. Now he had no choice but to wield it. The Crimson Flame Spear belonged to the Spirit Treasure tier, surpassing the peach-wood demon-slaying sword by an unknown margin. Jiang Ziya had underestimated both Nezha and the spear. According to the principle of the 5 elements, fire overcomes wood. The fire attribute of the Crimson Flame Spear proved devastating. And in a single clash, Jiang Ziya's peach-wood demon-slaying sword was shattered. My sword. Jiang Ziya's heart ached as he glared at Nezha with murderous intent. Had his gaze been lethal, Nezha would have been reduced to mere fragments. With only one sword to defend himself, Jiang Ziya found himself bereft of other means. Unfazed, Nezha dismissed the loss of what he deemed a mere trinket. And once more he advanced towards Jiang Ziya with the shaft of the Crimson Flame Spear. He was intrigued to see what Jiang Ziya would attempt to defend himself with next. With a resounding thud, Jiang Ziya was unable to evade, and the shaft struck him squarely in the back. Da-da! Jiang Ziya cried out, propelled forward by the force. Is that all? Nezha scoffed, his expression one of disdain as he observed Jiang Ziya's predicament. Is this the strength that dares to confront my master, Qin Mo? Is this the individual who would contend with Su Daji? Witnessing Jiang Ziya's weakness extinguished Nezha's interest in teaching him a lesson. Though Nezha relished combat, no, the thrill of battle, he preferred to engage with formidable opponents. Jiang Ziya, a frail and feeble elder, held no allure for him. Casting a disdainful glance at the writhing figure of Jiang Ziya, Nezha spat in contempt and prepared to sheath the Crimson Flame Spear. Yet, recalling that he had come to address Jiang Ziya, Nezha reconsidered, feeling that a mere strike did not constitute a proper lesson. Thus, he turned back towards Jiang Ziya. As pain coursed through his back, Jiang Ziya rolled on the ground, enduring the agony. Just as the pain began to subside, he noticed Nezha approaching. What do you intend to do? Jiang Ziya hastily retreated a few steps, seeking to distance himself. His gaze was rife with both fear and resentment. He resolved not to allow Nezha the opportunity to discover who had sent him. Otherwise, he would surely report to the Yusu Palace. What difference would it make to strike him versus striking the Yusu Palace? Was this not tantamount to slapping the Yuan Shi Tianzun in the face? I intend nothing, Nezha replied. That My master has taught me that one must fulfill their promises. After speaking, without giving Jiang Ziya any time to respond, Nezha charged at him with fists and kicks, despite Nezha's youthful appearance and chubby little hands. His strikes were formidable and excruciatingly painful. Jiang Ziya found himself no match for Nezha and could only endure the beating in silence. Thus unfolded a scene reminiscent of a child assaulting an elder. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated. Otherwise, not only would there be a risk of alerting the authorities, but Jiang Ziya would also feel utterly humiliated. During the onslaught, Jiang Ziya remained silent, harboring a deep-seated rage within him. He secretly vowed to uncover the mastermind behind this child's actions, and when the time came, he would seek vengeance with the help of his fellow disciples from the Chan school. After delivering a thorough beating, Nezha seemed to grow bored and ceased his attack. Casting a glance at Jiang Ziya, he departed, leaving behind a parting remark. Don't bully children in the future, or you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a beating again. Jiang Ziya replied, all right, you little rascal. Is this how you play? If I didn't know you were a practitioner, I might have believed it. From a distance, witnessing Nezha's brutal treatment of Jiang Ziya, Shen Gongbao felt a sense of satisfaction, nearly bursting into cheers. So, Jiang Ziya, you have fallen to such a fate today, he mused. As Nezha approached, Shen Gongbao, and when Zhong met him, only to hear Nezha complain that Jiang Ziya is utterly incompetent. I can't tell if it's due to the poor teachings of the Chan school or his own lack of talent, but he couldn't even evade my spear. Shen Gongbao chuckled. Jiang Ziya's lack of talent is precisely why. During his time on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun had him reside at the foot of the mountain. Had it not been for a task to descend, you would likely have lived and died there. Nezha dismissed the thought, stating, I'm not interested in his affairs anymore. Now that I've taught him a lesson, it's time for me to seek my master. He waved his hand and turned to Wenzhong, asking, Brother Wenzhong, could you kindly escort me to find my master? Certainly, let us go, junior brother Nezha, Wenzhong replied. Nodding, he briefed Shen Gongbao before leading Nezha towards the Grand Tutor's residence. After sending the two off, Shen Gongbao turned his gaze back to Jiang Ziya, who was still there, battered and bruised. He approached Jiang Ziya, intending to mock him. Oh, I sent this brother Ziya. What a miserable state you find yourself in now. Quite the spectacle. I must say. Hearing the voice, Jiang Zia, gritting his teeth against the pain, looked up. Shun Gongbao, is that you? Shun Gongbao's appearance led Jiang Zia to suspect that Nezha had been instigated by him. I believe I have not wronged you. So tell me, was that child acting on your orders? Jiang Zia inquired. Child? What child? Shen Gongbao feigned ignorance. Humph. Seeing Shen Gongbao's denial, Jiang Zia chose not to dwell on it further. His priority was to return home and tend to his wounds. As Jiang Zia turned to leave, Shen Gongbao made no attempt to stop him. Upon arriving at the Grand Tutor's residence, Nezha sat beside Qin Mo with a look of disappointment. Lamenting, Master, that Jiang Zia is far too weak. He couldn't withstand even a single strike from me. Although Qin Mo was unaware of the specifics of the encounter, he understood Nezha's frustration was justified given Jiang Zia's capabilities. Recognizing Nezha's temperament, Qin Mo realized that keeping him confined on Golden Ao Island had been somewhat unfair. He then contemplated whether to allow Nezha to return to Chuntang Pass for a while. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Sending Nezha back would likely incite complaint from Li Jing. After much anticipation, Nezha had finally arrived at Golden Ao Island, where he could enjoy a few days of peace. Time passed swiftly, and soon a week had gone by. During these days, Qin Mo remained in Chaoge, diligently cultivating within the Grand Tutor's residence. He even ventured to the royal palace once to assess Su Daji's injuries. Though the elixir he provided was not from the system, it proved effective, and Su Daji's condition gradually improved. The king of Shang had been by her side throughout, attending to her every need. To the extent that he even neglected morning court sessions at her urging, as Su Daji's recovery progressed, Qin Mo planned to take Nezha back to Golden Ao Island. However, he received an imperial edict from the king of Shang through Wenzhou. Though it was termed an edict, the king wished to retain Qin Mo for a few more days in a few days, the king would celebrate his birthday, and he wanted Qin Mo to attend the festivities before departing. At that time, the 4 major vassal states and 800 minor vassal states would send envoys to present gifts, and the king aimed to leverage Qin Mo's identity as a disciple of the Celestial Master to intimidate the other states. After considering this, Qin Mo agreed. Although his involvement would prevent Su Daji from causing chaos in the Shang dynasty, thus sparing the West Baihu Jichang from hardship, the situation was beginning to shift toward stability due to the impending divine calamity. After all, while minor forces may change, the greater tides remain immutable. This is the law governing the Tao of the Hong Huang. Pondering this, Qin Mo suddenly recalled an important matter. When Jichang traveled to Chaoge, he had taken his 100th adopted son, Lei Jinzi, while passing through Yanshan. This Lei Jinzi was also a significant figure during the divination period. Though not as renowned as Yang Jian or Nezha, he could still be of use, and it seemed prudent to devise a careful plan as the king's birthday approached. The city of Chaoge was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with activity. Though a practitioner, Qin Mo, at heart, was a modern individual who relished such an atmosphere. Each day, he would carve out a moment to stroll through the streets of Chaoge, enjoying a life of utmost contentment. One day, as Qin Mo set foot on the bustling streets of Chaoge, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission issued. Please proceed to Yanshan and receive Lei Jinzi from Jichang. Mission reward. Method of the Heavenly Gang Purple Thunder Technique. An innate spiritual treasure, Thunderstaff. And 1 lottery draw. Upon hearing the announcement, a smile crept across Qin Mo's face. The reason he had not rushed to Yanshan in recent days was that the system had yet to issue a task. Given his understanding of the system, he had anticipated that a critical mission would soon arise. Now that the task had been assigned, he felt a surge of excitement as he flew towards Yanshan. In the territory of Shiqi, the sun shone brightly over Yanshan. With skies clear as far as the eye could see, at the foot of the mountain, a convoy made its way eastward at a leisurely pace, akin to a scenic excursion. Among them was a simple cart, inside which sat an elderly man with kind eyes, holding a tortoise shell and 3 copper coins, seemingly engaged in divination. This old man was Jichang, the West Baihu, en route to Chaoge to celebrate the king of Shang's birthday. Before departing, he had conducted a divination, predicting that while there might be some turbulence on this journey, it would ultimately be safe. Jichang sought to verify whether his previous divination had been accurate, as future events could change for various reasons. After a moment, Ji Chang glanced at the divination results and instructed the head of his guards. Find a place to take shelter from the rain. A heavy downpour is imminent. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, looking up at the clear sky, and one queried, "My lord, how could it possibly rain on such a sunny day?" Ji Chang smiled slightly at their confusion, about to respond when the head guard furrowed his brows and reprimanded a subordinate, saying, "If the Lord says it's going to rain, then it will rain. Who in Shichi doesn't he know that the Lord's divination is unparalleled and has never been wrong?" The subordinate, seeing his superior's displeasure, lowered his head in silence. Just then, Ji Chang waved his hand and said, "You are overstating matters. How could there be no errors?" While his words were humble, his heart brimmed with satisfaction, and a smile never left his face. Ji Chang had adapted the 8 trigrams of Fushi, extending them into 64 hexagrams, each containing profound truths of heaven and earth, making errors in his divination exceedingly rare. A result. The people of Shichi were well aware that their lord's divinations were unmatched in the world. Following Ji Chang's guidance, the group quickly found a shelter beneath a thatched roof. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering without warning. Almost immediately, a torrential downpour began to fall, as if the heavens were unleashing their fury. Observing this scene, the head guard looked at Ji Chang with reverence, exclaiming, "As expected of the Lord, had he not warned us, we would all be drenched now." Indeed, the previously suspicious guard now gazed at Ji Chang with a countenance full of admiration. The Marquis was simply extraordinary. Ji Chang chuckled, stroking his beard at the remark. The torrential rain had not lasted long. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After half an hour, the rain gradually ceased and the sun once again shone brightly. "All right, let us continue our journey." Observing the clear weather, Ji Chang tidied his robe and instructed the captain of the guards. "Yes, my lord." The captain promptly went to direct the other guards to prepare for the journey ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resonated through the sky, startling everyone. While Ji Chang looked up in confusion, he faintly heard a sound akin to a baby's cry. "Did any of you hear that sound?" The crowd paused, displaying expressions of bewilderment, shaking their heads in unison. "No, my lord. Did you hear something?" The captain approached, curious. "It sounded like a baby's cry. Did you not hear it?" Ji Chang reiterated. No, the crowd shook their heads once more. "Let us check over there." Ji Chang pointed in a direction, instructing everyone to investigate. The captain, upon seeing this, led 2 guards toward that direction, while Ji Chang and the others followed at a leisurely pace. Moments later, the captain returned, cradling a swaddled infant in his arms. "My lord, it is a baby." Ji Chang took the infant, admiring its rosy little face, filled with affection. However, his brows soon knitted in concern as he called out, "Is there anyone here? Whose child is this?" The guards, witnessing this, also called out a few times, but when no one responded or appeared, Ji Chang looked down at the child again and murmured, "Once a celestial being told me that I was destined to have 100 offspring. Now I already have 99 children. Could this child be the one sent to me by the heavens?" The captain contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the reason in Ji Chang's words. Subsequently, he bowed deeply, saying, "Congratulations, my lord, on the arrival of your 100th child." With this proclamation, the other guards joined in congratulating the Marquis Ji Chang. Upon hearing this, Ji Chang let out a hearty laugh and nodded. "Indeed, it seems to be the will of heaven that I, Ji Chang, should receive my 100th child today." Thus, Ji Chang decided to accept the child as his 100th offspring. The other guards rejoiced for their lord, and soon the captain spoke. "My lord, perhaps you should name this child." Indeed, Ji Chang agreed, pondering. Given that this child was born amidst a thunderclap, his future achievements are destined to be great. "Let us name him Leizhenzi." "Leizhenzi," the captain echoed, then praised. "A splendid name." The captain discreetly flattered Ji Chang, a testament to why he held the position of captain. Although he praised the name Leizhenzi, Ji Chang seemed to relish the compliment, his mood markedly uplifted. Soon, Ji Chang hesitated. "We are heading to Chaoge. I cannot bring this child with us. How shall I settle him?" Just as Ji Chang pondered the child arrangement, a deep voice resonated from the heavens. "Wuliang, Tianzhen, why does the Marquis of Shibua appear troubled?" Upon hearing someone call out, Ji Chong and the others looked up to see a young Taoist in a blue robe descending gracefully from the sky, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom. This individual was Qin Mo, who had come due to Lei Jinzi. He had not rushed to reveal himself upon arrival, but was busy setting up a barrier around the area. The sole purpose of this barrier was to delay Yun Zhongzi's approach. When Qin Mo first arrived at Yinshan, he sensed a current of Taoist energy approaching. Albeit at a slow pace, he recognized its origin to be that of Yun Zhongzi, the true immortal of the Chan sect. To ensure he could claim Lei Jinzi first, Qin Mo had no choice but to erect a barrier at Ji Chang's location to stall Yun Zhongzi momentarily. Where does the Taoist cultivate? Do you know Ji Chang? Ji Chang did not recognize the Taoist before him, and thus inquired. Wuliang Tianzun. Qin Mo bowed respectfully, stating, I hail from the Jinxia cave of Yinquan Mountain. While wandering, I heard a thunderclap and saw an auspicious light here. Prompting my visit, my lord, is there anything unusual here? Unusual? No, Ji Chang thought for a moment before shaking his head in response. However, there's indeed a child. Ji Chang then recounted the circumstances of his discovery of Lei Jinzi to Qin Mo. Qin Mo did not come across as a villain, with his celestial demeanor and self-introduction, leading Ji Chang to trust him without suspicion. Upon hearing Ji Chang's account, Qin Mo feigned enlightenment, glancing at the infant in Ji Chang's arms, and remarked, I see. Then I extend my congratulations to the Marquis on the arrival of your 100th child. He, Ji Chang replied with a smile. Thank you, Taoist. This child possesses an extraordinary visage. He is a natural-born star of war. Destined for greatness, Qin Mo continued to feign insight. Has the Marquis named him yet? Yes, he is called Lei Jinzi. Lei Jinzi, a splendid name. Indeed, born amidst thunder, Qin Mo praised that I observe that your entourage consists solely of men. And with all the armor and carriages, caring for this child may prove inconvenient. Why not entrust the child to me? I would be honored to take him as my disciple and impart all my skills to him. Hearing Qin Mo's words, Ji Chang found himself at a dilemma. Just after accepting the child, he was now being asked to hand him over to a stranger. Ji Chang hesitated, not out of distrust for Qin Mo, but from a fear of never seeing the child again. Since the Taoist wishes to take this child as a disciple, I shall not refuse. Ji Chang conceded. To be candid, I'm on my way to Chaoge to celebrate the king's birthday, and it would be quite inconvenient to care for this child along the way. However, will I have the chance to see him again? Qin Mo, understanding Ji Chang's concerns, responded without a second thought. Do not worry, my lord. In the future, when you require assistance, you and your son shall surely meet again. Yun Zhongzi, what the heck? Qin Mo, are you not human? Not only did you set up a barrier to block me, but you also stole my lines and my disciple, while introducing yourself as a disciple of Yuding. How ungracious of you! Do you dare reveal your own name? Qin Mo, I dare not. Upon hearing Qin Mo's assurance, Ji Chang felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he promptly entrusted Lei Jinzi to Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo harbored a thought he did not voice. When Ji Chang would need help, Lei Jinzi would appear. But at that moment, whether Lei Jinzi would assist or hinder was entirely up to Qin Mo's discretion. The moment he took Lei Jinzi into his arms, a system notification echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of accepting Lei Jinzi as a disciple. Reward: the technique Tian Gang Zi Lei Fa, the innate spiritual treasure Jin Lei gun, and 1 lottery draw. Hearing the system's notification of task completion and seeing the rewards appear in the system's inventory, Qin Mo felt a wave of delight that he knew that the system's rewards of the technique and the Zhenlei gun were meant for Lei Jinzi. The Zhenlei gun could be disregarded, but the system did not specify that the technique could only be cultivated by Lei Jinzi. If that were the case, he could also practice it himself or allow Nezha or Yang Jian to cultivate it as well. Perfect, Qin Mo thought joyfully. Having accepted Lei Jinzi, Qin Mo wished to take his leave. After bidding farewell to Ji Chang, he turned and rode the clouds away. Why would he linger, waiting for Yun Zhongzi? That barrier would not hold Yun Zhongzi for long, and he had no desire to confront him as the onlookers watched Qin Mo depart. And with Lei Jinzi secured, Ji Chang was about to instruct everyone to continue their journey when suddenly another Taoist appeared before him, descending from the heavens just as Qin Mo had. What a day this was! Why were there so many Taoists descending from the sky? Yin Zhongzi furrowed his brow. Filled with profound perplexity, he had been dispatched by his master to Yinshan to recruit disciples. Yet upon his arrival, he was thwarted by a barrier, the origin of which remained a mystery to him. Although this barrier was not particularly formidable, merely delaying him momentarily, the coincidence was too striking to ignore that a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Upon encountering Ji Chong, Yun Zhongzi's expression softened, and he bowed respectfully. Saying, "Wuyang Tianzimen, this humble Taoist, Yun Zhongzi, pays his respects to Lord Ji." Ji Chong inquired, "Do you know me? From which immortal mountain do you hail, and what brings you to this place?" "I am a cheery finder from Zhongnanshan." Yun Zhongzi, he introduced himself. "I have come under the orders of my esteemed master, Yuan Shi Tianzilen, to gather disciples. Might I inquire if you have seen a child in swaddling clothes?" Ji Chong responded, "A child?" "Yes, but you have arrived too late. A Taoist who claims to be from Yuding Mountain's Jinxia Cave has already taken that child as his disciple." Yun Zhongzi was taken aback. "Yuding Mountain's Jinxia Cave? Is that not the domain of my fellow disciple, Yuding? What brings him here and by chance to accept my destined disciple?" This revelation left Yun Zhongzi bewildered. The thought of Yuding, who, emboldened by their master's favoritism, caused trouble and incited animosity against their sect, filled him with ire. Recently, he had been propagating that the son of the Jade Emperor was illiterate, jeopardizing the relationship between the heavenly court and their sect. Though they regarded the heavenly court with disdain, they could not ignore the consequences of Hao Yan's inquiries. Just days prior, they had successfully dismissed the celestial officials sent by Hao Yan to seek retribution. "This cannot stand," Yin Zhongzi resolved, "that my master has declared that Lai Zhenzi is destined to be my disciple. I cannot allow Yuding to prevail. Besides, what could a mere bookworm like Yuding possibly teach Lai Zhenzi? That would only lead to the ruin of the child. For both his own sake and the future of Lai Zhenzi, Yin Zhongzi was determined to reclaim him from Yuding's grasp. After inquiring about the whereabouts of Yuding Zhenren from Ji Chong, he wasted no time and pursued him with a speed that far surpassed his arrival. Witnessing Yun Zhongzi's hurried departure, Ji Chong and his companions were left in a state of confusion. They could not fathom the purpose behind Yun Zhongzi's visit. Was it to recruit disciples? That seemed implausible, as others had already completed their recruitment before his arrival. Given his demeanor, Ji Chong hesitated to entrust Lai Zhenzi to Yun Zhongzi, who appeared to be in a frantic rush. After a while, Yun Zhongzi caught sight of a figure in the distance that he assumed to be Yuding Zhenren. However, as he drew closer, doubts began to arise. The silhouette did not resemble Yuding. Had he pursued in the wrong direction, or had Ji Chong misled him? Meanwhile, Qin Mo, flying towards Jinao Island, sensed a familiar presence approaching. He was untroubled by the prospect of being overtaken by Yun Zhongzi. As long as he did not acknowledge the child as Lai Zhenzi, nor admit that he had taken him from Ji Chong, what could Yun Zhongzi do? They could merely engage in a confrontation. Something Qin Mo was not unfamiliar with. Soon, Yun Zhongzi closed the distance and called out, "Friend, please halt." Startled by the abruptness of the address, Qin Mo hesitated momentarily, but continued his flight towards the East Sea. It was only when Yun Zhongzi, panting heavily, reached him that Qin Mo finally stopped, fixing his gaze upon Yun Zhongzi. "Yes, there's something you require?" Yun Zhongzi, regaining his breath, replied, "I am Yun Zhongzi from Yuzhu Cave. Zhongnanshan. May I inquire as to your name, friend?" As he spoke, Yun Zhongzi's eyes inadvertently glanced at the infant cradled in Qin Mo's arms. He discerned that this child bore the characteristics of a natural star of war, destined for great wealth and prosperity. Instinctively, he surmised that this child was indeed the disciple his master had foretold. "I am Qin Mo of the Jie sect," came the succinct reply. "So you are Brother Qin from the Jie sect. My apologies for the oversight," Yun Zhongzi thought to himself, feeling a surge of dismay at this encounter. He was well aware of the events surrounding Qin Mo and Taiyi Zhenren, a matter that had spread throughout their sect. Rumors circulated that Qin Mo had acted unethically, not only usurping Taiyi Zhenren's disciple, but also employing some dark sorcery to bind Taiyi's powers, leaving him in disgrace. It was fair to say that Qin Mo's reputation within the Jie sect was more sullied than that of a common rogue. Despite his reluctance to confront Qin Mo, Yun Zhongzi pressed on for the sake of his disciple. Brother Qin, may I ask if this infant is indeed the 100th son of Lord Ji Chong? Not at all. Qin Mo replied without a moment's thought, his expression unreadable. Not so. Yun Zhongzi was taken aback, stealing another glance at the child. This child, with his innate martial star qualities and auspicious features, aligned perfectly with the description given by his master. Surely, this was Ji Chang's 100th son, Li Zinzi. Could he have misjudged, or was it possible that Qin Mo was withholding the truth? After scrutinizing the infant further, Yun Zhongzi became convinced that this child was indeed Li Zinzi. Realizing this, he raised his gaze to Qin Mo, suppressing his burgeoning anger. Brother Qin, I sense a fateful connection between this child and my disciple. Might you consider entrusting him to my care? That is not possible. Qin Mo firmly declined. This child is my disciple, and I have no intention of handing him over to you. Besides, do you believe that simply claiming a connection grants you the right to take him? Since when has our sect adopted such a Western approach? Yun Zhongzi's ire ignited at Qin Mo's dismissal, feeling insulted by the comparison. The reputation of Western religions in the primordial world was far from favorable. To draw parallels between their sect and a Western faith, especially in front of other GS sect disciples, was intolerable, particularly for Yun Zhongzi. Qin Mo, I have treated you with kindness, yet you look down upon my sect. Do not think that your denial of this child's identity will obscure the truth. You deceived Ji Chong into relinquishing the child under the pretense of being my fellow disciple. Yuding, do not presume I am unaware of this matter. At this juncture, a realization struck Yun Zhongzi. The barrier atop Yinshan was also your doing, was it not? Not receiving a response, he continued, Qin Mo, I advise you to hand the child over to me. I may still speak favorably of you before my master. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of our sect. Yun Zhongzi's threat elicited a chuckle from Qin Mo, who found it amusing that a figure of Yun Zhongzi's stature, a blessed celestial, exhibited such arrogance akin to the other second-generation disciples of the GS sect. Was this the doctrine of their sect? Qin Mo could not comprehend it. Yet he felt no apprehension regarding Yun Zhongzi's threat. While he wished to avoid conflict with him, being a figure of significant fortune and virtue, engaging in hostilities would yield no benefit. However, should Yun Zhongzi insist on seizing his disciple, Qin Mo was prepared to confront him. Yun Zhongzi, this child is already my disciple. Qin Mo, I cannot hand him over to you, that if you wish to engage in combat, I welcome it. Seeing Qin Mo's refusal to surrender Li Zinzi, Yun Zhongzi took out a communication talisman. Igniting it and addressing Qin Mo very well. Qin Mo, since it has come to this, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of our sect. Upon observing the movements of Yun Zhongzi, Qin Mo realized that he was summoning reinforcements. Yet what could it matter? It would only amount to summoning the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect, and Qin Mo felt no fear of any adversary as Yun Zhongzi ignited the communication talisman. A formidable aura of the pinnacle of the Luo surged forth from afar, enveloping him. Before the figure arrived, the voice echoed, "Who dares to insult a member of the Chan sect?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure materialized before him. Although Qin Mo had never seen this person before, the Grand Seal in his hand was unmistakable. With the Bantian Seal in hand, the identity of this individual became clear. He was Guang Chengzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Though Guang Chengzi had visited Jinao Island with the other 11 golden immortals, Qin Mo had fortuitously been absent during that time and had never encountered them. While Qin Mo did not recognize Guang Chengzi, the latter was well aware of Qin Mo's presence. Approaching Yun Zhongzi, Guang Chengzi cast a glance at Qin Mo and tightened his grip on the Bantian Seal. After inquiring about the situation, he was informed by Yun Zhongzi of the events that transpired, which ignited his fury. However, Yun Zhongzi had not embellished the tale, and this honesty shifted Qin Mo's perception of him. Albeit slightly, nothing else had changed. Qin Mo, I advise you to surrender that infant. Otherwise, do not blame me for using the Bantian Seal to subdue you, Guang Chengzi proclaimed, refraining from immediate aggression and opting instead for a friendly admonition. To understand how Yun Zhongzi could summon Guang Chengzi, one must consider Guang Chengzi's recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Luo. Following the encounter between the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and the disciples of the GS sect at Jinao Island, the Chan disciples, unable to suppress their rivals, felt a loss of face. Moreover, Qin Mo's 2 defeats of Taiyi Zhenren had incited great anger in Yuan Shi Tianzun, who ordered them to enter seclusion for cultivation. Reluctantly, they complied, for Yuan Shi Tianzun's words were law, yet their resentment towards the Jie sect and Qin Mo only deepened. Recently, Guangchengzi had been the first to achieve a breakthrough to the pinnacle of Deluo, filling him with pride and earning him praise from Yuan Shi Tianzun. This accomplishment further inflated his ego, instilling in him a sense of superiority over his peers. Coincidentally, when Yuan Shi Tianzun informed Yun Zongzi about recruiting disciples in Yanshan, Guangchengzi, concerned for Yun Zongzi's safety, gifted him a communication talisman. Although the likelihood of trouble was minimal, as Guangchengzi put it, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. His motivations were twofold. First, to showcase his abilities before Yuan Shi Tianzun and earn his admiration, demonstrating the camaraderie and solidarity among the brothers. Second, to assert his own superiority among his peers, reminding them why he ranked first among the 12 golden immortals. His remarkable talent and rapid advancement in cultivation brought honor to his master and the Chan sect. At present, having reached the pinnacle of Deluo, Guangchengzi had become increasingly arrogant, viewing everyone in the Chan sect as inferior to him, save for Yuan Shi Tianzun as for the vice master. Randeng, in his eyes, he was inconsequential. Had it not been for Yuan Shi Tianzun's pity, Randeng would still be languishing in some remote corner, lost in his cultivation. Although Guangchengzi had never clashed with Qin Mo before, upon seeing him now, he longed to engage in a fierce battle, seeking vengeance for his junior brother Taiyi. In response to Guangchengzi's threat, Qin Mo remained unfazed, while he acknowledged that his cultivation did not match Guangchengzi's, and his physical prowess could only contend with a mid-stage Deluo. He harbored no trepidation. He possessed numerous hidden cards. Confronting Guangchengzi was more than manageable. With a light smile, Qin Mo regarded Guangchengzi with derision. "What audacity you possess, Guangchengzi! Are you not afraid of your own tongue's recklessness? Do you truly believe that with your paltry Tian seal, you can threaten to subdue me?" At this, Guangchengzi's ire ignited, for Qin Mo's words clearly indicated his disdain for him. Resolving to teach Qin Mo a lesson, he aimed to demonstrate that the Chan sect was not to be trifled with, not even by other esteemed sections. In a swift motion, Guangchengzi hurled the Tian seal towards Qin Mo. The moment it left his grasp, the seal expanded dramatically, casting a shadow over Qin Mo as the enormous Tian seal descended. Qin Mo cradled the infant Lei Zhenzi in his left arm, and with a flick of his right hand, conjured a black staff imbued with the power of lightning, the Zhenlei gun, a reward from the system. Although it was intended for Lei Zhenzi, the system did not specify it was exclusive to him, allowing others to wield it as well. Currently, the only offensive treasures at Qin Mo's disposal, aside from the Hunyuan axe and the god-slaying spear, were the Zhenlei gun, which could only be used once more. However, these treasures were innate supreme artifacts, and revealing them would likely incite covetousness among others. While Qin Mo was not overly concerned about such matters, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. As the Zhenlei gun met the Tian seal in a tremendous clash, a colossal ripple radiated outward. Although the Tian seal was a post-natal treasure and of a lower grade than the Zhenlei gun, it was forged from a fragment of the unyielding mountain by Yuan Shi Tianzun, which was said to be formed from the spine of Pangu. Thus, even as a post-natal treasure, the Tian seal could withstand a confrontation with innate spiritual artifacts, with both arms occupied, holding the infant Lei Zhenzi. Qin Mo could only wield the Zhenlei gun with his right hand to counter the Tian seal, and by harnessing the full strength of his physical body, he barely managed to withstand the initial onslaught of the Tian seal. This first encounter provided him with a glimpse into its formidable power. Fortunately, his cultivation of the 9 Revolutions mystical art enabled him to endure the strike. Otherwise, he would have certainly faltered against the Tian seal's might. Guangchengzi had long utilized the Tian seal as a blunt instrument, and it was no wonder he would later earn the moniker of Saint Mother Slayer. Most of those who perished at Guangchengzi's hands were struck down by the Tian seal. Seeing Qin Mo withstand the initial blow, Guangchengzi was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and summoned the Bantian seal once more, determined to see if Qin Mo could endure a second or third hit. Guangqingzi possessed unwavering confidence in the Bantian seal. As Guangqingzi prepared to unleash another assault with the Bantian seal, Yunzongzi, who had been observing, urgently cautioned, "Brother, be careful not to harm Lei Jinzi." Guangqingzi, however, found himself at a loss for words at this critical juncture. You still express concern for that. In truth, Yunzongzi had intended to issue a warning the moment Guangqingzi attacked, but he had not had the chance. Ignoring Yunzongzi, Guangqingzi's sole focus was on punishing Qin Mo, indifferent to Lei Jinzi's fate. If both Lei Jinzi and Qin Mo were to perish under the Bantian seal, it would merely be a reflection of their misfortune, and Yunzongzi's disciple would not be missed. Conversely, should Lei Jinzi survive, Guangqingzi might consider allowing Yunzongzi to take him under his wing, with the Bantian seal hurtling towards him once more. Qin Mo dared not underestimate the threat, that he swiftly activated the 9 Revolutions mystical art, channeling all his physical strength to brace for the impending strike. Why didn't Qin Mo evade the Bantian seal's attack? There was no avenue for escape. Since Guangqingzi had unleashed the Bantian seal, it had been locked onto Qin Mo, rendering evasion impossible. With another resounding clash, the Zhenlei gun met the Bantian seal once again. In an instant, an even greater wave of energy surged forth, leaving desolation in its wake. Despite maximizing his physical strength, Qin Mo's right arm still numb from the impact. Such incredible power from the Bantian seal. Qin Mo mused inwardly. Could it be that the Zhenlei gun, an innate spiritual treasure, was truly inferior to the post-natal treasure that was the Bantian seal? In truth, the reason why innate spiritual treasures surpass acquired treasures by a level lies in their inherent principles. It is merely that Qin Mo has not cultivated the heavenly gang purple thunder technique, which prevents him from unleashing the full potential of the thunder rod. Only through mastering the heavenly gang purple thunder technique can the thunder rod reveal its innate brilliance. At present, it is commendable that Qin Mo is able to withstand 2 strikes from the Bantian seal with the thunder rod. Witnessing Qin Mo barely managed to counter the attacks of the Bantian seal, Guangqingzi felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that Qin Mo was not as formidable as he had imagined. Thus, he resolved to launch the Bantian seal at him once more, confident that this time Qin Mo would not be able to endure it. With this thought, Guangqingzi once again directed the Bantian seal towards Qin Mo, and this time, the seal grew even larger. Clearly, Guangqingzi intended to strike Qin Mo down in a single blow. The fluctuations of their combat naturally attracted the attention of other cultivators, who, upon witnessing Qin Mo, engaged in a fierce battle with Guangqingzi of the Chen sect, displayed expressions of eager anticipation. How remarkable! Qin Mo was not only battling with the Grand Supreme Elder, but also with Guangqingzi. Both sects were among the 3 pure ones, so what could warrant such enmity? After all, the passage of time in cultivation can be quite monotonous. Observing the clash between Qin Mo and Guangqingzi, the onlookers were delighted to witness the spectacle. Guangqingzi, however, paid no heed. This was an opportunity for the Chen sect to assert its dominance and instill fear in the primordial chaos. As the 3rd strike of the Bantian seal approached, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "It appeared that in order to triumph over the Bantian seal and defeat Guangqingzi, he had no choice but to resort to this method. Previously, when the system had tasked Qin Mo with accepting Nezha as a disciple, the reward included 3 mid-stage Quasi-saint experience cards. Due to the incompetence of the Grand Supreme Elder, Qin Mo had reluctantly used one. Now, only 2 remained. It seemed he would have to utilize another experience card at this moment. Contemplating this, Qin Mo silently invoked, "System, use a mid-stage Quasi-saint experience card." Ding! The mid-stage Quasi-saint experience card has been activated. With a duration of half an hour, in an instant, under the astonished gazes of Guangqingzi and the onlooking cultivators, Qin Mo's cultivation level surged dramatically, from the initial stage of the Great Luo to the mid-stage of the Great Luo, and then to the initial stage of the Quasi-saint, before finally stabilizing at the mid-stage of the Quasi-saint. At that moment, the aura emanating from Qin Mo was no longer that of a peak Taiyi golden immortal, but rather that of a mid-stage Quasi-saint. How is this possible? Guang Chengzi was utterly taken aback. Could it be that Qin Mo had been concealing his cultivation all along? That seemed implausible as far as he knew. Among the direct disciples of the Tongtian cult master, apart from Daobao, Daoren, and Jingxing Xingmu, none had even broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo. Furthermore, Qin Mo had the lowest cultivation among the 5 direct disciples. So why had Qin Mo's cultivation suddenly elevated to the mid-stage of the Quasi-saint? Could it be that he had employed some secret technique or forbidden art? That too seemed unlikely, as Guang Chengzi had never heard of any secret technique or forbidden art capable of such a substantial increase in cultivation. He was utterly perplexed. However, now was not the time for speculation. Even if Qin Mo had indeed reached the mid-stage of the Quasi-saint, Guang Chengzi felt no fear with the Fantian seal in his possession. Even a mid-stage Quasi-saint would not intimidate him, but in an instant, Guang Chengzi formed seals with his hands, unleashing the full power of the Fantian seal, which came crashing down towards Qin Mo with formidable force. Upon witnessing this, Qin Mo's face darkened with fury as he whispered, seeking death. With that, Qin Mo swiftly channeled his mid-stage Quasi-saint cultivation, combining it with the entirety of his physical strength, which he concentrated into the thunder rod held tightly in his right hand. Following this, he swung the thunder rod with a single hand towards the Fantian seal. With a resounding crash, the thunder rod made contact with the Fantian seal once more, resulting in fine cracks appearing across the surface of the seal. Furthermore, the sky was filled with dense void fissures, which appeared ominous, as if something was about to burst forth from them at any moment. The residual shockwaves from the collision rendered the surrounding area desolate, leaving a 100-mile radius devoid of any life, more barren than a desert. The intensity of their clash hushed the surroundings, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Guang Chengzi was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that after Qin Mo's cultivation had risen to the mid-stage of the Quasi-saint, he would exhibit such ferocity. Time and again, Qin Mo had met his Fantian seal head-on, demonstrating the remarkable strength of his physical body and the confidence he possessed. In the next moment, under the puzzled gazes of the onlooking cultivators, Guang Chengzi retracted the Fantian seal. Upon observing the fine cracks on the seal, he felt a pang of distress, realizing he would have to procure some heavenly materials to repair it. Cursed Qin Mo, time and again, he had opposed the Chen sect. Did he believe there were no capable individuals within the Chen sect? This time, Guang Chengzi silently vowed to teach Qin Mo a harsh lesson, even harboring a flicker of intent to eliminate him. Noticing Guang Chengzi retract the Fantian seal, Qin Mo was not naive enough to believe he would simply let the matter rest. If Guang Chengzi were to let this incident slide, he would not be acting in accordance with the principles of the Chen sect. Qin Mo understood the nature of those within the Chen sect better than anyone. Before long, Guang Chengzi provided an answer to all. After retracting the Fantian seal, he produced another acquired treasure. This artifact was an ancient, unassuming little bell, entirely black in hue. Staring at the bell for too long could induce a soul-stirring sensation. Upon seeing the small bell in Guang Chengzi's hand, Qin Mo instantly recognized it. Although the Bell of Desolation may not have shone as brightly as the Fantian seal during the investiture of the gods, it had nonetheless been of great assistance to Guang Chengzi. The Bell of Desolation's attack functions on the soul, capable of disorienting it, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. However, to Qin Mo, the Bell of Desolation posed no threat. Let us not forget that he possessed the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, renowned for its unparalleled defense. As long as Qin Mo shielded his primordial spirit with the Annihilation Black Lotus, the Bell of Desolation would be rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, Qin Mo had no intention of letting Guang Chengzi off so easily. After all, Guang Chengzi was reputed as the leader of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chen sect, the very face of the 12 Golden Immortals. Today, Qin Mo was determined to give this leader and figurehead a thorough beating, given that his relationship with the Chen sect could not deteriorate further. He was unconcerned about the consequences. Guang Chengzi, seeing Qin Mo's lack of response to the Bell of Desolation, mistakenly assumed that Qin Mo had been stunned into silence. With a slight smile, he lifted the Bell of Desolation and gently shook it in Qin Mo's direction. Instantly, the Bell of Desolation emitted a peculiar wave of energy aimed directly at Qin Mo. Immediately, Qin Mo felt a tingling, dizzying sensation in his primordial spirit, but this sensation quickly dissipated. How could this be? Guangqingzi was astounded to see that Qin Mo appeared completely unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Guangqingzi was well aware of the capabilities of his Bell of Desolation. Although it was an acquired treasure, its attacks were nearly impossible to defend against. Unless one was a saint, anyone struck by the Bell of Desolation, whether a quasi-saint or a great Luo golden immortal, would either fall into a 3-day stupor or suffer from soul dispersion. Even seasoned quasi-saints would experience dizziness and discomfort upon being struck by the Bell of Desolation, unless, of course, the opponent lacked a primordial spirit or soul. However, such a scenario seemed implausible. Guangqingzi did not believe that Qin Mo was devoid of a soul. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Qin Mo must possess a protective treasure from the Bo Palace, capable of temporarily resisting the assault of the Bell of Desolation. Unwilling to accept this outcome, Guangqingzi believed that Qin Mo could not indefinitely withstand the Bell of Desolation's onslaught, and thus he shook the bell once more. Observing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, displaying clear signs of impatience. Ding ding ding, how annoying. Guangqingzi, I just gave you a chance, yet you proved to be ineffective. Now, it is my turn to take action, since becoming the 5th direct disciple of the Tongtian cult master. Qin Mo had always harbored the ambition to alter the fate of the As such, he had consistently adhered to the same principle regarding those of the Chen sect. He would not allow them to live comfortably. Anyone from the Chen sect he encountered would either find themselves swindled, like Yuding Zhenren, or thoroughly beaten, like Taiyi Zhenren. In severe cases, he would send them to the investiture of the gods. Qin Mo had never contemplated the possibility of being unable to defeat his opponent. After all, he possesses a system, and this very system prevents him from being harmed by the disciples of the Chen sect. Indeed, the system is Qin Mo's steadfast support, and no sooner had Qin Mo spoken than a profound aura of destruction suddenly manifested, intermingled with a palpable sense of slaughter. The source of this annihilation was the black spear that had abruptly materialized in Qin Mo's grasp. The instant the black spear appeared, Qin Mo deftly performed a flourish with it, shattering the assault of the disheveled bell. This was the god-slaying spear. Guangqingzi's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of fear crossing his countenance. Although Guangqingzi had never laid eyes on the god-slaying spear, he had heard of its attributes from the primordial heavenly venerable. This moment, both Guangqingzi and the onlooking cultivators fell into a renewed silence. Among them, many gazed at the god-slaying spear in Qin Mo's hand with fervent intensity. Furthermore, the appearance of the god-slaying spear drew the attention of all the saints present, in the west, on Mount Shumi. Was that truly the god-slaying spear? Upon witnessing the spear in Qin Mo's possession, Zhuan Tidao's face betrayed a profound greed. He was consumed by the desire to seize the god-slaying spear from Qin Mo's hands. This was a primordial treasure, once wielded by the demon ancestor, Luo, who. Ever since Luo, who was vanquished by the Dao ancestor, the spear had vanished without a trace. Many had sought the god-slaying spear in secret, particularly the primordial heavenly venerable and the 2 saints of the west, but to no avail. Moreover, the god-slaying spear was reputed to be capable of slaying saints, whether they were saints themselves or the 1,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace. Possession of the god-slaying spear would undoubtedly enhance their power. Thus, Qin Mo unwittingly became the target of many who harbored intentions of murder and theft. Previously, due to the emergence of the Hunyuan axe, Qin Mo had faced threats from the primordial heavenly venerable. Had it not been for the intervention of the Tongtian, Qin Mo might have perished at the hands of the primordial heavenly venerable. The reason those cultivators, eager to claim the god-slaying spear, refrained from immediate action was their apprehension toward the Tongtian and the extermination sword array. This moment, the Tongtian, having just returned to Jineo Island, sensed the aura of the god-slaying spear and promptly released his divine consciousness, eager to ascertain the identity of the spear's wielder. Upon recognizing Qin Mo, the Tongtian couldn't help but think, what a predicament! How could it be Qin Mo again? The Tongtian felt utterly exhausted. Qin Mo seemed to constantly embroil him in trouble, and each time, it was he, Tongtian, who had to clean up after him. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Primordial Heavenly Venerable over Qin Mo's affairs. And before he could catch his breath, Qin Mo was at it again. The Tongtian began to question the impulsiveness of accepting Qin Mo as a disciple. He felt indebted to him. With a sigh, the Tongtian lamented, "Can't this lad take a moment of respite? Yet, how could the god-slaying spear possibly be in his hands?" The Tongtian was puzzled. From his observations, Qin Mo did not appear to be someone of profound fortune. Considering the previous incident, did this mean that he possessed at least 2 primordial treasures? The thought left the Tongtian in shock. Good heavens, had this lad opened the heavens in his past life? Or was he the savior of the Hong Huang? He wielded more primordial treasures than even himself, a saint and mentor. Was there any justice in this? Had the Tao ancestor been blinded by folly? Not only did the Tongtian harbor such thoughts, but the other saints, excluding Nuwa, shared his sentiment as for why the Tongtian believed that Qin Mo possessed at least 2 primordial treasures. It was because he was aware that his disciple harbored secrets, and significant ones at that. However, the Tongtian was indifferent to this. As long as Qin Mo did not commit acts that endangered the Jie sect, he could turn a blind eye. While he held this perspective, the other saints did not share his leniency to this moment. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the 2 saints of the West reached a consensus in their thoughts. They would covertly eliminate Qin Mo and claim the primordial treasures he possessed as their own. As for why they sought to kill Qin Mo in secret, it was obvious. They had no desire to experience the might of the extermination sword array again. Returning to the matter at hand. After Qin Mo shattered the assault of the disheveled bell with the god-slaying spear, he had no intention of granting Guang Chengzi any time to react. Cradling the infant Lizenzi in his left arm, he thrust the god-slaying spear toward Guang Chengzi with such speed that it was almost instantaneous. Guang Chengzi, filled with dread, instinctively raised the disheveled bell to fend off the oncoming attack of the spear. However, the god-slaying spear, being a primordial treasure designed for destruction, was far beyond the capabilities of the disheveled bell, a treasure of later genesis. In a single clash, countless fissures erupted across the surface of the disheveled bell. On the verge of shattering, the disheveled bell was linked to Guang Chengzi's consciousness. Its destruction caused him immense pain, leading him to spew forth blood, not just any blood, but his vital essence. Observing this scene, Yuding, who had been watching anxiously from the sidelines, rushed to Guang Chengzi's side, expressing concern. "Senior brother Guang Chengzi, are you all right?" Guang Chengzi, upon hearing this, shot a sharp glare at Yuding. Internally cursing, "What a nuisance. Do I look like someone who is unscathed? Your treasure was shattered, and you suggest I simply spit out some blood. If you can't speak wisely, then don't speak at all." Unbeknownst to Yuding, his words had drawn a myriad of curses from Guang Chengzi's thoughts. Despite Yuding having no ancestral lineage to speak of, it did not prevent Guang Chengzi from cursing him. Seeing Guang Chengzi's silence, Yuding mistakenly believed that his senior brother had sustained severe injuries. Thus, he stood before Guang Chengzi, brandishing the wind thunder staff, ready to confront Qin Mo. "Why not let this matter rest? I shall not contest with you over Lizenzi," he proposed. "Release me and senior brother Guang Chengzi. What say you?" Upon hearing Yuding's words, both Qin Mo and Guang Chengzi were taken aback. "Wait, have you cowered? Why do you not dare confront Qin Mo? Are there no bold individuals among the disciples of the Chan sect? Furthermore, Guang Chengzi, was injured because of your affairs, and now you yield to Qin Mo? Is that reasonable? It seems I'm the only one who has been hurt." That moment, Guang Chengzi felt a surge of resentment towards Yuding, believing him unworthy of being a disciple of the Chan sect. As Guang Chengzi mentally berated Yuding, Qin Mo merely smiled lightly, his expression darkening as he replied, "The disciples of the Chan sect truly opened my eyes. It was you who struck at me. And now you seek to have me relent. Do you truly think me so easy to bully?" Seeing that Qin Mo was unwilling to yield, Guang Chengzi felt a strange sense of relief, though he could not comprehend why. Was it that he found comfort in seeing Yuding suffer as he did? Perhaps that was the case. Yuding, feeling helpless, tightened his grip on the wind thunderstaff, positioning it protectively before Guang Qingzi. Ready for a confrontation, he understood that, given his current strength, he stood no chance against Qin Mo wielding the god-slaying spear, especially with Qin Mo being at the mid-stage of Quasi-saint cultivation. Noticing Yin Zhongzi's stance, Qin Mo pondered for a moment before addressing him. In that case, I am not unreasonable. If you can withstand my next strike, I shall allow you both to leave. What do you say? Yin Zhongzi, being a true immortal of fortune, possessed a continuous stream of luck. Should he slay Yin Zhongzi, he would invite the wrath of the heavenly Tao, a consequence Qin Mo wished to avoid. After all, the time left for his Quasi-saint mid-stage experience card was limited if he were to truly kill Yin Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi. Not only would he be unable to withstand the fury of the primordial heavenly venerable, but the punishment from a heavenly Tao would be even more unbearable, potentially leading to his demise. Moreover, Qin Mo had never intended to kill Yin Zhongzi. For one, he felt a modicum of guilt for having taken his disciple. And secondly, he harbored other thoughts regarding Yin Zhongzi for the future. Very well, it is settled. Upon hearing these words, Yin Zhongzi nodded in agreement. With no other choice, he realized that acquiescing might afford him a chance at survival. Should he refuse, both he and Guang Qingzi could very well meet their end today. Even if Qin Mo hesitated to kill them, he would not shy away from grievously injuring them. Yin Zhongzi considered this a rather unfavorable bargain. For practitioners of the Tao, mending grievous injuries within their bodies necessitated rare, celestial treasures, and such a process could consume decades, if not centuries, an utterly unwise trade-off. Another reason for Yin Zhongzi's acquiescence lay in his belief that, with his own prowess combined with that of his senior brother Guang Qingzi, they could easily withstand a strike from Qin Mo very well. Qin Mo nodded, refraining from further idle chatter, and promptly advanced towards Yin Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi. Wielding the god-slaying spear, the spear emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent, enveloping the two. In an instant, they were confronted with a horrific vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of slaughter and annihilation, accompanied by a biting, frigid wind like a tea that moment. Both men truly grasped the formidable nature of the god-slaying spear, a treasure of innate lethality. In the blink of an eye, the spear reached its intended target. Yin Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi widened their eyes in alarm, hastily deploying their respective magical artifacts to counter the spear's ferocious assault. Yin Zhongzi continued to wield his wind and thunderstaff, while Guang Qingzi resorted to the cracked Fantian seal, which had suffered damage from Qin Mo's earlier assault. He dared not utilize the Bell of Despair again, lest it be rendered utterly useless. Though Guang Qingzi was reluctant to employ the Fantian seal, it remained his sole option for defense. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, a colossal wave surged outward, leaving a trail of spatial fissures in its wake. The very ground where they clashed was rent asunder, creating a gaping void that a destructive gale erupted from this breach, obliterating everything in its path. Witnessing this, Qin Mo swiftly withdrew with Lei Junzi in tow, disregarding the plight of Yin Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi. He was aware that while they would not perish, injury was inevitable. After retreating 100 miles, the voice of the system echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Ding, the usage time for the mid-stage semi-saint experience card has expired. Simultaneously, a wave of weakness washed over Qin Mo. At that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A tremendous aura of sanctity abruptly descended, rendering Qin Mo immobile. He was all too familiar with this overwhelming presence. Indeed, it was the arrival of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Accompanied by the melodious strains of celestial music, Yuan Shi Tianzun descended in a magnificent chariot drawn by 9 dragons. Upon observing the vast rift in space, his brow furrowed, and he cast a glance at Qin Mo. In that instant, Qin Mo felt as though his very life was entirely within Yuan Shi Tianzun's grasp, with his fate hanging by a thread. This sensation was deeply unsettling, yet he recognized that his current strength was insufficient to resist the might of a saint. In the next moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun waved his hand with casual ease, rapidly mending the shattered space, restoring it in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Yin Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi lay drenched in blood. their breath shallow and barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing their condition, Yuanshi Tianzun was filled with a wrathful fury, a palpable killing intent directed at Qin Mo, feeling this murderous aura. Qin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that he would meet his demise at the hands of this venerable figure? Oh, Tongtian, please come quickly. If you delay any longer, you may never see your beloved disciple again. Perhaps Tongtian, the master of the celestial sect, heard Qin Mo's silent plea, just as the murderous intent from Yuanshi Tianzun was a mere inch away from Qin Mo. Another surge of holy might emerged, swiftly extinguishing that lethal intent. Yuanshi, he thought, how utterly shameless you are. As a saint, you repeatedly take action against the younger generation. You wish to emulate those two shameless figures from the West. The Western saints, Jing and Zhu Yi, felt insulted, their expressions reflecting their displeasure at being dragged into this affair. Humph. Yuanshi Tianzun snorted in response, then turned his gaze back to the nearly lifeless forms of Yun Zhongzi and Guangchengzi. His expression betraying disappointment. It was disgraceful that these two could not even contend with Qin Mo. What did it matter if Qin Mo wielded the god-slaying spear? 2 against 1, and yet they were so thoroughly overwhelmed. Yuanshi Tianzun resolved that in the future, he would not allow his disciples to remain complacent at that moment. The disciples of the Chan school remained oblivious to Yuanshi Tianzun's thoughts. Had they known, they would doubtlessly curse Qin Mo's entire lineage. For them, they would rather suffer grievous injuries than endure the forced training imposed by Yuanshi Tianzun, for such a regimen would haunt them as a lifelong nightmare. Subsequently, Yuanshi Tianzun infused a strand of his power into Yun Zhongzi and Guangchengzi, instructing Baihe Tongzi to escort them back to Yusu Palace. Once Baihe Tongzi had taken the two away, Yuanshi Tianzun turned his attention to Tongtian, his expression turning stern. Tongtian, we have both experienced the struggle between Tao and demon. Had it not been for the intervention of our master and the other 3 great immortals, Luo, who would have surely annihilated the primordial world. The god-slaying spear, as a treasure of destruction, poses a significant risk that we both understand that if it is wielded excessively without proper control, it will inevitably dominate its user. In that event, your disciple may become the second Luo Has fellow members of the 3 pure ones. I advise you to counsel him to relinquish the god-slaying spear for the Tao ancestor to handle. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences. Humph. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's words, Tongtian scoffed. Do you think you are worthy to be regarded as my equal among the 3 pure ones? I cannot afford to lose face on your account. Qin Mo is my disciple, and his affairs will be managed by me alone. Others have no right to interfere. Do you not assume I am unaware of your intentions? You covet the god-slaying spear, do you not? I hereby declare that as long as I am present, you shall not lay a finger on it. Tongtian's commanding words left all the onlookers, including the other saints, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Qin Mo felt a warm surge within his heart. Upon seeing Tongtian's straightforward declaration, Yuanshi Tianzun's forehead darkened with irritation, and he retorted, Tongtian, do you truly believe that I fear you? I offer my counsel in good faith. If Qin Mo surrenders the god-slaying spear, I shall not pursue the matter further. Not a chance, Tongtian shot back defiantly. Very well, it appears you are intent on protecting him. Yuanshi Tianzun replied, repeating the word well thrice, a clear indication to those who knew him that his fury was about to erupt. Meanwhile, under the immense pressure from both saints, Qin Mo felt a surge of killing intent arise within him upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's demand for the god-slaying spear. He vowed that once he possessed the strength to rival a saint, he would ensure that Yuanshi Tianzun would face his own reckoning. Seizing the moment while Tongtian and Yuanshi Tianzun were locked in confrontation, Qin Mo directed his focus towards the system. Among the rewards for previously accepting Lei Zhenzi as a disciple, there remained one unused opportunity for a lottery draw. Now, in this precarious situation, he wondered what treasures the system might bestow upon him. Thus, Qin Mo declared, System, initiate the lottery draw. Ding! Initiating lottery draw. Soon, the system presented its results. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn the heavenly Tao's malevolent treasure. the Tongtian coffin, trial version. Qin Mo felt as though he had misheard, slightly shaking his head before turning his gaze toward the system repository. Before his eyes, a luminous sphere materialized out of thin air within the repository, cradling an ominous black coffin. The coffin was truly terrifying, seemingly possessing the ability to devour souls and spirits, instilling a sense of dread that deterred one from probing with their essence. What on earth? Qin Mo was taken aback, his emotions oscillating between excitement and astonishment. This was none other than the town-guarding coffin, a treasure of celestial malevolence renowned alongside the six-soul banner and the fallen saint pill. Even a sage could be slain by the town-guarding coffin, with no hope of resurrection. Those sages are said to be immortal. It is merely because they entrust a fragment of their essence to the celestial order. Upon death, they can resurrect with the help of that fragment. To utterly annihilate a sage, one must first locate that fragment they have entrusted to the celestial order. That, of course, there are three other treasures capable of achieving the same: the town-guarding coffin, the fallen saint pill, and the six-soul banner. However, what puzzled Qin Mo was the presence of the word's experience version behind the town-guarding coffin. Soon, the system provided an explanation. He learned that the town-guarding coffin experience version was a one-time artifact, possessing abilities akin to the town-guarding coffin. However, against those below the sage level, it was guaranteed to deliver a fatal blow. Against the sage, it would only imprison them for a year, after which the sealing power would dissipate. Upon reading the system's explanation, Qin Mo was enlightened. This was not the genuine town-guarding coffin, but merely an experience version. Nevertheless, even this version possessed formidable capabilities. To confine a sage for a year, while it could not slay them. Qin Mo did not feel disappointed. After all, slaying a sage is no trivial feat with a celestial malevolent treasure. The town-guarding coffin experience version. Qin Mo's confidence surged, dispelling the sense of helplessness he had felt when facing the primordial heavenly venerable. At this moment, the confrontation between the celestial teacher and the primordial heavenly venerable had reached a boiling point, the air thick with anticipation of imminent conflict. Those of lower cultivation had retracted their consciousness upon the sage's arrival, while those of higher cultivation remained focused on the unfolding drama. As they witnessed the celestial teacher and the primordial heavenly venerable resume their standoff, they sighed with exhilaration, eager to witness the clash of sages once more. It was a far cry from the days when witnessing a sage in action was nearly impossible. Now, however, such encounters have become rather frequent. Yet, curiously, it seemed that each time a sage engaged, Qin Mo's presence was somehow intertwined. Just as the celestial teacher was about to draw the four swords of the immortals to engage, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his head towards Qin Mo. Moments ago, Qin Mo had discreetly conveyed a message, urging him to isolate the surrounding realm. Though the celestial teacher was puzzled by Qin Mo's intentions, he complied with a casual wave of his hand. Instantly, the surrounding space was severed from the outside world. Much to the dismay of the spectators, they sensed that the celestial teacher was preparing to confront the primordial heavenly venerable, yet did not wish for them to witness the confrontation. The primordial heavenly venerable, sharing similar sentiments, summoned the three treasures Jade Rui and the celestial celebration clouds, readying himself for battle. The moment the celestial teacher made a move to arrange the immortal execution sword array, he would unleash the Rui without hesitation. What intrigued the primordial heavenly venerable was the fact that after the celestial teacher had isolated the realm, he made no further moves, merely gazing in Qin Mo's direction. Was it possible that Qin Mo had instigated this isolation? The primordial heavenly venerable pondered, what could his true intentions be? Both the celestial teacher and the primordial heavenly venerable were left in the dark regarding Qin Mo's motives for the isolation. However, it wasn't long before Qin Mo provided them with answers. A pitch-black orb suddenly appeared in his hand, causing both the celestial teacher and the primordial heavenly venerable to furrow their brows, a sense of wariness washing over them. The aura emanating from this orb was undeniably threatening. The ability to instill such dread in sages indicated that this orb was no ordinary object. The primordial heavenly venerable's demeanor grew grave. Other concerns faded from his mind. Could Qin Mo truly slay him? Such a notion seemed absurd, for sages are immortal. Moreover, he believed Qin Mo lacked the capability to do so. Even though the primordial heavenly venerable was aware of Qin Mo's secrets, he remained confident that Qin Mo could not pose a threat to him. With a mocking expression, Qin Mo gazed at the primordial heavenly venerable, a smirk curling at his lips before he hurled the orb toward him. In an instant, the realm was engulfed in a thick black mist, suffused with an overwhelming sense of annihilation and destruction, within which faintly flickered the phantom of a coffin. "This is bad," the primordial heavenly venerable exclaimed in shock, hastily empowering himself with the celestial celebration clouds. Meanwhile, the celestial teacher stood awestruck, his gaze fixed on the phantom of the coffin amidst the mist. Muttering to himself, "Is this the celestial malevolent treasure, the town-guarding coffin?" The Taoist ancestor Hongjun had previously described the appearance and abilities of the town-guarding coffin during his teachings, and it matched the spectral coffin perfectly. The celestial teacher found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished that such a celestial malevolent treasure would be wielded by his disciple. Qin Mo. Not only this, but Qin Mo also possessed the god-slaying spear and another innate axe treasure. This young man was indeed a master of concealment, and no wonder he had insisted on isolating this realm first. As a sage, the celestial teacher understood that the emergence of the town-guarding coffin would immediately attract the attention of the Taoist ancestor and the celestial order. When that time came, not only would there be divine punishment, but also retribution from Taoist ancestor Hongjun. With Qin Mo's current cultivation level, how could he withstand such consequences? It wasn't just the celestial teacher who recognized the town-guarding coffin. The primordial heavenly venerable, as its intended target, also identified his astonishment. He realized that the very town-guarding coffin that even the Taoist ancestor feared was held by Qin Mo. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as an overwhelming force of attraction suddenly emanated from the town-guarding coffin, drawing him in as its target. Faced with the coffin's alluring pull, the primordial heavenly venerable could only resort to passive defense, enveloping himself with the celestial celebration clouds. Yet despite his best efforts to resist the coffin's force, it proved futile. The town-guarding coffin, being a celestial malevolent treasure, overwhelmed him in mere moments, and he was drawn into its depths. Soon after, eerie creaking sounds echoed from within the coffin, sending chills down the spine. Witnessing this, the celestial teacher couldn't help but express a hint of admiration. Truly, as a celestial malevolent treasure, even a sage could be absorbed. Just as he was lost in thought, the town-guarding coffin swiftly consumed the surrounding black mist, tearing open a rift in space before vanishing without a trace. The celestial teacher felt a pang of heartache. However, it wasn't for the primordial heavenly venerable, but rather for the town-guarding coffin itself. How could it simply escape right under his nose? Seeing the celestial teacher's distress, Qin Mo managed a faint smile, suppressing a cough as he approached. Using the town-guarding coffin undoubtedly came at a cost, for it was a celestial malevolent treasure. However, for Qin Mo, the price was worth paying. When he activated the town-guarding coffin, it had drained all of his spiritual energy, leaving him as if severely injured. Struggling against the sensation of weakness, Qin Mo spoke softly, "Master, there's no need to fret. It was merely a one-time artifact. Once used, it cannot be employed again." Upon hearing this, the celestial teacher withdrew his gaze, his expression darkening as he shot a sidelong glance at Qin Mo, his irritation boiling over. With a resounding crack, he delivered a light smack to Qin Mo's head. The celestial teacher had restrained his strength. Were it not for Qin Mo's current feebleness, he would have delivered a more forceful blow. He had never encountered a disciple so adept at causing trouble for his master. The celestial teacher felt a tumult of love and frustration for Qin Mo despite the lack of force behind the strike. Qin Mo nearly toppled over, and the celestial teacher then glanced at the infant Lei Jinzi cradled in Qin Mo's arms, inquiring, "Is this your newly accepted disciple?" "Indeed." Qin Mo responded, "Indeed, a born star of war." Tongtian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qin Mo's insight mirrored his own. However, he questioned, "Was it worth risking your life for me?" "Absolutely," Qin Mo asserted with righteous fervor. "For the sake of my Jiejiao, everything is worth it." Tongtian was greatly pleased with Qin Mo's response, his fondness for him intensifying. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, it was precisely due to this answer and his attitude towards Jie that Tongtian would later go to great lengths, even opposing other saints and the Tao ancestor Hongjun, to save Qin Mo shortly thereafter. Due to his trust in Qin Mo, Tongtian announced the abolition of the status of the heavenly Tao saint and embarked on the path of cultivation as a Hunyuan Daoyou Jingxian. But that was a matter for another time. In the realm beyond, within the Zixiao Palace, the very foundation shook, forcing Tao ancestor Hongjun to interrupt his process of merging with the heavenly Tao. What has transpired? He pondered, attempting to calculate the situation. However, the impending calamity rendered the heavenly secrets chaotic, and he could not discern the outcome. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "The heavenly Tao has just issued a warning." Could there be a significant event or a great calamity unfolding in the Honghuang? At this moment, with the calamity looming, everything revolved around it, leaving no room for error. "I shall not tolerate any disturbances to this calamity," he declared, a flicker of ominous red light flashing in his gaze. Tao ancestor Hongjun could not fathom the reason behind the heavenly Tao's warning and concluded that he must send someone to investigate. He subsequently dispatched a message for the Western saints to hasten to Zixiao Palace. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, the unwitting instigator, remained oblivious to the warning issued by the heavenly Tao due to the emergence of the Zhentian coffin. After a thorough education from Tongtian, he was escorted back to Jinao Island. Tongtian held a deep-seated affection for the few disciples Qin Mo had taken under his wing. Recently, he had learned from Yuhua that his disciple Nezha was, in fact, the reincarnation of Lingzi. Tongtian recognized Lingzuzi, who had been a young attendant by Yuhua's side, cherished by her as a disciple. Had it not been for the intervention of the Primordial Supreme One, who had sought her counsel to allow Lingzuzi to reincarnate as the third-generation disciple of Chan Jiao, promising her certain benefits, Yuhua would not have consented to the reincarnation. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. And thus Nezha became the third-generation disciple of Jie Jiao. As for the brothers Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, they were the offspring of Yaoji and Yang Tianyu, born with demigod bodies and exceptional talents. Upon Yaoji's revival, she bestowed upon Yang Jian the treasured artifact known as the Heavenly Eye, which she had safeguarded for a millennium. Consequently, Yang Jian gained a divine eye capable of discerning the essence of things and perceiving illusions, as well as launching powerful magical attacks. This heavenly eye significantly enhanced Yang Jian's strength and provided him with an additional means of self-preservation. Tongtian was thoroughly satisfied with Qin Mo's 3 disciples, which led him to agree to allow Yaoji to reside on Jinao Island for cultivation. Furthermore, he placed no restrictions on her freedom, as long as she did not venture to Bio Palace. She could roam freely throughout Jinao Island. Lastly, there was the still infant Lei Zhenzi. Unlike Nezha, who was a reincarnated deity, or Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, who were born demigods, Lei Zhenzi was born in response to calamity. A natural star of war imbued with formidable wind and thunder attributes. In other words, Lei Zhenzi was the progeny of wind and thunder. Should he fully master the tempestuous powers within him, his future achievements might surpass those of Nezha, Yang Jiao, and Yang Jian. This potential led Tongtian to regard Lei Zhenzi with newfound respect. Thus, he resolved to observe whether Qin Mo could effectively guide Lei Zhenzi and determine if there existed suitable techniques for him. If not, Tongtian planned to instruct him personally, envisioning the emergence of a formidable protector for Jie Jiao in the future. Contemplating this, Tongtian felt an exhilarating rush. Due to Lei Zhenzi's existence, his gaze upon Qin Mo, whom he had been holding, softened, and his anger dissipated. Unbeknownst to the pallid Qin Mo, he had narrowly evaded punishment from Tongtian. Meanwhile, after being confined within the Zhentian coffin, the Primordial Supreme One found himself engulfed in a void. His expression one of sheer astonishment. He had never anticipated being imprisoned by the younger Qin Mo, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. "Qin Mo," he seethed, "once I escape, I shall rend you limb from limb to assuage my wrath." After expelling his fury, the Primordial Supreme One began to assess his surroundings. He was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, and could sense the overwhelming presence of sealing forces coupled with an ominous black mist that siphoned the energy around him. rendering him immobile at that moment. He fell into deep contemplation.